Gnawing wave. Taylor sat still, a monumental accomplishment for any Skaven, especially considering she had been doing so for hours on end. Her eyes were closed as she felt the musical energies all around her. Dar had all but polluted her immediate area, and it was still growing with each passing moment. While she was unaware of anything outside of this room, she did feel the smalling hint of something coming from elsewhere in a direction she could not name. She assumed it had to be accomplished through the camera, and that was her ticket out of here, at least she hoped it would be. To skid or leap, one needed to have a clear picture of where they would end up, though its main disadvantage was that while it had a flexible hard limit in terms of distance depending on the skill of the caster, it relied on memory over anything else, and so long as you could visualize where you were going, you could get there. However, one couldn't use it to bypass planes of existence. You couldn't skid or leap into the warp, for example, only a Nahol could do that, and Taylor was hesitant to create one herself. Nahols were the work of the Vermin Lords, who were the only ones who could reliably create one without issue. For a non-Vermin Lord to do it required a great deal of power, effort, and luck. There were however simple ways around it, though Taylor had none of those options available to her. No, that would be an absolute last resort at best, and even then she'd put it off so as not to accidentally create a portal into deep space, which was statistically far more likely than anywhere else with how incomprehensibly empty space was. So she settled on a more subtle method. Meditation was, for the Skaven, usually limited to the Eshan sorcerers who excel in the lore of stealth as well as used by assassins. No other group really did it, though it was understandable when one considered the normal behavior of your average Skaven. Still, Taylor was fortunate in that her room was depressingly empty, and as such there was so little to do that it made concentrating on her otherworldly senses much easier. She exercised her witch sight, sensing the ebbs and flows of the winds of magic around her. She felt as if she was at the center of a miasma, or even a cyclone, one that she could not see, feel, or hear with the mundane senses, but through the powers of witch sight, she could only wonder how it was that she wasn't pushed aside by their might. She casted those thoughts from her mind however, and focused not on thinking, but just feeling. She could feel the arrangement of magic form microscopic particles of warpstone all around her, growing slowly, but steadily in fractaling latticeworks that followed no set patterns of mundane geometry. Concentrating on them, she guided their growth, forming runic symbols in the loose spaces made of pure warpstone, each one significant for the Skaven, and having a profound effect on the mystical energies around her. Dar pooled, if not flooded around her, growing to capacity and then some. Her horns glowed as she meditated, with a foul green light that seemed to come from within, and small sparks of energy would arc from them at random intervals. As she concentrated, Taylor began to recite shrill incantations under her breath, prayers to the horned rat spoken in Queekish. Around her, the Dar writhed, chafing against the bonds of the cell Taylor found herself in, and though it could not escape, it could be very displeased, and the magic was more than willing to showcase this displeasure. As the invisible jaws of countless rats ground everything around them into scrap and splinters, they moved out like a wave, chewing through everything but the very computer that displayed the insides of Taylor's cell. No one was around to see it as Coyle had run off to speak with his pet seer, his only perceived hope in his newfound madness, though it wouldn't be enough. Skittering and chittering ran rampant throughout his office, and as the Dar grew, so too did the sightless rats, such was the power of Na. Normally, its area of effect was only 1 square yard, but glutted on Dar and the spite of the caster, it grew into a chewing force of destruction. Its ferocity is such that it continues to gnaw until the target structure is no more, but that was not Taylor's goal. No, Taylor was actively pushing more and more power into Na over and over again, all for one single purpose, a dangerous one for sure, but one that could be her salvation. By changing the nature of eldritch energy in the mortal realms, created by her growing warpstone deposits, Taylor allowed her own spell of Na to be channeled in an entirely new way, until her spell would not naturally dissipate, not with the amount of power she was actively pushing into it, and with enough power, theoretically it could lead to a spell that lasted indefinitely, perhaps even being self-sustaining. To Taylor's knowledge, nothing like this had ever been done before. To create a living spell was not exactly something someone would seek to accomplish, but, with all the ruin in the bay alongside the Dar that emanated from the Under Empire, perhaps such a thing could be accomplished. The invisible rats continued to chew through steel and ceramic and wire, only leaving the console alone as they moved as a single autonomous unit. Faint lights briefly illuminated the invisible rats, but only so much as to make their existence easily dismissed as a trick of the light, were it not for the destruction they were causing, until eventually, the scale was tipped, and the rats grew into a frenzy. They ate through the walls and doors, and started to spread, fully autonomous and self-sustaining as Taylor found herself winded from the task, but her state of exhaustion did little to stop her laughter as she ended her meditation, grabbing a stalagmite of warpstone on the ground, snapping it off, and popping it in her mouth to consume, as she clawed the cursed triangle of the Skaven into the floor. Now, all she had to do, was wait. Chances I am compromised. Coyle got 2 answers, one for each timeline he had no control over. In timeline A he was told 0.13%. In timeline B he was told 99.89%. There was a shift, a laughter in his mind that echoed around in his skull from the noxious words of what he could only picture as coming from the mouth of some foul demon. One of the timelines ended, and he wasn't sure which, only that one of himself was racked with blindness as talons pierced his eyes. Another timeline opened, though not by his will, but by the will of whatever thing nested within his mind. I am no mere thing, Thomas, I am so much more than that. What are the chances that Warlock is at the root cause of this? 13.131313131313% spoke Dinah in timeline A. 91.169169169,169% said the other. Coil gripped his head as a rat chewed through his brain. He was not able to tell which timeline it was, for he felt the pain in one, but one of them ended, and as before, he didn't know which one ended, or which answer was correct. Another timeline opened, followed by the chittering laughter in his ear. If I kill Warlock now, what are the chances I die? 100% spoke Dinah in timeline A. In the other. Dinah smiled, as she bit her finger, causing it to bleed. Then, she smiled a bloody smile of fangs and razor-sharp incisors, until she started to mark the ground in her own blood, drawing 3 lines in a triangle. The 3 bars crossed. The cursed triangle. Know it well, Thomas. For the Skaven can't go anywhere without marking it on the walls. You spot it, you know they're there. And they're proud of it too. Dinah opened her mouth, and Coil watched as rats chewed their way out her throat, until they filled the room, and chewed Coil to bits as the timeline ended. Back in reality, Coil nearly doubled over, another timeline spawned, completely against his will as the others had been. He put a hand to his head, muttering to himself as Dinah swayed. Can I have candy? Coil looked at the small girl for a moment, her breathing was quick, sweat covering her body, and she looked flush. When was the last time she got her candy? Was it this morning? Was that real or a vision? He stared at her for a moment, taking a hesitant step back. Are you real? Dinah said nothing, merely swayed as her heavily lidded eyes closed, and she drifted off to sleep. Coil closed the door, though in one timeline he closed the door with himself inside and locked himself inside an empty room with no lights, save for 2 red eyes that went for his throat. He gripped his head tightly, ripping his mask off to get some semblance of fresh air. Another timeline opened. How he wished he could just close them, alas it wasn't to be, not with that fucking thing. The interesting thing about me, you'll find my dear Thomas, is that I will always be right behind you. Dagger in hand. Ready to skin the snake. Coil turned around, fearing what he'd see, but nothing happened, at least not until the lights went out, only they went out in both timelines. Oh, well isn't this a surprise? For you that is. Why won't you just leave me alone? Because I hate you. I hate all of you. Hate has kept me going long before I ascended, when the number of Skaven was fewer than fingers on your hands. Spite and hate sustained me, I was born with it, nourished by it, feeding on scraps left by those who saw themselves as my betters. I have stolen from them, stolen their hate, their plagues, their deceptions, and their selfishness, and built myself to be what I am now, and what I am now, is nothing short of misanthropic hate for everything not like me. With that hate I have sown ruin the likes of which make men like yourself tremble, and that brings me joy Thomas, and your slow execution will bring me ecstasy. Coil gripped his hair so tightly, he pulled a handful out without even realizing it as he was torn apart again and again in increasingly creative and disturbing ways. What the fuck are you? No answer, only darkness, but, no there was something else. Coil heard, the sound of running boots on cement, and was that screaming? He looked around, wondering why the emergency lights had yet to go on, yet to activate, until he heard it. The sound of bolts of lightning all around him, and the illumination coming from the halls. He caught a brief glimpse of a familiar suit, barreling away from something, until Coil ran to the light, hoping to see what the hell was happening. He couldn't be sure if what he saw was even real, it might not have been, but it was something. Thankfully he caught sight of who it was running, firing electrolasers down the hall. Chariot in his armor, Coil could hear his rapid breathing as he slowed to a stumble but kept his footing as he stopped. What that was as far as Coil got before Chariot cut him off. No time, we're under attack. Stranger or, fuck I don't know, it's not there, I can't see it, only what it's doing. It's eating everything. Coil had absolutely no idea what that meant, but he was drawn from his thoughts by the sound of gunfire coming from his mercenaries' quarters. He slipped his mask back on. We need to regroup, bring everyone to this room, we cannot lose the asset in there, we. Fuck your pet thinker, we're being attacked by. That was as far as Carrot got as his armor started to falter. Coil watched, only illuminated by the floodlights on the armor, as small bite marks just appeared on the armor, as sightless jaws shared into it. Chariot swept his arm in an attack, but there was nothing to attack. Coil didn't stay around to check, he was about to flee back into the prison cells, only to see the door handle was being reduced to bitefuls of metal. He retracted his hand, before Chariot took off down the hall, and Coil was quick to follow, his mind only on survival. Meanwhile, behind him, unseen maws were gnawing into everything, chewing it to dust. His mind immediately went to Stranger, but it could have also been a Shaker, yet no matter how much he racked his mind, he couldn't recall anyone with the power to destroy things in a manner that looked as if they were being eaten, and eaten they were as an invisible force. Countless rats that did not truly exist skittered forwards as a moving appetite, a vast, fast, terrible eating force of destruction and ruin. Coil turned as Chariot turned the corner, looking into the mercenaries' quarters, only to freeze at the sight, and when Coil saw, he understood why. Everything was being devoured: wood, glass, building materials, paper, tables, chairs, beds, guns, and people. Before Coil's very eyes he watched as his mercenaries were chewed into piles of gore, resembling ground meat with splinters of bone and cloth mixed in. Some still stood, skeleton visible and guts hanging freely as tiny mouthfuls of themselves were chewed and gnawed into oblivion. Holes were appearing in the walls, holes that were getting bigger as more tiny hungry jaws were chewing into them, and Coil ran. Chariot turned to follow, but he was consumed by the vermintide of invisible teeth, chew into gore and scrap as the force of gnawing teeth followed after coil, all the while that voice entered his mind. Perhaps you should go to my ever-chosen HMM? This must be her work. He knew better than to trust those words, but, it was something. He ran fast, all as the tide of death continued behind him as he made his way deeper into the hallways. He couldn't see anything, but he had memorized his base's layout, just in case. He would forever be thankful for his paranoia for that considering the circumstances. His mind blanked, filled with fear unlike any he had ever felt, not since Elisburg. He made his way down the paths, from memory alone to get to Warlock, and regardless of the consequences, put an end to her, even if he had to strangle her to do it. As he entered the room, he closed the door behind him, knowing it wouldn't be enough, but caring very little regardless. Throwing open the pad on the side, he shakily felt the buttons, and punched in the code, unaware if he put the right numbers in, until he heard a hiss. The door slid open, and he prepared to storm in and beat the bitch to death, but, that isn't what happened. Nor was Coil aware that not everything he had seen was real. While the self-sufficient spell of Gnaw indeed tore through his base, it did not kill a single individual, many of whom followed Coil, and were banging on the door as he had locked it behind her. His mercenaries and chariot in his ruined armor were pushed into the door, bitten many a time, but never devoured, only forced into place. At this point, Warlock kicked the door open, and pointed her palm to Coil with a malicious grin on her face. Coil did not see. Her night vision was far superior in every way to his own, and though Taylor knew Coil didn't see her, it didn't make it any less satisfying when she tossed him to the side with a bit of mystical manipulation, until his back was parallel to the hallway he entered as the spell of Gnaw chewed around the door, sending the mercenaries falling over themselves and chariot as Coil was tossed into the pile. Taylor gathered her dar, and casted the dreaded 13th spell as it washed over Coil, chariot, and all of his mercenaries, who as one, began to scream, and change. The great horned rat laughed. Expansion. Taylor brushed off her hands as she walked past the slowly morphing forms of Coil, chariot, and the mercs as she walked towards the vortex of teeth, scratching at her chin with a single claw as she raised a brow, examining the effects it was having. She hummed to herself, as she heard snapping bones behind her being reshaped and reformed. She smiled as Coil slowly got to his new feet, examining himself, feeling at his face. I'm a rat. Taylor chuckled to herself. Yes, you are. Coil blinked several times, whiskers twitching as he looked at his own claws. Before looking at Taylor, he looked conflicted. Curious isn't it? You know you should want to kill me, but you don't. Coil snarled. I hate masters. No, you don't. No, I don't. Wait, what? Taylor turned away from Coil with a smile as she gathered dar in her hand, reaching out towards the living spell. The gnawing ceased, as the ethereal rats all turned towards her. She thought over her vast repertoire of spells, recalling one not unlike this. The rat thrall was a simple petty spell, allowing the caster to summon an ordinary brown rat for a number of hours. The thrall would obey the caster's every order, even if it would result in the rat's own death to do so. It was however a limited spell, as the rat was, in many ways, an ordinary rat, able to perform petty tasks, but little else. However, Taylor modified her spellcraft, using principles of the spell the chittering and reworking her spell all while implementing administration. She then allowed the glowing dar to wash over the living Gnaw spell, until the magics forming the ethereal rats began to blend together. Taylor pulled her hand back and beheld her newest familiar as they ran towards her, crawling up her legs and perching all over her, many holding themselves together to form an invisible cloak of rats, holding onto each other with teeth, paws, and tails. Occasional flashes of dar revealed the briefest translucent form of 100 rats all around Taylor, forming a mostly invisible cloak. With a flourish, Taylor gestured to a nearby desk, her invisible cloak washing over it, and chewing it to bits as it passed over. She pulled back and watched as the splinters piled up on the floor. I like it, she said simply, as she looked to her newest thralls. So, Coil, mind telling me what resources you had? I'm very curious as to what toys you have to offer me. Coil, against his will, spoke, and with each word spoken, Taylor's grin only widened. Plus. When Taylor Skitter leapt back into the Under Empire, she was, completely unsurprised that everything was on fire, and there were brawls breaking all over the place. If anything, this really should have been expected. That said, Taylor was torn between some minuscule sense of pride that her Skaven truly lived as they should have, and furious anger that some of the things on fire was her stuff. She settled on sighing, before she administered everyone, causing the fighting to immediately stop, though didn't really do shit against the fire. You have 5 fucking minutes to extinguish the fire flames. Skaven, you all have 2 minutes to get your fucking rat asses in front of me. She released her administrative hold over her Skaven, as they all went to accomplish her tasks. Taylor, meanwhile, just leaned against the wall, watching as the Skaven started to rush. Taylor, however, now afforded a moment of peace, found her mind wander back to the events before all this shit started. The undead, the necromancer, the identity of the necromancer. She ran her hand through her hair, lost in thoughts she would rather much not be having. It was times like this, Taylor wished she could administer herself, though at the same time she didn't trust herself with that much power against herself. That thought momentarily stopped the chain of revelations that happened before she was captured, as she tried to wrap her mind around if what she thought even made any sense, but it only lasted for a while, until the unwanted thoughts returned. There was the question of what to do about Dad. Not to mention her mother's living corpse. The Skaven side of her told her to put them down, but the minuscule part of her that still was human, didn't want to. Taylor had never been conflicted since she started, she never once regretted a single action she took, only the failures. This was something of a new frontier for her, and it left her shaken. The invisible rats around her slowed their ethereal billowing as all Skaven, accounted for, all gathered around her. Without saying a word, she turned and left, they followed, for they knew better than to do anything else. Taylor just remained silent, her mind still racing. Coil's original office was fairly large, and Taylor had managed to get the mercenaries to take everything out except for a series of mismatched chairs and benches, almost like the pews of a church, with the beginnings of her newest throne standing high above the rest. She sat down as the Skaven took their seats, with Coil and Chariot both just watching with some interest. Once everyone was settled, Taylor reclined back. This is Coil's old base, and now it is ours. It will be refitted and be our command center. Tinkers will get it up into shape, said Taylor as she eyed the Skaven Bakuda. There is a self-destruct device here, Bakuda, you will take it, and make more weapons, yes. Bakuda's whiskers twitched, and nodded, before Taylor looked to Coil and Chariot. Coil, you will join the Seer Lords, you will be under Tattletale, said Taylor, who was watching as Tattletale grinned evilly. Chariot, you will join Clansker under Squealer, said Taylor, motioning to each group, who had naturally gathered together. Each one slowly made their way towards their respective groups, before Taylor nodded. Now, before we begin appropriating this facility into our under-empire. The first is Noelle. Once transformed, she will go to Clan Molder, with her, our numbers will swell beyond counting. Few reacted, except Sundancer and Coil, who both had their ears fall back in slight trepidation. While the others here knew of Noelle, they were the only ones who actually knew the full story behind her. Taylor however paid them no mind. Another one is Dinah Alcott, a powerful seer. Child, she will be a seer lord. Once I gather enough Dar, I will preform the dreaded 13th. From there, we will move quickly. Our greatest first threat is still the Protectorate, followed by the Empire. Coil, I want you to get the travelers into a trap for transformation, this will occur after Noelle and Dinah are transformed. This will be your duty, understand? Coil nodded, before shrinking back in on himself. Good. Now, while the Protectorate is biggest threat, once we have acquired the travelers, the Empire is next, and thanks to the snake here, we know their identities. Should be easy simple. When all others are gone, we will steal the Protectorate, and the bay is ours. What about the Necromancer? Asked Tattletale. Taylor paused, drumming her fingers on the armrest as her gaze turned up. What is the Necromancer doing? Tattletale eyed Taylor oddly, before her nose twitched. Don't know, but even while we squabbled, Ishan went to surface for spying. Many undead walk the streets, look searching for something, and is launching a war against the Empire to find it. There have been fights, many fights between them, and more undead para-humans. Manpower, Velocity, Hookwolf, Cricket, and Storm Tiger all are undead now with word of thralls of the Necromancer. Plus, Erudite, Quark, Resolute, Smackdown, and the others who died from Leviathan are still unaccounted for. The Necromancer is preparing an army, and is raising an army of dead that rivals us. Taylor clenched her hand into a fist as she continued looking to the ceiling. After a moment of contemplation, she knew what her father was looking for, and it made sense he would go after the Empire thinking it was them who took her. They were the ones who attacked after all. He also had to know who she was, she had her horns and a tail for the Horned One's sake, so he knew his daughter was Warlock, yet he was still looking for her. Do we know what the Necromancer has done while looking? I'd say warpath is a great word for it. Openly killing Empire members and raising them as corpse zombies. Open warfare. Taylor looked back down. Let me deal with them, just let me know if any more para-human undead rise. 3 was bad enough, with 8, he'll be an issue, but I think I can fix the issue, maybe. Taylor stood up, looking over the Skaven with a hard glare. Tinkers, get this facility ready for warfare, go crazy nuts with whatever you want, collaborate and surprise me, rest of you, keep practicing channeling magics, tomorrow we work on petty spells. I have work to do. With her final words spoken, Taylor skitter leapt to a reinforced door, behind it, was Noelle. She felt her magic, calculating if she would have enough for the dreaded 13th. Through the frosted glass porthole, she could see the silhouette of Noelle, and decided, it was probably better to wait for her reserves to rise, on the other paw, fuck it. Taylor pushed the door open, and stepped in. What she saw was nothing short of a towering abomination of flesh and muscle. It looked like a misshapen chaos spawn, or one of the many failures created by the harbingers of mutation used by Clan Molder, the kinds that were usually put down. The only exception was the feminine figure at the very top of the beast, who turned towards Taylor with a blank stare. Taylor looked below Noelle, at a mass of flesh from which snarling and snapping animal heads, various limbs and other assorted body parts protruded. The tissues of her lower half were split between smooth dark green, brown, and grey flesh and angry, wrinkled and blistered red flesh. Taylor stared back up to Noelle and took a breath. Who are? Taylor ignored whatever it was Noelle was about to say, instead she gathered all of her magics, pulling it from the very environment, she channeled her frustrations at everything that had happened, and casted the dreaded 13th spell with a snarling visage, and Noelle screamed, every jaw open in roaring pain as her limbs twitched and snapped. Green, brown, grey, and red flesh started to grow coarse fur of various earthly colors. Browns, blacks, whites, and tans all sprouting as the heads below her snapped and reshaped. Fangs shortened as incisors lengthened, as Taylor pushed more magics into her spell. Eyes turned red and beady, ears pointed, and hands became paws as tentacles became scaled rat tails. Behind Taylor, spectral rats writhed as the shadowed and taloned claws of the horned rat passed over Noelle, until Taylor fell to her knee, still all but roaring as she pushed more magic into it, screaming as her energy was drained from her to such a degree, that her stamina started to get drained from her. It was cathartic to get lost in the chaotic energies flowing through her, and as painful as it was, at least she didn't have to think about Danny and her undead mother. Her roars joined the chittering hisses and shrieks of Noelle, as Taylor lost herself to absolute frustration. All the while, a chorus of snapping bones emanated from Noelle as she continued to change. The massive wraith-eats began to lengthen, as they grew sinewy necks, and Noelle herself became a standard Skaven from the waist up. It hurt, but as long as her mind was blank, she found she couldn't be asked to care. Finally, Taylor had no choice but to end the spell, breathing heavily as she fell onto her hands and knees. She looked up to Noelle. From the waist up, she looked like a white-furred Skaven with hair just as long as her own. At the hips, the long-necked heads of rats in a manner reminiscent of Clan Moulder's Chimera race, which was impressive considering those were usually created using Hydra, who didn't exist in this universe. Other than that, several rat heads and clawed limbs sprouted out all over Noelle like the fruiting bodies of mushrooms, with dozens of very long prehensile rat tails moving around in random patterns, and all of it was held up on 8 muscular rat legs. Noelle was breathing heavily as she looked at herself, one of the long-necked rat heads sharing her expression, as well as a rat head could at least. "Welcome to the Under Empire," said Taylor, until she passed out. It was still better than getting lost in her thoughts. Exchanges. Taylor woke up groggily, as expected. She was still in Noelle's cell, though she wasn't alone, while Noelle was within, obviously, so was Ankle Biter, who was laying next to Taylor while glaring back up at Noelle, who was patiently staring down at her as Taylor groaned and rose to her feet. Shakily at first, before she shook herself, not unlike a dog. Taylor winced, her hand immediately going to her left temple, as she messaged it away. Ankle Biter, who had turned to Taylor as she rose, merely watched with twitching whiskers. "Ow. Note to self, that fucking hurt. I was wondering when you'd wake up," said Noelle. Taylor hummed as she reached out to absent-mindedly stroke Ankle Biter, before she looked up at the mountain of flesh, who was sitting while patting one of her many chimerats' heads. "I can actually control myself. My body isn't doing anything I don't wish it to do. It actually feels like my own body, not like I'm just stuck to it." Was that an issue beforehand? From high atop her throne of writhing rat flesh, Noelle only nodded. My body has had a mind of its own. Now, it really is mine. It's kind of bittersweet." Kraus and the others, they were looking for a cure, but there wasn't much hope. Taylor nodded, mostly to herself. As she tapped her claw on her own chin, watching as Noelle continued to stroke the massive rat-like head like it was some kind of pet. Which made Taylor look to Ankle Biter in all of his brood horror glory. It was somewhat odd to see he was barely a fifth of Noelle's size. What is that thing anyway?" Taylor followed Noelle's claw, pointed at Ankle Biter who hissed back. "This is Ankle Biter, a brood horror. We have many brood horrors." Taylor just nodded. Yes, monsters of Moulder, they are giant hulking rats point directed towards the nearest cluster of enemy things like a guided missile made of angry meat, said Taylor as she scratched Ankle Biter behind his gnawed ear. "I see. We have many horrors beyond these. Wolf rats, rat ogres, and hell pit abominations. By comparison you look almost normal, you'll fit right in with us Noelle." Noelle said nothing as she moved to absently stroke another chimerat head. Taylor looked back to Ankle Biter, who was scratching himself. "You need a name." Noelle's brow rose as her whiskers twitched. "I have one. Not what I mean. You need a title, all Paraskaven have one." How about Brood Mother?" Noelle's snout wrinkled, as she shook her head. Taylor sighed before sitting cross-legged on the ground. "Maybe, Anna? From Romani mythology, who gave birth to all diseases known to man." Hate it." Taylor groaned. Fine, any more names to go? Lilith perhaps? Some legends say she bore demons. I'd prefer not be named after Demon Mother. Tiamat then? She gave birth to at least 11 entire races of monsters. Maybe, what else? Oh. Isn't Echidna the mother of monsters in Greek myth? Blat. 2 on the nose. Left that one out deliberately. Prefer more obscure names, makes us seem smarter. But I like it, and don't you call yourself Warlock? Warlock Engineer, big huge difference. Don't care, I will be Echidna. Taylor groaned. Fine. Take your stupid name. Matters little. Tell me what you can do, other than make copies and be ugly. Echidna glared at Taylor for the petty insult, but otherwise said nothing about it. Not full clones. Always different in a way. Behavior mostly. Para-human clones get different powers sometimes, similar but different. Clone of Kraus could swap only himself with other people instead of objects, but he died, he was spawned early. Clones born early can be missing parts, like arms and legs, and clones born too late can have extra parts that kill them. All are murder violent. That last part is a plus to be honest. The more murder violent the better. What else? Don't think you get it. Clones want to murder kill originals and their family. Taylor just stared blankly at Echidna, before she blinked. And? Never mind. Taylor nodded, immediately tossing the last few seconds of their conversation to the wind. Okay, so I can clone anything thing. People, animals, plants, fungi, para-humans, anything alive really. I can also smell para-humans. More intense smells, the stronger the para-humans, and I can even smell untriggered paras. Really? Now that is very interesting. Wonder if normal clan rats can trigger. It was worth looking into, if nothing else. Para-hums who touch me and get away have powers suppressed for a while too. Not long, but long enough for a bite. Praise the horned one, I hit the motherfucking jackpot. Echidna just shrugged. How often do you make clones anyways? One per touch, and it will when I consume them. Number is limited to mouth parts, and new clones need to be cooked so to speak. Said Echidna as she counted her mouths. Looks like. We'll say 6, maybe even 8 every hour or so. I could do more, but they will be malformed, die faster. Smaller things like rats, a couple thousand a day. That's anywhere between 144 and 192 clones, and bare minimum 48,000 rats per day. Echidna just nodded. Yeah, sounds about right. More normal rats though. Taylor's mind began to race, as she realized just what she had. Not only was Echidna an inexhaustible source of Skaven soldiers, but, if one didn't mind a bit of cannibalism, an endless source of food, something that was very difficult with their numbers as of late. In fact, if Skaven cooked for too long, they were born with more limbs, which meant more meat. Taylor began to examine Noelle's surroundings. Her quarters were sparse, to say the least, and that would just not do for her new meal ticket, both figuratively and literally. You're being moved deeper into the Under Empire. We will make you your own chambers. They will be massive to accommodate your size bulk. You will be attended to by my Skaven. As of now, you are outside of the typical clan dynamics most Skaven belong to, and you will want for nothing. Name it, and we will get it, anything at all, you are much too valuable to squander. I just want Kraus. Taylor smiled. Well. I did say anything. Plus. Taylor stood outside the door as her Skaven were in the process of moving Echidna, an ongoing process that was going to take a very long time, seeing as the tunnels needed to be enlarged considerably to allow for such a thing. Still, she had much to do. Only one thing remained within Coil's base that she had yet to see, his last non-Skaven para-human pet. Opening the door, Taylor could only stare at the unconscious form before her with some level of confusion. Dinah was, well quite frankly, she was a mess. Hair going every direction with bloodshot eyes and pale white skin. Taylor crept inside, eyeing the girl as she looked up at her. Dinah's eyes then began to widen. You got him. I did, he's a slave now, which begs the question of what to do with you. Dinah opened her mouth, before wincing. See candy? Taylor nodded, before reaching into her pocket, and pulling out a small sack of warpstone dust. With a gesture, her cloak of notched Dinah's restraints, before Taylor tossed the bag to Dinah, who greedily snatched it, and started to pour it in her mouth. She already swallowed, before she dropped the bag and began coughing furiously. Taylor just watched with a raised brow. What cough, what was that? Warpstone dust, a better stimulant, you will never find. I took the same drugs as you during my stay. Warpstone dust will cure your addiction, mostly by replacing it, and I am the only source. Dinah looked up to Taylor, as her eyes turned a strange green color, before they actually started to glow in the dim light. Her eyes frantically scanned the room, looking at everything with a sense of what could almost be called wonder. It's so ruinous. Seers often see glimpses of the warp, and you are a very strong seer. You gaze upon the realm of ruin, the realm of the horned rat, our deity. The one who embodies everything the Skaven are, were, and will ever be. As cunning as he is duplicitous. Dinah said nothing for a moment, before looking back to Taylor as her eyes ceased their glow, but otherwise remained green. 98.7% chance you are going to turn me into a Skaven. I would think 100%. Dinah just shook her head. Absolutes don't exist, not really. There's always a chance for the alternative to happen. Taylor hummed, and Dinah blinked. 67.3% chance now, but, why? You have given me a most interesting idea. You're not foolproof, you're an indication of things to come, but the future is in flux. You could be a great boon, but to rely on you could be a crutch I could snatch away at the opportune moment, most curious. There's something else, the future, extinction of everyone, it's coming, and, our chances are so damn small. Taylor raised a brow at that, as her mind went back to her memories after the Leviathan fight, and her little conversation with Alexandria, and the golden god they all feared, and that led to yet another idea. You know, with your power, you'd be the most excellent candidate for a sacrifice to keep up my end of the only bargain I ever intended to keep. Dinah blinked, and slid away from Taylor. You. 78.9% chance you'll sacrifice me now, why does the future keep changing around you? Taylor only smiled. Skaven are duplicitous by nature and nurture. Even we do not even know what we'll do next. We're very impulsive, and exceedingly power-hungry, but we're also plan schemers. Always looking for new ways to fuck over everyone else. Taylor scratched her chin. Door please. Immediately, a portal opened up, and Dinah turned to see someone approach. Immediately her eyes widened as she caught sight of Alexandria herself with crossed arms staring down at Taylor. I don't see any sword warlock, you were told explicitly not to use that phrase until you had it. Taylor merely smiled. Ah, but my dear Alexandria, I have something useful, after all if the world ends, what would I rule over? Look see here, this is Dinah Alcott, a most prodigious seer, yes. Alexandria rose a brow, before turning to Dinah with a raised brow. She looked the child up and down, before turning back to Warlock. How good? Ask a question yourself, percentage chances. Mayhaps it will be a most interesting boon for you. Alexandria turned back to Dinah, before she narrowed her eyes. What are the chances the adversary kills us within the next decade? 45.7% within 2 years. Said Dinah as she clenched her head. But, the percentage becomes a near certainty in 99.56%. Alexandria's brow fell, before she turned back to Warlock. Alright, say I'm interested, what's the catch? Taylor merely smiled, as she pulled a bag out of her pocket. Dinah was addicted to one of Coil's Tinker drugs, warpstone dust burned it from her system, and replaced it with an addiction of my own, with the drug only I can provide. I still intend to give you the fell blade, but I want something no one else on this planet, or any other has. I want Cauldron, to owe me a favor. One to be cashed in whenever I wish. Alexandria's eyes narrowed at that, before she turned back to Dinah. She looked, conflicted for only a moment, before looking back to Taylor. I'll be right back. With that said, Alexandria flew back through the doorway as it started to close. Taylor meanwhile, just chuckled to herself, as she tossed the bag in her hand to Dinah. First one is always free. Dinah stared up at Taylor, before snatching up the bag and holding it close. They remained in a comfortable silence for only a moment, until finally, a doorway opened, and Alexandria came through, but she wasn't alone. Taylor raised her eye at the figure of a middle-aged black woman in a lab coat, whose own expression was hard as she looked to Dinah, before her gaze shifted to Taylor, who was looking back with the widest grin she could manage. Warlock, I presume. I am Dr. Mother, I oversee much of Cauldron's activities. I have come personally to inform you that what you ask is no, simple thing. Your power grows exponentially, something we can use. I would be willing to grant your request, but only under one other condition. This sword of yours, you claim you can make it, but to date, you've done nothing to show this is true. I wish to see for myself, does this blade exist, and can it do what you say you can? It does, and it can do so much more than what I have said. It requires a sacrifice, I would have summoned it, but I intend to finish my own objectives first. Dr. Mother nodded, as she turned to Alexandria, before nodding. Very well, as of now, you are owed one favor by Cauldron, on the condition that you are only allowed to cash it in after you hand over the fell blade. Taylor quirked her head, but the grin never left her face. Oh? How very boring. I have a better idea, I can cash it in whenever I wish, and in exchange, I shall provide the warpstone dust free of charge, otherwise I would have had you pay for it. Sounds good, yes. Give them an inch. Muttered Alexandria under her breath. Dr. Mother meanwhile looked to Dinah, and the state of her as she sprinkled several small bits of warpstone dust onto her tongue and swallowed, before her eyes glowed green. You could even test it, run your own experiments on my warpstone. Who knows, you may find it useful. Dr. Mother thought of it for a moment longer, before she turned back to Taylor. You intend to give us this blade? Dr. Mother, I intend to hand-paw deliver it if I could. Her hard face, only became harder as Dr. Mother nodded, and glanced to Alexandria, who scooped up Dinah as her eyes continued glowing. Taylor's grin only widened as Alexandria was the first to step through the portal, but Dr. Mother remained behind. I warn you, Warlock, our purpose is far more important to us than our word. If your request, whenever you choose to cash it in, should it interfere with that purpose, it will not be honored. Is that understood? Clear as crystal. Oh, and here. Reaching into her pocket, Taylor tossed a sizable chunk of whole warpstone at Dr. Mother, who caught it, before she began examining it. Consider it a bonus, easier to test in that form, and I know how you types love to know things best left undiscovered. Consider it an investment, you'll have to come and get the warpstone dust at your leisure. I'd call you for it, but I really don't care. Get your own shit stuff. Dr. Mother, to her credit, merely nodded, before turning around and stepping through the portal. Taylor waited a moment, before raising her fingers to her hand, and allowed the dart to glow as she peered out into a strange new world, one seen through Dinah's eyes. Revenge is a dish best served when you remember you were wronged. With a favor from Cauldron in her paws, Taylor felt she was in a good position for the future, and she could keep tabs on them through her little Trojan horse. Beyond that, however, Taylor found that without the distractions, her mind immediately wandered back to her father, and the undead. Still, one of the things this revealed is that as long as she kept herself busy, that is exactly what she did. This led Taylor to Tattletale, who was overseeing the tunnel expansion that would be necessary to move Echidna to the lowest levels of her under-empire. Though to be honest, the only reason Taylor decided on Tattletale of all people being in charge was because she was probably the only person under her, besides Faultline who was overseeing combat training, who was in any way remotely competent. Walking behind Lisa as she watched the clan rats, brood horrors, and geomancer dig through, her red eyes turned to Taylor, but she didn't say anything, not initially anyway, waiting for Taylor to speak first. So, how goes it? Good, I've been thinking. Echidna makes evil clones, Right. Right, said Taylor with a nod. We should test it before making things. Be safe, said Tattletale idly. Taylor merely stared blankly at Tattletale. That is the single most unskaven thing I have ever heard in my life. We live life on the edge, pushing the guy next to us into the abyss. Humor me, what if you get a clone? One who can usurp you? What then? Taylor opened her mouth, right as the words died in her throat, before she looked downwards in a contemplative expression while scratching her chin in thought. She hummed to herself, mulling over that thought. If there was a second clone, one of herself with administration, then what if it was immune, or what if Taylor herself wasn't, or worst of all, what if she managed to form a schism amongst the others? Taylor, begrudgingly nodded to herself. Fine, you made your point, we test, but on who? Lisa shrugged. Someone weak maybe, or with easily controlled power. See how they act compared to original, yes. Good point. Said Taylor, before her eyes widened by just a bit. Her jaw almost went slack as she suddenly remembered something, or rather someone that she was amazed hadn't so much as entered her mind in months, and now that she remembered, it was long overdue to do something about it. Echidna says clones comes out, opposite of originals right. Lisa rose a brow, but otherwise merely nodded, to which Taylor smiled an evil grin. Who says test subjects have to be Skaven? I have an idea. Plus. Emma. Emma sat in her bed, knees raised with one arm wrapped around them, while the other held her phone. Life since Leviathan had been hard. Sophia was for all intents and purposes gone. No one even found it necessary to inform her. No, she had to find out through foe that Sophia was captured by Warlock and was cited later as one of those things, the Skaven. Emma dropped her phone, as she heard the footsteps coming up the stairs. She slid aside, getting into a more relaxed position as the door creaked open, and Madison walked in. Madison's situation was bad. Both of her parents had died in Leviathan's attack, and since the whole city was currently under a dome, she decided that the best place to go was the Barnes residence. Emma found that at first, she liked the idea without Sophia and life being turned into a hellhole where it was difficult just to get by, a welcome distraction. Sure, she expected Madison to be super mopey at first, and hopefully Emma could see what Madison would look like after she overcame it, but Madison still cried in her sleep. It grated on Emma something fierce, but she held her tongue. Madison was the only real saving grace she still had. That thought took a turn back to a certain topic that had reared its ugly head from time to time. Just over a week ago, Taylor's house was trashed by the Empire, and neither her nor her father had been seen. Emma only learned of this recently from her own father, who was told about it from someone in the neighborhood. No one really knew why they were targeted, even Emma found the idea of parahumans destroying that place, and nowhere else to be, strange. She and Madison had made their way there, after finding a place that was little more than a mess. Most of the house still stood, but it was covered in gaping holes in the wall, and the place was trashed and covered in graffiti. It smelled something awful, like death and mold from water damage. Most people who witnessed it didn't see much. They knew there were other parahumans there, though the exact details were somewhat off. Hook Wolf was the only one everyone was reasonably certain of, if only because his powers were showy and somewhat recognizable. Beyond that, it was difficult to say. The only other thing Emma found weird was a lawn flamingo impaled into a tree, for some reason. Emma and Madison took to scoping out the place, if only out of curiosity. Neither had seen Taylor since January, when they shoved her in the locker. She never showed back up, though both knew she was alive. Rumor had it she was looking to transfer schools, but no one really knew for sure. While searching, Madison had asked Emma a lot of uncomfortable questions, mostly about the falling out they had. Emma really didn't want to answer. While everyone in her circle of friends knew she and Taylor used to be friends, Emma never shared the exact details. Most of them assumed the falling out was because of something Taylor did, and Emma never saw fit to correct that assumption. Still, once Madison asked, Emma liked the idea of at least someone she could talk openly with. So, she told her most of the story, leaving out only the inciting incident. She alluded to the alley, but never said the exact details. As Emma went on, they explored what remained of Taylor's home, finding most everything was destroyed. Taylor's room was, remarkably enough, whole. It was also strangely sparse. It was there, while rifling through Taylor's closet, they found a notebook. Emma had found it strange to read everything she had done to Taylor from her friend's point of view. Madison likewise found the experience to be odd. They left shortly after that, neither speaking much on the incident. As Madison closed the door behind her, she made her way to the side, a little corner in Emma's room with a sleeping bag. While Madison was free to use the guest room, she now had issues sleeping alone, something that also grated on Emma's nerves. Neither really spoke, only occasionally. Madison mostly spent her time looking at old scrapbooks or old texts in her phone, staying to herself. The whole point of it, from Emma's point of view, was that Madison was an escape, someone to talk to now that Sophia was a talking rat. Emma cursed Warlock once more under her breath. She took the only thing in her life that was in any way exciting. Now, there was nothing but a mopey girl sitting on the floor. It really recontextualized things for Emma. Sure, Taylor was the same way, but at least towards the end, before their falling out, some of the old Taylor was coming back. Madison just wallowed in her own misery, and it reminded Emma of how she herself was after the alley, and she didn't like it, but held her tongue, because Madison was the last normal thing she had in the world, before it became a quarantined nightmare. Emma was drawn from her thoughts when she heard a sniffle coming from Madison, who put the phone away and buried her face in her knees. Emma didn't say anything, completely unsure of even what to say anyway. This whole situation was just too familiar. Instead, Emma awkwardly moved over to Madison and patted her on the back. She only cried harder. It would have probably been another night like that, if it wasn't for the sounds that followed. Emma and Madison both stopped, as the smashing of a window echoed throughout the house, followed by chittering. Emma's eyes immediately widened as she and Madison shot to their feet, hearts racing as Emma bolted to the door, peeking out of it as her parents' and sister's room both lit up. Emma caught sight of her father, baseball bat in hand, slowly opened the door, as another window smashed. Emma yelled when she realized it was her window, and she turned around just in time to see two red eyes staring at her from beyond the threshold. "Found you." Madison ran to Emma, who opened the door as Alan moved past them, bat ready to swing, only to freeze as a shape came up the stairs, barreling into him, sending him to the ground. Emma went next to her own mom, looking at the figure of a humanoid rat holding her dad down, as Anne grabbed Madison, and threw all of themselves into her parents' room. Alan had just enough time to tell them to barricade themselves as he was dragged down the stairs. The sounds of struggling echoed all around, but Anne and Zoe both worked fast, Zoe pushing an old rocking chair against the door as Anne took the bed to pieces to block the window. Madison was crying as Emma was frozen, unsure of what was happening, only that it was the unmistakable sight of a Skaven she saw tackle her father. She was shaking, unsure of what to do. An awful laughter filled the house, one that spoke of sadism. "Trapped like rats." "Ha! Fitting, isn't it?" Emma's eyes widened, that voice, it was so familiar. "You should know no better, Ems, walls can't stop me." A shadow, a black mass passed through the walls, before solidifying into a semi-familiar shape. Sophia, or rather what she had become, exploded into action, grabbing Zoe quickly as she held her close, like a human shield, and using her other hand to hold her crossbow, balancing it on her mother's shoulder as her other arm was held by Sophia's free hand with her tail wrapped around Zoe's free arm. Anne grabbed both Emma and Sophia, putting them behind her as she stood with a curling iron in her hand, brandished like a weapon. "Elle, let go of her now." Sophia merely chuckled, as she pointed at Anne, and fired. No one saw it, except Zoe, who screamed as the arrow hit Anne in her shoulder, only for Sophia to take the crossbow, and slam it across Zoe's head, sending her to the ground as she kept her eyes on Emma and Madison as she reloaded another bolt. "Hey there, Ems, and little Madison, so nice to see you both again," said Sophia as she pointed the arrow at Emma. Emma shook, willing herself to do something, anything, as Madison cowered behind her. "Sophia, you..." Sophia snorted a laugh. "Sorry, I'm Skaven now, don't give a shit fuck about you. Would kill you now and not lose a moment's sleep. Could eat my mom too and not care, it changed you when you become one. Nothing matters but yourself, and the boss. I'd kill you now, but the boss has other plans, speaking of." "All clear, boss." Emma shielded her eyes as a loud bamf filled the room with smoke. She leaned, took a step back, Madison mirroring her movements behind her until they hit a wall, and Emma could only see the silhouette of a horned figure looking at her from the dissipating smoke, one with bright glowing eyes. When the cloud cleared, however, Emma found all thoughts left her mind at once, as she could only stare at the familiar face of Taylor Hebert, smiling a wicked smile back at her. "Hello Emma, remember me?" It was Madison who spoke. "Taylor, you're Warlock." Instead of answering, Taylor gave a flourish, as her invisible cloak of knot chewed the barricades to splinters, allowing more and more Skaven to flood into the room, all with glowing red eyes and nasty smiles. What can I say? I had no friends, decided to make my own, only better, these are my slaves." "You know what the best part about slaves are, Emma?" Emma said nothing, as Taylor stalked her way towards her. Emma could only just stare in disbelief, every word she could think of refused to come out, only the sight of her ex-best friend standing over her, with the curled horns of a ram and a long rat-like tail waving behind her, all but blanked her mind of anything resembling a coherent thought. "Slaves have no choice but to be loyal, as you'll find out soon enough, Emma, but worry not, for I have use for you before then." Taylor turned away, looking to her menagerie of Skaven with a wide toothy grin. "Bring them to the Undercity." The Skaven rushed to grab at Emma and Madison, carelessly as their claws cut into their flesh with each movement, jerking and dragging her as Emma struggled, screaming as loud as she could, not that anyone would come. Not in time anyway. Emma just had enough time to hear Taylor laugh, as she was tossed into an open sewer, her fall broken only by a massive carpet of rats that carried her deeper within. Her screams never ceased as the screams of her family and Madison joined her in a chorus of fear and despair. The choice. Everything after being thrown into the sewers was mostly a blur for Emma. When she managed to awaken, she felt tired. Slowly, her eyes fluttered open, as she scanned her surroundings. It was profoundly dark, only illuminated by the dim glow of the bright green crystal stalactites that clung to the ceiling. She could make out vague shapes in the dim light, including several other chairs next to her, each with their own figure strapped to it. Slowly, Emma's mind began to piece together everything that occurred, until she heard something massive shifting in the dark. Immediately afterwards, torches all around the cavern lit up, seemingly of their own accord, and Emma's eyes widened at the grotesque abomination before her eyes. It was at the other end of the room, laying down in a heap of slithering rat flesh as it was groomed by smaller rats. Occasionally, she would see one of 1,000 mouths spit out rats, completely at random, as Emma's eyes went to several other figures, just outside her sight, each one also strapped into a chair. Her heartbeat quickened, thundering in her chest as she looked next to her, seeing Madison to her right, with Anne next to her, and then she turned to her left, seeing her mother and father on the other side. All of them still unconscious as Emma began to struggle, trying to slip from her binds, until a clawed hand fell upon her shoulder. Now, I know you're eager to get this over with, but you're going to have to be patient, Emma. Emma froze at the familiar voice, as the grinning form of Taylor with long, curved horns emerging from her brow, and green glowing eyes staring back at her. Slowly, Taylor paced around Emma, who started hyperventilating under her gag, an action that only made Taylor smile wider. Then, as Taylor made her way around, she knelt down, looking Emma directly in the eye, who tried to back away in vain. Taylor quirked her head, as she reached up, and ripped the gag away. Emma immediately began to cough as the others around her started to stir. She took in deep breaths, trying to gain some form of composure, but it never came as Taylor grabbed Emma's chair by the arms, and began to drag her backwards, closer to the other figures in the dark. What are you doing? Taylor merely snorted, as she stopped pulling the chair, and moved her clawed hands to the side of Emma's face, forcing Emma to look her in the eye. Revenge? Yes. You fucked with me far too long. Well, not anymore. Now it is Taylor's time to break you like you broke me. Emma's heartbeat only quickened faster as Taylor stood high over her ex-best friend, until she moved to the side, letting Emma see who it was also strapped in the chairs opposite her, and immediately, Emma's eyes widened. What? There were 3 of them, all in a rough circle, facing inwards. 3 other Emmas, all of them looking absolutely terrified. Taylor's smile widened as she examined each and every one. 4 little Emmas, 3 clones and 1 original. Today, we're going to play a little game. One of you will have the honor of being turned into a Skaven with the rest of the Barnes family, and Madison, while the other 3 Emmas will die and be eaten. Taylor paced around, grasping each of the gags in the clones' mouths, before roughly tightening them. Then, Taylor looked to the original Emma, staring at her in the eye with a wide and wicked smile, as she went behind the clone directly in front of Emma, planting one hand on each shoulder, while never losing eye contact with the original, who was all but cowering in fear. Taylor, however, merely looked highly amused. You know, Emma, really this is all your fault. If you never would have tossed me in that locker, I wouldn't be the genius I am now. Look at all my slaves. You wanna know the bestest part of slaves? Slaves have no choice but to be loyal, isn't that right, Sophia? Emma watched as Sophia walked from behind her. The only part of her that was recognizable was her shadow stalker outfit, but there was something familiar in her eyes that made her look too much like the original Sophia, and simultaneously not quite enough. It was disturbing, almost uncanny. Yet, Sophia looked utterly bored as she shrugged. Sure, I guess. You know this is kind of fucked up, right? That's the point, why do you disapprove? Sophia merely shrugged again, utterly uncaring about the situation at all, something that Emma could only see with eyes that carried the look of disbelief in her features. Not really, just saying. I'm gonna get some grub food, said Sophia as she walked away, not even sparing Emma a second glance as she did. Emma, however, could only look back at Taylor, her hands still on her clone's shoulders, until she looked back at the original with a smile, one that was so wide, it threatened to split her face in half. Emma didn't even have time to prepare or react, as Taylor quickly moved her hands to the clone's head, and with one swift motion, snapped her neck with an audible and sickening sound of splintering bone filling the cave. Taylor then lifted her hands, letting the clone's head hang limply from her next at an awkward angle. Emma screamed and Taylor laughed until Emma's voice became hoarse and sore, until she couldn't scream anymore. You have no idea how long I have wanted to do that, said Taylor as Emma's screams died down. Taylor grabbed the chair the corpse sat in, and roughly grabbed it, as with unexpected strength, she swung it around, and tossed it behind her, letting the corpse fall to the ground like so much trash. Emma, slowly managing to compose herself, only could look at Taylor, mind racing as she breathed heavily. Please Taylor, you don't IIMSS. Before Emma could finish, Taylor flourished. With that simple gesture, Taylor's cloak of knot chewed the dead clone to bits, leaving only a pile of gore and splinters. Emma closed her eyes, just a moment too late however, she had seen enough to shake her to her core, only for Taylor to barrel towards Emma, and grab her roughly by her shoulders, forcing her eyes open as she looked her in the face. Sorry? Sorry for what exactly? For shoving me in the fetid rotten locker? Desecrating my mother's flute? The snide comments? Breaking me down on a daily basis? Or are you just sorry I got powers? My guess is the latter. You don't give a shit, fuck Emma, so do not fucking lie to me, or you will die fucking slow. Emma stared back up at Taylor, but instead of cowering, Taylor rose a brow as Emma instead glared at her, an action that only made Taylor smile. Fuck you, Taylor. You owe everything you are now to me, you wouldn't be this thing you are if it wasn't for me, so you should be fucking grateful. I made you, bitch, made you what you are, now let us go and we'll call it even. Taylor leaned back, looking at Emma as if seeing her for the first time, before she burst out laughing. It took all the wind from Emma's sails as she looked at the other clones, who all were looking at Taylor in the same mask of terror. Emma heard muffled voices behind her and turned to see her own family staring back at her, all with tears in their eyes as Taylor's laughter started to die down. When Emma looked back at Taylor, she jumped when she saw her face was mere inches away from her own. Interesting mental gymnastics there Ems. Spit in my face, and you want me to thank you for it. You know, you really would make a good great Skaven. Just the right amount of selfishness and backstabbing. Too bad you're going to have to endure before then. Taylor stood up tall, before glancing back to the massive abomination behind her. You're sure about this? I do not want to waste my time. Echidna merely nodded. I can smell it on her, she's primed to blow. Taylor nodded before turning back to Emma. You want to know something, Emma? Skaven, we don't think they can trigger. Echidna here can smell if someone is a para-human, or more importantly can become one, and wouldn't you know it, none of my Skaven have that potential unless they are already a para-human, yet when I brought you here, well let's just say that she smells a glimmer of potential in you. Emma's face fell at that, as her eyes widened. Yep, the three of you are going to play a game, it's called first to trigger wins. The rules are simple, I am going to break you, just like you broke me. Now, two of you are clones, and one of you is the original, and to be perfectly honest, I don't care who triggers, but it is in your best interest to have the worst day of your life. Because whoever does, gets to live, and the others die, said Taylor as she looked to the pile of gore and wooden splinters on the floor. Obviously this one is disqualified on account of having a mild case of being dead. Emma and the clones all started to struggle, and Taylor chuckled as she snapped her fingers. Immediately, several Skaven came out from the darkness, each one grabbing one of the chairs, before turning around to look at Madison, Anna, Zoe, and Alan. All struggling in their bonds. Taylor meanwhile walked all the way over to the far side, before standing behind Anne, who still had Shadow Stalker's bolt sticking out of her shoulder. Anne leaned away from Taylor, as her claws came down, and ripped the bolt free. Anne's muffled screams sent everyone else to rage-filled screams of their own, only muffled by their gags. Now then, I'm going to give you a choice, Emma. One of these people are going to die. You mocked me for crying for my mother's death, and I feel the only way to make it fair, is if you understood the same loss I did. Now, currently only the original can speak, the clones are gauged, this is something of a double-edged sword, Ems, said Taylor as she reached down, and pushed her claw into the hole in Anne's shoulder, who screamed, causing more rage-filled muffles to fill the air. No, don't. Taylor paused, slowly taking her claws out of the wound, before continuing to speak. See, Emma, because the clones aren't able to speak, they're in a slightly worse place than you, because you get to pick who dies, and they will know it was you who picked while they couldn't do anything. Simple yes. You however get to have that blood on your hands. So, the question is, what's worse, being the one who picks or being helpless to choose? For your sake, Emma, I hope it's harder to choose, because that means you would trigger. If, however, it's worse to be unable to do anything, and one of the clones trigger instead, you're no longer useful, and you will die. Taylor then moved away from Anne, before getting behind Madison. No, I know Madison isn't family, so to make the game a bit more interesting, she's excluded from the choice. Madison is mine, not on the table. You have 3 choices. So, what will it be, the sister? Taylor moved past Madison, to Zoe, placing a hand on her shoulder as she froze. Dear mother, perhaps? It would be befitting considering what you forced me through. Yes, said Taylor as she moved over to Alan, who was struggling far more than anyone else, until her claw sank into his shoulder. Or perhaps the father who couldn't save you from the alley. Emma immediately froze, as she stared at Taylor, who smiled. Oh, forgot to mention. Sophia told Mimi the details of your betrayal. How did it go? Eyes, nose, mouth, ears, I think. Emma's eyes widened, her heartbeat threatened to rip out of her chest as her breathing became strained as she stared at Taylor, who only shook her head in amusement before she continued. Anyway, that's your choices, Emma, only instead of your face, you get to pick. Sister, mother, or father, so, who dies, Emma? The choice is yours, and if you don't pick soon, well. The loss of 3 is nothing to me, but to you. I imagine it would be so much worse. So, Emma, who do you pick? You have 10 seconds. 10. Emma struggled, trying to pull herself free. 9. The binds only dug deeper into her wrists as she kept at it, hurling expletives and curses to Taylor, who continued counting down. 8. Taylor, please, you don't have to do. 7. Emma's eyes widened as she walked around Alan, staring directly at Emma with a hard glare. 6. Tears began to well from the corners of Emma's eyes as she looked up pathetically at Taylor. Please. Please don't. 5. Taylor, you can't do this, I'm sorry, I'm so fucking s. 4. A wail of despair came from Emma as she tried to kick and struggle her way out, all the while her clones were doing the same thing. 3. Emma's eyes became impossibly wide, as she looked to Anne, before her eyes went to her mother and father all in a mere moment. 2. Emma closed her eyes, and bit her tongue as she screamed in despair. Taylor turned around, arm raising as she prepared her spell. 1. Destination. 3 for the price of 1. Taylor's eyes fluttered open as she immediately groaned from the sudden onset headache that came from nowhere. She shot up, both arms cradling her head as she hissed at the sharp pain that beat like a pulse in her temples. Her vision swam for a moment, as she caught sight of Echidna, who also seemed to be unconscious. Slowly, Taylor shuffled to her feet, right as a fist came down on the back of her head. Taylor caught herself, landing on all fours as she quickly flipped, narrowly avoiding a stomp from Alan Barnes. She didn't think so much as she reacted as she casted Rack, sending Alan onto the ground in debilitating pain as she quickly flipped to her feet. Taylor ignored the groans as she saw Emma and Madison untying Anne while Zoe held the chair protectively in front of her with wide eyes. Taylor however ignored Zoe as she looked to Emma as she managed to get the binds off, right as Taylor administered all rats in her vicinity to attack. That was when Emma turned to Taylor, and snarled, revealing long fangs where her canines would have been. Taylor blinked. "You're a fucking vampire." In response, the bottom jaw of Emma split in half, bifurcating down the chin as both halves unfolded, revealing a gaping fang-filled maw that went all the way down her neck as Emma roared and screeched like a fucking velociraptor. Taylor's eyes widened as she took a step back. "Oh, not a vampire then." Taylor sent her hordes of rats forwards as Zoe swung her chair at them. Madison grabbed Zoe as Emma turned to Taylor, face turned into a nasty snarl, then the leapt 35 feet into the air at high speeds right towards Taylor, who attempted to dodge, but not quite fast enough. The next thing Taylor knew, Emma's monstrous jaw snapped around her shoulder, and the bitch started to suck her blood. Taylor began rethinking her previous vampire theory as she repeatedly punched and clawed at Emma with her free hand, only for her to heal extraordinarily fast. Taylor pulled back her arm, ready to slice at Emma's jugular, right as Emma released her while Taylor was swinging. The action without Emma caused Taylor to overextend, sending her falling as Emma moved stupid-quickly towards Anne and Madison. Taylor prepared her spell, until Emma opened her freaky mouth thing, and fucking bite Madison. What the fuck? It took a moment for Taylor to realize that Emma wasn't sucking Madison's blood, instead, she was pumping something into Madison. Taylor started in absolute confusion, right as she noticed that her rats weren't responding. Emma released Madison, who stood ramrod straight, standing in a manner almost like she was in a trance, right before Emma motioned towards Taylor. "Kill the bitch." In response, Madison lifted her arms, and all of the rats froze, before they turned around, facing Taylor, who just stared at them. "Oh, you have got to be fucking kidding me." Taylor's own rats charged, only for Taylor to administrate them herself, causing all the rats to stand frozen, as Taylor glared at both Emma and the mastered Madison. Apparently, Emma was a fucking vampire, who could steal fucking powers by drinking blood, and give them to someone else, while mastering the recipient. It was really fucking cool. Emma however just screamed at Madison. "What are you waiting for? Fuck the rats, shoot lightning or something." Taylor smiled, as long as she concentrated on the rats alongside Madison, the conflict made them freeze solid. Still, a Madison that had her own administration powers was not something that she could tolerate. So, Taylor lifted her hand as the dar danced across her fingertips. "Sorry Emma, but this isn't para-human bullshit, this is fucking magic bitch warp lightning." "Emma. Anne. Run!" screamed Zoe as she ran in front of the bolt, using the chair as a makeshift shield. It had minimal effect as Emma gasped. "Mom." Taylor continued pumping more dar into her spell as Zoe fell onto the ground, convulsing as the chaotic energies tainted her system. At the same time, she noticed her rats were starting to twitch, and Taylor smiled. Apparently, Madison had a time limit, and it was running out. Taylor continued laughing as she called on her Skaven, all of whom were moving jerkily as they fought against Madison's control, as Taylor stopped pumping magic into her spell and took off. Emma briefly screamed at Madison to take in and run, and still in her mastered state, Madison obeyed. Emma then ran towards Taylor, meeting in the middle as she ducked beneath Taylor's scything claws, and rose surprisingly fast to grab one of Taylor's horns, jerking it roughly downwards as Emma's jaw split, as she attempted to drink more blood as Taylor's control over her rats and Skaven grew stronger. Taylor however jerked her head back, her horn slipping from Emma's grip as she ducked right as Emma's alien-looking maw closed where she once was. Taylor then spun, her tail lashing out towards Emma, wrapping quickly around her neck, before Taylor leapt forwards, her tail turning taut as Emma was forced to fall onto her face, as Taylor quickly spun, until she was on top of Emma's back as she struggled. Taylor smirked, before opening her own mouth, and biting Emma on her shoulder. Emma screamed in pain as Taylor jerked her head side to side, sinking her teeth in deeper until she tasted blood. Then, she released her grip, and with adrenaline-fueled strength, flipped Emma over, hand around her neck and gripped tight as she stared down at her ex-best friend. Both were breathing heavily as Taylor started chuckling to herself, Emma just glaring back. "What the fuck are you laughing about?" Taylor, in lieu of answering immediately, merely shook her head in an amused manner before she spoke. "I can see peer into the vision of my minions," and Madison not only lost control, she started screaming, confused baffled at what was going on. "Your trump in mastering powers is temporary Emma." Emma glared at Taylor as her grip tightened. "Jay just need another bite." Emma's jaw split, as she hissed and roared at Taylor. Taylor prepared a spell, but a moment too late as Emma's tongue shot out of her mouth like a chameleon, quickly wrapping tightly around Taylor's neck in less time than it took to blink. Taylor released Emma in shock, as both hands shot to her own neck as she tried to claw and pry Emma's tongue off. Emma managed to rise quickly, before proving that her tongue was stronger than Taylor expected, as Taylor discovered when she pulled Taylor close, and bit her again, this time on the neck. Taylor screamed in pain as Emma started sucking more blood, until Taylor slowly turned lightheaded. She prepared to cast a spell, only for Emma to release her bite, and toss Taylor over Emma's own damn shoulder using only her freakishly long super tongue. Mid-air, Taylor was beginning to rethink her plan to force trigger events in the future, because apparently, Emma was some fucked up version of herself in echidna, only instead of clones, she drank blood to copy powers, and give them to her administrated mastered slaves, or something. Taylor didn't really get the whole picture, but whatever it was she found it annoying. Taylor, upon landing on all fours, quickly turned around as she saw Emma make a run for it moving exceptionally quickly. At the same time, Taylor's enslaved Skaven barged in as Taylor pointed towards Emma as she ran. Fucking get her. They moved quickly, right as Taylor sighed, running her hand through her head as hordes ran past her. With that mouth full of blood, that would be another few minutes where Madison could counter her own administrative powers, but at least it was temporary. Taylor then looked onto the floor, at the unconscious forms of Zoe and Alan Barnes, before she snapped her fingers, administrating 2 Skaven to tie them back up as she looked to the other empty chairs, only to raise her brow when she saw the other chairs, specifically the chairs Emma's clones were in, both of which were empty, yet, the ropes were still tied, almost as if they both just, up and vanished. Taylor continued staring at the chairs for a moment longer, before she realized something. The chair that one of the Emma clones was in was broken, almost as if they were chewed, but the one that the other clone was in, and the original Emma was empty. That. Taylor found it particularly interesting. Taylor hummed to herself in contemplation, as she looked back to her Skaven she sent after Emma, and followed after them on all fours. Her claws sank into the floor and walls, as she leapt over her thralls, her speed augmented through Ishan shells as she outpaced the others below her, moving across the tunnels in an almost spider-like fashion as her arms and legs became a blur as she darted around corners and over obstacles, administrating more and more Skaven as she went forwards. Until, eventually, she caught up. Emma was deceptively strong and fast, knocking the comparatively smaller Skaven aside as the mastered Madison began to sow her stolen powers amongst the masses, leaving them still as statues as Emma drank their blood. Anne, however, in her wounded state was slowing them down, and it would only be a matter of time before Madison's control ended. With one final leap, Taylor landed several feet away from Emma as she let a frozen Skaven fall to the floor, as she turned to Taylor, glaring as her maw closed. Taylor's own eyes narrowed as a quick casting of Crack's call created a fissure in the earth, halting their progress as Taylor didn't even bother looking elsewhere, her eyes glued to Emma. You know. I have your parents, and I know where you live. Even if you did escape, where would you go, Emma? Fuck you, Taylor, you. Emma paused, as she looked at her own hands. What the fuck? Taylor watched as Emma's hands began to shift, her nails becoming claws as her ears started to lengthen. Taylor took a hesitant step back as Emma took a knee. Her arms lengthened and her bisected jaw opening wide, until what stood before Taylor was a taller, emaciated version of Emma with pale skin, claws, long pointed ears, and black eyes. Okay then, that is, certainly new, said Taylor as she took another step back. I'm back. Oh, go I was stuck. That was as far as Emma got before she started to vomit up a disheartening amount of blood. Taylor yelped as the blood started to pool all over the ground, and it just kept coming. Taylor, utterly lost for words, could only stare at it in absolute confusion at what in the fuck was going on. Emma, however, finished her little, whatever it was, wiping her mouth with the back of her own hand as she stood, uncomfortably tall, before examining herself. I am a monster, you turned me into a monster. Emma turned towards Taylor, a glare on her warped features. Before she paused, and vomited up again, only this time, instead of blood, a fleshy sack fell onto the ground with a wet splat. Emma stared at it. Taylor stared at it, and it started to squirm. From the sack, came a rat, one that looked off. It didn't look like a normal rat, so much as it looked like a tiny Skaven, at least, until it started to grow. Taylor looked at the fur pattern, before looking at the fallen Skaven Emma was drinking from before, and realized that they matched. With a sigh, Taylor gathered her dar, before motioning to the growing Skaven. At first, she tried administrating it, but it became very clear, it wasn't a Skaven, it only looked like one. With a quick casting of warp lightning, the Skaven-like thing was burned to a crisp, as Taylor looked back to Emma, before her eyes were drawn to the puddle of blood on the ground, and the many growing false Skaven that were heading right towards Taylor, each and every one a clone of the same Skaven. Taylor, absolutely 100% done with this shit, incinerated them all with a scorch spell. Before glaring back at Emma. So, you done finished? Emma, or whatever this thing was, just stared at Taylor, before she started changing again. Oh, come on. The transformation was much faster, as Emma turned back to some semblance of normality. Only she looked different. She was on her knees, hands holding her own arms, rubbing up and down as she shivered and shook. Anne, who was attending to Madison, looked over at her sister, but did not move, partially from the wound on her arm and partially because they were all surrounded. Why are there 3 of me? I'm me, right? Taylor rose a brow. Curious, which of you is the original, by the way? This Emma didn't respond, only shaking to herself as she glanced up at Taylor with wide eyes, confused eyes even. Taylor was beginning to sense a pattern and was slightly thankful she had gotten rid of that 4th Emma clone. 3 were bad enough, but apparently, they all shared a body. There was the question of what this new Emma could do, but Taylor was beginning to sense a theme. One Emma stole powers to give to others and one made clones, both of them seemed to have their thralls under her administrative control, which was something of a bitch to deal with. So, it was probably safe to guess that this Emma was a master of some kind. Emma stood, still shaking as Taylor patiently watched. Her Skaven was back under her control, but recent events as of late had shown her it was probably a good idea not to rush into things, at least not while she was completely unaware as to what this Emma could do. That was quickly answered when Emma's head split in half, and she rapidly preformed fucking mitosis. Therapeutic serial murdering of the same person over and over again. By the time Emma's identity crisis had ended, there were not 13 of her, ironically enough, or perhaps coincidentally enough, Taylor was far too out of fucks to give to make the distinction. Taylor's own Skaven all paused at the rather odd sight of the 13 Emmas. Taylor however was paying attention, as each AMD every copy was scanning their respective environments with a look of shocked awe on their faces as they all spoke in unison. What the hell? Spoke all 13 Emmas simultaneously, before they started exchanging looks. Oh god, I'm everywhere, said the legion of traitorous bitches. Taylor honestly wasn't sure which one was supposed to be the original. Then again, that was a problem easily solved by indiscriminate slaughter, so that's what she did. Kill them bitches. Her Skaven all immediately charged, as the Emmas looked up in surprise, before grabbing anything in arm's reach and brandishing it. Taylor just smiled as she crossed her arms, watching the many Emmas all collectively get their asses handed to them, or dismembered limbs in one case, until that is that one of the Emmas managed to actually down a Skaven by sheer luck, and proceeded to open her freakish maw to drink from her downed opponent. Taylor meanwhile was watching as Anne and Madison just kinda stood there, trying and failing to be remotely useful. Taylor then watched the Emma who was feeding on one of her Skaven as she began multiplying, creating an additional Emma. This brought the number to 14, which was entirely too many in Taylor's opinion. Scratching her chin as the bitch brigade started waning, the next thing Taylor knew, goddamn Skidmark shot into the crowd from behind her, not unlike a cannonball, only for his high ass to immediately begin killing everyone so indiscriminately that he was killing far more Skaven than Emmas. This in and of itself wasn't a problem, but the growing bodies from his spinning ninja dance of death probably meant more blood for more Emmas, and many of them were taking to feeding very quickly. Occasional bolts of warp lightning managed to keep their numbers manageable however, and Taylor found it therapeutic to kill an Emma or two. It felt like it validated her existence in a way, and in the end, isn't that all anyone is looking for? It was especially fun watching Emma convulse as she spontaneously combusted from her electrical powers, and Taylor even allowed the Emmas to feed just to do it again and again and again and again. Truly one needs to enjoy the small things in life. After all, how often does one become so lucky as to be capable of killing the person who made your life a living hell and be so lucky as to be able to do it again and again and again? These Emmas weren't even as strong as the first one, or possibly even the second. As far as Taylor could tell, they were about as powerful as a normal teenage girl, which made her feel superior really. It was a grand Skaven tradition to punch down after all. Of course, as more died, there was more blood, and eventually, as Skidmark began to wane, one of the Emmas managed to bite him. This was when the bullshit started. There were about 7 Emmas remaining, with well over a dozen lying dead alongside multiple Skaven corpses. Then, from out of nowhere, multiple glowing fields appeared all across the dirt, and Taylor's eyes widened as body parts, blood, rubble, and Skaven all catapulted towards her. As Taylor was drenched in gore and pelted with body parts, she knew she fucked up. By the time the wave of viscera stopped, Taylor looked up to see several Emmas looking at their own hands in astonished awe and one very high Skidmark gnawing on the meat right next to Taylor. Running her hand across her face and flicking the blood away, Taylor glared at the many Emmas as Madison and Anne both started to hide behind the Emma nearest to them. That was not cool, Ems, said Taylor as she picked off a bit of entails that was hanging loosely from her horn. Cooler than anything you can do, bitch, spoke a chorus of voices. The League of many Emmas however just all simultaneously glared back at Taylor, now emboldened. Still, Taylor counted her blessings, that repulsion field was much weaker than what Skidmark was normally capable of. Still, Emma had dropped multiples simultaneously, granted they didn't layer them one on top of the other, but it still pointed to the high probability that the Emmas shared powers. Fucking trumps. With a quick flick of her wrist, Taylor sent her invisible cloak of Gnaw towards the Emmas nearest to her. The trail devoured the gore and raw viscera across the ground as 2 Emmas more or less were chewed to bits while the other 5 began throwing down repulsion fields, and leaping into them. In 2 cases however an Emma tossed one facing the opposite direction, before tossing Madison and Anne into it before leaping in herself, allowing them to clear the fissure Taylor's cracks call spell had created, all the while the 4 remaining Emmas did their best to stall. This shit here was bullshit. So to rapidly rectify the situation, Taylor sent her cloak of Gnaw at the remaining Emmas before smacking Skidmark across the head. Not that she had to, she administered him just after her smack hit, but it made her feel better. With Skidmark under her control, Taylor forced him to make a repulsion field, before leaping into it to give chase. Scurrying ever forwards, Taylor stewed in simmering rage at the current events. In hindsight, regardless of how therapeutic killing Emma a few times was, perhaps it wasn't worth it. On the other paw she was still riding an endorphin high, so maybe it absolutely was. Regardless, she decided Skidmark was to blame. Catching sight of something, Taylor paused as she saw movement ahead, furry movement, dozens upon dozens of Skaven, only, they weren't Skaven. Taylor leapt forwards, digging her heels as dozens upon dozens of Emma's Skaven clones headed right towards her, which meant she was probably dealing with the second, and that was as far as Taylor got in her thought as an abnormally tall Emma barreled out of the swarm and snatched Taylor up with one hand with far too long fingers. With a grunt, the freakish Emma opened her jaw as she lifted Taylor and began repeatedly slamming her into a wall. She grunted, repeatedly, until Emma's clone Skaven leapt and crawled over their master to bite and claw at Taylor with gusto. Taylor, currently kicking and growling, turned out to be capable of very little as more and more false Skaven were approaching. That was when Taylor realized something, she was losing to fucking Emma. Even as she was thrown around like a rag doll by the freakish Emma, Taylor gathered her dar, slowly inhaling a deep breath as well as she could, before she expelled a pestilent breath. The effects were immediate. When the Emma capable of empowering others drank blood from Taylor, she had unknowingly taken in many plague and poxes, though their effects were not immediate, they had been building since then, and as the miasma of fetid rot and decay washed over Emma, she was racked with plague. The monstrous Emma released Taylor, letting her fall to the ground as she took several steps back, trying and failing to take in a breath of fresh air, only for more and more plagues to work their way throughout her systems. Taylor, meanwhile, hissed in pain as she slid across the ground, ignoring Emma's dying fake Skaven. Eventually Taylor's back hit the wall behind her, and with what strength she had, she tried to get to her feet, only to stumble back onto her ass. Hissing, Taylor felt out with her administrative control, and felt the rapidly approaching reinforcements, who it seemed had finally noticed something was happening. Taylor immediately decided that her next course of action was to install some kind of alarm system to actually warn everyone when shit like this happened. With what strength she had, she watched as the abnormally tall and emaciated Emma began to change, until normal Emma stood before her once more, though Taylor couldn't tell if it was the first Emma or the third. Bamf. With that sound, Strider appeared, quickly taking note of the situation as more and more Skaven were approaching. Emma, who was still racked with disease, managed to get to her feet, staring at Strider as her bottom jaw opened to roar at Strider, who quickly pulled a dagger from his coat and hold his ground. Taylor meanwhile just started chuckling, which caught Emma's attention. More are coming, you're fucked Ems. I suggest laying down and taking it like the whore you are, said Taylor through a blood-filled smile. Emma growled like a feral animal, glaring daggers at Taylor. I'm going to fucking kill. That was as far as Emma got as Strider used the momentary distraction to strike, his blade cleanly sliced through her upper arm, though that went out the window as this Emma started healing rapidly, and Taylor cursed. Apparently, it was the first Emma, not as strong as the second, but a brute all the same. With prodigious speed, Emma struck at Strider, who managed to dodge as Taylor adjusted her position against the wall, concluding that yes, something was most definitely broken because she was almost certain arms were not supposed to bend like that. When she looked back at Emma and Strider, Taylor moaned in pain, right as Emma managed to scratch Strider enough to draw blood. It wasn't much blood, but Emma changed again. The exact changes were minor, but Emma lost a slight bit of muscle mass, before lifting her fingers to her lips, and lapping up Strider's blood. Immediately a seam appeared, ready to bisect Emma into two copies as Strider paused only for a moment at the suddenness of it all, before. Vamp. With that sound, Emma vanished in thin air before she even had a chance to finish splitting. Taylor's eyes widened as she realized, what in the fuck just happened? Fucking Trump bitch. Fuck shit fuck god fucking damn it motherfucking. Her curses went on and on for a while, even in her injured state as Strider looked from where Emma once stood, to Taylor, back to where Emma once was, before moving back to Taylor, throwing her less damaged arm over his shoulder, as he teleported her to safety. Taylor didn't stop cursing until Uthila managed to put her to sleep to calm the irate Skaven queen down long enough to actually heal her. All the while, Taylor dreamed of a world on fire, though her last thoughts before sleep took her, was that the therapeutic experience of killing your worst enemy many times was still fucking worth it. Interlude 9. Pigot. These meetings have been dishearteningly frequently as of late. In many ways, Pigot found them to be something of a double-edged sword. The merchants AMDABB were all but gone, with only Oni Lee unaccounted for, and the Empire was a shadow of what it once was and was currently dealing with the many undead thralls of the new Reanimator, who was attacking them with a level of dedication and determination that didn't allow for even a moment of peace for the Empire, and thus far, the Reanimator was not targeting civilians or even stalling the PRT or Protectorate. Really the only real issue facing the city was one that only a few short months ago didn't exist. As Pigot listened to Armsmaster's current updates, she couldn't help but feel as if the Bay was in decline, circling the drain, all because of one rat-themed villainess that seemed determined to embody the mere concept of chaos. The wall should prevent the fight from moving to other parts of the city, but really it's showing no signs of stopping, and since it requires Dragon's full attention just to keep up with this Scarbrand character, effectively it takes her off the board, said Armsmaster plainly. Pigot sighed as she pinched the bridge of her nose in exasperation. That was another thing, the literal fucking demon currently having a grudge match with the greatest tinker on the planet, an act that started weeks ago, and just never fucking stopped. Occasionally, even from her office, she could faintly hear the demon yelling in transcendent rage. Do we even have any idea what this demon thing is? It's a borderline Endbringer that talks, granted it doesn't have much to say beyond threats, but it's certainly on a comparable level to an Endbringer. Any attempts to talk Scarbrand down have thus far only been met with violence. Analysis of Scarbrand himself shows it to be composed primarily out of the same exotic energy Warlock and the Reanimator utilizes, though it seems to be a separate entity altogether unrelated to either. As insane as it sounds, one might as well just call it magic at this point. For all intents and purposes, that is what this energy is, seeing as Dragon also utilizes it now. As much as my inner scientist wants to disagree, this energy has all the hallmarks of magic. It even seems to be something anyone can learn to use, though all attempts I've made to do so have been unpredictable. Unpredictable? Asked Pigot to no one in particular as she leaned back in her chair. Armsmaster, for a brief moment, looked to be embarrassed, before continuing. I somehow turned the equipment used to analyze the energy into a terrestrial squid. It's dead now, but honestly this energy source seems to have a sense of humor. I'm sorry, but terrestrial squid. Armsmaster cleared his throat, only nodding in response, but otherwise remained silent. I'm going to need more than a simple nod, Colin. I don't know. I don't even have a hypothesis. Most of my scanners are mounted on robotic arms, who were taking readings from the warpstone Warlock utilizes. We'll shelve this topic for now. What of Warlock herself? She's been quiet for a while now. The sightings of Skaven rummaging for scrap continues, but no para-human Skaven has been seen for well over a week. We can only assume Warlock is either planning something or is currently occupied. Pickett found she wouldn't be surprised if the answer was both. With less pressure from the Empire, we can better focus on Warlock and her merry band of lunatic rats. What of the Reanimator? Having one amoral supervillain in my city is bad enough, now we have one who robs graves and desecrates the dead. Any leads on him? Armsmaster remained silent for a moment, before he nodded. The last confirmed sighting of his group indicated he has expanded several Empire members into his ranks. Hookwolf, Storm Tiger, and Cricket, however, there was recent sightings of a fast-moving blur matching the description of velocity. Pickett stared at Armsmaster for a moment longer, still as a statue before she looked away to a wall, staring blankly for a moment before she sighed. I see. The room remained quiet for a while longer at that, as the implications sunk in, before Armsmaster cleared his throat. We have identified him, however. The event that led Reanimator to gain the Empire members as undead assets has a record done by the leftover remnants of the BBPD, in the residential district. We've positively identified Reanimator as Daniel Hebert, the union leader of the dock workers. He's been missing ever since. From what we can gather, it seems as if the Empire learned of his identity and attacked, possibly due to his use of Ulfather and Iron Rain, no doubt not sitting well with Kaiser. Hookwolf, Cricket, and Storm Tiger attacked, but were subdued and turned into his minions, though he hasn't been seen since. The Reanimator has been focusing on attacking the Empire ever since. Always bad when identities get out. Armsmaster nodded in agreement. It seems as if they did manage to strike him hard. It is known that Mr. Hebert had a daughter, who also has not been sighted. We cannot be sure if she survived the Leviathan attack. It's possible her death was the catalyst for his trigger event if she did die, though this is inconclusive. What is known is that neither Daniel nor his daughter have been sighted since they attacked him at his home. Do you suppose it's possible the Empire managed to abduct his daughter? It would explain his focus on them. It's certainly a possibility. As dangerous as the new threat is, the Empire is at its weakest. We'll allow the Reanimator to continue his crusade against the Empire. We need to focus on Warlock for now. It won't be easy. Her position of taking residence underground will make an assault all but impossible without allowing Warlock to set up choke points and ambushes. We can't even really prevent her from coming to the surface since she can just dig up anywhere. Our only real options against her is to wait for her to act. With a rapid enough response we can hold her down for extraction. It'll be difficult without Dragon, but I may have a few ideas. Do it. The sooner we can remove Warlock from the board, the sooner we can get out of this dome. Madison. Madison was afraid. Even after being saved by Emma, she was terrified, because Anne was injured. Reapplying the bandages to the wound in Anne's shoulder, Madison glanced over at Emma, who was pacing back and forth. She looked unwell. There was crusted gunk caked round her eyes, which were bloodshot, and she was covered in clusters of itchy pustules. Not that Madison could do anything about it, glancing down at her own hands where a few bumps were starting to appear. Even Anne looked sickly. Ever since her parents had died, Madison had coasted from day to day. All of her extended family was outside the dome, meaning she was completely and utterly alone. Going to Emma had been an act of desperation. After all, there was nowhere else for her to go, but now Madison was lost. To think, it was all because of Taylor Hebert. Not that Madison could blame Taylor. Whatever had happened to her after she left school made Taylor all but unrecognizable, and that was discounting the horns and tail. Taylor was vicious. How easily she planned on letting Emma choose from her family who died. It was sick and twisted. A cough from Emma drew Madison's thoughts away from Taylor as Emma held herself up, vomiting on the floor several times, before day-heaving. Madison would have gotten up, but there was a look in Emma's eyes Madison did not like. As Emma composed herself, wiping the bile from her lips, she spoke. She still has Mom and Dad. Madison was about to speak, only for Emma to start smacking the side of her own head. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Emma's arm fell limp, before the sound of bones snapping caused Madison to flinch, as a monstrous figure took Emma's place. No, you shut up. Fuck them. We're in this together, and we don't need them. More snapping bones as Emma screeched in pain as her jawbone fanned to the side, until the slightly muscular Emma took the place of the monster. Does it matter? Look at us. We're fucking dying. More snapping as the slightly thinner Emma fell to her knees, tears pouring from her encrusted eyes. Madison moved to go to Emma, only for a raspy inhale to come from Anne. Immediately, Emma was beside them, looking over her sister. It's all right, you'll be all right, Anne, okay? We have, a dam broke, and Emma collapsed atop her sister in tears. This is all my fault. I did that to Taylor. Oh God, I made a monster. Madison watched in silence as Emma stroked her sister's hair, her hand sliding downwards as an audible pop filled the air, and Emma's two long fingers wrapped around Anne's neck. No. Not my fault, not our fault, it's... In adrenaline-fueled panic, Madison shoved the too tall Emma off of Anne, who inhaled quickly. Meanwhile Emma curled in on herself, her sores weeping pus and blood as she violently coughed. Madison, lost at what to do, stood over the unconscious Anne, in an almost protective manner as Emma heaved once more. As her coughing ceased, Emma looked up to Madison, giving her a clear view of the monstrous visage she currently wore. Do you think we deserve this? Madison didn't even have to think. We probably do, but she doesn't, said Madison, motioning to the still unconscious Anne. Emma began to change once more, turning back into the thin Emma, who took a raspy breath as she collapsed to the ground, where she remained silent, borderline catatonic as she cradled herself and softly rocked back and forth. Madison, tired herself, sat down, blood leaking from her eyes as she just sat there, unsure as to what would happen next. She gave off a weak cough, before falling to sleep. Arguing and bullshit. Taylor slowly woke, hand on her head as she moaned from the accursed pounding headache of titanic proportions. As she rose, her horn got hooked around the headrest frame of her bed, immediately jerking her neck and sending her sprawled, with her lower body hanging off her bed, and her head and upper torso on the bed itself. Glaring at nothing in particular, Taylor moved to try and unhook her horn from the frame, only to hear laughter from behind her. Who is that? Who dares laugh mock the great warlock engineer? A snort followed, as Tattletale walked around the bed, a smug and self-satisfied look on her face as she stared at the currently trapped head of the most feared villain in Brockton Bay, defeated by the metal railings of a headboard frame. You look so cute like that, you know. Fuck you. Free me from this nefarious contraption or there will be consequences. In response, Tattletale tilted her head, as if to make a show of whether or not to help, all while Taylor tried, and failed to kick the bitch, who was just out of range of her feet. Philistine. You know, you kind of deserve it. This whole mess started because you kept ignoring a major revelation. I don't know what you're talking about. The reanimator, your dead father, yes. Remember? I bet you do. Taylor reached out with her arms, flailing them angrily in Tattletale's direction, before deciding against that course of action and grabbed her trapped horn with both hands, pulling petulantly and screaming. You really do need to confront him. Look at all this, you have been doing fuck all. Why test on your civilian nemesis? She wasn't a threat, and you didn't even check what cloned were like you were supposed to. You just acted the sadist for the sake of it, and now we have yet another problem, and that one is on you. Taylor, who ceased her struggling, just crossed her arms, horn still hooked around the metal bar as she glared at Tattletale. I hate loathe you, so much right now. Tattletale sighed, before moving to help Taylor get out of her current predicament before she remembered that she could just administer Tattletale. After some minor effort, Taylor was free, rubbing the spot where her horn met her skin, all the while glaring at Tattletale. If you weren't so useful I'd kill you right now. Probably, but you do need to talk to your dad. You've purposely avoided it, and he believes the Empire has you. He's cutting a bloody path to Kaiser, and every Empire parahuman he kills is one less Skaven for us. So? I have plenty, besides I need to test Echidna's clones, yes. Nope, while you were out I took the liberty using some clan rats. The verdict is, they're literally indistinguishable from normal Skaven, only slightly more murder-killy towards the original, which may just be normal Skaven dynamics. My guess is Skaven are so mind-numbingly evil, that evil twins can't be more so they're just jerk assholes. Who said you could do those tests? This is insubordination. Maybe, but now you have no excuse. You can go speak to the reanimator or kill him, whichever works. Taylor glared at Tattletale, eyes narrowed as they gave off a distinct green glow for the warpstone flowing through her system, until Taylor headbutted Tattletale in the face. Immediately, the thinker was on the ground, hands cupped over her snout as she bled out on the floor. Tattletale hissed in pain, rolling from side to side as small drops of blood splattered the floor. Taylor, meanwhile, brushed off her clothes, before giving her own smirk down at the girl. Next time, when I give you an order, you will do it first, understand? Bitch. Ah. That fucking hurts. Ugh, my nose. My beautiful nose. Not so pretty are you now. In her random flailing, Tattletale's legs swept quickly, knocking Taylor off her feet and sending her yelping as she fell, and her horn immediately hooked around the side of the bed's metal frame, producing a loud reverberating clang as she hung there with her head askew. Immediately, she began trying to pull herself free, only for the psycho bitch thinker to take the momentary distraction to jump on top of Taylor, grabbing either side of her shirt. I'm trying to help you, you ungrateful bitch. Fuck you and your help. And stop bleeding on me. I'm not Kern. I'll drop my blood wherever I damn well please. Taylor immediately moved to begin strangling Tattletale, though it was highly ineffective seeing as all Tattletale had to do was lean back to get out of Taylor's reach. Because of her stupid fucking horns and the stupid fucking bed. Tattletale meanwhile just watched Taylor's flailing hands try, and fail to go for her throat. You really do need to confront this, yes. Ignoring it isn't helping us. That's the Skaven way. You bottle it up, and take it out on your enemies while ignoring anything you don't want to deal with. It's tradition. You made that up. So. Tattletale sighed, grabbing Taylor's head and unhooking her horn from the frame. With Taylor now freed, she quickly turned around and casted warp lightning upon the bed, igniting it in a blaze of glory. With that done, Taylor turned back to Tattletale. Exactly what would a confrontation accomplish him? Probably devolve into slaughter, and then I'd have to kill my own dad. So? You've killed plenty of people. Ever since I became a Skaven, I don't even care about any of my family, not even Rex anymore, fuck him. So just kill the bastard and we can be done with it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to kill my dad. I don't think I can do it, even if I had to. There I fucking said it. Happy now? No, not really. I don't actually care and it's none of my business. What is my business is you inadvertently sabotaging us by creating yet another thing to worry about. Master Trump is now your personal enemy, one that makes clones. We had a monopoly on clones for all of 5 seconds until your bright idea made another one. That was not the intent, said Taylor, defending what she saw as a perfectly logical and cathartic torturing of her once best friend turned turbo bitch. Tattletale, however, already seemed to be completely ignoring the logic of Taylor's superior excuse and immediately went to bitching about it. If you would have told me of your plans, I could have pointed out that triggers ping off other para-humans, knocking them out and sharing powers. Could have prevented power sharing, yes. In response, Taylor just shrugged. Yeah, but Emma was my business, so you didn't need to know. I will grant you that it might have been a little bit of an overreaction to psychologically torture Emma, but then again it might not have been. After all, I could have gotten a Skaven out of the deal situation when I found out she could trigger, but it doesn't matter now, and there's no changing what already happened anyway. So maybe we should just drop it, unless you can pull a time machine out of your ass. I'm just saying that I wouldn't have. Taylor immediately interrupted. Let me guess, you are probably thinking I would not have done that if I were in your situation. Well, you know what? You weren't. I was. And I was actually pretty mad pissed off at Emma for her years of torture to me, and all I did was balance the books a bit, so fuck you. Okay, Tattletale said, that's fair, revenge does sound pretty tempting considering the circumstances, but that doesn't change the fact that the only reason you were in that situation to begin with is because you didn't want to deal with the reanimator and actively were looking for distractions. And Tattletale sighed, pinching the bridge of her snout just above her nose as she shook her head. Okay, forgot who I was talking to for a moment. Skaven doesn't deal with self-reflection too well, so how about this? If you confront the reanimator, then you don't have to think of it anymore, and can focus on taking over the bay. Sounds good? Cause if you don't, plan schemes for world domination are going to be stuck trying to get control of just one city because you refuse to deal with a major power with some control over it. Taylor continued glaring at Tattletale, who was still surprised that she hadn't been administered yet considering the circumstances. Instead, however, Taylor actually was the one who broke eye contact as she gazed at the ground, idly kicking at the dirt for a moment, before she sighed. Fine, but if we're doing this. And we are doing this, interrupted Tattletale, causing Taylor to glare at her, but otherwise simply continued. Then we're going to do it right. Right now, Dad is slaughtering the Empire, and even if we can't get them all as soldiers, it weakens their position to at least get some. The Empire is too distracted to worry about another fight. I say we take a page out of history and have the Nazis fighting a war on two fronts once more. Tattletale nodded in agreement. That at least sounded like something approaching a plan. I'll get Coil, run some dual timeline war games, see what happens. I'll get us a general outline of what we can do. We know Kaiser's identity, I doubt they'll expect a siege attack on Medhall. You do that, I need to get Bakuda and Chariot up to speed with Skur anyway. Just hurry up, a siege sounds like a good way to blow off steam before a confrontation. Also keep Faultline in the loop, she's better at tactics for fighting than you are. Do I have to? Whined Tattletale like the big baby she was, much to Taylor's delight. Yes you do. Tattletale crossed her arms. Bitch. Slut. Asshole. Skank. Fascist. Taylor nodded. And don't you fucking forget it. Tattletale smiled. You know, you could have just administered me. Taylor blinked once, and then facepalmed. Plus. And this will be your workshops, Squealer is currently the head tinker, you report to her. I don't give a shit fuck what you two build, so long as you can build make it lethal and build make a lot of it. Now are there any questions? Bakuda and Chariot shared a glance, both of them twitching in place before Bakuda turned back. Are we really subservient to a fucking meth addict? Warp dust addict actually, and yes, you are. Speaking of feel free to partake, there's a communal stash in every toolkit, you're expected to replace any you take though. Squealer does, and she is very thorough about keeping warpstone dust supplies high, in more ways than one. Are you serious? Asked Chariot. In response, Taylor just pointed at her own face. See this? This is my serious face. I do not joke about warpstone dust. Everyone does it, my Skaven just have a steady supply for, let's call it inspiration. Clan rats make do with scraps. Bakuda and Chariot shared a glance, before both simultaneously shrugged. Okay, I guess. Good, now Bakuda, you'll mostly be focusing on Doom spheres and Doom rockets, but feel free to make whatever otherwise. Chariot, you will upgrade suits for the warp fire throwers and rattling gunners, but I want you to also tinker experiment with high-tech armor for the rat ogres, it's about time we got some storm fiends. I also recommend collaboration. Don't really care what, so long as it works at least more than half the time. Take shortcuts, we have a surplus of expendable grunts for testing whatever dumb shit your powers come up with. At that, Bakuda smiled. Oh, I like this method. I like it a lot. Taylor nodded in response. Good, a healthy disregard for safety standards and being careless with the lives of clan rats will get you far. Feel free to go nuts because you will never stop creating doomsday devices to threaten the very fate of the world, ever. I will keep my hopes high, do not disappoint me. With that said, the two quickly and eagerly made their way to the scrap pile to begin, leaving Taylor to her own devices. Which mostly meant her mind was free to wander, something she detested as of late. Her thoughts went back to the basement, and the all too familiar corpse that called her name, brought back to unnatural unlife by her own father. Shit, it's really happening. Taylor knew that eventually, it would have to come up, she only wished she could push it off for just a little while longer, then again it wasn't worth it to listen to tattletale bitching. As the old saying goes, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Skankenstein hunting. Taylor knew that Lisa was, odd for a Skaven. Rarely were Skaven cautious to any degree, about the closest Taylor could think of caution for a Skaven was waiting for a 10-to-1 numbers advantage against their enemy, and the second that figure was achieved, you attacked, but if Lisa wanted to use Coil's stupid power to run war game scenarios or whatever, she wasn't going to complain, if only because it meant less work for herself. Still, this left Taylor with a small period of time before they actually did anything. This led to an idea, so Taylor took off to her workshop, more specifically her storage room. She nodded at both Zoe and Alan Barnes as she entered, who were both tied and gagged to chairs as Taylor made her way to the jury-rigged freezer full of human body parts kept in ice. All of them were useful for experimentation, impromptu surgery, or just a quick snack, with the exception of a few bits of para-human parts that were not to be eaten for obvious reasons. Tapping her chin as she scanned the corpses hanging from various meat hooks, Taylor took stock as she tried to recall where she put one very specific cadaver. Before she even arrived here, she had sent out a messenger to call one of her many slaves to her for the task to come, one who would be useful in dealing with the Emma situation. Speaking of the Emma situation, Taylor grinned as she found what she was looking for as she moved to the dead body of the Emma's clone, and grabbed it under her rigor mortis-stricken arms. With far too much effort for her liking, she started dragging the corpse out of the cold and towards her desk. A task she was not happy with. No one ever really tells you how heavy a dead body is. Sure, humans are basically fleshy water balloons filled with meat, guts, and excrement, but why were they so heavy? Plus they leaked a lot more than you would expect. Groaning and grunting, Taylor heaved the corpse of the Emma clone onto the desk, letting it hit hard as she stumbled back, before putting her hands on her knees to catch her breath. After a moment, she noticed a muffled screaming sound, before turning to Zoe and Alan, both of whom were staring wide-eyed at the corpse. Taylor rose a brow. Shut the fuck up. It's not even the real Emma. Alan glared, muffled voices coming from below his gag as Taylor rolled her eyes. I can't even understand what you say. So shut up, it's probably not important anyway. More muffled noises. Taylor continued to stare, blankly, before she sighed to herself. I just know I'm going to regret this. With little warning, Taylor marched over to the two parents of her mortal enemy. She took some satisfaction at seeing them flinch as she approached, but she knew it wouldn't last as she violently ripped off their gags. Taking a step back, she watched as both started coughing profusely before barking words simultaneously, to such a degree that Taylor couldn't make out what either were saying. It was all just a stream of noise and words. As each moment passed, Taylor found herself growing more and more irate, until... Shut the fuck up. Immediately they ceased their words as Taylor glared at them. After a moment of blessed silence, Taylor spoke. I can't hear you if you talk at the same time. So one at a time, or else. Now. Zoe first. Zoe looked up at Taylor, looking surprised for a moment, before she spoke. Taylor, listen. I don't know what happened between you and Emma, but you can't. The slap that echoed across the room momentarily followed by shock, before Alan began screaming. You little bitch, I swear if I get out of here I will. Taylor punched Alan, hard, so much so that his head was thrown sideways as a spittle of blood shot from his mouth, before she turned back to Zoe and grabbed her by the collar of her shirt. You want to know what happened? You fucking daughter, once my best friend shoved me in a pile of used fucking tampons that had been left to rot and fester over Christmas break. Fermenting for over a week before shoving me inside that sick nasty filth. That was just the last straw, would you like to hear the rest of it? How about how she mocked my mother's death and made it her life's mission to make my life a waking hell? Or maybe defiled my mom's flute? Your fucking brat spent her every waking moment to make my life hell until I couldn't fucking take it anymore, all because she was too much of a fucking pussy to fuck with anyone else. I was the easy target, yes, because she knew me, and knew how to make it hurt. All to make her own wretched self feel a little bit better. It was all very personal, I assure you. I only recently found out why. Said Taylor before she turned to Alan with a wicked grin. You failed her in that alley, you know. Left her a shell of herself. Left her to rot on the inside. That's on you. Then she took it out on Mimi because there was no one else she could hurt without potential backlash. Like a fucking coward. So really, all of this shit, this is because you were a fucking awful parent. You really should have got her some help, maybe things would be different, maybe not. What I can assure you however is that I am what I am because of Emma's startling lack to cope. These horns, this tail, these claws, all Emma. Alan said nothing, neither did Zoe for that matter. Now, let us set a few rules. You are not getting out of here. Not as humans anyway. You are as of now, just bait. When I catch Emma, and I fucking will. You and your family get to enjoy the rest of your lives as a family of maladjusted rat folk. Sounds good. Zoe didn't say anything, she just looked down to the ground in shame. Taylor nodded to herself, before looking to Alan, blood still dripping from his lips. Anything to add? Do you need more information to understand your current lot in life? In response, Alan spit in Taylor's face. Taylor did not immediately move. Just stood still, before wiping the blood off, before she took in a deep breath. You should not have done that. Balling her hands into fists, Taylor went about blowing off some steam. Plus plus plus. Taylor wiped off her knuckles as the unconscious form of Alan Barnes slumped in his chair. His face a mess and his breathing light. If he died, it didn't matter. Though Taylor did have to put the gags back on for both of them, mostly because Zoe wouldn't stop screaming. It was as Taylor tossed the bloody rag off to the side, that bitch walked in, with several wolf rats coming in behind her. Took you long enough, said Taylor simply. Was busy. Wolf rats don't train themselves, you know, so, you wanted to see me. Taylor nodded as she smirked, turning fully to bitch and putting her hands in her pockets. Yes, in fact I do. See, there's an escapee on the loose. See this body? Asked Taylor while motioning to the clone of Emma's corpse. Bitch looked at it for a moment, whiskers twitching before turning back to Taylor. Yeah, what about it? I need your best scent rat hound to smell the body, and find the one who escaped. Do you have any good at tracking? Bitch sniffed audibly as she looked at the largest wolf rat behind her. Brutus, smell. Brutus hissed and barked all at once, before he crept over to the corpse, smelling it thoroughly. After a moment, Brutus hissed, walking in place as if he was trying to get everyone to follow after him. Bitch turned to Taylor with a nod. He's got the scent. Excellent, gather your finest packs. We're going cunt hunting. Rephrase that now or you're on your own. Damn it, if only you didn't name call yourself bitch. Okay, we're going Skankenstein hunting. Bitch's whiskers twitched, before she nodded. Much better, come on let's go. Plus. It was official, doom wheels are the superior mount, at least compared to giant mutant wolf rats. Holding on to one of Angelica's quills, Taylor cursed the fast-paced and jerky movements as her mount leapt and bounded at high speeds. Currently, Angelica was roughly the size of a large horse, though bitch could make her much larger if the situation called for it. Despite the size, however, the mutant wolf rat was streamlined and built to better move through the tunnels. Brutus led the charge, followed by bitch, who was atop Judas, and Taylor, with nearly 50 additional wolf rats tailing behind them just in case. That said, Taylor felt good about this. She recognized the path they were taking as being the same path Emma took when she first ran, and they were nearing where they lost her. Currently, Taylor only brought bitch with her, just in case. After all, if Emma happened to steal bitch's powers, all she could do is make wolf rats bigger, but not necessarily control them. Well, unless she also stole Taylor's power, but what are you gonna do? Taylor found some issue with the exact way wolf rats ran at this size, especially while riding it. They ran with an almost bounding canter gait. Far too bouncy for Taylor's liking. If only the wheels were more mobile, even the wall-climbing doom flayers can only climb straight up vertical walls, without turning. Taylor cursed as Angelica made a sharp turn, following after Brutus. Taylor could only pray to the horned one that Emma didn't get far. Suddenly, Brutus stopped, sniffing at a ladder. Currently, they were in the sewer portion of the Undercity, just below a closed manhole cover. Brutus was hiss-barking at the ladder as bitch turned towards Taylor. Looks like she went up to the surface. Wolf rats can't fit through. Before bitch could even finish, Taylor thrusted her palm upwards. Cracks call. The surface exploded upwards, sending a loud cracking sound echoing throughout the sewers as massive chunks of concrete and tarmac was flung skywards, several pieces smashing into buildings or falling back to the ground as the enhanced wolf rats all backed away from the loud sound. With that done, Taylor nodded and turned towards bitch, who was glaring back at her. Big enough now. Bitch didn't answer, merely squeaked in general exasperation as she turned upwards, clicking her tongue as Brutus leapt to the surface, with the others following soon after as Brutus put his nose back to the ground and take off. The scant few people on the streets, most of them Taylor assumed to be criminals, all started screaming as they fled into the alleys and buildings as dozens of wolf rats took off down the streets. However, for one brief moment, Taylor caught sight of someone in the crowd, one who smelled of plague, and not normal plague. Though she only saw the victim for a moment as Angelica suddenly leapt up, claws digging into a building as all the wolf rats began ascending the skyscrapers. Taylor screamed, holding on with all her strength as she fought against the gravity trying to take her off her mount as it ascended vertically up the walls. This was probably the exact opposite of inconspicuous. The screaming masses were no doubt going to call the local PRT, greatly reducing the amount of time they could safely remain on the surface. Hopefully Emma was close. It was with that thought, that the universe decided to be exceptionally cheeky. At that exact moment, Taylor saw something moving towards her very quickly. Her mind froze at seeing an airborne car heading right towards her. Rather than try and scream to alert Angelica at the rapidly approaching car, all Taylor could think was, what was a car doing in the sky? She was fairly certain Squealer hadn't built anything like that lately, and she was sure that flying cars weren't invented yet, much to the chagrin of a sizable portion of the human, and even Skaven population. It took slightly longer to realize that the car wasn't flying, so much as it was thrown in her general direction. By the time Taylor realized the gravity of the situation, gravity showed herself to be a harsh mistress as she was knocked off Angelica and went falling. Everything hurt, more so than usual as she pummeled to the earth below, and the world seemed to slow down as she realized that she was probably going to die a most squishy death. It wasn't how she wanted to go out. Not really, instead she always hoped to sort of discover immortality, or at the very least go out dual-wielding rattling guns while fighting a fire-breathing dragon on the back of a hell pit abomination as the US government called an airstrike on her general location while downing whatever supersonic aircraft Lockheed Martin constructed for the military. Something impressive would be nice, not falling to her doom like a peasant. Turning her head as she fell, Taylor caught sight of the monstrous Emma, her lanky frame almost comically lifting another car to throw at her. Evidently Emma was a lot stronger than she thought in that form. She was also surrounded by what Taylor assumed to be clones of civilians, all armed with baseball bats, pipes, chains, and whatever other instrument of destruction they could find. At the last minute, something else hit Taylor, and she found her arm suddenly grabbed as she looked to see Bitch, riding atop her mount with one hand holding onto one of its quills and the other holding Taylor's forearm. It was precisely that moment, that Taylor was glad her slaves didn't have a choice at being loyal, right as they hit the ground, and Taylor quickly grabbed onto the oversized wolf rat as another car flew across the street, narrowly missing them. Now in a moment of relative safety, Taylor winced and put one arm to her ribs, which felt broken. She coughed up a spittle of blood before wiping it away. At this moment she really wished that there was a Skaven spell that could heal, but failing that, she really wished she brought Uthula. Looking back, Taylor watched as Emma leapt into the street, her clone army quickly moving to defensive positions as the free wolf rats began to swarm. Emma glared at Taylor for a moment, before she charged forwards, and managed to toss one of the wolf rats to the side in an impressive display as she charged. Holding on tighter, Taylor smacked their mount. Faster. Go faster. Stop hitting Judas. Then go faster. Bitch did so, and even still Emma was catching up. Gathering her dar, Taylor flicked her claws. Warp lightning. The sickly green bolt shot from her palm at high speeds, though Emma proved to have truly ridiculous reaction time, not enough to fully dodge the blast, but enough to only get struck across the arm. Emma winced and screamed, stumbling for a moment as she slowed, before gritting her teeth and charging once more. Why did one have to be a fucking brute? Asked Taylor, mostly to herself as she took another breath. Warp lightning. This time, the bolt struck, and Emma stopped as the chaotic lightning coursed through her body right as a pack of wolf rats started to swarm. Taylor couldn't help it, she fist pumped in triumph as she turned around to Bitch. Got her, go back. We're getting a new Skaven slave tonight. Bitch nodded as she clicked her tongue, causing Judas to pull off a rather impressive U-turn. Unfortunately good things often come to an end, and the party was interrupted when Taylor looked to the sky, and saw Glory Girl rapidly approaching. Well. Fuck, and that was all Taylor was able to say right as collateral damage Barbie tacked her off Judas, and plowed her into the cement. The only thought in Taylor's mind was, why did pain have to hurt so much? Uninvited guests. Taylor had a sinking suspicion she would be pulling asphalt out of her hair, nose, and mouth for a while. A strange thought considering the sheer amount of pain coursing through her at the moment. She suspected something was probably broken. Incidentally, were legs supposed to bend that way? Stay down, bitch, said Glory Girl with more venom than the situation probably called for. With what little strength Taylor had left, she pointed in the general direction she came from prior to the flying tackle. Bitch is over there. Riding on top of Judas. Ow. I think you missed. Ow. Momentarily taken aback, Glory Girl said nothing as she stared down at the horned girl below her who started twitching in pain. What? Ow. Was all Taylor could say in response. With a nod of dismissal, Glory Girl turned around to see several very confused wolf rats staring at her, as well as a stunned Emma thing surrounded by a sizable army of civilian clones. Emma however quickly got over it and turned to Victoria. Her abnormally tall and lanky frame bending low, almost like a feral animal as she curled her fingers into claws and charged forwards at high speeds. Glory Girl took to the skies, avoiding the wolf rats as Emma and her clones all charged to get after her real target. Said target was really wishing she would just pass out now, but apparently the universe had other ideas. Taylor stared upwards, into the sky, regretting a great deal many of her decisions at that point, as Bitch walked over to her, using the distraction of Emma and Victoria fighting to look down into the small crater and take sight of Taylor, who was still twitching. You okay? No, croaked out Taylor. Bitch nodded, that at least made sense. You need water or something? Drugs would be nice right now. Bitch reached into her pocket, pulling out a small fist-sized chunk of warp stone, and threw it at Taylor's head. Needless to say, it knocked her upside the head, but failed to render her unconscious. Taylor meanwhile just groaned in pain. Ugh. Fucking ow. Why would you do that? Bitch just shrugged as the fighting continued in the general background. The oversized wolf rats all formed a protective perimeter around the two Skaven, one who was lost at what exactly to do, the other trying to grab the fist-sized chunk of warp stone, and failing due to fingers with shattered bones, currently the consistency of gravel. After several seconds of unsuccessful grabbing motions, Taylor gave up. Why does the universe hate me? It's really easy to hate you, offered Bitch helpfully. It occurred to Taylor that Bitch, being roughly one step above a feral child, probably didn't grasp the seriousness of the situation, alternatively, as a Skaven, probably didn't care. Both reasons probably contributed to her doing fuck all. Yeah, that's fair, said Taylor simply. So, I got you your drugs, sorta, and I don't really care about any of this shit stuff so. I dunno, am I supposed to do something? Asked the appropriately named Bitch. Can you take me to Uthula? Bitch nodded, that at least made sense. Ignoring the general chaos going on behind her, Bitch prepared to leap down the hole to pick up Taylor, only for them to be interrupted. Oh, that won't be necessary. Bitch paused, and gazed over to the sound of the voice. While most people had already vacated the area, off to the side, standing somewhat ominously in a darkened alley, stood a tall figure. His features were obscured by the shadows. Taylor meanwhile, tried to reposition herself to better see who it was that spoke, with a great deal of effort, she turned her head as the man took a step forwards into the street light. Taylor, despite the pain, narrowed her eyes at the seemingly calm demeanor considering the circumstances, and Judas hissed and stood with his haunches raised. The man was tall and slender, wearing ripped jeans and an old duster, with a wide smile on his face, as he carelessly walked forwards with his hands in his pockets. Taylor slowly focused on his face, wondering why he looked so familiar, when her eyes widened. Johnny Depp. The man paused, his smile replaced by a bewildered look as he rose a brow down into the crater below. No. He said simply. You sure? Asked Taylor. The man stared down at the mostly broken girl in the hole, even Judas ceased hissing, before not Johnny Depp sighed and rubbed his face. Damn it, I really need to kill that guy. Taylor nodded at that. Yeah, I can sympathize. Wait. Oh, you're Jack Slash aren't you? The now identified Jack Slash smiled and nodded. The one and only. Taylor said nothing, and groaned in pain instead, to which Jack nodded. Yeah, I imagine all that was probably painful. Pretty sure Blondie broke every bone in your body. Your nickname game is stupid weak, especially when Demolition Dallin and Collateral Damage Barbie are right there for the taking. It's what folk call her. I don't usually give man-things a lot of credit, but they are good at making insulting nicknames. I don't use the internet, said Jack simply. Can't imagine why, said Bitch earnestly. Comes with being on the run, he said simply. Bitch nodded, that at least made sense, before she turned to watch the perimeter of enhanced wolf rats watching as Emma and Glory Girl continued their own little bout. After a moment, Jack Slash looked up as well, watching Glory Girl use one of the clones as an improvised bludgeon, holding him by a leg and swinging the screaming fellow like a sword. It was quite entertaining as the hero took on the combination clones and wolf rats with surprising efficiency, a good distraction as any he supposed, at least long enough for this. After a moment, he looked down into the crater. I think we should get you out of here, just in case. Your friend and Demolition Dallin can't stay distracted forever. Makes sense, said Bitch. Whose side are you even on? Asked Taylor. Bitch just shrugged. What, it makes sense. Jack snorted a bit. I can see why the Siberian went for you, said Jack to Bitch idly. Bitch thought that over for a moment, before immediately dismissing it as unimportant. Taylor meanwhile found this casual conversation to be getting stranger by the minute. After a moment, Jack put his hands in his pockets and glanced back to Bitch. Wanna get her out of there? I'd do it, but I don't do grunt work. Taylor found she could at least respect that. Though Bitch nodded as she leapt down off Judas and entered the hole to grab Taylor under each arm and drag her broken body out of it to be something that she really didn't want to deal with today. Honestly, by THI point she really should have brought along anyone else, or at least more than just Bitch. The process was quite painful, and the continued fighting between Glory Girl and Emma going on really was getting ridiculous. Did they forget she was here? Did they have prior beef? Was she somehow that forgettable? She really hoped it wasn't that last one. After being semi-manhandled as she was pulled into the darkened alley, Bitch unceremoniously dropped her on the ground as Jack walked over Taylor, but not before looking at the girl who was socially inept even before becoming a Skaven. I appreciate the help, said Jack. I don't really have a choice, I'm forced to be loyal, said Bitch with a shrug. Really? Hey, wow, I really lost out on the superpower lottery. Hey. Assholes. I'm still here. Dying. Jack chuckled a bit as he walked to the alley wall, leaning against it uncaringly. Anyway, seeing as you are currently indisposed. Fuck you too, said Taylor as Jack continued. I would like to take this moment to congratulate you on your success against the previous test. It was a shame to lose Murder Rat. She was kind of fun to hang out with before she went all this planet isn't big enough for two rodent-based parahumans and charged on over here like she was on a mission, but I can't argue with your results. Gotta say, I am a fan of your work, and I really do love what you've done with the place. Never thought I'd get to see a robot and a demon fighting. Cross that one off the bucket list. Taylor glared up at Jack, before Bitch spoke. Are those two still battle fighting? It's been weeks. She was promptly ignored as Taylor turned to Jack with a spiteful glare. What, do you want a fucking autograph? Because I'll tell you right now that I'm not joining. Warlock does not serve, she rule. So I've heard, however I would like to point out that the slaughterhouse, we're not really a business, more like, a family. Does that ever work? Jack shrugged. You'd be surprised, I deal with a lot of people with abandonment issues, comes with being a parahuman. Taylor groaned. Not that I am not loving this conversation, because I'm not in the least, but is this leading somewhere? Because I am in a lot of pain right now, I just got dragged into this fucking alley, and you're a shit distraction from pain. Well, if you're going to be like that, I could just leave you down there and walk away, or alternatively I can have Bonesaw take a look at you. Fix you up. Taylor gazed up at Jack, willing him to spontaneously combust. When that didn't work, she just sighed. Define, fix. You won't be in pain, probably, maybe, well you'll at least be able to walk. Fair enough. Here's my counter-proposal. Take a nice step back, and proceed to go fuck yourself. Jack quirked his head and rose a brow at they. You know. You're really not in a situation to refuse help. I absolutely am, I don't even hurt anymore. That's probably the shock. What are you, my doctor? Do I need to be here for this? Asked Bitch. Not if you don't want to be, said Jack simply. Taylor immediately piped up. Oh no, you are not leaving me alone with this asshole, said Taylor, to which Jack melodramatically put a hand to his chest. Ow, my feelings, why would you say such hurtful things, Warlock? I only wanted to help. That's why I'm here actually, see you're actually my nominee, beating out Oni Lee by just enough to catch my interest. Even Bonesaw is looking forward to meeting you. I decline, the slaughterhouse don't even do evil properly. Where's the true supervillainy? The hubris of playing the monarch? The desire to rule the world with an iron fist? You're just a bunch of murder hobos who don't do anything but kill, creatively I will admit, but that will only get you so far. You don't even employ hire goons, what kind of self-respecting villain doesn't use goons? I'm far more interested in a legacy after I'm gone. We all die one day. Speak for yourself, said Taylor as Jack continued. But immortality can be achieved in the minds of others. Infamy has its perks in that regard. I don't care. That's fine, everyone in our little family has their own goals, I won't fault you if you want something else. Nope, you all are so far beneath me that if the floor was glass, you'd still be too far to see. Someone has an inflated view of themselves. You don't know Skaven very well, do you? Can't say I do. We're all megalomaniacal, petty, entitled, and spiteful egomaniacs, it's a racial trait. Sounds like I'd fit right in. One way to find out, if only I had the energy to spare. How do you feel about fur? I'm a fan of my looks, thank you very much. You look like you should dress as a pirate and drink copious amounts of rum. Jack frowned. The Johnny Depp comparison is getting old, you know. Is it annoying you? Asked Taylor. Very much so. Sucks to be you then, Mr. Depp. Jack sighed and shook his head. I'm sure I can fix the back sass, anyway, I think that's enough talking for now, said Jack as he turned around. It was at this time Taylor noticed that there was an open door in one of the buildings in the alleyway, and someone was standing just on the other side, someone who smelled of plague. Pop it, we're ready for you. Aw shit. 5 seconds later, Taylor heard tiny footsteps, as Bonesaw all but skipped from out the doorway, wiping her bloody hands on her apron. She then looked down the hole, leaning over with her hands on her knees in a smile that threatened to split her face in half. Hello Warlock. It's nice to meet you. Go to hell you psychotic loli. That's not very nice. Fuck you, you psychotic loli. Bonesaw's smile fell. Language. Taylor proceeded to string along random curses as she went over her expletive vocabulary with gusto. Jack was somewhat impressed at hearing the George Carlin, 7 words you can't say on television bit, she even pulled out various incarnations of the word smeg, which brought back memories of Red Dwarf, before Bonesaw covered her ears and turned to Jack. She's being rude. You could always get rid of her tongue. At that, Bonesaw smiled, and Taylor shut up. You know what, never mind. Can I Mr. Jack? Sure, it's not like she needs it. Hey. No. You do that, and I will eat you. I'll do it too, just ask bitch. It's true, said bitch helpfully. We all have absolutely no issues eating people, or Skaven for that matter. Bonesaw smiled at that. Oh. You and Siberian will get along just fine, said Bonesaw as she looked up at bitch, who still had done absolutely nothing despite the 2 murderers standing over her leader. Can I borrow one of your pets? No. Ah. Oh well, I guess we're just fixing and not adding. No, you're fucking not. Bonesaw waved a finger. Language. Oh, I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't clear but do not touch me. In response, several mechanical arms spread out from Bonesaw, each one tipped with a rusty medical instrument as she smiled. Not a problem. I can use these. That was when finally. Fucking finally, bitch sighed and did something. Sorry, can't let you do that. With a snap of her fingers, several wolf rats turned, stalking forwards as they growled at Bonesaw, who just kept smiling. Before clearing her throat. The next thing bitch knew, several things crawled out from the same doorway Bonesaw had emerged from, making Taylor wonder just how many people were hiding back there. Regardless, the things that came out were, in a word, grotesque. Resembling multiple people twisted and sewn together into the rough approximation of a human spider. Taylor found that the proportions were lacking greatly in rodent traits, but damn if it wasn't effective at disturbing her greatly, if only because the multiple heads hanging from the things were begging for death. We came prepared, said Jack simply. Bitch looked at each and every one of the strange spider people with narrowed eyes and twitching whiskers. Her tail swayed from side to side, as she caught sight of Jack pulling out a knife and experimentally waving it around. Taylor also caught sight of it and cursed. They weren't outnumbered, but they were outpowered while she was stuck on the ground, and bitch's wolf rats probably were no more immune to slicing than anything else. What's worse was that bitch was by and large the best packmaster Taylor had available to her, far too valuable to just toss away. It was at that moment Taylor tried to gather her dar, only to cry in pain as she collapsed back down, and the whispers began. Let the child work, my ever-chosen. Taylor's eyes widened as she looked side to side. That voice, like 1,000 screeching rats. That was when Taylor remembered something very important, and smiled. Wait. Said Taylor as she looked to bitch who was just about to make the call for her wolf rats to attack. Jack and Bonesaw both looked down in the hole as well, somewhat surprised by this rather sudden turn of events. Taylor, with some effort, managed to turn her head to Bonesaw with a bloody smile. Go ahead, do your worst. You sure about this? Asked bitch. Nope, but I've been through worse. Bonesaw blinked, before glancing to Jack, who likewise just shrugged, and nodded. Taylor took a breath. She could still hear the sounds of Emma and Glory Girl fighting, with the occasional yelp and howl of a wolf rat, and knew that she didn't have much time before that eventually played out, unless those two were to become the new Scarbrand and Dragon, something she found to be highly unlikely. Bonesaw meanwhile smiled back down at the hole, before cracking her fingers and pulling out several very painful-looking instruments. Playtime. Taylor knew this was going to suck. She just hoped she wasn't wrong. Am I a Daemon Prince? Thankfully, Bonesaw did not just start opening Taylor up in the middle of a darkened alley. Instead, Taylor was dragged into one of the buildings and haphazardly thrown onto a table where Bonesaw got to work. Despite the sheer agony of it all, Taylor found that she was bored, which was weird considering her current state. She was awake and aware, post-vivisection with her organs sprawled around her. Did it hurt? Sure, but apparently you can get bored of that. Everything ached, and as she watched her lungs inflate, it burned. When she blinked, her eyes watered. When she bent her body, her gravel-like bones shot pain throughout her body, but it got really old. It got to the point that Taylor wanted to scream at every shooting pain. She got it, she was in agony, her body didn't have to keep nagging her. Jack meanwhile was looking suspiciously at the far end of the room they were in, where he could hear scratching sounds coming from the walls and ceiling. Bonesaw's morbid creations patrolled the area, just in case they needed something to keep the rats at bay. The sounds of fighting continued going on outside, with Jack peeking through the windows. The cloning girl really isn't bad, but time is running short. Poppet, how much longer? Shouldn't be too long, Mr. Jack, at least. I think so. Say, Warlock. Why are all your organs covered in pustules? Asked Bonesaw. Bitch poked her lungs, which just felt all kinds of wrong to Taylor. As far as a guard went, there were far worse options, but Taylor felt she was getting a little too comfortable around Bonesaw. Taylor ignored that as she thought over Bonesaw's question, and taking a look at her organs, they did look to be inflamed and covered in blisters. Taylor would have said something, but currently her vocal cords were currently on the outside of her body, so instead she tried to shrug, emphasis on tried. Taylor failed to shrug, mostly because her dislocated shoulders wouldn't let her. She didn't elaborate either, not that she could, but even if she could talk, she wouldn't. Bonesaw meanwhile held up Taylor's own stomach as she looked at it with a furrowed brow. Taylor supposed she could see why, seeing that the surface of her stomach was covered in barnacle-like sores and wriggling growths resembling rat tails. She moved it around in her small hands, looking at it from various angles in a manner that almost made it look like Bonesaw had never seen a stomach before, something Taylor highly doubted. Bonesaw meanwhile used her free hand to grab the esophagus and felt around it until it moved unnaturally. Bonesaw blinked, before looking at Taylor. Did you know that your lower esophageal sphincter is a pair of rat jaws? The what now? Asked Bitch. Lower esophageal sphincter, it's the junction between the esophagus and the stomach. Bitch just blinked. Taylor meanwhile looked back to her stomach, to see where the esophagus attached to it was a strange motion that looked all kinds of wrong. In fact, it almost looked like there were gnashing teeth inside of there, specifically incisors. Bitch then poked it, causing a muffled squeak to echo its way out of Taylor's mouth. Taylor found that was very uncomfortable. I guess it's kinda like the pharyngeal jaws of a moray eel, only significantly lower down. Said Bonesaw with a strange confused inflection and questioning tone. Chew food twice? Asked Bitch. I guess, said Bonesaw with a shrug. Though it's certainly weird, actually there's a lot of weirdness going on inside her that I have never seen before. Really? Asked Jack with genuine shock. Yeah, I mean, inflammation, pustules, tumors, necrosis, all of it seemingly having no real effect for some reason. Also her blood is thick, like syrup, not to mention her heart has a rat's eyeball on it, said Bonesaw, holding up said heart which winked at Jack. At least Taylor assumed it was a wink, hard to tell when there was only one black eye. It could have just blinked for all she knew. Doesn't seem to serve a purpose, it's just there, said the still confused Bonesaw. Okay, said Jack with a blink. That's just weird. I know, right? Taylor said nothing, mostly because she couldn't, but she certainly raised a brow at that one. She supposed her ascension following her vision into the warp had more effects than she initially expected. Wait, was she a Daemon Prince now? Wait a cotton-picking second, is that? Said Bonesaw as she reached inside of Taylor's exposed guts and started pulling out her intestines, and kept pulling. Slowly a coil of intestines grew with each pull as Bonesaw pulled out more and more, like some kind of demented magic trick. Taylor just raised a brow, before Bonesaw pulled out at least 100 feet of intestines, before she found they were connected to another stomach. Bonesaw and Jack stared at it in genuine baffled awe, before looking back inside Taylor's exposed torso, and saw that it looked bigger. As if her internal dimensions vastly exceeded the size of her body by a significant margin. There. Bonesaw counted 13 hearts, 13 stomachs. Had she continued counting, she also would have found 169 kidneys and intestines that would be a combined grand total of 169 meters long. Beyond that was the state of her organs, which could best be described as a swirling mosaic of bile-covered flesh. There were long parasitic worms wriggling in the thick syrupy blood. When left alone, the loose organs would churn and squirm in equal measure before erupting with weeping sores that released a foul-smelling pus. At times, things would push on her organs from within, things that seemed so desperate to be freed of the bloody confines of a fleshy prison. Occasionally, twitching bouquets of angry boils swelled into black eyeballs with bloody discharge in lieu of tears. They would open across the surface to gaze at the world outside and focus on the slaughterhouse members gazing back with looks of disgust and confusion. Taylor personally didn't get their discomfort, she had after all given herself to the mercy of the Horned One, so all this mess within her gut just meant it was working. What else would one expect when being granted gifts by a god whose portfolio included vermin and plagues? I think maybe I should just stick with the skeleton and muscles, said Bonesaw blankly. Taylor put a mental checkmark in favor of being a Daemon Prince. Thankfully, the musculoskeletal system was positively mundane by comparison. Granted it most certainly wasn't entirely human, but at least it was accessible compared to whatever weird internal structure was going on inside of her chest and abdomen. Can I eat this? Asked Bitch, holding up one of Taylor's 13 hearts. Taylor just glared at Bitch, who immediately tried justifying it. What? You have plenty, do you really need this one? Taylor kept glaring. Bonesaw and Jack completely ignored it as Bitch smacked her jaws and dropped the beating heart, causing another squeak to emanate from Taylor's mouth. Taylor watched as Bonesaw's mechanical arms moved throughout her body, picking out shards of bone and doing something to them that seemed to blend them together with what looked like small metal filaments. Taylor couldn't help but feel like a giant jigsaw puzzle. As her bones were pried out, put back together. Meanwhile Taylor watched as Bonesaw's arms started to spray her splayed out muscles and tendons with some kind of aerosol that was cool for a brief moment, before becoming unbearably hot. If this all wasn't bad enough. Bonesaw started singing. The foot bones connected to the leg bone. The leg bones connected to the knee bone. The knee bones connected to the thigh bone. Doing the skeleton dance. Apparently she had gotten over her discomfort from Taylor's impossible internal geometry. Taylor croaked out in protest as best she could, which wasn't very much, in an attempt to all but beg for Bonesaw to stop. Unfortunately, Bonesaw just assumed Taylor was trying to sing along and just sang louder. If there was such a thing as a Judeo-Christian hell, Taylor felt this was a close enough approximation to how it probably was run. As if the pain wasn't bad enough. Eventually however, Bonesaw ran out of bones and started stuffing organs back inside Taylor in a manner that Taylor would call haphazard at best, unconcerned at worst. Well, that's the bones and musculature taken care of. Full suite of improvements. Should be harder to actually break a bone now. Muscles also should be slightly better, so that's the boring stuff out of the way. Now for the best part. That was when Bitch finally did something. No, fixed is good, you're done, put her back together. At that Bonesaw frowned. That's not very fun now is it? Don't care, put her back together. Taylor croaked in agreement, before Bonesaw smiled. I guess we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. With little warning, one of Bonesaw's arms shot out, one tipped in a long, thin needle that was injecting something into Bitch. Taylor tried to move, only to find her body wasn't responding. The wolf rats immediately growled, before one was cut cleanly in half. Taylor looked to see Jack holding a knife, with a smug look on his face, before Taylor called on the rats in the walls. They chewed and gnawed, pouring out like a tide as Jack spun the knife in his hand, as he and Bonesaw's things started to fight back. Try as she might, Taylor failed to move her body, but so long as she was awake, she at least had administration, which was better than nothing at least. That was when Bonesaw started grabbing the few organs she didn't put back inside of Taylor, mostly her hearts, and started attaching weird metal frameworks around them, pointy metal frameworks, very very pointy metal frameworks. Taylor inquisitively croaked at them as Bonesaw smiled. Oh these? Nothing to worry about. Yeah, best to think of them as lethal training wheels, just some insurance, I'm sure you'll understand. Said Jack idly as he swung his knife, causing the projected edge to cleave more of Taylor's minions into pieces. Bonesaw continued unopposed, placing the metal contraptions around her organs, before finally stuffing them back in, and pouring something on Taylor's skin that made the flesh, without even leaving a scar. Then, Taylor felt a pins and needles sensation all across her extremities, before she finally wrestled control over her body once more, and immediately punched Bonesaw in the face. The small girl was knocked down as Taylor got to her feet, wobbling as soon as she did, before falling over as the blood rushed to her head. Then, she heard a clicking sound, and one of her hearts was pierced. Her hand went to her chest as blood leaked from her mouth in a coughing fit. That was when Bonesaw stood up. Rude. Taylor didn't pay attention, as she just felt the heart cease beating, with the remaining ones taking her place. She breathed heavily, hand on her chest as she slowly got to her feet, right as a familiar sensation wormed its way within her. Jack, however, just smirked. I'd stop if I were you, it would be a shame for you to die so young. Bonesaw meanwhile was brushing off her hands as the myriad of wolf rats and normal rats all suddenly stopped, all of them looking at Taylor. Slowly Jack stood, watching the menagerie of rodents, before lowering his knife and turning to Taylor, who was breathing heavily. Jack nodded, as he patted Bonesaw on top of her head. You're getting faster, said Jack with something approaching pride. Thank you, I do try. It was weird with all the extra organs, but I think it worked nicely. Indeed, so, Warlock, here's the deal. We're going to play a little game. You refuse, the traps go off. You fail, and the traps go off. Try and get rid of them, and they go off, only Pop It here can. Before Jack could finish his spiel, a sound cut him off, and he paused as he looked at Taylor, who started chuckling. Not just light chuckles, but full-on cackling and belly-filled guffaws. Taylor rose up, hand pressed to her forehead as she kept laughing, which while momentarily throwing Jack through a loop, started to irritate him. He glanced at Bonesaw, who only shrugged in response, before he turned back to Taylor, watching as her laughter grew louder and mirthful tears fell from the corners of her cold eyes. Is this a joke to you? He all but barked. Taylor didn't hear, merely continued her manic laughter, right as bitch began to stir, causing the remaining wolf rats started to change and morph. Then, the laughter devolved into retching. Blood leaked from the side of Taylor's lips as she heaved, with intermittent chuckling between each sickly cough, until, finally, the laughter stopped, and Taylor's mouth opened wide with the sound of a sickening pop as her jaw spontaneously dislocated. Jack and Bonesaw could only watch in genuine shock as a large rat wriggled its way out of her now bulging throat, a rat that was made of metal. Jack and Bonesaw could only watch as the many rats around them replaced Taylor as the source of the laughing, but they couldn't look away as Taylor's jaw dislocated and widened, with another rat peeking out and another, multiple metal rat heads squeaking and crawling over each other as they scraped against Taylor's bulging throat and teeth, until one of them managed to crawl out, and fall to the floor, where it immediately unfolded into the same metal frameworks once around her hearts. Bonesaw's eyes widened as another metal rat fell, and another, over and over, until 13 metal rats clattered onto the floor, all of them unfolding into the traps, one of which was covered in blood and bits of tissue. Taylor reached up to her loosely hanging jaw, and forced it closed with an audible pop as she looked to the two members of the Slaughterhouse Nine as bitch took her side. Taylor took a breath, before she spat out a mouthful of blood, and smiled at them with a bloody grin. She made a fist with her hand, feeling the interlaced metal filaments throughout her bones and musculature as she looked to the table she once laid on, and gave it a simple punch. She didn't even use full strength, and even still the table crumpled in on itself. Taylor looked at her knuckles, seeing that they weren't even bruised, before looking back at the two murder hobos. Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear before. Warlock does not serve, said Taylor with a flourish, and sent forwards her invisible cloak of Gnaw. She rules. Two rats. As the chewing invisible hordes shot forwards, they ate a small gully into the floor as they passed, devouring everything in their wake as they neared Jack Slash and Bonesaw, who were already on the defensive with backwards evasive leaps to avoid the unseen tides of gnashing teeth. Unfortunately for them, doing so meant jumping into the hordes of very visible rats. Taylor smirked as she retracted her invisible cloak and sent the rats swarming the two, which proved to be quite the useful distraction as they crawled and scurried up their legs by the dozens, and as Taylor reached out and administered everything in her range, the scratches intensified as the hidden hordes gnawed holes into the walls and pit appeared on the floors to spew forth what could be called an endless supply of rats ready to eat. Taylor chuckled as she stepped forwards, picking up one of the traps with her tail as she did, and quickly moved it to her hand, where she grabbed it idly. She tossed it up and down over and over again in her palm as she examined it with a malicious glare, before looking at the flailing duo as the rats upon them bit and scratched into their flesh. Through her otherworldly senses, Taylor viewed the world in hues of rot and decay and took note as the rats swarming Bonesaw in particular were infected with whatever pathogens she had created, yet another plague to add to her collection. Still, that could wait. First on the docket was to let these two know just how badly their machinations for her had gone. Did you really think you could just raw dog these trap things into my chest cavity and get away with it? Do you know who you're dealing with? With very little effort, she crushed the trap in her hands and tossed it back on the floor as little more than shards of scrap. As Jack managed to flail to his feet, grabbing and tossing rats off him, he glared at Taylor even as he was attacked. Taylor just grinned as bitch, sitting atop Judas once more, joined her side with a hateful glare of her own. Taylor took note that the concoction Bonesaw injected into bitch evidently did not have quite the same effect on a Skaven's anatomy as she suspected it would on a human. With a chuckle, Taylor started to gather her dar as the two murdering psychos all but vanished beneath a tide of teeth and fur. So, before you two join enlist into the Kick Rat clan, I want you to know I appreciate the upgrades, anyway. Gnawing teeth from a twisted hell, greedy rats with a pestilent smell. Powers beyond a wrathful veil, gather for a dreaded 13th S. Before Taylor could finish, the sound of smashing glass clattered all around her and she turned to see Emma flying right for her with a balled fist and a snarl. With her newly found enhanced reflexes, Taylor quickly moved to grab Emma's fist, and amazingly, caught it one-handed, though the momentum remained. The sheer force of the punch sent the two skidding, with Taylor's feet digging a trail into the floor as Emma carried her forwards. With a balled fist, Taylor lashed out with a punch of her own, hitting Emma in the face, to no effect. Taylor's eyes widened. It only now just occurred to Taylor that this Emma looked normal, and was not the monstrous visage she wore before, yet even still she was far stronger than she should have been. Taylor punched again, mostly out of reflex, only this time, Emma was immediately bodied. With one single punch, Emma's head caves in and turned into raw gore, with her corpse falling to the ground in an undignified heap, before it dissipated into ash. Taylor rose a brow in confusion at that, right as the sound of more crashing glass echoed all around the room as several Emmas, all of them flying, swarmed Taylor. Thankfully bitch was quick on the uptake and with a whistle, sent her wolf rats forwards. Several of the Emmas were distracted as Taylor leapt forwards, punching one of the Emmas, and unlike last time, the attack did nothing as Taylor was sent flying. As Taylor crashed into a wall, she slid down to land on all fours, and smiled when she realized she wasn't even in pain. Still, she glared at the one free Emma, who apparently had Glory Girl's powers, and balled her fist. Hello Ems, so where's Demolition Dallin? Emma answered by bifurcating her jaw and snarling at Taylor. Makes sense, said Taylor with a nod as she gathered her dar, and lashed out with her greatest spell as Emma flew towards her. Just before Emma hit Taylor, the spell struck and washed over Emma. The sickly energy seeped into every pore and orifice as her body began to change, and Taylor smiled. Taylor sidestepped Emma as her bones started to audibly snap and pop, and the other Emma clones all began to scream and morph. With a malicious laugh, Taylor watched as the Emmas around her all grew claws and tails, with coarse red fur sprouting across their skin. Taylor ignored that however as she looked to where Jack and Bonesaw once stood, not at all surprised to see they didn't stick around. Still, it wasn't a complete loss, and Taylor had little doubt she'd run into one of those two again. Taylor put her hands behind her back, looking to the Emma before her, who examined her claws and red fur with confusion, before feeling her rodent-like snout. Slowly, Taylor watched as the light of Emma's eyes shifted as it was bound to her will, and cleared her throat. So, Emma, where's Glory Girl? I have enough juice in Mimi for another dreaded 13th. Emma glanced at Taylor, nose twitching as she sniffed the air. What did you do to us? Taylor rolled her eyes, before crossing her arms. No questioning your master, now, where is Dallin? Emma blinked, before pointing towards the hole she came in through. Left on the street, yes. We drank her blood until she passed out. Excellent, let's get us a hothead then, said Taylor with a wicked grin. With those parted words said, the trio made their way out into the street, led by the Emma and her clones. Taylor was mildly impressed at the sheer destruction Emma and Glory Girl's attack caused. Burning cars and smashed buildings, though it is possible they always looked like that. No one had fixed any of the mess that happened since the Leviathan attack. Still, Taylor was impressed. Eventually, Emma stopped, and motioned to the unconscious hero on the ground. Taylor moved towards her, flipping her over with a kick, and listening to the groan that followed. Glory Girl was, pale, exceptionally so. Granted, considering the lack of blood, perhaps that wasn't all too surprising. Chances were if left alone, she would die, and that just would be a waste of a good potential slave. Gathering her dar, Taylor wasted no time, and let the magic wash over her before sending it out. Casting the dreaded 13th more than once per day, while possible, did take up far more energy than Taylor was comfortable with. Still, watching as Glory Girl's eyes shot open and take a sharp intake of breath as her body began to change, Taylor couldn't help but chuckle. Even winded, she had taken her first local hero, which no doubt would cause a response. Speaking of response, Taylor raised a brow as she examined her surroundings. She couldn't help but wonder, where were the heroes? With the general chaos they caused, they really should be here by now. Perhaps the rest of the 9 were distracting them, or there were more pressing matters. Either way, Taylor didn't really care as she walked up to Glory Girl, and kicked her in the side. Immediately she woke, yelping in pain as her hand went to her side before glaring at Taylor. Ow! What was that for? Sleeping on the job, now get up, we're leaving. Glory Girl glared up at Taylor, before she blinked several times and grabbed her own head with a groan. Taylor stood still as Glory Girl winced in pain before it all ended. Slowly, Glory Girl looked up, blinking again in rapid succession, before she started examining herself. Unsurprisingly, her fur was as blonde as her hair. I may. Ever hear of Aesop's fables? Asked Taylor suddenly, throwing Glory Girl off her momentary struggling against the compulsion to bow. With a chuckle, Taylor knelt before Victoria, smiling a sharp-toothed grin. There's one fable I always liked. Older rat found cheese in a trap. He told younger rat he could have it as he was full. Young rat sprang the trap and died. Older rat got the prize. Get it? Don't follow orders blindly. Asked Vicky, to which Taylor shook her head. No, simple easy mistake Dallin, the lesson is no one cares for your plight and someone will always see you're just a useful tool. You see, men things force us to live in the shadows, but no more. This world will be ours, even if you have to die in the dark, so I can take away their light. Now get up young rat, and dance to this older rat's tune. Vicky grimaced for just a moment, before Taylor saw something fundamental within her die. With a chuckle, Taylor stepped back as Vicky rose. Taylor nodded to herself, before looking to Bitch. We're done finished here, yes. Call your wolf rats before the heroes get here. Bitch nodded in affirmation, before she let out a shrill whistle, and the wolf rats' ears all perked up and they all began to gather. Where's your sister? Asked Taylor. Glory Girl, who was slowly getting to her feet, glanced back at her new master before answering. The hospital, yes. I was going to pick her up when I saw you and stopped to fight. How'd that turn out for you? Asked Bitch. Vicky just shrugged. Rat. She said uncaringly, before looking back to Taylor. So yeah, Amy is waiting for me. Really, said Taylor, suddenly intrigued. Then that means she's expecting you to be there soon. Interesting, and potentially useful for a new addition to Demolder. Aren't you supposed to be meeting your dad soon? Shouldn't we get back for that? Asked Bitch. Nope, 9 is in town. Many more important than my family drama. Bitch's whiskers twitched as she and Judith shared a look before glancing back at Taylor, unimpressed. Lisa won't like that at all, said Bitch. Lisa can bite my rat ass. That was when Emma suddenly screamed, startling everyone as she lurched forwards and fell to her knees. Taylor took a fearful step back from the suddenness of it, as Emma heaved once and then began to vomit, before the sound of snapping bones could be heard. Slowly, the fur fell away as Emma's screams reached a pitch that hurt the ears, before her body began to change. Several seconds later, Emma turned back into a human, breathing heavily and rapidly and covered in pustules. With wide, manic eyes, she glanced at Taylor with a hateful glare. What did you do to us? It took only a moment for Taylor to figure out what was going on as Emma stood up, her musculature far more defined than before as she started to rise into the air. Taylor glared at Emma, before administering Glory Girl to come to her side with fists ready. Well well, it seems as if the other two of you are still human, that's disappointing. This Emma, if Taylor recalled correctly, could steal powers and gift them to others, but couldn't use them. Though she made up for that with being a brute, and it seems as if the other Emma who made self-clones and was turned into a rat, carried over Glory Girl's powers to this one. Which Taylor called bullshit in, but at least that was good to know for future reference at least. Still, Taylor didn't have enough energy to perform the dead 13th spell again, let alone the twice needed to take out Emma for good. I'm going to fucking kill you, said Emma. Then again there was always Skaven diplomacy. Why? You already have a tenuous grasp on who's in control, and one of you is a traitor to the other two, said Taylor before she chuckled. Ironic you'd betray yourself. Still, when the Emmas are away, the rats will play, and when she is in control, she will come to me, and the other two, you included, will fall. Why fight the inevitable, Emma? Aren't you tired? Don't you want to see mommy and daddy again? Give up now, otherwise you'll just embarrass yourself. Skaven diplomacy was mostly just a fancy word for threats and gloating. As Taylor probably should have guessed, rather than surrendering, Emma roared, her jaw splitting open as she did so. Taylor then just sighed, feeling like today was just determined to be one of those days that just never seemed to fucking end. Embarrassment it is then, get her, said Taylor, causing the administered Glory Girl to take off for round 2. Bitch quickly took Taylor's side with her menagerie, only for Taylor to raise her hand to stall. No, we're done here, this situation will sort itself out. Come, we need to tell Lisa to postpone the dad meeting, indefinitely, and probably forever. Oh, and we need to let the others know the 9 are in town. I guess. As soon as the words left her lips, Taylor knew that she had just tempted fate when a shrill scream tore through the skies. She pressed the palms of her hands to her ears as the skyscrapers all around her, those that still had glass that is, all began to vibrate and reverberate unnaturally, before it all shattered. Glass was flung in every direction like a shrapnel storm as Taylor covered herself with her invisible cloak of not watching as the glass that threatened to near her was chewed to fine sand. Only not everyone was so lucky. Glory Girl was down, withstanding the initial barrage before she was lacerated with the second, and Emma was all but skewered. Slowly, as the scream ended, Taylor lowered her hands, glancing at the downed Glory Girl, and the Emma, who had shards of glass slowly pushing themselves out of her flesh, where it began to heal rapidly. Bitch then took the opportunity to speak. I think they know they're here. With a roar, Emma's arms and legs began to lengthen and her body rose higher. Taylor watched as the second Emma took her place, clothes in tatters, but skin absolutely unharmed. A quick glance down to Glory Girl, and Taylor just sighed. Bitch, bring Dallin to Uthila please. What about you? Taylor responded by cracking her knuckles, feeling the filaments in her bones before she smiled. It's been a long fucking day, and I need to vent with my dear old friend. Interlude 10. Lisa. Lisa honestly had no idea how this conversation devolved into this. I'm just saying we haven't done that, it's a common misconception though, that said you could make the argument we haven't, said Bakuda to Gallant with a roll of her eyes. What? Are you saying we haven't violated the Geneva Convention? But we use chemical and biological weapons, we murder kill non-combatants, that we broke the convention was the best part of being Skaven? Asked Gallant. In response, Bakuda just shrugged as she rolled around the glass ball filled with warp fuel soon to be fitted into her homemade dirty bombs. It is what it is. Having said that, the Geneva Convention doesn't actually talk about chemical weapons, instead that is in a separate document called the Geneva Protocol, where it states that nations cannot use all that cool fun stuff in a war, said Bakuda. Lame, said Regent. Indeed, but what the protocol doesn't prohibit is the manufacture, storage, and commercial use of chemical weapons. So, if you happen to be firing flesh-eating chemicals for an investor showcase and it hit a bunch of civilians, then did you really do anything wrong? Gallant stared back blankly as he thought that over. So essentially, we've not violated the Geneva Convention. No, we absolutely have violated both it and the protocol. I'm just saying that with a corrupt enough lawyer, you could make the argument we haven't. Granted that is true about everything, but that's the law for you, but look at it this way, Taylor alone has committed theft, murder killing, slavery, torture, unethical human experimentation, cannibalism, kidnapping, terrorism, criminal disregard for human life, and thanks to violating the Endbringer Treaty, perfidy. So I think it's a step in the right direction. True, said Gallant with a nod. Lisa groaned as she rubbed her snout, this was pretty much how she expected this conversation to go. Skaven are rather straightforward when it came to how they thought. Through the power of willful ignorance, enough firepower to make the NRA blush, and the occasional giant electric hamster wheels, it was possible to do just about anything. And when problems showed up, you just run away from your problems until they chased you, got tired, and opened themselves to be flanked by rattling guns and warp-lock Jezzails in enough bodies to make mountains of corpses that made the chances of your problems running away to become problems another day all but impossible. But in all her wargame scenarios with Coil, it was clear that the best possible method for success was through Bakuda's bombs, but they came up short in more than a few of Coil's visions. This led to Lisa attempting to ask Bakuda to rush production. Normally that wouldn't be a problem, but when she went there, Gallant had decided to waste time with Bakuda, and about several seconds after her request, somehow, that discussion led to Gallant and Bakuda discussing whatever the hell that was. This was all Faultline's fault too, seeing as she was too busy to ask Bakuda herself. Honestly, the sheer amount of not giving a shit that each individual Skaven possessed with the exception of Lisa herself, and fucking Fault Line was disheartening, because it meant she and Fault Line had something in common and even to fucking bond over, and that was just, so fucking wrong. Okay, so before this conversation can devolve further, Bakuda, can you make at least 24 more explosive ordnances in less than 2 days? Asked Lisa frankly. Bakuda turned away from Gallant, who picked up a few bomb components to start gnawing on them, before Bakuda hummed to herself while tapping her snout. Well, maybe, what isn't it for me? More explosions, said Lisa blankly. That is tempting, said Bakuda with an amused grin. But I want something else. I demand to be put in charge of Skur over meth head bitch skank. Lisa narrowed her eyes. Not my call and you know it, can you do it? Bakuda snorted before looking away with crossed arms. Fine, it'll be done, but you will put in a good word for me getting a promotion, yes. Sure, whatever. Just get it done, said Lisa with finality before turning around and walking out the room. That was when the scream started, and Bakuda's glass orb filled with warp fuel began to crack. Lisa wasted absolutely no time as she took off like a bat out of hell, before Bakuda and Gallant shared a glance, tossed the orb as far as she could and cheesed it out of their right as the orb exploded behind them. Lisa, who had dived into a pile of loose cloth and gnawed on blankets, peeked up from her hands as the tainted gas started to fill the room, probably filling everyone with carcinogens and poisons. Barring a few clan rats vomiting, nothing happened. Skaven were notoriously hard to kill with chemical and biological weapons. Slowly, Lisa got to her feet, brushing her suit off as Bakuda and Gallant sat up, watching as Bakuda's lab was engulfed in emerald, green flames. Bakuda scratched her chin as the crackling flames consumed her work, before looking back to Lisa. Yet. I don't think I can get you those bombs you wanted. Boom. Not in 2 days anyway. Lisa sighed, evidently, the 9 were in town. She just knew Taylor was going to use this as an excuse not to deal with her family issues. Stupid fucking murder hobos. Plus. Jack sat his bone saw cut deep into the tissue of his hand. Several of his fingers had been gnawed off by rats, and the only reason he managed to escape was when that other para-human crashed into the room, he was able to find an opening in the swarm to book it with bonesaw. Already, he was slowly feeling the sensation of his new fingertips as the nerve endings fused, but he said nothing. Uncharacteristically quiet as he furrowed his brow. Bonesaw was much the same, neither had spoken much since the incident. The only other member of the 9 in the room was Shatterbird. After her scream tore the small remnants of the city apart, she quickly returned after discovering that her nominee, Hook Wolf, was apparently no longer a potential member of the 9, mostly due to the new relative upstart. Reanimator managed to turn him into an undead thrall with no real will of his own, leaving Shatterbird without a vote in the games to come. That was a common problem for them in fact. Most of the hopefuls for the 9 were either undead, normal dead, or rat folk. Bonesaw and Mannequin's nominees were human, being Panacea and Arms Master respectively, but everyone else. Crawler's original nominee, Lung, was dead, having been turned into a whatever the fuck after an encounter with Warlock months earlier. Siberian's nominee Bitch was a rat, so was Cherish's. Crawler's follow-up nominee, someone being held underground with cloning powers, who was detected by Cherish when they came in, also was now a rat, leaving Crawler reluctant to make another choice out of the belief that somehow, his choices cursed people to turn into rats, and to prove his theory, he immediately nominated Donny Osmond, the non-para-human American singer, dancer, actor, television host, and former teen idol. When asked why Crawler nominated him, his sole answer was he knows what he did and he deserves to be a rat. No one questioned him further. As such, a reshuffling of nominees was required, seeing as any of the Skaven ones were seen as something of a package deal with Warlock due to blatant mastering on their part. The Siberian's new nominee was a local by the name of Parian, who apparently caught the cannibal's eye for some reason Jack really didn't care about. Much like Crawler, Cherish was very reluctant to let go of whatever rivalry she had with Regent, and just opted not to nominate at all. Shatterbird meanwhile decided that her best choice was Kaiser of all people, though even she admitted she was not happy about the recent slim pickings of the Bay. That made the current potential roster Warlock, Panacea, Arms Master, Parian, and Kaiser. No one counted Donny Osmond for obvious reasons, and Regent was technically off the table. As Bonesaw finished sewing his last finger into place she sighed. Jack meanwhile looked at his fingers, they were discolored compared to Jack's own skin tone, and much larger than the others, seeing that they had come from Hatchet Face. Finally, Bonesaw broke the silence. It doesn't make any sense, said Bonesaw as Jack curled and uncurled his fingers to get some semblance of feeling back into them. What was that? He asked idly. The traps were around her hearts, all 13 of them, only one went off. But, she threw them up. There's no connection between the stomach and hearts. For them to get there they'd have to pierce the stomach itself, but, why were they shaped like rats? I know powers can be weird, but this is so far beyond weird. That was when Shatterbird raised a brow. What was that about 13 hearts? She was promptly ignored as Jack spoke to Bonesaw directly. Well, obviously Warlock has more tricks than we expected. That girl is an enigma if I ever saw one, a shame she broke the rules before the game even started. Still, it's not over yet, I already nominated her, no takebacks. We just need to think of another way to go about it. She has my safeguards now, metal wire filament reinforcement in her bones to prevent breaking, sheaths for her vital organs and arteries despite her numerous redundancies, subdermal mesh, nanoparticles coating her muscles, and no traps at all, we made her stronger. People make mistakes, this was just one of those. Still, it's not over until the fat lady has her vocal cords split open and her blood spills on the ground. Oh. I always thought the expression was until the fat lady sings or something like that. A common misconception, Poppet, said Jack with a smile. Jack turned to Bonesaw as she scratched the side of her face. He could see small bumps appearing on her cheek as she stared at nowhere in particular. He hummed at the sight before getting to his feet. No, seriously, what about the 13 hearts thing? Bonesaw sighed before turning to Shatterbird. Warlock's internal body is subject to dimensional transcendence, having a larger internal volume than you'd think. Her digestive tract, respiratory system, and cardiovascular system are non-Euclidean. This is limited to the organs in her chest and abdomen. The nervous, skeletal, and muscular system is mostly normal barring some unusual mineral deposit with this, black crystal stuff, and some lengthening for various bone groups that make her anatomy slightly more rodent-like. She had a lot of extra organs, usually 13 total. There are also several anomalous anatomical features that seemingly serve no purpose. Like the eyeball of a rat on her heart. I couldn't make heads nor tails of it, it was weird and cool and hurt my head a little bit. Oh, okay then. That's certainly new, said Shatterbird bluntly. It was around this time that Cherish barged her way into the room, sulking as she had since they entered the city. She currently was holding an axe over her shoulder, specifically the axe that belonged to Hatchet Face that she had taken as a trophy after killing him for a place in the 9. Everyone ignored her as Jack continued. You should have been there, watching Poppet here pull out more and more entrails. Like the never-ending handkerchief magic trick, it was kind of fun until it wasn't. Said Jack idly. Cherish stopped in her place as she glanced at Jack, trying to comprehend those words before ultimately deciding it wasn't worth it. Instead, she tossed the axe aside and sat down, still sulking, as she had since she learned of Regent's fate. Right knight, said Shatterbird blankly before shaking her head and turning back to Jack. So, I'm guessing based on the missing fingers the pitch didn't go well. Depends on the context I suppose, or your definition of the word well. Certainly, learned that Warlock is not the typical para-human, not even the typical villain for that matter. She seems to be under the strange belief that we're doing evil wrong, and we should instead be focused on world domination and hiring goons. I think she'd fit right in personally. Mannequin will love a tinker who does literally the opposite of benefiting the human race. She eats people, so Siberian can bond over that. Crawlers. Crawler, so he probably won't care, but I'm sure he'll appreciate it when she uses her vast abilities on him. Really, there's something for everyone. I like her, said Bonesaw with a smile. Those wolf rat things gave me some ideas, and I know she's a dual tinker, with both traditional and biological specialties. Combine that with everything else and she's like a Swiss Army knife, but with teeth. And what big teeth they are, said Jack with a nod. This was when Cherish interrupted. Are you two going to start drinking her bath water? Because that is what it sounds like, said Cherish with crossed arms. Just a healthy respect for the mad and insane, also what has your panties in a bunch? Asked Jack. Cherish just glared at Jack, much to Shatterbird's chagrin. What the fuck do you think, said Cherish blankly. Language, said Bonesaw with a wave of her finger. Cherish just rolled her eyes, giving out a short bark of whatever before going back to minding her own business. With that out of the way, Bonesaw nodded and turned to face Shatterbird. Personally, I still would prefer Panacea though, the poor thing is so miserable, I think we can help her, which reminds me, I really need to let her know she's been put forwards. Cherish wondered what Bonesaw thought the word help meant as Jack shrugged and looked back to his new fingers. Whatever the case, Warlock's going to need a special touch for the games to come. Wouldn't be fair if everyone else's nominees go ahead while mine minds her own business. We may have lost the insurance, but there's always leverage. We just need to find it, and I think I know just where to look. Plus. Panacea. Panacea slowly opened the closet door, having gone in as soon as the sound of shattering glass echoed everywhere. She had given it some time before exiting her temporary shelter, only to see dozens, if not hundreds of people around her who were all covered in lacerations from the glass. She sprang into action, not out of some sense of duty or anything similar. It was instinct really, the default action to take in an emergency. Her body was on autopilot as she went from the downed doctors to patients. She knew what that scream meant, hell everyone did. Only one para-human could do something like that, and it was a grim prospect, one that didn't make sense. There was an impenetrable dome around the city, with only one way in or out. Were the 9 in the city since Leviathan? Panacea doubted they could go this long and only just now begin to act. It was nerve-wracking, so soon after dealing with one S-class threat, a threat that led to the erection of the dome, and now there was another one. Her mind ran with grotesque images of Bonesaw's victims. Several months back, out of curiosity, Amy had found images of what she did to people, the numerous surgeries for the lucky ones, or unlucky ones depending on your point of view, to have some paltry form of normality restored. As the images played in her mind, Panacea went on autopilot. Do I have permission to heal you? Over and over again, those words came out so fast as she went through patients that it was almost like a mantra. Do I have your permission to heal you? Always the same words with only the slightest variations, yet despite it all, her mind wandered elsewhere. She should have been left the hospital, with Vicky picking her up by this point, but that was before all this happened. Amy couldn't help but wonder, and as her mind wandered, her thoughts turned darker and darker. Do I have your permission to heal you? The 9 announcing themselves like this could mean a whole host of issues, but for them to be here at all would mean they had to have put in a great deal of effort to break into the dome, Her mind could only really latch onto that, and that alone because for that much effort to be expended, then the cost would have to be smaller than the potential benefit. It couldn't be general chaos, there were other targets, other cities for that taking, cities not trapped beneath a dome. May I heal you? All Panacea could come up with was that this was a recruitment mission for them to fill out their roster to the traditional 9 members. That filled her with dread, and she couldn't help but dwell on it more and more. Why wasn't Vicky here yet? Was she hurt? Her shield was one use only with a time limit. It was a carefully kept secret of New Wave that the local Alexandria package wasn't quite as tough as they'd all like to pretend. What if Vicky was stuck out there, dying in an alley from being hit by glass shrapnel? A pit formed in her stomach. I need you to blink twice if I have your permission to heal you. That gnawing dread ate through her, like the jaws of a hungry rat, that led her mind to wander further to Warlock Engineer. Out of everyone in the city, Panacea could see the 9 electing to have her join their group. Panacea thought she knew what evil was, long before all this started. Warlock was, so far beyond that, willfully enslaving people by turning them into rats, like the demented combo of Bonesaw and Heartbreaker. Betraying the Endbringer truce while Leviathan was still active. Hell, she even literally summoned a demon. The single most stereotypical evil thing Panacea could imagine. Do I have your permission to heal you? Granted, Panacea didn't think it was a real demon, but, well, what else would you call it? Yes, out of everyone in the city, Panacea could see Warlock being something that would push the 9 to bypass the dome. Vicky could be bleeding in an alleyway somewhere out there, filled with shards of glass, all because of a recruitment pitch by a bunch of killers and domestic terrorists. Do I have? Panacea paused, the words dying on her lips. The autopilot she was ended as the woman below her breathed her last breath, and slowly, Panacea felt as the neurochemical signals in her brain decayed away into nonsense, until Panacea couldn't see nor feel her biology. Panacea blinked, looking at the woman below her. In the right light, with her long blonde hair, she could almost be said to look like Vicky. Taller, slightly older, but the glass had ruined her face. It was not a leap for her mind to momentarily picture it as actually being Vicky who had just died in her arms. Panacea didn't move, just staring down at the cadaver below her, one like so many of the others she had seen. Those with inoperable brain tumors or other such neurological conditions. She kept staring at the woman, her eyes stinging as she slowly put her down and got to her feet, yet no matter what, Panacea couldn't look away. Her vision grew blurry, as her hands began to shake. Slowly, she moved one to her face, where she felt a wetness as the tears fell. She really did look so much like Victoria. Panacea didn't know how long she stood there, only that one moment she was looking down at the girl, and the next her feet were stomping on the ground as she ran from the hospital. Some people tried to stop her, but she didn't hear them. The pace of her heartbeat quickened as the lactic acid buildup in her legs all but screamed at her to stop, but she didn't, she couldn't, she had to find Vicky. Life's little cruelties. Emma crashed into the ground with a tremendous boom, Taylor having sidestepped it with a sideways leap, landed on all fours and skidded across the pavement before sinking her claws into it to slow down, carving into it as she slid. At roughly the same time, Emma had ricocheted off the earth and transitioned into flight as she headed right towards Taylor with a raised fist. Taylor quickly got to her feet, kicking off the ground to leap towards Emma. The enhancements inside of her propelled her forwards at high speeds, like she was shot out of a cannon. Emma's eyes narrowed as she prepared for a punch, only to be immediately thrown to the side when Taylor spun mid-air, and smacked Emma out of the sky with her tail. As Taylor landed, she turned to watch Emma be flung off to the side, slamming into a nearby building and going through it. As Taylor started chuckling to herself, she shifted from foot to foot as she felt out with administration and watched Emma slowly get to her feet and pull herself from the rubble. Taylor snapped her fingers, and Emma was immediately swarmed with rats. Taylor chuckled as Emma started flailing and screaming, grabbing and squishing rats off her before tossing their corpses to the side, but for every rat she killed, a dozen more came to take their place. You know Emma, nobody is ever more than 20 feet away from a rat, said Taylor as thousands of rats swarmed out from the sewers and crevices of the city, burying Emma beneath a tide of fur, fangs, and claws. Taylor laughed as the rats scrambled and clambered around and across the difficult terrain of the ruined street with ease, forming massive waves and carpets of scurrying death. Just like the Skaven, the rats moved with a speed born of generation of fearful desperation as they skittered and swarmed Emma at the behest of their master. Taylor dug her feet into the ground, before pushing off with all her might. She flew over the hordes as she lashed out with a punch right where Emma's face should have been. Hard to tell with so many rats covering her, but Taylor did feel something crunch beneath her fist as Emma was thrown back into the same hole, flying across the room and slamming through yet another wall, before landing on the street opposite the building. Taylor put her hands in her pockets, calmly walking through the building as her armies of rats parted like the Red Sea with each step she made. With a sideways nod of her head, the rats covering Emma leapt off, letting her see that she had definitely broken Emma's nose, though already she could tell it was healing, which was a bit of a bummer. Still, Glory Girl's powers were slowly starting to wane. As Taylor passed the threshold of the hole in the wall, she stopped, before leaning against it. You know Emma, you still can give up. How's this sound? Surrender and we can make this painful. Don't, and I'm going to eat your parents. Sounds good. Emma glared up at Taylor, before her bones started to snap and her limbs lengthened. Taylor sighed and rolled her eyes. Emma was stronger and could fly so long as she had Glory Girl's powers, but the enhancements from Bonesaw had evened the playing field just enough that her superior agility actually made a difference, and all she had to do was stall Emma long enough for those powers to run their course. Sure, Emma would still have strength and regeneration. The monstrous Emma's muscles flexed, and just before the rats were about to leap on her, she flew at Taylor, who grabbed Emma's oversized hands as she was slammed through a wall behind her. Emma kept her hands on Taylor, continuing to fly until she smashed Taylor through another wall, who was somewhat surprised that she barely even felt it. Sure, it hurt, but it was manageable. I'm going to kill you, you manipulative bitch. Oh Emma, you say such nice things about me, said Taylor as she sank her claws into Emma's wrists. At first, the skin-tight shield Emma stole from Glory Girl held, but with just a bit of force, it suddenly collapsed and Taylor's claws sank deep into Emma's wrists, sending a spray of blood from the sheer strength of her grip. Taylor then reared her head back, before quickly jerking herself upper body forwards, and head-butted Emma in the face. Another sickening crunch was heard as Emma screamed and released Taylor by pure reflex to cover her own face. Without Emma holding onto her, Taylor immediately began to fall back towards the earth below. Taylor looked down as she descended, watching the rapidly approaching earth below before looking back up at Emma, and flipping her off before her tail swept from one side, and flung to the other, causing her to begin to spin mid-air. A second later, Taylor landed on her hands and feet, leaving a crater in the ground where she landed before rising to her feet no worse for wear. Taylor looked back up, seeing the wrath-filled Emma's teeth grind with pure unbridled rage, before she took off like a speeding bullet. Taylor prepared for the attack, only for Emma to suddenly bypass Taylor altogether and pass her by. For the briefest moment, Taylor felt only sheer confusion as she wondered, why the hell would Emma do that, until her tail was pulled tight, and she realized exactly what just happened. In that briefest of moments, Emma had grabbed her by the tail, and took her with Taylor in hand. The next thing Taylor knew, she was swung over Emma's head and slammed face first into the ground, leaving the pavement below as little more than rubble, before her tail was pulled tight again and Taylor flailed haphazardly as she was swung over Emma's head again, and slammed onto the ground opposite of the first crater, sending debris of powdered cement and pebbles with the impact. Then Emma did it again, almost like a pendulum. Taylor was manhandled, swung over and over again, left right into the ground. This went on for far longer than one might expect. Over and over again Emma would swing Taylor overhead by her tail only to slam her into the pavement over and over again as she was tossed about like a rag doll being held by a particularly angry toddler. After over a dozen such slams, Taylor, who was getting tired of being manhandled, was finally slammed into the ground one last time, landing on her back before Emma moved unnaturally fast and began straddling Taylor, and started repeatedly slamming her misshapen fists into Taylor. With each punch, Taylor was sent just a bit deeper into the ground, until all that was below Emma was loose gravel that once was a solid piece and a lifetime's worth of poor decision-making. Slowly however, Emma's punches grew weaker, the speed didn't change, merely the overall force behind the attacks did as she burned through the blood she drank from Glory Girl, until it was slowly used up. Seizing the moment, Taylor shot out, grabbing Emma's oversized fist with one hand and deflecting it until it sank into the ground next to Taylor's head. With her other arm, Taylor's palm shot out, and grabbed Emma by the jawbone, and pulled Emma into an upwards headbutt. The sheer momentum of it sent Emma on a pendulum swing of her own as she shot backwards and landed on her back, hard. Wasting very little time, Taylor lifted her legs, and kicked herself to her feet. Taylor then began shaking herself like a dog, sending powdered concrete flying off her as she did so, before she gazed down at Emma. Emma, breathing heavily, could only glare up at Taylor who reached up to her face, and pulled off her mask, showing Emma her fang-filled grin of razor-sharp teeth. You know, that didn't even hurt, not really. Felt it for sure, but that's about it, damn, say speak what you will about Bonesaw, but she does good work. Emma's eyes widened at that as Taylor towered over her, before slowly bending down at the waist, gazing deep into Emma's eyes as she all but loomed over her with all the menace of a sadistic monster. Taylor held that pose, examining Emma with an almost clinical gaze so forceful that Emma couldn't see a shred of humanity remaining in those glowing green eyes. Then, Taylor held out her hand, and her gaze shifted to it. She experimentally wiggled her fingers, before balling them into a fist and giving off a small sigh. A shame I have no stores of magic left, I could bring that down to 2 Skaven Emmas and only one man thing one, but today is your lucky day. I think I got all that out of my system, I feel much better, said Taylor as she pulled the mask back on and climbed out the hole. Emma blinked as all of that slowly stewed in her mind, before she immediately began snarling with her open bifurcated jaw sending droplets of spittle out, before her jaw closed and she started yelling. Where the fuck are you going? This isn't over, Taylor. Taylor paused, before turning around, and in an instant, whatever bravado Emma had summoned vanished in an instant as she looked at that blank mask staring back at her. Sure it is, you've already lost. One of you is a Skaven and will betray you, as all Skaven do. All this said Taylor motioning everywhere around her. Dash, this was just me paying you back for everything you've ever done to me Emma. So go, get to Madison and Anne, run away little girl, you'll be mine eventually no matter what you do. Your parents are still human you know, waste of a good spell, but I think I can spare the energy once I gnaw a bit of warp stone. Emma gasped, weakly reaching out with one hand. Wait, don't please Emma didn't get a chance to finish as Taylor just shook her head and immediately interrupted her. You're done Emma, I've taken just about everything from you, and I don't even have to take what's left, because one of you is going to give it to me of her own free will. Even still, it won't be over Emma, you will pay for everything you did, with interest. Your life as a slave is all you have to look forwards to, and I can be a very cruel master. I can make mommy and daddy hate you just as much as I do, I just might in fact. I can have Sophia be as cruel to you as you were to me, and I can make it all very personal. Your future is one filled with a never-ending hell Emma, and the absolute best part, you're too weak to stop it from happening, and I know how you feel about strength and weakness. So run along little Emma, run away and try and fight it, you've already lost, and it will be so much sweeter when the Skaven within you marches into the Undercity and begs me to take her in, with you too weak to do anything about it. When I'm finished with you, you'll wish you were back in that alley. Emma continued to glare at Taylor, teeth grinding and fists held tight, before she collapsed on the ground, breathing hard as she gazed hatefully up at Taylor, who lifted a single finger, and tapped the lens on her mask. It took a moment for Emma to figure out the meaning of that gesture, but when she reached up to her own face, she found her finger came back wet with fresh tears. Taylor didn't say anything else, instead she just threw back her head and laughed. It was a nasty, hearty, and hateful laugh of pure noxious delight, and as it grew louder, it became far more frightening. With each passing second her laughter began to crescendo with sheer lunacy as it filled the city with its evil presence, like somehow her laughter was a living thing of pure unrepentant chaos. Emma's heartbeat all but stumbled in her chest as she was struck cold with the sheer force of Taylor's malicious glee. Each chuckle echoed everywhere across the city, loud as anything Emma had ever heard, so loud it hurt her ears with an awful ringing that would not leave, just kept ringing in her mind like tinnitus, one that remained long after Taylor turned back around and walked off deeper into the city, leaving Emma alone, bruised and broken in more ways than one. With her ears ringing and spirit broken. Best worst day ever. Taylor did not walk back into the central chamber of her Undercity, so much as she strutted her way inside with arms outstretched to either side and a wide fang-filled grin on her face. Hello fuckers. Guess who just had the best goddamn day? The hordes of clan rats in Paris Skaven all spared Taylor a glance, before promptly ignoring her altogether. So giddy was Taylor that she didn't even care and just took in the sights of her under-empire as she made her way to her laboratory. Rocco and the once hobos, now Slaven were currently betting on a fight between two manic Skaven, one wielding a sledgehammer and the other a concrete bird bath. A small group of rat ogres were gnawing on the massive warp stone columns sticking out of the ground and getting lost in the warp from the resulting high. Some brute horrors were expanding the tunnels downwards and doing all the other things giant subterranean rat monsters are wont to do, things best not described in polite company, not that anyone here was polite in the slightest. All in all fairly typical Skavenisms. When Taylor made her way into her lab, she passed Bitch and Judas as they made their way out before entering to see Lisa standing over the currently unconscious Glory Girl, who was being tended to by Uthula. All but skipping her way over, Taylor put her hand on Lisa's shoulder, startling the Skaven thinker as she grinned. Greetings Tattletale, I have returned from many much glory new and improved. Lisa's nose twitched idly as she quirked her head. Why are you so cheerful? Asked Lisa. I made a bitch cry sob. Lisa nodded as if that made any amount of sense, before Taylor remembered what Lisa's powers were and dismissed that thought before looking at the unconscious Glory Girl laying on the table. Already what glass had been embedded in her was removed and placed into a bloody bowl at the foot of the table, though Glory Girl didn't have a scratch on her, save of course for her outfit. As Uthula finished, she brushed off her hands and looked to Taylor. She's good, we'll probably be out for a few more hours. Is that all? Because Victor's and I are trying to get more plagues to infect myself with and we've been looking for ones that won't make my fur fall out because it really is my best feature. Highly debatable, said Tattletale idly. Taylor absent-mindedly waved Uthula off before she nodded and made her way out of the room, shooting Tattletale a harsh glare as she left. Taylor paid it no mind as she looked down at Glory Girl with a quizzitive glance as she hummed to herself. I'm thinking either Mors or Ishan, though I doubt she's going to ever get a hold of the whole sneak stealth bit. What do you think? I think Panacea's not going to be happy about this one, said Lisa as she looked down at the unconscious Paris Skaven. So? Who gives a shit fuck about Panda? It was about time we got us an Alexandria package anyway. Yeah, I think she'll make an excellent addition to Mors as a warrior over a sneaky ninja rat. Honestly, I don't know what I was thinking. Lisa just shook her head. No, not that. Panacea's stronger than you know, said Lisa before Taylor snorted, breaking her concentration. Please, her powers fail against me. Tried giving poor warlock engineer tumors, and I just spat them up as rats. Hard counter I am to her powers, yes. Really? Asked Lisa with a raised brow. Would I lie to you? Yes, you would, said Lisa simply, and Taylor didn't say anything to the contrary. It was a fair assessment after all, she wasn't even mad. It's not always easy to tell though. Even when I know you are lying, my powers no pick up on it. It's infuriating. The fact that it bothered Lisa so much brought a bit of joy to Taylor's black heart. Arms Master said same. Me thinks I spoofed his lie detector or something, not sure, was not paying attention and was more interested in Steel taking his bike. Though Alexandria claimed she could cold read me, but that could be a lie. Then again I am Skaven, so I probably have a complicated relationship with truth and falsehoods. Putting it mildly, but it's more than that, probably one of the Horned One's gifts, I shouldn't have this much trouble. Still, I believe you about Panacea, but just because you are immune doesn't mean we all are. Taylor shrugged. Not my problem, but if it makes you feel better I will Skaven her soon. Until then, relax, we have new Mors fighter. How do you think I can relax when slaughterhouse in town HMM? I don't know, a spa I think guess. Relaxing comes simple easy to me because unlike you, I value my personal time. You work us to the bone, we don't have personal time. No, I give everyone free time because I don't trust them further than I can throw them, and, it just occurred to me I can throw them much further now. You can throw them further now? What do you? No, forget that. Okay, let me rephrase that, you work me to the bone. Also fault line, but you two I trust, but do keep in mind that you're a slave, so it's expected and thus not my problem. Lisa rolled her eyes, before looking back to Taylor with a foul grin. So you're not concerned about the 9? No, they're utterly inferior to me and my armies. Plus the power to turn my enemies into raiding slaves is a bit of a game changer. So we're still good for the Empire assault and your encounter with your dad. I was having a great day, and you ruined it in 2 seconds. It's the closest thing to personal time I get, said Lisa with a shrug. Fine, we'll focus on the stupid slaughterhouse issue. Nope, too late, we're assaulting the Empire and getting you to talk with your dad. No more running away from your problems. Didn't you run away from home? Different, your parents actually love you, mine loved what I could do for them. Completely different circumstances, yes. If I were in your shoes, it wouldn't ever have run away. No way you can know that for sure, baseless accusation unless you can point to a peer-reviewed study backing up your hypothesis, but good luck finding a study like that. Also, why are you getting involved in my life so much? Can't help it, it's like a soap opera and a train wreck had a baby. You are really the gift that keeps on giving. That and I'm enthralled to ensure your plans run smoothly, and you've been sabotaging yourself with your avoidance of a major personal issue that is throwing you off your game. I can't let that happen, and if I get to smack some sense into you, both figuratively and literally, then all the better for my own stress relief. Taylor released a groan that slowly transitioned into a sigh, before looking back to Tattletale with a gaze that if Taylor triggered slightly differently, would have melted Lisa into undifferentiated goo. Why are you like this? Lisa just smiled a fox-like grin that just did not look right on her rat-like face before answering the question she damn well knew was rhetorical. Poor parenting mostly, just ask Rex. Well, you can't, on account of the whole being dead thing, but if you could he'd say the same thing, plus I am a Skaven so that certainly didn't help. Yeah, that's fair. Glad you think so. Now, while you were out I took the liberty of using Coil's brain extensively until he passed out from sheer pain. It was fun. I also have had Echidna make some clones of our best clan rats, would have made Paris Skaven, but still hesitant. Your dad doesn't know who Kaiser is, and has been target attacking known hangouts. This has spread out the Empire a bit. Based on all of Coil's predictions, our best bet is an all-out attack on Medhall. Yes. This will necessitate Kaiser to call everyone there, which should also bring the undead where most of Coil's simulations show he will join us for the duration, though I can't say what will happen afterwards. Anyway, with the Empire gone, that only leaves the Travelers, part, and your dad as the major players in the Bay with a handful of independents. Taylor blinked. You've given this a lot of thought. Of course, it's what I do. Taylor nodded idly. What of your studies into the lore of Ruin? At that, Tattletale's smile finally fell, and Tailro felt vindicated. I don't want to talk about it. Before Taylor could call Tattletale out on that, Glory Girl began to stir, drawing both girls' attention over to the girl as she hissed and moaned in pain before she rose up grasping her head. Ow. Head hurts. Welcome back to the waking world, and congratulations, you're going to be a Moors warrior. Glory Girl turned to Taylor, staring blankly for a moment before quirking her head in confusion. Moors. One of the 6 subgroups of the Kickrat clan. Moors is composed of warlords and martial warriors. There is also the Seers, Skrr, Pestilence, Molder, and Ishan. Each has its specific purposes. Yes, said Lisa clinically. Subgroups? What you mean? No other villain structure like that, said Glory Girl with a hint of confusion, before her face turned thoughtful. Except maybe Coil. Lisa just nodded. Yeah, that's probably why he was deceptively successful. It is best to think of us like the branches of the armed forces. We have been overhauling the way we operate. Most villain groups act like gangs and mafias, we're trying to be structured more like a military. Taylor nodded in agreement. It allows for better flexibility. So we can deal with anything. This is why you go to Moors, it is where you will work best, plus Gallant is there, so you'll have company. Glory Girl nodded at that, and smiled a most unskaven-like smile even. An action that made Taylor roll her eyes. Stupid teenage hormones apparently applied to even the Skaven. Makes sense. Clever too, no wonder you're winning. Failing upwards more like, said Lisa with a coy glance towards Taylor, who just responded by flipping her off while not looking at her. I remember what you said, when we met, you said no worry about Skaven successes, it's the fuck UPS that will get you. At that Lisa smiled and turned to Taylor with a chuckle. You actually said that? Asked Lisa before devolving into a fit of giggles. Taylor just sighed and rubbed her head just below the base of her horns as if massaging away a migraine, before she glared at Glory Girl. Don't encourage her. I'll never hear the end of it, just go. We have much to discuss. Find Krieg, he is in charge of Moors. He will whip you into shape. Glory Girl rose a brow at that. Figuratively or literally. Both Taylor and Lisa exchanged a glance at that, both with wicked smiles on their faces that did very little to reassure Glory Girl before Taylor simply nodded. Yes. Glory Girl looked from one to the other, before she sighed and got to her feet, and flew out of the lab without another word. I have a great feeling about her. I think it was worth it after being vivisected. Lisa idly nodded, before her mind fully put together what Taylor had just said, and with a double take, Lisa's head shot back to Taylor so fast that Taylor could hear the popping of the vertebrae in her neck. What is this about vivisection? Taylor just smiled. Funny story, okay, so it all started when me and bitch Skitter ran to the surface to go after Emma. Plus. After the meeting, Taylor walked deeper into the Skr laboratory, ignoring the hustle and bustle as clan rats move materials from location to location or cleaning up the loose bits of glass that accumulated on the ground from Shatterbird's scream. Dozens of doom flares hung from chains attached to the ceiling while the wall was adorned with what had to be hundreds of rattling guns, warp lock Jezzails, warp fire throwers, and even a few poison wind mortars. There were even a few unconscious rat ogres hooked up to various tubes of glowing green fluids as metal armor was fastened and strapped to their bodies in preparation for the creation of storm fiends. Eventually, Taylor walked deeper into the base where she came across her own personal storage area, where both her armor and doom wheel was kept. It was here that Taylor looked to see Chariot making a few modifications to her own warlock engineer armor. Once she made it close enough, Chariot turned to her, but Taylor paid him no mind, and instead opted to take a full look at the armor's newest iteration. It looked mostly the same, but the warp stone boiler on the back had been streamlined and modified somewhat with what looked almost like turbines. Taylor rose a brow before glancing at Chariot, who merely chuckled. You like? I added a jump jet pack. Capable of catapulting you across the battlefield. Some mid-air maneuverability is possible using foot thrusters, but it's not designed to keep you flying, just get from place to place very fast. I know you can teleport, but that requires magics, now you have more options. Taylor nodded. I'm impressed. Has it been tested? It has lost 2 clan rats trying to get it right, but it should increase battlefield mobility. In addition, the powered exoskeleton has been improved. Before, it only helped reduce weight, now it makes you stronger and faster. Plus, now the rattling gun can automatically retract when not in use, and your halberd can be fixed to the tank using electromagnetism, thus freeing up hands when not needed. At that, Taylor smiled. Excellent, I knew you'd be a most useful asset, Chariot. For that, you get triple warpstone dust portions today with extra cheese and peanut butter. Chariot chuckled lightly as he started wringing his hands and hopping from foot to foot. You are the most merciful of masters, this one thanks you for your recognition. It is an honor, yes. I am, aren't I? Now go. Get your rewards, I have matters of my own to attend to. When done, I want you to work more on the storm fiends, understand? Yes my master, said Chariot with a smile before he skittered off into the darkness. Taylor watched him go, before looking back at her armor. She decided it was wise to make a few examinations of Chariot's work, because while her slaves were forced to be loyal, Skaven can be very creative with interpreting what that actually meant. As she looked over every cog, servo, and pipe, her mind wandered to what was to come in a very short period of time. Logically, she knew that she'd eventually have to confront her father as soon as she learned the truth, but she really didn't want to. There was a multitude of reasons why. First was the history between the necromancers and the Skaven. It was a bloody history indeed, one filled with war and strife and more betrayal than any other conflict. However, that was not the primary reason. Taylor knew that her father was the last real link she had to whatever humanity remained within her, and try as she might, while she was a very good Skaven, she was not Skaven enough to throw that all away. Though arguably, it's in a Skaven's nature to hoard anything they like and guard it with a ferocity born of greed and avarice, and to Taylor her family was no different. It was clear why he had taken up necromancy. Taylor still remembered the confrontation in the basement, just before she was captured by Coil. She remembered seeing the undead form of her mother, talking to her. It was clear that Taylor Hebert was no novice, as he effectively created a sapient undead, something akin to the mythical Tomb Kings. A very high-level skill for the necromancers. If Taylor were to be honest with herself, she'd love nothing more than to rejoin her family, but one thing was stopping her. Taylor did not regret anything she had done. She was a Skaven, even if she didn't exactly look like one. Regrets and shame was not something the Skaven really felt, not really, but what scared her the most was what would her father think of her. Or her mother for that matter. As much as Taylor wanted to go back, she expected she knew the answer, but, just so long as she avoided it, she could pretend it wouldn't happen, but out of everything, her greatest fear was, what if they were disappointed in her? Taylor really didn't want to find out, and the fact that it was going to happen so soon scared the hell out of her. In just one day's time, in the early morning, a horde of Skaven and beasts were going to swarm the streets and tear down Med Hall brick by brick, and Tattletale was adamant that Danny was going to be drawn to it like a moth to flame. What happened after that, even Tattletale wasn't sure. Taylor took a breath, and closed her eyes before shaking her head. Why couldn't being a fascist tyrant be simple? Prelude to the assault on Med Hall. One of the perks to being in servitude to an eldritch rat monster who embodied concepts like vermin, plagues, deception, and general unpleasantness who was heavily invested in your continued success was that you knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that you had divine aid on your side. Granted, the Horned One was a very duplicitous deity with a very sink or swim mentality, but damn if he wasn't invested. Taylor examined herself in the mirror as she started strapping on her powered exoskeleton. Her newfound status as a Daemon Prince was something that did little more than confound her. The Great Horned Rat normally was not one to make Daemon Princes, with his Vermin Lords being the closest analogues to both Daemon Princes and Greater Demons, depending on their specific origins. On the surface, Taylor didn't look out of place from some of the tamer Case 53s. Sure, she had the long backward curving horns of an ibex, claws, rat tail, and a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, but otherwise, on the surface she didn't look all too different. There were some anatomical anomalies she could spot though, certain features longer than they should be in some places and shorter in others. She was fairly comfortable walking on the balls of her feet for instance, even if it wasn't her normal gait, and from what she could tell she had a longer spine than normal that befitted itself to running on all fours, but you'd have to be looking very closely to notice something like that. Under the surface however, she knew that was where things got weird was probably putting it mildly. The fact that it took her this long to even realize she was a daemon prince was also odd. While it was true that daemon princes had a high degree of variation between each other even if they worshipped the same deity, they normally didn't look quite so human as she did. Taylor had a few theories on why that was. For one, she was a human for the vast majority of her life, and the great horned rat didn't exactly deal with humans. No, he exclusively dealt with the Skaven, so perhaps it was possible he was unfamiliar with human anatomy. Tapping an outstretched claw on her chin, she had to wonder what exactly being a daemon prince of the horned rat meant. Daemon princes were universally immortal, but the exact details are mudded depending on what chaos god they belong to, but there were some universal truths. All daemon princes became what they are by having some quality that caught the attention of the chaos gods. Because of that, you could sort of tell what the deal of a daemon prince was if you were sufficiently knowledgeable about the portfolio of the god in question. With that in mind, Taylor began to ponder what being a daemon prince of the horned rat meant. This was fairly simple. Taylor knew the nature of the horned rat well. If one were to boil the great horned rat down to his most basic elements, one would find the horned rat embodied and represents the central foundation of Skaven psychology and society. The need to survive. To become the dominant organism in any ecosystem, be it natural, social, political, or otherwise. To eliminate any threats or competition by any means necessary. Taking this into account, Taylor figured that the primary manifestation of her newfound ascension was absolute survival to an almost supernatural degree, which probably explained why she didn't immediately die when Glory Girl turned her bones into dust. Taylor found that she couldn't complain. She was an abomination against nature with non-Euclidean entrails and the ability to survive just about anything the world could throw at her. What's not to love? Still, it did vex her that it took her so long to find out, but these things happen when you are a follower of a deity that had the mentality of Dick Dastardly and Megatron. It did beg the question what else she was capable of, but she was sure she'd figure it out as she went along. Taylor was drawn from her thoughts as Tattletale barged into her armory without warning. Are you done? Everyone else is ready and you've been lagging behind. Taylor just glared at Tattletale as she slipped on her gas mask. Don't rush, hasten me, I will be done when I'm done. Tattletale just raised a brow as she gave Taylor a once-over. You look done to me. Taylor looked back to the mirror. Her armor was fully strapped on and she was about as ready to go as she could be. Which meant she had no real excuse to stall for much longer, unless... Still need must to snort a bucket full of warp dust. Tattletale just raised a brow, before her eyes traveled from Taylor over to the empty bucket at her feet. Taylor followed her gaze, and upon seeing what Tattletale was looking at, immediately kicked the bucket, figuratively of course. She had no intentions of dying ever if she could help it. You saw nothing. Yes I did, looks like you already sniffed enough warpstone dust to murder-kill an elephant. Probably murder-kill a dozen carnosaurs actually, one elephant is a bit of an understatement. Oh god fucking damn it. Said Taylor upon the sudden realization she had given away to Tattletale that yes, she already snorted a bucket full of warpstone dust, and the fox-like grin on Lisa's face certainly didn't help. See, stop smiling. Tattletale just snorted and shook her head. Whatever Taylor, come. We have a Nazi empire to topple. Damn it, why did that have to sound so fucking fun? With a defeated sigh, Taylor nodded. Fine, let's do this. Maybe if she was lucky, her father wouldn't show up, but she highly fucking doubted it. Plus. Taylor's own personal squad was composed of the best that her Skaven had to offer. Her forces were mostly composed of Coil's former mercenaries outfitted with screw tech, specifically smaller one-man variants of the Rattling gun that were designed based on her own model that would serve the function not too dissimilar from assault rifles. The only real disadvantage was they didn't have the same ammo capacity of two-manned Rattling guns due to the lack of the onboard waste compactors, but it offered better maneuverability. Taylor herself was stationed on her doom wheel, slightly modified with a small platform on either side of the wheel for two Rattling gunners to stand and shoot. Other than that, Taylor had 13 doom flayers behind her, each one being driven by one Skaven with another riding on the back with a Rattling gun. This essentially turned them into a combination of a motorized war chariot and an anti-infantry light utility vehicle. For Para-Skaven support, Taylor was kept in constant communication with Tattletale using a form of Skaven communications technology called a Farsqueaker. Tattletale's main usage was going to run Coil into the ground to ensure this whole assault went off without a hitch. One of the newest additions to the vehicles of the Skaven was audio-visual cameras that would enable Tattletale to keep an eye on everything and make adjustments as needed. Beyond that, every group would be present to some capacity. The opening attack would come from Skir mortar units, who were being led by Bakuda to bomb the ever-loving shit out of Medhall's surroundings of anything that dared to be in the same zip code as the place, be they Empire or civilian, which really would be their own fault for daring to be outside when the city was stuck under a dome and demigod-like people roamed the streets. Stupid innocent civilians. Always getting themselves murder-killed all over the place, said Taylor to herself, catching the attention of one of her gunners. What was that, ma'am? Taylor did however appreciate how uncharacteristically respectful Coil's mercs were, even as Skaven. Just my musings, ignore me. The merc nodded before he went back to looking over his weapon. Taylor continued to wait until she heard the telltale sound of explosions. Once that started, the siege of Medhall would officially begin. She found herself becoming antsy, drumming her claws on the controls as she grew more and more nervous of what was to come, not the killing and mayhem, no she fucking lived for that shit, no it was the undead issue that was giving her cold feet. Testing, 1-2-1-2. Huff and puff warpstone, hello? Anyone there? Asked the voice of Tattletale over the Farsqueaker. Taylor flipped the switch. Yes, I hear you. What is our status? Bakuda is in position, mortars are up atop the roofs of several nearby skyscrapers. Currently marking targets for maximum chaos and damage. Ishan death runners are inside of the ducts and have taken pestilence plagues to taint poison the sprinkler systems. Once fires begin, water will cripple everyone inside. We're almost ready. Watt of power. I have already sent a command order to tune off power cables once water is done being tainted. Bakuda's signal to begin an attack is to wait until power goes out. Taylor would never admit it out loud, but she did find it impressive how much thought Tattletale put into all of this. What can we expect in terms of counter forces? Kaiser is there, as is Crusaders, so there is that to deal with. No signs of purity, rune, fog, or night, but they will come once attacks start. Other than that, several buildings nearby are Empire fronts, and hold Empire minions for just such an occasion as this with firepower in storage. Medium to heavy counterfire is likely, but Chaos will throw a wrench in that. Once Empire reinforcements get here, well, unfortunately Brockton Bay has no shortage of racist assholes. As opposed to us, the speciest assholes. Yep. At least we can see that Skaven are inherently superior to the man-things. You don't see us mutating all over the place when we eat warpstone like they do. Taylor nodded at that in complete 100% agreement. Good to hear. What of others? Ishan will sneak around, making a nuisance of themselves for the enemy using more guerrilla tactics. Pestilence plague monks will move in from the north with Molder support monster beasts. Mors is underground with brood horrors making tunnels to pop up and join the fighting. Skur ground troops will come in from the sides with UU performing frontal assault. All in all, if we hit hard enough, we'll have Medhall under our control before Empire reinforcements or PRT get there, but that is not guaranteed. Taylor nodded to herself, she expected as much. While there was very little doubt that they would take Medhall today, doing it faster was the best they could manage. Beyond cutting the head off the Empire, the loss of Medhall had other strategic advantages for the future. For one, it limited medicine available to the city, and already a plague was beginning to take hold. Slowly at first, but eventually it would snowball beyond all control. While many of these diseases were warp pathogens that would remain untouched by any form of medicine, enough of them were normal diseases that medical assistance would slow the spread down enough to prevent the full occupation of Brockton Bay in the near future. If they couldn't take Medhall, then standing orders were to utterly destroy the building to cripple the city further, while doing very little to the Skaven. However, taking and holding Medhall would be a severe morale hit to the local PRT. After all, if they couldn't take back one simple building, what hope did they have of taking back the city? Sure, it was an utterly insane plan that was needlessly cruel and evil, but sanity is a trait most Skaven simply do not possess. Taylor was immediately drawn from her thoughts by the sound of an absolutely titanic boom, that rattled the very foundations of the city itself, followed by the sound of a faint maniacal laugh in the far distance. Pebbles rained down from the ceiling of the tunnels as she could feel the earth itself quake. So it looks like instead of poison wind spheres. Bakuda had one doom rocket and, well, she used it, and everything is on fire. Not exactly the plan, but, well, remember when I said medium to heavy resistance, make that light to medium instead. Taylor smiled, truly Bakuda was a fine example of the quintessential Skur warlord. With little preamble or warning, she activated the warpstone boilers on her doom wheel, and charged forwards, with hell following behind her. Overwhelming firepower. The Under Empire was vast, composed of cave and tunnel systems that sprawled throughout all of Brockton Bay. Getting up to the surface is a relatively simple affair, all you had to do was climb. Throughout the city, due to the destruction caused by Leviathan, many buildings were abandoned, with basement complexes that had entrances hidden to the Undercity itself. One of these locations was a multi-story parking garage with basement parking. With the city being effectively shut down, these monuments to the once thriving city had been taken over by Skaven, turned into a well-guarded entrance to the Undercity itself. What few cars were here had long been looted for parts, while a massive hole in the wall leading deep into the earth stood with makeshift guard towers. From these tunnels, Taylor rode forwards with 13 doom flayers trailing behind her. She cackled madly as the warp lightning arched from her motorized wheel of death as she made her way towards the exit. With a hard turn, she drifted up the ramp to the surface, smashing through anything that dared get on her way. Sparks flew as she pulled several valves and levers to speed up the liquid warpstone boiler, and rolled into the street, rapidly moving forwards as the doom flayers accelerated past her. As soon as she saw the street, she caught sight of Medhall, and her cackling only grew louder as she saw the emerald, green flames that had sprouted up. Dozens upon dozens of the Empire's goons had already taken to the streets, some panicked, others firing at her as Bakuda's mortars rained hell upon them. More were coming, armed primarily with assault rifles. Taylor just shook her head and laughed when the ground began to quake. From below, brood horrors and warp grinders tunneled up from the sewers, taking to the streets as the clan rats and storm vermin of Moors began to emerge. With a quick signal, Taylor commanded her convoy of death to begin firing, and hundreds of warpstone bullets tore through the Empire's grunts like tissue paper, leaving nothing but mulch behind. Taylor continued to move forwards as the clan rats and storm vermin leapt out pf her way as she continued rolling forwards, most of them anyway. A few weren't quite fast enough, but to Taylor, friendly fire was, just like how backstabbing, a virtue in Skaven society. Plus, if they weren't fast enough to get out of her way, then really could it even be considered her fault? They should have been faster. Bolts of warp lightning shot from her doom wheel as the threshing blades of the doom flayers tore her enemies to bits. With a quick call of administration, Taylor took control of the brood horrors, who all turned and charged alongside her. Even still more Empire grunts were coming out, many using the tall windows of the skyscrapers to fire from relative cover, but as Taylor looked to see an Empire member with a sniper rifle pointed right at her, all she could do was laugh at the sight of the Ishan assassin coming up behind him. He never even saw the dagger coming until it was already firmly planted in his neck, and his lifeless corpse was pushed out of the window to land on the ground with a grotesque splat. Poison wind mortars released their payloads of chemical death that washed all across the battlefield in slickly green cloud of noxious warp fumes, and that was when from the wolf rats came from the north, all of them enhanced by bitch as they charged through anything in reach and began devouring them, and behind the wolf rats, came Mush alongside Gregor and his armies of plague monks ready to spread the pestilent blessings of the Horned One. It was almost comical to Taylor just how outnumbered and unprepared everyone was, and it probably didn't help that this was a surprise attack. Taylor however just reached out, hit the gas, and crashes into the front entrance of Medhall, her doom wheel skidding to a stop as everyone inside was ignited by the warp lightning that shot from it. Then the doom flares came behind her, as the mercenaries riding on the back leapt off and began firing and the brood horrors all but leapt into the lobby. Taylor herself had already jumped off her doom wheel, sinking her warp spear into the chest of a very unlucky security guard as she pulled out her rattling gun and pulled the trigger. Once the mercs dismounted the flares, the drivers quickly turned around to join the fray back outside as Taylor pulled her spear free, her finger still on the trigger as she fired warp stone bullets and warp lightning into everything around her as her parked doom wheel continued firing bolts of its own. Murder death kill. Haha. Die enemy things. It was all very therapeutic. Then the goddamn ghosts showed up. Taylor crouched down low as she held her spear to the side, watching the ethereal spear welding duplicates of Crusader phase from the floor above, landing on the ground and starting jabbing at anything in reach. One managed to land fairly close to Taylor, with his spear heading right towards her. With reflexes beyond that of a man, she parried the spear, much to the shock of her spectral assassin, before plunging it into the ghost, and smiling at the spectre as it slowly dissipated. No doubt that was a shock to Crusader, who normally phased through any inorganic matter. A very favorable Manton limit, but Taylor had developed her tools based on the warlock masters and engineers of Clan Skrr, who has long ago developed magical attacks that bit into even ethereal entities, such as the banshees and hexwraiths favored by the vampire counts. The spectral ghost of Crusader just looked down to his chest, before looking back at Taylor with something Taylor assumed to be akin to shock. "You're not the first ethereal enemy known to the Skaven," she said as he finally vanished. She gripped her spear tight as she looked to the next ghost. "And you won't be the last." And Taylor all but danced, with the servos and warpstone-powered hydraulics built into her armor. She deftly flew around the lobby, narrowly avoiding both the strikes of Crusader's ghosts and the still active lightning of her doom wheel. With the grace of an Ishan assassin she banished the ghosts and slaughtered the men, laughing all the while. Every strike lead into the next as the turbines built by Chariot whined and screamed with every leap, parry, and thrust. At points, her invisible cloak of Gnaw devoured the living, leaving nothing but raw gore and piles of unidentifiable meat behind. Not that she was alone in this. Warpstone bullets from Coil's mercenaries filled both enemies and the room itself with holes as the brood horrors swallowed the remaining enemies whole. Dimly aware of this was Crusader himself, who conjured more specters as he watched Taylor from the security feeds in another room entirely. Power had been cut, but the emergency backup generators were doing their job, though he still found it lacking. Cursing, he continued with a renewed focus on Warlock, wondering just what in the hell she even was. Her movements were simultaneously graceful and chaotic, more than that they were unpredictable. Behind Crusader, Kaiser hung up the phone as he glanced back at the screens, both inside and out. It wasn't the first time he questioned Warlock's sanity. Here they were, the city entombed in a dome, with the Slaughterhouse 9 freely roaming the streets, and she targets him. How is it, he wondered, she even knew to attack here? Kaiser wasn't sure any answer he got would be enough to figure that out. Jesus Christ, she's still going, said Crusader, interrupting Kaiser's thoughts. He only nodded in agreement. Warlock was not like other para-humans, not by a long shot. In a very short amount of time, mere months, she went from a dumpster diving loner to a warlord who controlled massive hordes that brought chaos wherever they went. Even when she failed, it hardly did anything to slow her down. Even summoning what by all accounts was a demon so powerful, Dragon had constantly been fighting it for weeks on end, with a rotating cast of Protectorate heroes aiding her each and every day, heroes who couldn't constantly go at it like Dragon could, who also was someone Kaiser suspected was something more than human. What else would you call someone who could go that long against an opponent that just refused to yield? Warlock though. Warlock was a menace. A calamitous entity masquerading as a girl. The others are on their way, we just have to hold out until then, said Kaiser offhandedly. They better get here soon, we're outnumbered and outgunned, said Crusader as he watched one of the cameras, keeping an eye on the flames, go out. He cursed once more, before speaking. The fire suppression system isn't stopping the flames from spreading. Kaiser merely nodded. Meanwhile, Taylor was having the time of her life. Truly murder was the real chicken soup for the soul. She strode forwards with a single-minded zeal to overwhelm every single one of her enemies, to drown them in rats and warp fire and bullets until they lay broken at her feet. Taylor pulled her spear from the head of a now dead security guard as she looked at the approaching ghosts. With a smile, she pointed at them with her warp spear. Flensing ruin. Green ribbons of warp energy powerful enough to tear the flesh from the target's bones sprung into being before Taylor, tearing flesh, blood, and spectral doppelgangers apart, and one or two brood horrors, but neither of them was ankle biter, so Taylor didn't care. Where are my new Paraskaven slaves? Crusader. Kaiser, come and join us, yes. Her only answer was even more goddamn ghosts. Taylor just shrugged. Hard way it is, she said as she leapt back to the doom wheel, firing warp lightning at the ghosts as she grabbed the far squeaker. Tattletale. What is the time frame? Sightings of shiny flying thing seen on foe, Purity is on her way, moving fast. Taylor cursed, tossing another bolt of warp lightning out as she did. And the others? No idea, no word on Night and Fog or Rune, but, wait. Oh, looks like Necromancer noticed the explosions, said Tattletale idly. Fucking Bakuda. You know you love the boom, just hasten hurry. Foe blowing up, looks like the Night of the Living Dead is heading your way. Probably get there soon, after Purity though. Taylor would have responded, until the walls suddenly collapsed in on themselves as the hell pit abomination mush barreled through the lobby like a lumbering nightmare battering ram of quivering rat flea that was drunk off its ass, knocking several of the ghosts aside as he kept on going, causing general mayhem and destruction in equal measure. Then he crashed through the wall opposite of the one he arrived in. Taylor raised a brow at that, before turning back to the far squeaker. Any Ishan up above? To capture kidnap Kaiser or Crusader? Not yet, the walls and ducts leading to them are covered in Kaiser's metal spikes, hard to get through. Taylor cursed once more. Why can't enemy things be considerate and make their subjugation simple easy for me? So do you want a list? That was rhetorical. Screamed Taylor as she stabbed another ghost in the face. Not my fault, my powers make lies and sarcasm from you seem true, and no offense, but you say some dumb shit in earnest. Blame stupid dumb gift from Horned One. Before Taylor could respond, the bisected torso of yet another security guard fell next to her doom wheel, causing Taylor to glance up and see a hole in the ceiling above her, where she caught a glimpse of an Ishan assassin rapidly vanishing into the shadows. Never one to waste the opportunity, Taylor reached down at the dead security guard, pulled him up, and started ripping into him to pull out his liver for a quick snack. That was blasphemy, you know, Tattletale, said Taylor as she pulled out the bloody liver and took the first bite, before rapidly casting warp lightning as several more ghosts tried to get the drop on her from above, to no avail. Never said Horned One was dumb, just the gift. So, you are saying Horned Rat made a mistake? Asked Taylor with a full mouth. No. Taylor rolled her eyes, before blinking in realization and spitting out a mouthful of human liver. Which was a waste of perfectly good liver. Liver after all was the citizen cane of human body parts, at least as far as taste was concerned. Shit need to hurry before Reanimator gets here. You really don't. Taking the far squeaker in one hand, Taylor screamed into it before Tattletale could even finish that sentence. No one asked you. She yelled very loudly before tearing the far squeaker out and throwing it with all her might at an Empire goon wielding an AK-47, who was promptly rendered unconscious and eaten by a brute horror. Taylor then activated her doom wheel, and rolled forwards unnecessarily fast and aggressively furious, all but pancaking the flesh and blood men of Medhall as Taylor flew down the hallway spitting out warp lightning and sparks as she made her way towards the far end. That was when Taylor learned that a doom wheel could indeed climb stairs, at the cost of the stairs. Toppling an empire. Typical Skaven strategies in war were relatively simple all things considered. It was all about smashing your endlessly booming population against the walls in a continuous, screaming, bloody rage on the off chance that sooner or later one of your crazy plans might actually work. Occasionally however, you just had to wing it. Ascending Medhall, Taylor barreled through rapidly sprouting metallic spikes emerging from the walls and floors. Taylor just rolled on over them, snapping the metal obstacles beneath the mono-wheeled glory of her giant electric hamster wheel of doom. Crusaders' ghosts were likewise all but impotent against the arcing currents of baleful warp lightning, whose own chaotic nature caused the green spears of electricity to seek out and eliminate targets as if it had a mind of its own, which Taylor reflected that very well might have been the case considering the nature of chaos. All this was to say that so long as Taylor remained within her doom wheel, and floored it, then there was precious little anyone could do to stop her without being an exceptionally strong brute. Granted, there was a slight issue with getting from place to place when doorways were not really designed to fit her doom wheel, and Taylor had absolutely no idea how she was going to get her doom wheel back down from Medhall once all was said and done, but she'd figure she would cross that bridge when she came to it, and it's not like the walls holding the doorways were immune to being slammed through. As Taylor twisted and turned up the staircase, she took a sharp turn as she reached the topmost floor, bursting through the doorway to exit the staircase altogether. Now that there was no higher she could go, and she was moving in a straight line, she picked up speed very quickly. She laughed her maniacal laugh and found herself barreling through a hallway absolutely covered in long metal bars and spikes designed to impede her, yet before her high-octane technological superiority, they were all but impotent to stop her from getting from point A to point B in the most destructive way humanly, or rather Skavenly, possible. One of the more interesting results of being on the same team as Squealer was that while initially Taylor found her driving to be fast and furious to the extreme, and Taylor would never forget the time Squealer admitted to her that if you still had control over your vehicle, you simply weren't going fast enough. However, once Taylor herself was behind the controls of her doom wheel, Taylor started to learn that perhaps Squealer had a point, and all bets were off. Traffic laws were meaningless anyway, and the goal of driving was to plow through every obstacle in your way with the single-minded bloody determination of a starving man who just found his best friend's corpse next to a cooking pot. Basically, when on the road whoever hit the most stuff without totaling your vehicle won. There were no prizes for this, save the sheer amount of glee you got for being officially classified as a ballistic object. After all, what was the point of having a vehicle able to go over 150 miles per hour if you were never going to use the speed while inside the top floor of a 30-story office building? Taylor immediately drifted 90 degrees into another highway, only barely managing to avoid crashing through a window to fall back down to the streets below, before she slammed the doom wheel into a lower gear, and gunned it. Bolts of warp lightning shot from her armaments as the doom wheel somehow fishtailed despite being composed of only a single giant wheel, before it rapidly righted itself as the lightning shooting from it ignited everything even remotely flammable around Taylor in a blaze of technicolored glory. Meanwhile, Kaiser continued to spawn more and more obstacles as silently prayed for engine failure. He kept an eye on the cameras with Crusader, cursing beneath his breath as Warlock just trucked on through without any impediments, and she was nearing the door. What had happened next, Kaiser would remember until his dying day. It was so unexpected he even had to take a moment just to recover from it. It all seemed to happen in slow motion. First, the door flew off its hinges alongside the doorframe and a significant portion of the wall it was attached to as the mono-wheeled monstrosity Warlock created burst through the walls like a vehicular Kool-Aid man. Next, the doom wheel started to turn and flip on its side as Warlock leapt off it like an action movie star, or an absolute maniac. The now driverless doom wheel continued spinning and rolling in midair as the very unlucky Crusader only just managed to get up from his seat a moment too late. Crusader had just enough time to yell "oh shit" before the doom wheel slammed into him full force, knocking Crusader off his feet and sending his now broken body flying like a ragdoll fired out of a shotgun. Several more twists and turns later, the doom wheel, Crusader, door, and Kaiser's office desk all crashed into the window opposite the entrance, before smashing through it and flying out of the building to plummet to the streets below as Warlock landed in a crouch on all fours 6 or so feet in front of Kaiser with her halberd in one hand before she rose to her full height. The whole thing happened in only 2, maybe 3 seconds. All of it burned into Kaiser's brain for the sheer madness of it. It took longer than Kaiser would like to admit to fully come to terms with this sudden drastic turn of events as he stood there, utterly dumbfounded. It was at this point he noticed Warlock was looking at the smashed-in window behind him. Well, that's one way to get the doom wheel back on the ground. Wait, was that Crusader? Damn, guess no ghosts for the Kickrat clan, said Warlock suddenly before she turned to a still-stunned Kaiser. With a flourish that was probably supposed to look intimidating or impressive, or both, Warlock pointed her halberd directly at Kaiser. Hello man-thing Kaiser, I have come to accept your unconditional surrender. That brought Kaiser crashing back down to reality as he grit his teeth behind his helm and pulled his arm back, before thrusting it forwards towards Warlock. Taylor meanwhile just chuckled as she skitter leapt out of the way of the metallic spear and spikes that sprouted from the ground between her and Kaiser. She reappeared alongside one of the outermost bars sticking from the floor before reaching out and grabbing it. Warp lightning! Taylor screamed as the coursing warp lightning traveled throughout the conductive metal Kaiser had spawned. Immediately the bolts of emerald, green lightning started spraying from the metallic mass towards Kaiser, who only barely avoided it by leaping out of the way and rolling to his feet, ready to send forwards another barrage. Taylor quirked her head at that, before lightly chucking. Kaiser was immediately on the offensive, as Warlock started speaking even as she avoided his attacks. You know Kaiser. Skaven are less a species and more a living warpstone chaos curse, a perverse force of nature, said Taylor idly as she skitter leapt again from Kaiser's attack, narrowly avoiding the skewering blades. We are a chaos-fueled parody of imperialism and plague, you could even argue we are not even a real functioning society. Yet we manage, yes. Taylor continued leaping around the attacks, guided by her senses as both the enhanced musculature from Bonesaw's alterations and Chariot's upgrades to her armor allowed her a deceptive swiftness that didn't look right with her bulky armor. She moved with the grace and fluidity of a master assassin of Clan Ishan, yet Kaiser could sense a level of nonchalance in how easily she avoided his attacks and just kept talking. See, we Skaven are creatures of chaos, driven by our worst impulses, our very souls are hardwired into a cosmic wellspring of spite and cruelty. Shut up you psychotic bicth! Screamed Kaiser as he continued spamming spears and skewers towards Taylor, who just continued leaping and teleporting around them with supernatural ease. Taylor opted to ignore his outburst as she kept talking. That is the foundation stone of our entire mentality. For us being a species of delusional narcissistic megalomaniac rats was never a choice, but an intrinsic part of us we are born with. Kaiser cursed under his breath, doing more to actually aim at Warlock as she teleported rapidly, keeping an eye on her. He sent a bladed protrusion that sprouted behind her, growing quickly towards center mass, only for Warlock to jump up and start crawling on the ceiling like a spider, her claws leaving marks in it as she skittered around at the same speeds she was capable of on the ground. Kaiser found that he was actually rather impressed by how well she was able to maneuver with the wide open spaces of his office. For the first time, Kaiser actually regretted that design decision, and all the while Warlock kept talking. To make a long story tale short, we hate better than you man-things ever could. Do you know what the Skaven do when we don't have others to hate? We kill destroy ourselves. We hate everything but our own self in particular. We were made to do that, it was never a choice for us, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Only thing we hate more than other Skaven is anything not a Skaven. Really, it's just the argument of who should be in charge that we fight squabble over more than anything else, but at the end of the day, everything to us that is not Skaven is evil. So, everything else treats us as evil back, because everything acts in self-defense, yes. Kaiser couldn't help but wonder what the hell was the point of this all. It sounded to him like she was speaking philosophical nonsense, really weird philosophical nonsense that espoused the virtues of being both evil and toxic. So, we were destined to hate everything not like us, but you had the choice, yet you empire things also choose hate spite, you are already well on your way to our greatness. Ah, thought Kaiser, there was the point she was building up to. We really aren't so different from each other Kaiser? Or would you prefer Max? That struck a nerve as Kaiser sent out even more blades. Already at this point his office had become all but filled with the things, giving Warlock less room to maneuver with each passing moment. All he had to do was keep up at it, and eventually she wouldn't have anywhere else to go. However, the unrestricted ease with which she managed to avoid his attacks even still was beginning to get on his nerves. Give up, and come join your true people, Max. We hate everyone, not limit ourselves to just skin pigment. Everyone who is not us, is beneath us. With a flourish, Warlock did something that made it seem as if the spears and bars of metal between them was actively being chewed to metallic shavings, clearing his office of most of the obstacles in the process. It was plain to see that his plan to restrict her movements wasn't going to pan out, but if he could stall long enough, Purity would get here followed by Rune, Night, and Fog. He still had a shot, so long as he could keep it up. Only Skaven worthy of Earth, because Skaven are best, and I am bestest Skaven. Kaiser was getting sick of this constant babbling, not that his annoyance did anything to stop Warlock as she just kept at it. That is your creed, right? Superiority of one group over the other. There'd hardly be a difference for you're practically a Skaven already. If you think I truly believe any of that racial nonsense, then you're sorely mistaken. Even though Kaiser couldn't see her face, there was something about her stance and posture that made it look as if Warlock was absolutely delighted about this turn of events. Oh. Hypocrisy, yet another Skaven trait. You sure you want to fight this? That was quite enough. With a quick motion Kaiser just summoned blades from every surface around him, sprawling out into a forest of razor-sharp iron, and yet Warlock just chuckled and continued avoiding the attacks without breaking a sweat. Once the razors, spears, needles, and spikes stopped growing, Kaiser breathed heavily, glaring at Warlock, who finally looked to have nowhere else to go. Seeing it as his one and only shot, he prepared to finish her off. However, unbeknownst to Kaiser at the time, he had already failed, as Warlock was not the only one whose movements were restricted. Warlock reached to the side, grabbing the bar closest to her, and uttered only 2 words before Kaiser could finish her off. 2 words that made it clear to Kaiser that Warlock played him like a fiddle. Warp lightning. Kaiser only had time to widen his eyes as the green bolts struck him from seemingly every direction, coursing through his armor as the malefic electrical lightning took perverse glee in leaving him racked with pain the likes of which he had never before felt. When it finally ended, he slumped forwards, incapable of moving as Taylor flourished, using her cloak of Gnaw to clear the way to begin walking calmly towards Kaiser. With one hand, she reached out and grabbed his helmet, before roughly yanking it off and tossing it behind her. Kaiser, still alive but utterly immobile, couldn't do anything as Warlock grabbed a handful of his hair and forced him to meet the blank face of her gas mask. The lenses glowed a subtle green. Max Anders could practically feel the smile that mask hid from the world. Hi there Max, you feeling okay? Kaiser gurgled and groaned in response. Yeah, I figured as much, said Taylor before Kaiser heard her sniff, and pull her head backwards. Did you piss yourself? Taylor only heard more gurgling. By the horned one, you fucking did. Holy shit dude, this must be embarrassing for you. Oh well, said Taylor as she lifted her free hand, and pointed it in Max's face. Once at the top, but brought down so low. Fought so hard, but much too slow. As the wicked winds blow, for my trap you have fell. And now I cast the dreaded 13th spell. That was the last thing Kaiser saw before he started to scream when his body began to rapidly morph and change to the melody of snapping bones and pain-filled screams. Taylor let go of Kaiser's hair as he slumped forwards and began convulsing and twitching in sync with each crunch of bone. She brushed her hand on her shirt and waved her hand, allowing her cloak of Gnaw to utterly desolate the metallic obstacles all around the room. That was when Taylor looked out the hole that had once been a window before her doom wheel smashed through it. She looked out to see a bright light rapidly approaching from the distance and couldn't help but smile as Purity barreled through the hole, only to stop as she caught a glimpse of Max being warped and molded into a grotesque parody of rat and man. Taylor just stared at the radiant humanoid-shaped being of pure white light as she reached behind her to grab her spear and rattling gun, an action that immediately drew Purity's attention, not that it stopped her. The undead were on their way, and there was no telling what else was going to come and crash the party with the Slaughterhouse 9 in town, not to mention the heroes would no doubt have something to say about a blatant war going on in their city when the Slaughterhouse was also inside of it. Purity took a stance as she ignored Kaiser and kept her attention on Taylor as she just smiled back. Hello Nightlight, have you also come for unconditional surrender? Said Taylor before she pointed the rattling gun at Purity, and pulled the trigger. Interlude 11. Armsmaster. Fire! Cried Dragon as Armsmaster flipped the switch. The drone took off at nearly hypersonic speeds, whistling through the air as the small antimatter payload crashed into Skarbrand. Immediately, Dragon lifted her hands to form a protective barrier of pure liquid gold as the daemon roared in pain and was quickly engulfed by the flames. For a brief moment, everything was quiet as they waited, straining their ears for even the smallest of sounds. Blood for the blood god! Cried Skarbrand as he leapt out of the cloud, absolutely covered in still healing wounds. Armsmaster cursed as Dragon flew back into the fray, just as active as when this mess started in the first place. Armsmaster had absolutely no idea how it was that Skarbrand could take as much damage as he did in stride. It was almost as if actively being in battle somehow invigorated it. Granted the antimatter payload was small, only enough particles as were needed, and it still didn't work. Skulls for the Skull Throne. This had been going on for as long as Skarbrand had been active. While Dragon was able to fight constantly, somehow defying all need to sleep and eat in the process, a rotating stock of Protectorate heroes aided in the fight, and today was Armsmaster's turn. It was a most unusual job, simultaneously demanding, terrifying, and tedious all at once. Scarbrand was undoubtedly the strongest brute on record, a brute 10, standing toe-to-toe with Behemoth, and possessed a level of martial skill far beyond the norm. The only thing keeping him from being unmanageable was for as strong and skilled he was. The weeks of data from non-stop fighting made him exceptionally predictable by Dragon, who while incapable of killing Scarbrand, was able to keep him from killing anyone in turn using her newfound abilities, something that greatly infuriated the daemon, who was already pretty mad as it was. It didn't tire out, didn't stop, didn't waver. By every metric Scarbrand was unstoppable, but not in the same way as the Endbringers were. They at least eventually would give up. Armsmaster watched as Dragon pushed forwards with shimmering ribbons of liquid mercury that floated around her, forming into spears and blades as Scarbrand cleaved through them with ease, only for Dragon to take off skywards with motes of gold dust falling like snow below her as she ascended and rotating steel orbs orbiting around her. Taking the initiative, Armsmaster spun his halberd in his hand as he prepared for an attack of his own. Dragon went high and Armsmaster went low, slicing just above Scarbrand's hooves with his nanothorn blade as Dragon delivered a two-legged kick directly to the demon's head. He wavered slightly, taking a single knee as the two heroes passed him by, but quickly got back to his feet as he roared in a rage and took off in a sprint towards Armsmaster. Quickly he lifted his foot, and brought it down hard above Armsmaster, who only barely managed to roll out of the way. The shockwave that followed when the hoof slammed into the ground like a meteor was deafening, sending a spider web of cracks all across the streets and igniting the tarmac itself, causing it to begin to melt. Dragon spun midair, steel orbs shooting off like cannonballs towards Scarbrand at velocities fast enough to push him back, but he still kept on standing. Gripping his axe tighter, Scarbrand looked to see Dragon shoot off like a cannonball towards him. In response he ground his hoof into the molten tarmac, before quickly rearing his leg back, and kicking at the ground. The sheer force of the kick sent sparks, molten tarmac, and debris flying at absurdly high speeds, as if they were fired from a cannon, and all of it heading right towards Dragon, who quickly slowed down and covered herself with her arms and shields of steel that spawned around her. Immediately, the shields began to dent as it was pelted, with some pieces even managing to pierce through the barrier. Scarbrand was already on the move the moment his hoof hit the ground, thundering footfalls booming all across the landscape as he rose his axe and prepared to swat Dragon out of the sky like a gnat, only for Armsmaster's halberd to rapidly extend, striking Scarbrand in his side and burying the nanothorn blade into the daemon. Scarbrand was halted as torrents of blood leaked from his wound, spilling on the ground and creating steam wherever it spilled. Scarbrand roared, bloody spittle flinging from his gaping maw as he brought one of his axes down, severing Armsmaster's halberd from the tip still embedded in his flesh. Armsmaster dropped the now ruined weapon, before retrieving his spear off his side. It rapidly extended as he spun it, leaving a white-blue trail of lightning from its tip wherever it passed. Armsmaster prepared to charge, only for another thundering boom to burst through the cage that had been erected to separate the rest of the city from Scarbrand. What Armsmaster saw could only be described as a mountain of flesh and bone. A six-legged beast, as large as a Volkswagen van, covered in iridescent black scales and plates. Crawler skidded to a halt, opening a maw filled with rows upon rows of misshapen fangs and roared a primal battlecry that rivaled Scarbrand's own booming voice. Immediately, the daemon turned to the newest curiosity to step foot on this most sacred battlefield, and roared back at Crawler in defiance, accepting the beast's challenge. Crawler immediately ceased his roaring, before dropping low, and stalking forwards like a panther, releasing a strange sound from his throat that could almost be called chuckling. Can you make it hurt, demon? I sincerely hope you can. Scarbrand merely gripped his weapons tighter. If it is pain you want, then pain you shall have. Scarbrand charged, and Crawler quickly followed afterwards as both Dragon and Armsmaster just watched as two mountains of meat and bone collided into each other, creating a sound not unlike a thunder crack. In hindsight, Armsmaster should have expected this to happen with the 9 in town. Really it was surprising that it took Crawler this long to visit the literal demon inside of the city. Hey asshole! Armsmaster immediately turned around and paused at seeing two figures before him. One he recognized immediately. It was hard to mistake Mannequin for anything else. The girl next to him, however, not so much. She glared at Armsmaster with crossed arms, eyebrow raised as she gave him the once-over, before looking to Mannequin. You should build your own voice bullshit device, thing. You literally brought me here as a fucking translator, like I don't have better things to do. Mannequin said nothing, which wasn't too surprising really. He was a cyborg of very few words, no words at all actually. The strange girl just sighed. There was something oddly familiar about her that Armsmaster couldn't quite place, small features of her facial structure that rung a few bells, but he couldn't think of a name. Fine, whatever. So yeah, asshole who looks like a fucking Power Ranger, I'm Cherish, and Robomute here wants you to know that you've been nominated or whatever. Armsmaster took a glance at Dragon, who looked back and nodded, before they engaged the two Slaughterhouse 9 members. After weeks of demon fighting, it was actually a nice change of place. Panacea. Panacea had long ago exhausted every single place she knew Vicky to frequent. Her expansive search had exposed her to the sorry state of the bay under the dome. Everywhere you looked were ruins, and a lot of places were destroyed beyond all repair, and not a single place Vicky would normally stay was standing, only rubble that caused a twinge of nostalgia in Amy. Currently she stood in the wreckage of what once was Fugly Bob's, rifling through the rubble to find some sign that Vicky was here. Each passing moment only made it more unlikely, but Amy was besides herself as what to do. Stress was a hell of a thing, and Amy suspected that she probably was overproducing the stress hormone cortisol, not that she cared about herself right now. In hindsight, going back home would probably have been the better option. For all their faults, they would have helped find Vicky with a zeal that rivaled Amy's own. Moving through the rubble, the sound of cracking glass beneath her feet drew Amy's attention as she stopped dead in her tracks to glance down at what she stepped in, and immediately froze at the sight of Vicky with a massive smile on her face. Leaning down and brushing the glass away, Amy grabbed the picture with the tenderness usually reserved for when one picks up an infant. With a single hand, she brushed the dust off and just stared at the still intact picture of Vicky. It was one she recognized, taken after she managed to finish one of Fugly Bob's infamous challengers. Amy became lost in it for a while, time slipping by second as the memories flooded through her mind. A few drops of tears landed on the picture before the dam broke. Clutching the picture to her chest, Amy freely cried and sobbed there in the ruins. She would have stayed like that, if it wasn't for the footsteps behind her. Amy turned around quickly, her hand reaching out to grab something in the rubble, ready to toss it. Her fingers wrapped around it as she lifted it over her head and turned to see a red-haired girl covered in blisters and pustules with her hands raised in a placating motion. "Wait. I'm not here to hurt you," cried the girl quickly. That was when Amy realized something. She had just grabbed a fucking rat. With an undignified yelp, Amy threw the rat, purely by reflex, as it landed with a squeak at the red-haired girl's feet before scurrying off. Furiously killing the bacteria with her powers while wiping her hand on her clothes, Amy glared at the redhead before her. "What? What the fuck do you want, hey? Want me to cure you? Why are you here, hey? Why can't you people just leave me the fuck alone?" The redhead blinked in rapid succession at the sudden hostility as she took a cautious step back. "Hey, easy there, I was looking for you, it's about your sister. Look, my name is Emma and I..." That was about as far as Emma got before the short girl charged at her with all the fury of a Viking warrior to grab Emma by the collar and yank her face to face. "Where is she?" Emma had had a very tiring day. First, she was kidnapped by Taylor of all people, who turned out to be anything but prey, and proved to have a level of sheer vindictiveness that in any other circumstance would have made Emma legitimately proud of her best friend. Second, she was cloned several times and got to see herself die before being forced to choose which of her family would die. Then she triggered 3 goddamn times and fused with the clones, and now she was 1/3 rat and probably fucked for the foreseeable future, and now to top it all off, this fucking bitch was yelling at her, in her face. So really, it's not all that difficult to say what happened next was inevitable given the circumstances. Emma reached back and punches the world-famous healer in the face as hard as she could. Amy didn't even see it coming. Needless to say, both girls were having an exceptionally shitty day. Amy was thrown to the ground, hitting it hard as she looked up to the symphony of snapping bones. Her eyes widened in horror as Emma's arms and legs lengthened unnatural to almost twice their original length as her vertebrae poked out and spine elongated. The red-haired girl's mouth then bifurcated wide before Emma roared in Amy's face loud enough to wake the dead, while spittle flew out of her mouth. Amy sat utterly frozen for a good long second as Emma's jaw closed and she started hyperventilating. After several calm breaths, she looked down at Amy with a very pointed glare, only for Amy to glare back. "That's stupid," said Amy suddenly, before pointing at Emma's monstrous face. "You look absolutely ridiculous." Emma blinked once, before she growled. "Listen here, little miss bitch, I don't know where your sister is, I just know what happened to her. Fucking warlock turned her into a rat and got 1/3 of me while she was at it. I plan on killing the bitch, and I figure you have a bone to pick with her as well, so if you don't fucking mind, back the fuck off with the accusations." Amy stared up at Emma as everything she said slowly began to piece itself in her mind. Her heartbeat quickened exponentially as the full weight of it came crashing down upon her, and something inside of her just snapped. Vicky's one of those things. Unfortunately, yes. Warlock used to be a friend, before she became whatever the hell she is now, but there's only bad blood between us now. She has my family, my mom and dad, and they're probably rats now too. She captured me, but I escaped with 2 others. One is my sister, the other's a friend. We're all sick with something, and I don't know how long either of them or I have left. It's getting worse, and I think you can help, both to heal us, and to get some payback." Amy mulled that over in her mind. If that was true, if Vicky was gone, then she had to make it right. Maybe she could reverse it, change Vicky back. If it wasn't, then at least she could make the bitch pay for what she did. That was when something occurred to Panacea. "Wait, what did you mean Warlock got 1/3 of you?" Emma blinked at that, before sighing. "I honestly don't know what happened to me, but she tortured me to trigger, alongside 2 other clones of me. We all triggered at the same time and sorta became one person, or something. Look, I don't fucking know, but it's a whole lot of bullshit and now one of me is one of those rat things." "You're a K-70, with yourself?" asked Amy blankly. "I have no idea what that means, but if it means what I think it does, then yeah. There's 3 of us in here, and one is a dirty stinking rat." Amy furrowed her brow in thought, mulling over the situation. "Depending on what you got infected with, I can't promise I can cure you. Some of Warlock's pathogens were normal, but a few were something else, not a virus or any other kind of infectious agent. If you're lucky, all you have is a normal viral infection. If you're not, then all I can do is get rid of the symptoms, but I can't cure the disease. Fuck it, I'll take what I can get at this point. There's something else, I can't be sure, but maybe I can cure the transformation into one of those Skaven things, but to know for sure I'd need someone to practice on." Emma rose a brow at that, shuffling from one foot to the next on her oversized monstrous frame. "I thought all you can do is cure people, how the hell can you cure the transformation of human to rat? I'm not just a healer. I'm a biokinetic. DNA, proteins, amino acids, they're like Legos to me. How does Warlock turn people into Skaven anyway? If I know that, then maybe I can figure out a few things. Emma just shrugged. She rhymes, like she's casting a spell or something, actually that's what she calls it, the 13th spell or something like that. Great, thought Amy, another Murden. Thanks, super helpful, said Amy sarcastically. Emma just glared at her and was about to yell before her eyes immediately widened, and in one swift motion, she leaned down with her hands on her knees, and threw up. Amy took a step back as the vomit pooled under Emma, who started having severe coughing fits. Amy watched for a moment, before sighing. She stepped forwards, taking Emma's oversized hand in her own. Slowly, the pustules shrank, until they simply ceased to be, and Emma suddenly felt normal again. Thanks, said Emma simply. Don't mention it, you're still sick. It's one of those infections I can't touch. All I can take care of is the symptoms, but the disease isn't going anywhere. It's just going to start all over again. Emma sighed, she didn't like that news, but there wasn't really much she could do. Look, can you help my sister and friend? After that, we can see what you can do about my rat problem. Amy nodded, really this was the best shot she had at fixing this mess. She couldn't be sure it would work, but at least it was something to work on, a small flicker of hope. Hi Pan, who's your friend? Amy's head shot to the side, where she saw the smiling face of a prepubescent girl looking back at her, with a naked woman standing next to her, covered in white and black stripes. Immediately her blood ran cold as she came face to face with Bonesaw and the Siberian. Well, it's not like she's important. I've come to give you the good news, you've been nominated. Isn't that neat? Family reunion. Taylor did not appreciate just how fast Purity was, at least not until she started dodging rattling gunfire with the same ease she dodged Kaiser's blades. As Purity flew, she left behind a short-lived trail of luminous motes of light that could best be described as sparkles, which played absolute hell with her ingrained Skaven ADHD. Taylor only barely caught on that Purity's palm was aimed at her, when she released her rattling gun and spear, letting the automatic hydraulic arms retract both of her weapons behind her onto her warp fuel tank and fell onto all fours to begin skittering and running around with aid from Chariot's upgrades to her exoskeleton. She moved erratically, borderline hyperactive as she avoided the widening curved beams of light that shot from her hands. Gathering her dar, Taylor delved deep into the lore of stealth, casting swift scamper to increase her movement speed further, and even with all that on top of Bonesaw's own enhancements, it was only barely enough to avoid the expanding double helix beams actively demolishing their surroundings. A few times, a well-placed skitter leap was needed just to avoid certain doom. Each passing moment only led to more and more destruction, before Taylor skittered up the walls, and with her strength, leapt backwards from the ceiling, coiling midair over Purity as she shot past her, and landed behind her, skidding to a stop and rising to 2 feet. Purity quickly turned around, ready to release another blast, only for Taylor to do something unexpected. She snapped her fingers. Instantly, the floor in front of Taylor exploded with extending blades of iron and steel, all of them heading right towards Purity, who flew backwards to avoid the familiar attack as Taylor audibly laughed. Purity then caught sight of Kaiser, transformed into a parody of rat and man scamper next to Taylor with a demented grin on his elongated muzzle as the iron and steel coiled around him, forming a very rat-like suit of armor. Max, if you would be so kind, please distract Purity, said Warlock simply. Max chuckled, or rather cackled madly as he took off down the halls onwards the shocked Purity as Taylor leapt backwards, leaping from the hole her ballistic doom wheel made and begin falling to the ground below. Midair, Taylor's skitter leapt to land safely on the ground as she looked up to the top of Medhall, watching the blasts of light that occasionally shot from the topmost floor of the building. Taylor sniffed to herself, as she took stock of her surroundings. As expected, her Skaven were dominating the Empire. Jaziles and rattling guns mowed through friend and foe alike, though Taylor did note that at the very least, there were more dead man-thing corpses than Skaven. Turning further, Taylor saw the remnants of her doom wheel, partially embedded in the ground, and with a couple of very important components scattered around it. Needs some work, but should be fine after a while, she said to herself. Taylor continued to observe her surroundings, watching as Mush tossed debris and cars around as improvised projectiles before using his implanted warp fire thrower to bathe the Empire goons in green flames. She watched as Ishan assassins leapt from the shadows to sink daggers into backs, before disappearing just as quickly as they appeared. She watched as bitches enhanced wolf rats mauled men and snack on them in equal measure, and yet, there was something missing from this scene. Something that caught her attention even as the chaos was going on around her. Before Taylor could fully process that, she was grabbed. Immediately Taylor started to struggle, before catching sight of what it was that had irked her so. She was surrounded by ghosts, Crusaders' ghosts to be specific, and there were a lot of them, at least a dozen. The next thing Taylor knew, the real Crusader came running towards her, his body still broken from the fall, yet his movements were fluid, sluggish perhaps, but he was moving. Her eyes widened in instant fear as she noticed that not all the people her Skaven were fighting were alive. They were moving, certainly moving, but far from alive. Several of the Empire's goons, who were still cooling, began to rise, bodies broken and twisted or filled with holes, many bereft of legs as they dragged themselves using their arms, moaning and growling. Taylor struggled as the undead Crusader leapt atop her, grabbing her body like a vice and using his hand to cover her eyes as his ghosts held her arms in place. She thrashed and yelled and screamed, before she started to rise, floating off the ground, utterly incapable of seeing anything as the ghosts held her in place, flying upwards and taking her with her. She couldn't see, couldn't teleport without a destination, couldn't move, she could only struggle as her legs kicked at the air in a feeble attempt to escape. As she was pulled up and up, Taylor prayed for a miracle from the horned rat, fully aware what was about to happen without immediate divine intervention. At one point, she managed to jerk her head to the side just long enough to see the street below and catch sight of the undead hook wolf in the form of a coiling swarm of swirling blades cleave through the empire that dared to shoot up at her, before Crusader repositioned his hand until she once more couldn't see. K'Almir's self-warlock, Simeon wants to speak with you, rasped the cold dead voice of Crusader in her ear. No, let me go you fucking undead bastard. Listen to me, put me down now. Put me down. I don't want to go, stop. Cease. Obey me. In her panicking, it took slightly longer for Taylor to remember that she could still see through her minions, but everywhere they looked, there were only the shuffling hordes of undead, and not just humans. Flocks of undead crows, ravens, pigeons, and hawks blocked out the skies. Countless shuffling zombies and skeletons were moving as a single horde down the streets, heading in her directions, all of them being fired upon by her Skaven weapons teams, but they didn't seem to care, they fought the Empire, and ignored the Skaven attacking them. With her prayers to the Horned One falling on deaf ears, Taylor found her mental faculties returning to her. She prepared to skitter leap only to freeze in place as a creeping darkness came across the skies. Taylor had thought the swarms of birds was massive, but that paled in comparison to what came next. Far in the distance, a droning could be heard coming from the horizon, a loud continuous droning of billions of things. What initially looked to be shadowy black thunderheads, turned out to be something far worse that flowed towards the battlefield, but as the clouds moved the droning grew louder, and Taylor heard a new sound, and it became clear that this was no cloud, it was something far worse. The sound of a billion wing beats hitting carapace as the cloud came closer, revealing what could only be described as a biblical-level swarming of locusts rolled over the battlefield, and bathed everything in shadows. There were no sights, nowhere to go, only the sound of bugs, billions of undead bugs flying through the air. Out of all the spells available to the necromancers, Rajkar, the abyssal swarm was perhaps the last one Taylor would find to be used quite so horribly, specifically for her. It allowed necromancers to reanimate animals en masse, and evidently, Danny was wielding it quite well, far too well in fact, because Taylor couldn't see a goddamn thing, not even through the eyes of her minions. Only the chitin of countless undead bugs, and where did he find so many bugs anyway? Sure, there were a lot of bugs since the Leviathan attack, but even accounting for dead bugs being resurrected, this was far too many, right? It became increasingly clear that this long overdue meeting was going to happen, whether Taylor wanted it to or not, and she really didn't. So, she kicked and screamed and panicked because that seemed like all she could do. She administered her hordes, attempting to find some way to get her down. She immediately vetoed her own initial reaction to just shoot in her general direction because A. Crusader's ghosts were ethereal and B. She was allergic to bullets. One of the more interesting things about her administration powers was that she had this sort of innate sense of where things were relative to everything else, sort of like how even a blind person can get an instinctive understanding of where their arms are relative to the rest of them. It was really trippy, and not in the same way as a good warpstone bender, so a lot of the times, Taylor tried to ignore it. That was thrown out the window as she felt out where the rest of her Skaven minions were, trying to find out if it was possible to skitter leap without actually seeing where she was going. To her everlasting chagrin, she couldn't, there was just too much interference, probably because of all the locusts. It only now occurred to Taylor that the locusts probably occupied points that prevented her from arriving without either having locusts inside of her, or worse, end up half Skaven/human and half locust like that Fly movie. Granted, she didn't exactly know if the latter was even possible, but this was chaos magic. That left struggling in vain, which while supremely unhelpful at doing anything, at least felt like she was accomplishing something. Taylor was able to use her senses to get a general vibe of how far away the ground was below her, and concluded that a fall from this height probably wouldn't kill her, but she was hardly an expert on the subject of how much trauma a person could take. Well, she was something of an expert, but only within the contexts of torture, and her really weird enhancements and Skaven biology were factors that she did not have enough data on to draw any conclusion. By her estimates, she was ascending rapidly to a height of roughly 70 ish feet in the sky, with the only thing between her and the ground was an undead Nazi and his posse of ghosts. It had just occurred to Taylor with that thought just how weird her life had become, but that was a thought for another day. She tried biting the real Crusader, and even managed to gnaw off a finger, but, well, he was dead, so the loss didn't really bother him in the slightest. She could tell they were going somewhere, and Taylor's options were limited to somewhere between fuck and all, because zombies really did not play by the rules of dying or injury for that matter. Dead things really should just stay dead. Slowly, Taylor realized she was descending, fast but not too fast. It was difficult to tell. She had been dragged away from the majority of her Skaven, to the outermost sections of the fighting, where the locust swarms were still much too dense to see through her minions' eyes. Thinking it over, Taylor's only regret was that she happened to hit Crusader. He would have made a fine addition to her Vermintide. Granted, at least ghosts were on brand for the necromancers. Actually, somehow it felt like maybe, just maybe, the great horned rat was fucking with her. Give ghosts to the undead, because why the fuck not? Although the horned one was far from all powerful, and he probably didn't have a hand nor paw in that affair, it still seemed like something he'd do, just because he could. The magnificent rat bastard. Finally, Taylor felt her feet hit ground, and she tried to use her newfound leverage to kick herself out of her captor's arms and take off before the inevitable confrontation happened, but she couldn't see that she was already too late. Hello Taylor, it's been a while. Crusader's hand moved away from her eyes, while the other ghosts continued to hold her down as Taylor finally was able to see and, she froze. She would recognize her father's face anywhere, it was really hard not to, but what she looked at was far from what she expected. A bleached white skull with glowing flickers of flames in his sockets. He wore decorated leather armor dyed dark black and purple with royal blue robes, and standing next to him was a mummified corpse, wrapped in bandages and gauze, wearing a blank white mask that looked to be made of porcelain. For the briefest of moments, Taylor thought she stood before the presence of Archaon the Black and High Queen Kaladin. For her, granted the two figures didn't exactly match her visions, but for the briefest of moments, one could forgive her for the comparison. That all changed when the undead woman rushed up to Taylor at roughly the same moment the ghosts released her and wrapped her bony arms around Taylor for a crushing hug. Little owl, it's been too long. For a long moment, the world seemed to melt away into sublime insignificance as Taylor cautiously raised her arms, as if she wasn't quite sure what to do with them. She hesitated for a moment as the hug grew tighter. Her eyes went to the other figure, her father, dead in every way that mattered, well undead, but the only difference was he just so happened to be walking around. Her arms twitched as she was locked in place, still unsure, until a bright light caught her attention, and she quickly put her arms between her and her undead mother and pushed with all her might while also leaping back. A net flew into Danny's arms as Taylor flew back, right as the double helix projectile of light struck the earth right where she once stood. Taylor already had her rattling gun in her hand as she aimed at Purity and fired. As expected, the luminescent para-human was much too fast for that as Danny quickly held up his wooden staff. Gaze of Nagash! Cried Danny as bolts of dar flew from his eyes, each one traveling much faster than even Taylor's bullets. Purity only just managed to avoid the bolts, but not before one struck her hand. The results were interesting to say the least. From what Taylor could recall, the bolts of Nagash were supposed to cause flesh to blacken and wither, peeling away completely to reveal bleached white bone beneath, but that was against flesh and blood. Purity currently was not flesh and blood. She was a breaker, meaning her powers, by necessity, turned her into something other, for lack of a better word. Parts of the bright white light that made up Purity seemed to dim where she was struck as she screamed in pain, but it did not go far beyond that, yet at the same time, it did not escape Taylor that Purity's hand didn't seem quite as luminous as the rest of her glowing parts. She pointed with her free hand at Danny, releasing a blast of her double helix beams as Danny brought his staff back down, an action that seemed to cast Screaming Skull. From the top of Danny's staff, a massive black skull, one that was burning with a weird purplish-green flame, screamed and cackled madly as it shot towards Purity. Purity was already out of the way as the skull suddenly turned towards her, and started following her, laughing all the while. She shot at the skull with several blasts as Taylor felt a decrepit hand on her shoulder. She turned to see the bleached skull of her father the like. Taylor, we need to talk, and I don't think we'll have an easy time of it here. Taylor released the trigger, watching as the skull continued to chase after Purity as she continued blasting it with her bolts, which seemed to slow it down, but didn't really stop it. And what do you suggest, Anywhere, interrupted Annette, drawing both Taylor's and Danny's attention to her. You're under Empire maybe? It doesn't matter, but we really need to talk. About what exactly? Asked Taylor cautiously. We know the predisposition of the Skaven, said Danny as he sent forth another burning skull as Purity managed to destroy the last one. They're a menace, but you are our daughter, and we can talk this out. Figure out something. Taylor took a glance at her undead parents, recalling her earlier thought about how weird her life had gotten, before nodding. Fine, but Empire things falls today, and you will help, understood? Yelled Taylor as she all but pointed an accusatory, and to her own surprise, a regretful claw in her father's face. Danny only nodded in return. She held her gaze a moment longer, before returning a nod of her own and reaching back to pull out her warp spear. Then let's fucking murder kill these bastards! Screamed Taylor before skitter leaping away. She barely had just enough time to hear her mother's voice cry out language. Before she found herself back on the streets, the undead and locusts parted like the Red Sea as she went about doing just that, because there was nothing that could make her feel better than a mass slaughter. Empire no more. Warpstone bullets flew from Taylor's rattling gun towards everything that even remotely looked human. If it was an Empire goon then good, if it was a zombie, well it's not like they cared, or mattered for that matter. Taylor however was mostly lost in thought as she indiscriminately slaughtered everything that dared be in her range. Firing warp lightning at random intervals as she thought about her parents. It was hell, because while Skaven did have problems, the way to solve those problems was to send thousands upon thousands of disposable assholes at your problems until either it stopped being a problem or you couldn't see it anymore and thus ignore it indefinitely. This however was not one of those problems, as much as Taylor wished otherwise. Necromancy and Skaven just don't mix. Ruin, stealth, and plagues, those were the lores of magic exclusive to them as a whole. Every Skaven that had ever tried necromancy was killed for one very specific reason, Nagash. Taylor's senses screamed at her as she quickly reared back as a bullet passed where her head once occupied. She turned to see a relatively unharmed Empire goon on the ground, before snarling and taking off towards him as he continued firing. Taylor detached the head of her warp spear, dodging the bullets with far more ease than she would have expected as she closed the distance, roaring like a mad woman, before using her dagger as she leapt around the battlefield. ANC sliced through the meat and sinew of the goon's throat with the baleful dagger. It felt good. She gave the dagger a look. The blade was made of pure warp stone, with Lung's own scales melted down to coat it, yet even still there was a faint green tint to it. She quickly put the dagger back in place as she skittered and scuttled around the zombies and her Skaven minions. Nazis were impaled and torn in half through warpstone bullet fire in equal measure, as Taylor laughed all the while, not that she was feeling particularly mirthful. The whole my dad's alike thing was weighing on her something fierce. Danny dealt with purity up above, firing off his necromantic spells at her as Taylor caught sight of her mother, casting winds of death, creating a gale force winds powerful enough to rip the soul from the body. Great, said Taylor sarcastically. Mom's a fucking necromancer too. The winds of death passed over purity, creating a strange sight as light and energy seemed to be pushed out of her, but otherwise held in place. Actually it didn't look like a soul at all, it looked like pure luminous light that was bleeding from purity as the winds blew. Taylor narrowed her eyes at that. Whatever it was that had nearly, but not quite been torn out of purity was most certainly not a soul, so what was it? Was it the same as her own administration? Taylor didn't have time to dwell on it further as she was suddenly pelted by a flying cinder block. She yelled as she fell to her knees. She glanced up to see someone wearing a green cloak floating in the sky, standing on what looked like a manhole cover. Fucking rune. Taylor prepared to start shooting, only to be enveloped by a dark mist. Gazing out the lenses of her gas mask, Taylor saw only dark shapes as the fog seemed to flow in dense patches around her unnaturally. Fog, which meant night was close by. Taylor was impaled by a bony limb. She grabbed at the thing sticking out of her chest as she was yanked forcefully upwards, and tossed aside like trash. Taylor hit the ground hard, in a great deal of pain. Far too much blood was leaking from her wound, with a handful of rats even crawling out of it as she looked around, and caught sight of something for only a split second, before a humanoid figure, definitely female, ran as fast as she could towards Taylor, and kicked her in the head. Reflexively, her eyes closed as the foot connected with her mask, and before she could even fully comprehend what the hell just happened, Taylor was picked up and dragged by the amorphous thing hiding within fog. Rats trapped in the fog, not Skaven, but normal rats caught brief glimpses of whatever what the fuck night was supposed to be with their exceptionally shitty vision. From what Taylor could tell, night was a goddamn mess of sharp, pointy, and most importantly painful implements best described as a pile of oily vomit, made of knives or the arms of a praying mantis. Hard to tell, while Skaven and Taylor included had excellent vision, especially in the dark, normal rats not only had no depth perception, but they were only able to see in any form of clarity about 3 feet away, with everything being blurry bullshit past that. Taylor turned her head, just enough to catch sight of the horrible thing that ought not be, forcing Night back into a human. Evidently, even in the relative darkness, her night vision did at least somewhat mess with Night and Fog's usual methods of attack, not that it stopped the woman who was already sprinting at Taylor. Taylor took note that Night was a surprisingly skilled fighter even when not a giant pain blender. Not really thinking it through, Taylor did the only thing she could think of at the time. She reached her hand into her wound, pushed past the way too many organs, until her fingers hit something furry inside of her entrails. Acting fast, Taylor yanked her bloody hand out of the wound, a hand now grasped around a very surprised rat. Taylor quickly reared her arm back and threw the internal body rat as hard as she could at the silhouette of Night in the dark fog, who actually did freeze up when the thing Taylor threw squeaked on impact, and Night realized exactly what just happened. "Dear, was that inside of you?" she asked with what could be taken as genuine concern, but just sounded like blank vague interest to Taylor's ears. Taylor didn't answer, instead she pointed her rattling gun at Night and pulled the trigger. Unlike her monster form, Night was no faster than normal as the bullets tore through her. Taylor would have considered it a huge win, if the fog around her didn't suddenly condense around her lenses and Night turned into the pain blender of death once more to repeatedly stab her with sharp pointy death. "Ow!" said Taylor as the spear-like thing that could generously be called a limb pierced through her abdomen. "Ow!" cried Taylor as yet another limb impaled her shoulder. Taylor still couldn't see as she was lifted off her feet by Night, and tossed really hard back to the ground, now covered in even more holes. Recalling what info about Night Taylor could remember, she healed when switching states, so to actually kill her, she'd need to do it while keeping eye contact on her until she actually died. Leaving her near death wouldn't cut it. Normally this wouldn't be a problem, if it wasn't for her fucking husband. Taylor stood up, only for Night to blatantly copy her previous attack, only instead of a rat, Night threw a Skaven assassin at her, sending both Taylor and the very unlucky assassin flying in a sprawl. Taylor landed with a grunt as she looked up to vaguely see the Skaven get to his feet, shaking himself like a dog, before he was rapidly impaled by dozens of limbs and torn to pieces. Well, sucked to be that guy. Now in a less dense patch of fog, Taylor quickly turned and was able to force Night back into her human form as the leftover bits of the assassin fell to the ground. Night was already on her way towards Taylor, rapidly closing the distance, but Taylor figured if fog was going to fuck with the battlefield, she was going to do the same. "Air of pestilence!" cried Taylor as she hacked out a green mist, flowing through the filters of her gas mask and filled the area with a cloud of pestilent air, all the while Taylor kept her eyes on Night. The effects were immediate as Night suddenly stumbled onto her hands and knees, coughing profusely as her body started to shrivel and weaken. Swirling bits of fog tried to cover up Night, but Taylor was already moving, and moving fast as she held her gaze on Night as she ran on all fours towards her. Taylor felt her wounds sting as the corrosive fog seeped into her, only to find an internal volume far beyond what he expected. It hurt, by the horned one did it hurt like hell, but there was just so many redundancies that pain was all fog really could do to her as Taylor finally reached Night, grabbing each of her shriveled forearms in each hand as she all but loomed over her. "Brittle bone," said Taylor with mad glee as she tilted her wrists, feeling the satisfying snap of Night's forearms as she winced in pain, but surprisingly enough, did not scream. Taylor was already casting her next spell as the fog moved to cover her eyes, only to find her invisible cloak of Gnaw moving around erratically to force him to billow and move in any direction but the one he wanted as Taylor smiled down at Night with mad glee as the words left her lips. "Pestilent breath," said Taylor as the putrid foulness gathered within her gullet, before it was rapidly expelled from her mouth as a thick, noxious fume of green that smelled of pus and death. The billowing cloud hit Night in the face, as she reflexively inhaled the toxic miasma, and began choking on her own vomit. Taylor released Night as she fell onto her back. Taylor continued holding her gaze, until she noticed that the fog was gone, and a hand covered her eyes. Reaching up, Taylor grabbed the arm who she assumed had to belong to Fog, and pushed her head down just enough to slip her mask off just a bit, exposing her teeth as they sank into Fog's arm. He didn't even react as the flesh melted away into mist, and Taylor just had enough time to feel the impaling blade pass through her chest, and anchor her to the ground. With her mask slightly askew, Taylor couldn't see what it was that impaled her, though she had a pretty good idea, as another limb went through her, and another and another and another. Had Taylor been anything but a Daemon Prince, she probably would be dead by now. Instead she just struggled against the limbs as she waited for whatever came next. It wasn't too bad, death was just an inconvenience to Taylor now. Her soul would be cast before the great horned rat as she rebuilt her body there and tore her way back to reality. At the very least, it would put off the inevitable meeting with her parents on hold. Unfortunately, Taylor heard a familiar voice screaming her name as the screaming skull slammed into Night, cackling all the way and Taylor was freed from her grasp. Taylor quickly reached up, putting her mask back in place as her mother grabbed her and held her close to her bandage-covered ribcage, with her father quickly moving to stand over her as well. As nice as the hug felt, Taylor couldn't help but think two things at that exact moment. First, that putting off the meetings looked to be less likely than she initially believed since she wasn't dying, and second, who was distracting Rune and Purity. Taylor. Taylor honey, speak to me, are you there? Taylor looked up to see Purity was busy with what looked like mush as Gregor held up the Book of Woe while fighting against Rune, which at least answered that question. Taylor however just started flailing her limbs wildly. "Ah! Stop hugging. You're embarrassing me in front of my slaves." To her everlasting chagrin, Annette only gripped Taylor harder. "Fuck your slaves," said Annette as she nuzzled her decomposing head into Taylor's cheek. Taylor briefly heard the raspy chuckle coming from her father as he weaved his own spells towards Night and Fog, but otherwise said nothing. Stupid embarrassing parent ruining her image, and not the good kind of ruin either. "How sweet," said a voice as Taylor turned to see Night standing there. Well, there went that effort, at least Taylor initially believed that, but on closer inspection, Night looked sickly. Much too thin to be anything close to healthy. Danny already sent forwards the gaze of Nagish as Fog rapidly covered the battlefield and Night vanished in the dark. Annette was already pulling Taylor to her feet before she weaved spells of her own next to Danny. Taylor had to admit, they worked exceptionally well together for two bags of bones. The fog quickly enveloped Taylor once more as she heard the scraping of something moving very fast in the darkness. Taylor however had quite enough of this. "Black whirlwind!" cried Taylor as putrid black winds blew like a gale from the tip of her halberd, alongside stinging ash. Fog tried to fight against the winds, but much like a bird in the storm he had trouble going exactly where he wanted as the necromantic spells of Danny and Annette flew into the darkness, where presumably they struck Night, not that Taylor could tell right away. Fog was much too dense for that at the moment, but as more of him blew away, shapes in the shadows could be seen writhing. Taylor glanced to her parents, before reaching to her side, grabbing a hunk of warp stone and with supernatural ease, crushed it into fine powder as she tosses it into the winds being expelled from her warp spear. A green tint overtook the winds for only a moment as Taylor reached into her pocket, pulling out a bell, and started to ring it. The first soft chime had a strange reverberating effect to it as Taylor chuckled under her breath, before ringing it again. With each chime, the sound grew louder and louder until the small hand bell sounded more like the loud ringing of a church bell. Strictly speaking, this process wasn't needed for the 13th spell to work, and it was a much longer process than Taylor was comfortable with. However, in their current states as literal mist in a pain blender, some extra insurance to ensure the spell worked as intended was much needed, not that they made it easy. By the 10th ring, Taylor was beginning to run low on magic to draw from, necessitating she cease casting the black whirlwind. Fog immediately took charge, billowing forwards like a wave, rolling in on himself as the monstrous shape hidden within followed. By the 11th ring, the fog passed over her parents and Taylor herself as Night rapidly approached. Her size and speed, while great, was not so insurmountable that Taylor couldn't avoid them. With her night vision, Taylor forced Night into her human form, and with Gregor so close, with the gifts he received from the Book of Woe, Taylor could even keep track of Night by proxy using Gregor's plague sight, allowing Taylor to focus through the vivid hues of decay visible by his empty sockets. There was precious little Fog could do to Taylor in this state. She was not only far from human, but most of the effects his toxic mists possessed paled in comparison to the debilitating diseases Taylor had willingly infected herself with. He could try and erode at her armor, but the alloys included ground warpstone as a covering, and if there was one truth in the world, it was that Chaos hated being told what to do. Sure, her skin and wounds leaked with a syrupy crimson red, but Daemon Princes were beyond such things. Night was the true threat, but so long as Taylor could see her, she was no more dangerous than any other human. On the 12th ring, Night closed the distance. Evidently her parents couldn't see as well in the dark as Taylor could, but they were undead, and harming them wasn't anything they couldn't handle. Even still, something about seeing Night strike her mother and father made Taylor unreasonably angry as she brought the bell down for the final time, and casted the dreaded 13th spell. Immediately, the fog dissipated, and Night fell down, and was actually screaming this time. Their bodies reshaped like clay, bones snapping and refixing themselves into new horrid shapes, not that Taylor paid it no mind as she looked skywards as Purity blasted mush on his hell pit armor and Rune tossed debris at Gregor as he summoned forth putrid winds of his own. And then, there were two, said Taylor with a smile. She retrieved her rattling gun and spear, firing both warp stone bullets and warp lightning in equal amounts. Rune, distracted by Gregor, was immediately thrown off in her mad flailing to avoid being shot, while Purity, at the same time distracted by mush, found herself wreathed in lightning. Taylor released her armaments, retracting them both as she pulled the head of her spear off in one fluid motion. With a skitter leap Taylor appeared behind Purity, laughing as she wrapped one arm around her neck and held the blade to her face. Down now or you die, screamed Taylor as she moved the dagger to Purity's throat. Rather than listen, Purity shot off like a bullet, and Taylor had flashbacks to her ride with Squealer, before she was turned into a Skaven. Purity flew backwards, crashing backwards into a wall in an attempt to dislodge Taylor, who through the sheer power of cowardice, held on for dear life even as bricks pelted her like rain. Much screaming was involved, and Taylor did in fact regret this spur-of-the-moment decision because not only was Purity fast, and not only did the repeated backwards crashing hurt, but all Taylor could see was a bright white that even with her eyes closed, threatened to blind her. Purity crashed into another wall, and though Taylor couldn't see, the fact that Purity didn't stop moving backwards could only mean one thing, this was gonna suck. Ow! Cried Taylor as they crashed through another wall, and Purity kept flying backwards. Ow! Screamed Taylor after the third wall, her grip becoming only tighter as certain doom seemed, well, certain. Ow! Fourth wall. Ow! Fifth wall. Ow! Sixth wall. Taylor vowed that whatever building they were going through, she would burn it to the ground when this was over and done with. Ow! 10th wall. Ow! 11th wall. Ow! 12th wall. Taylor braced for the 13th wall, but that was when something unexpected happened. Through the eyes of her Skaven, she caught sight of Mush scaling an apartment building, not unlike a disgusting variant of King Kong as he tore at the wall, stuck his arm inside, and Taylor suddenly remembered she had implanted a modular warp fire thrower into that arm, and with a thwum, both Purity and Taylor were swallowed by the flames. The screaming continued, as screaming does as Purity got turned around and slammed face first through what would have been the 13th wall as she started to plummet out the side of the building and back down to the earth. Taylor, who still couldn't see, did the only thing she could think of. She screamed, before remembering she could teleport. AMD opted to do that instead. With a bamf, Taylor found herself back on the ground, surrounded by Skaven and undead zombies fighting Nazis. She exhaled a sigh of relief, right as Purity's unconscious body plowed into her like a meteor. Taylor opened her eyes back in the realm of ruin, where two massive luminous green eyes gazed down upon her. The great horned rat said nothing, and Taylor said nothing as they just stood there, staring at each other. Until Taylor's mental faculties caught up with her. Did I die? The cacophonous chuckling from the horned one was all the confirmation she needed. Taylor nodded to herself. Well, at least I can put off the speak talking with my parents. The horned one just laughed harder, before abruptly stopping. No. Then. Taylor was flicked with the same effort one might have flicking an ant off of their arm as Taylor screamed, tearing through the realm of ruin and falling back first towards some thing she assumed to be the ground. Her arms flailed wildly until she just stopped. A funk clung to the air, one that smelled of rot and death, before Taylor looked to see she was being held by ghosts. She sighed, as Crusader's ghosts lowered her back to the ground, before flying off. She glanced back at her surroundings, everything looked relatively normal, or at least, normal for her. The undead and Skaven were killing defenseless Nazis, the best kind of Nazi as far as Taylor was concerned, before a groaning caught Taylor's ear. Glancing down the street, following a newly made trench in the ground, Taylor saw Purity struggling to get to her feet. Well, at least she was in familiar territory, she thought as she looked down, to see the dagger from her warp spear was still in her hand. She clenched it hard before quickly moving towards Purity, avoiding the rest of the fighting as well as she could until she came upon Purity, and shoved her back down. She fell, hard, her glow gone as Taylor rose a brow at how unexpectedly plain she looked. She had brown hair and eyes, and was somewhat mousy. A far cry from the radiance she normally possessed. Taylor paid it no mind as she knelt down, and dug her knee into Purity, just under the ribcage, pushing up into the diaphragm. Purity started coughing as Taylor pressed the knife into her throat, and immediately, her eyes widened. Wait. Wheezed Purity. Taylor just smiled back, as she eased off the diaphragm just a bit. Yes. I don't want to be here, I never wanted to fight you. Kaiser M. Taylor pressed her knee back in. Kaiser is gone. A slave for me. Your intentions change nothing, said Taylor. She attempted to gather her dar, only to find she was running on low. Instead she sighed, before a thought occurred to her. If I let you go, you will leave and never come back. Yes. Purity only nodded quickly, looking up at Taylor with wide eyes. Taylor only nodded back. That would make you innocent. Blameless, said Taylor to herself. Purity just choked as she tried to struggle, only for whispered words to invade her ears. For the horned one. I give you this sacrifice, said Taylor, before she jerked the knife to the side. Immediately Purity's eyes widened as the blade dug into meat, flesh, and sinew. Slicing through it with ease as arterial spray splattered across Taylor's mask. Taylor merely laughed, before cradling Purity's head. For this sacrifice I have made, this servant requests the power of the fell blade. Taylor reached down, claws digging into Purity's neck wound as she shoved it down, all the while Purity kicked and screamed, but did not die, until Taylor's claws brushed against something, and she grabbed it. The last thing Purity saw, to her horror, was the sight of Taylor pulling the handle of a sword out of her own neck. Cackling all the while. Fell blade. Taylor looked at the foul blade in her hand with a keen eye and a wide smile beneath her mask. The fell blade, crafted of alloyed warpstone and gromrel, the favored metal of dwarven smiths. Inscribed with runes so deadly that simply reading them would kill the reader, and bathed in the most potent killing curses and plagues the Grey Seers could invent. Created for one purpose, and one purpose only, to kill Negish. It worked, by using King Alcadizar of Khemri as a pawn, the Skaven inflicted upon the necromancer his first death. In fact, they did even better than they knew, the fell blade not only killed Negish, it kept on killing him, leaving a curse that meant each subsequent reincarnation of Negish was weaker and weaker. Actually laid out like that, it was no wonder the undead asshole hated the Skaven so much. Though really it was his own damn fault for betraying the Skaven before they had a chance to betray him, he really should have known better. Skaven don't get just even, they get everything. In the end, he lost, Skaven won, and that was all that really mattered. Taylor could practically feel the power and malice exuded by the long-bladed sword, before her gaze shifted to Purity, whose head was now very much separated from her body, eyes still wide open with a look of fear eternally frozen on her face. Taylor only chuckled before putting the fell blade over her shoulder. Nothing personal man thing, but when you mess with the best, you die like the rest. Her fingers drummed on the handle as she felt the seeping darkness within the blade stir in her palm. Closing her eyes, Taylor took hold of Kaiser using administration and opened them to see flowing sheets of metal rise at her feet. She took the blade off her shoulder carefully, lest it choose to take her life, and laid it in the ground as the metal took shape into a simple box. Laying the fell blade inside, Taylor released Kaiser from her thrall as she covered the blade, and lifted the box, rubbing her fingers over it greedily yet gently. Worry not slayer of Negish, you will be fed soon. With that, Taylor maneuvered the box over to her back, where she tied it to her warpstone boiler using ripped fabrics taken from the many corpses that littered the battlefield and had yet to rise. With that done, she pulled out her warp spear as she walked out of the alleyways and back into the street. Only one para-human was left of the Empire, their youngest member. Though Taylor found she saw nothing of the sort. Perhaps the girl had fled, perhaps she was eaten, it didn't really matter which. The battle was over, and the remnants of the Empire was utterly impotent in the face of her verminous hordes. Taylor! Cried a familiar voice, as Annette moved quickly to her daughter's side. It was still odd to think that after all these years, she was back, albeit as a reanimated mummified corpse, but beggars can't be choosers. Though as much as it pained her, she really needed to get the fell blade off her person ASAP. Oh, hi Mom. So, I guess we're done finished here. That we are, called out an equally familiar voice as she turned to her father, and gave him a nod. Well, I suppose this is where we part ways, said Taylor quickly before attempting to scurry off, only for the sudden undead Velocity to appear in front of her. Taylor froze misstep as Velocity merely crossed his skeletal arms. Taylor immediately pouted, though she was thankful no one could see under her mask. Stupid dumb speedsters, being all quick fast and shit, muttered Taylor under her breath. And where do you think you are going? Asked Danny. Taylor's only response was a long, continuous ah. Danny crossed his own arms as Taylor cleared her throat. Must we do this now? In the open of all places? Asked Taylor as she motioned at all the devastation around them. Danny's response was to immediately mutter foul spells under his breath, and Taylor watched as the dead goons of the Empire all began to stir. Taylor had heard of this before, she believed it was called a power move. She wasn't impressed, at least that was what she told herself. However, the tension was cut short as Danny nodded in what Taylor took to be some form of agreement. Point taken, what do you suggest? Asked Danny as the undead hordes all began shuffling into formation behind him. Under Empire, tonight. Minions will meet you at one of my entrances. Go to old leather tanning building. You know the one. Danny nodded. Good, then when sun sets, we meet officially in Under Empire. Need must prepare first, yes, said Taylor as she started to nod vigorously. It works for me Danny, said Annette as she put a skeletal hand on his shoulder. Immediately, Taylor watched as her father in all his undead glory, turn into all but clay under that simple touch. It made Taylor want to vomit, but that could just have been the leftover sapping from the fell blade. Fine, tonight then, said Danny softly, before his head turned to Taylor. We will not come alone, I trust you Taylor, your minions, not so much. Yeah, that's fair. She couldn't even be mad really, all Skaven were, well Skaven, a collective species of the shiftiest bastards that ever shifted. Instead, Taylor mock yawned and stretched her arms, doing her best to look tired after the ordeal today. It fooled exactly no one. Well. I better be going now, tired yes. Aren't you a Daemon Prince? Last I checked they don't get tired, said Danny suddenly. All thoughts ceased in Taylor's head as she did the first thing that came to mind, that being lie shamelessly. No, I'm not a, what did you call it? Dealing. Flints. Taylor. Said Danny with a warning tone. She immediately backpedaled. How did you know? It surprised Taylor just how petulant that sounded to even her own ears. We saw you die, I rushed to get to you before it was too late. Imagine my surprise when I see you falling from the sky as your old body dissipated into raw dar. Oh. That. Well, you see. Danny just raised his hand to silence Taylor. No, we can talk about this later, just, be careful. Few gods are as duplicitous as the one you now follow. While true, to Taylor that was a plus rather than a negative. After all, you can trust the dishonest to be dishonest, it's the honest ones you had to look out for, not that she would say it out loud. Instead, she just nodded, before a thought occurred to her. Wait, were you going to resurrect me? Danny said nothing as Taylor raised a brow. Last Skaven resurrected was Scratch, half dead of clan scurvy, complete accident, woke with full mental faculties. Joined the Dread Fleet, I think believe. No thanks, I like not rotting more than I already am. I'm aware of Count Noctilus's escapades. Taylor said nothing, before she took a breath. You get visions too then, We'll have to bring that up, until then. I guess I'll see you two tonight then. Danny nodded as Annette closed the distance to give Taylor another hug. It was nice, and a little embarrassing, but Taylor honestly didn't mind. She gave her mother and father a quick nod, before scurrying off with her tail tucked between her legs. She was not looking forward to tonight. Plus. Taylor carefully pulled the box containing the fell blade free from her back before setting it on the table. Even this close, she could practically taste its spite and cruelty. She stood within her workshop, metal bits and bobs piled up all around her with preserved organs and body parts in jars and barrels for future experimentation. She gazed at the box for a moment before taking a step back. She was drawn from her thoughts as she heard the sound of her warehouse door opening, and turned to see Lisa shuffling in, whiskers twitching until her eyes landed on the metal box on the table. Is that it? I felt it when you summoned it. We all did. Taylor found that information somewhat interesting, and it spoke greatly of the power the fell blade possessed, but ultimately it was a thought for another day. I murder-killed Purity to retrieve it, pulled it from her still bleeding throat. Edgy, said Lisa simply. Taylor paid Lisa no mind as she started removing the exoskeleton. Undoing the straps as she affixed the chains hanging from above to it. All in all, it took less than a minute. She turned to see Lisa looming over the box, a curious look in her eye, before she shook her head. Is that why you are here? To gawk at the fell blade? Or was there something actually important you wanted to talk about? Lisa turned to Taylor, and just smiled. You know, your mommy's a mummy. Taylor immediately administered Lisa to slap herself in the face. The echoing of said slap was loud and satisfying, as Taylor narrowed her eyes at Lisa. Rat puns are fine, anything beyond that is heresy, understand? Lisa rubbed the side of her face as she glared back at Taylor, but otherwise nodded. Good, now off with you, I must prepare for family meeting, thing. You're not going to do it by yourself, are you? Asked Lisa cautiously. I planned on it. Why? No offense Tay, but you're, well, you, and from what I can gather, this is more than just a family meeting, official you know. Did you just call me Tay? Lisa just gave a noncommittal wave of her hand. Not important, this is family meeting time, yes, but also speak with the reanimator. Like villains meeting where they discuss issues with unwritten rules not to betray them. Your dad is still big in city, has gang. Official meeting needed to be beyond just family's drama. You called me Tay. I don't like it. Damn it Taylor, just ignore the nickname. Fine, for now. So, what do you suggest? Asked Taylor with a raised brow. 2 meetings, one for family as Taylor and one with other clan heads as warlock engineer. Establish both personal and professional relationships. There is still what is left of the travelers and PRT in city to worry about. Alliance may be possible. With a necromancer? Asked Taylor, somewhat disgusted at the thought. Lisa however just shook her head. No, with your dad, who so happens to be a necromancer. Same but different, yes. Taylor laughed, the kind that starts deep inside and escapes into a growing torrent. Lisa actually shivered a bit from just how wrong it sounded coming from Taylor's throat. It was a shrill and reverberating noise bereft of any true mirth or joy that just sucked everything good from the world by sheer virtue of its malevolent presence. Eventually it slowly died down as Taylor looked back to Lisa with a grin full of her razor-sharp teeth. You think a necromancer would willingly work with us? Come now Lisa, you're smarter than that. Nagish has poisoned all Dar-infused Shyish wines against us. We manipulated the strongest human spellcaster to ever exist to his first death. Nagish would never allow someone who wields his power to aid help us. Look see Taylor, I don't know everything you do about the world Skaven comes from, but by my understanding, Nagish is dead. Taylor just shook her head. No Lisa. Nagish is death. He may be dead gone, but death itself could never truly claim his soul. Even now, he is whispering into the ears of all those that had served him, and those that soon will. You think your dad would be so weak? No, but I do think Nagish is that strong. Then solution is simple easy, we steal Shyish wines from Nagish and give gift to Horned Rat. Do you have any idea how stupid dumb you sound right now? Nagish is most powerful spellcaster who ever lived, stronger than all but the most powerful of the Lords of Change and the first and second generation Slan, and one of those is a greater daemon of Tsianch, the chaos god of magic. The fuck's a Slan? Asked Lisa. They're these morbidly obese hyper-intelligent toad frog things that are too fat to fucking walk but can flatten level cities with their brain, said Taylor tapping at her right temple with a single claw. That's a thing? Asked Lisa, somewhat surprised. Yeah, it would be funny if they weren't so terrifying. Actually all of the lizard things are like that. They ride dinosaurs into battle. I just make myself feel better by remembering the lizard things are stupid dumb on principle of their existence. They all crawl scurry out of a magic jizz pool, it's dumb. Lisa opened her mouth, before closing it with an audible clicking of her teeth. Her whiskers twitched as she thought that over for a moment, before shaking her head. No, you're not distracting me with that. Look see, Nagish is in old world right? Not here, so maybe Shyish not have as much of his mind will here as it does there. Give Deathwine's new will, new mind, magic here comes from us when your warpstone decays. You are supremely ignorant mistaken how the wines work aren't you? So what? It happened once, maybe again, yes. Taylor tapped her chin as she dwelled on that idea. Strictly speaking, Nagish wasn't entirely intertwined with the Shyish wines. Skyish was after all a part of the magic used by the forces of order, while necromancy was simply Shyish mixed with dark magic. It was this that contained the essence of Nagish himself. A fairly specific combination, one that happened to be quite tantalizing to humans in particular who either wanted to bring loved ones back or to become immortal, or close to it. That said, Taylor was well aware her father was using necromancy, he was literally a skeleton after all, meaning he wielded Dar and Shyish in equal measure. Nagish was already in his ear, but... No. What? I said no, this discussion is overdone. Lisa raised a brow at that, before crossing her arms. You know something, don't you? Taylor said nothing, just gazed at the distance with a look Lisa found she couldn't quite place, at least not initially. Eventually however, Taylor just shook her head. You aren't wrong. All magic in this realm comes from warpstone, which spawn grows wherever I tread. Even still, a necromancer popped up and an alchemist in the form of dragon. See, that's the thing, Horned One is powerful, but magic is fickle thing. Has will mind of its own, separate from Horned One or any other god. That Nagish managed to become so intertwined in corrupted wines of Shyish speaks volumes of his power. Even here, where magic is weaker than old world, to supplant him wouldn't work, at best, we can give gift corrupted Shyish wines another mind, but Nagish will always remain, and he's been at this a lot longer than whatever will mind we put in the wines. Interesting, but hear me out. I know nothing of old world, you get premonition visions, I just hear story tales. But look see here said Lisa as she motioned back to the box containing the fell blade. This sword was what killed Nagish. Maybe, it can do more, like sever his connection to Shyish wines Taylor frowned for a moment, before looking back at the box. That was when Lisa rose a brow. That is it isn't it, you did know something, you can sever Nagish's connection, you just don't want to, why? Because it's Nagish. Yelled Taylor loudly. Lisa took a step back at the tone. Fellblade was not made by gods, made by Grey Seers and Council of 13. It is powerful, but not conceptual like Sword of Cain is. Fellblade needs to slice something. To do that, we'd need to summon Nagish, and kill him again. If Nagish is summoned, he will raise the dead all across the world. The undead fall to his thrall, all of them, they wouldn't have a choice. I just got my mother back and you want to take her away from me don't you? Screamed Taylor as she pointed a gnarled claw at Lisa, who was starting to feel very nervous as Taylor started to change. She seemed taller, gaunt to the point of emaciation with clawed fingers far too long in proportion to the rest of her. Even her horns, already quite long, seemed much longer. Her eyes shone like twin emerald-colored stars and her face seemed to stretch out and slough off into a skull possessing an almost snout-like shape. Lisa's heart thudded in her chest as Taylor's hand fell, and she took a step back as writhing warp fire seemed to engulf everything around her, clinging to whatever Taylor had become like a cloak, with the gnashing teeth of verminous rats trapped within the hellish flames. Lisa's mind filled with obscene premonitions of her own demise, torn apart and consumed by this thing, starting with her tongue. For one moment that would forever be burned into Lisa's mind, she saw a brilliant leprous thing with a maw filled with chisel-like teeth. At once majestic and disgusting, embodying all that is foul and cruel within the Skaven. Each breath sounded like the chittering tempest of millions if not billions of rats. A living icon of ruin towering over Lisa with all the malice in the world gleaming in those bright luminous eyes. Massive yet lithe. Lisa found she couldn't breathe, couldn't and wouldn't look away no matter how much she wanted to. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone and normal Taylor stood before Lisa once more. Go leave. Now. Yelled Taylor, and Lisa didn't need to be told twice as she all but tripped over her own 2 feet in a mad dash to escape like her life depended on it. Taylor then just ran a hand through her hair, before humming to herself. I wonder if we have an oven down here. She asked herself. Epic mealtime. Society in the Under Empire was a lot like Ireland circa 1845 to 1852 or the Soviet Union in that there was no food. Well, that wasn't entirely accurate, they certainly had food, but the lower in the hierarchy of scavengdom you were, the less food you got. Taylor felt it builded character, sure it also stacked bodies dying of starvation, but that wasn't her problem, and that also meant more to eat anyway, so, yeah, win-win. There were plenty of systems in place on feeding the population, and no one would die of starvation if the few rations they were given was eaten, but it was only enough to prevent death while still keeping everyone starving, and since Skaven stole food with the fervor of a kleptomaniac, many just plain didn't eat. Supplies were quite low in the Undercity. While most Skaven scavenged, a few who spent their human lives as hobos managed to get a fairly impressive load of what was called government cheese, enough to fill a makeshift warehouse. Where so much cheese had come from was anyone's guess, but one couldn't argue with the hobos' results. Other than that, a few of the more skillful Skaven would grow blighted corn and mill it into bread, though only the Skaven would dare call the end result of that process bread. There was also black rice, a fairly disgusting form of rice that seemed to sprout wherever Skaven would congregate. Finally there was cloned Skaven meat courtesy of Echidna. None of these however was sufficient to feed the Skaven population more than the absolute bare minimum. Occasional raids on supply trucks coming into the dome supplemented the barely edible garbage with actual nutritionally diverse food, but not all of these raids were successful and those that were inevitably had a significant portion of the stolen food eaten before it even arrived in the Under Empire. What food there was around was kept under lock and key and split with the Skaven about as evenly as you would expect, which was to say not evenly at all. While Skaven ate enough to fill up, everyone else was given just enough food to not drop dead. Stealing food from your neighbors was considered a viable workaround for the garden variety Skaven, and if your neighbors dropped dead from famine because you stole all their food, well that was even more food to eat, since not a single Skaven had any issues with cannibalism. This led to Taylor's current issue. Cooking was an entirely alien concept to the Skaven, who all pretty much took what most people would consider ingredients and eat that. Even dry pasta and flour was eaten right away by everyone but the hobos, who had managed to make their own kitchen, with only Skaven ex-hobos allowed to actually use it, and Taylor of course, but she had administration so that didn't count, not that she needed to. That was when the undisputed king of the hobo clique, Rocco walked on into the makeshift kitchen, where he stood there with crossed arms as he watched Taylor look around at their supplies, who still hadn't noticed his entrance. Even as a Skaven, he was a strange sort of fellow. While he was still big, burly, and barrel-chested now he had dark brown fur, long beard. Beyond that, his fashion sense, despite being dirty, ragged, and patched, was on a truly elevated level. He was wearing a ratty wide-brimmed hat, old leather duster, self-made shirt and pants, aviator shades that barely fit his rat-like face, and cowboy boots complete with spurs he made himself using bits of metal scrap and warp stone. He watched as Taylor stuck her head into a cabinet while rifling through the supplies, before speaking. "What in Sam hell are you looking for, girl?" Taylor yelled in shock at the abruptness of Rocco's voice, jumping and hitting her head on the top of the cabinet, before pulling herself out while rubbing the top of her head. "Ow! Fucking hell, Rocco, don't startle scare me like that," yelled Taylor as she continued rubbing the top of her head, before checking her palm to see if she was bleeding. She was not. Rocco just scratched his chin, a gesture of contemplation, before humming deeply to himself. "I'll keep that in mind, but what are you doing in here? No offense, you are the boss and all, but I wouldn't exactly call this place your scene as the young uns say." Taylor nodded in agreement, before going back to rifling through the cabinets. Yes, this is true, however my parents are coming down tonight. I wanted to cook something for them." Rocco nodded as he stroked at his ratty beard in thought. "I was under the impression you were trying to avoid them, why change your mind?" Taylor just shrugged. "Well, I am a Skaven in mind if not soul. Sometimes, you just gotta run like hell from your problems, eventually you just get good at it." "I hear that," said Rocco idly. Taylor just nodded in response, before continuing. "Yeah, thing is that it didn't go that way when Mimi and my parents met face to face. Blame Lisa, but at least it went better than I expected. Anyway, they're coming tonight, and they may be undead, but I doubt they'll care. Pretty sure that alike can still devour food." "Alright, what did you have in mind? For cooking I mean." "Lasagna, but I can't find the dry pastas or tomato sauce." Rocco nodded sagely as he made his way around the makeshift kitchen island/hibachi grill. Each step he made was accompanied by clinking spurs. He opened one of the empty cabinets, before reaching in, and opening a false back. The clever bastard. Rocco then reached inside and just started grabbing stuff before moving it to the table. Well, we ain't got us no pre-made sauce, but we can manage. Some bell peppers, onions, and a combo of tomato sauce, tomato paste, and crushed tomatoes all mixed together should do good well, he said as he lined the ingredients on the island. Taylor hummed to herself as she looked back to Rocco, who moved to another cabinet and moved the false back aside to grab the dry pasta. She had to admit, they had a sophisticated setup. You got the meat?" asked Rocco as he set down the pasta. "Was going to use wolf rat meat, it's all we have." "Yeah, just keep telling yourself that," said Rocco as he moved back to the island table, and started clearing it off, putting the tools and ingredient aside before, with a lift, he revealed the truth. It wasn't just a kitchen island, it was a freezer, one filled to the brim with various meats of all kinds. Taylor just stared at it for longer than she probably should have, before looking back to Rocco. You hid all this?" Rocco just shrugged. "We gotta, ain't no Skaven ever heard of moderation, they'd eat it all by the end of the day. You know it, I know it, and they know it, it's all a matter of survival really. So the hobos have your own stash, hey? We share, not out of the kindness of our hearts or anything like that, we're still Skaven living in squalor after all, but we trade for first dibs on the food grub the raids bring in or for warpstone. Skaven may be greedy, but the hobos' ways are old, ingrained ya see. Those skills don't die just cause ya get yourself a pair of whiskers." Taylor looked thoughtful at that as she opened the tomato paste cans, before nodding to herself. You know Rocco, there was a Skaven clan a lot like this. They were called Clan Carrion, best scavengers in all of Scavendom. Carrion had no permanent settlement. Instead they would trek from battlefield to battlefield in search of salvage, while carrying their spoils upon their backpacks. Was there now, rest in data info. I suppose all kinds of folk end up as hobos themselves, Skaven ain't no different. Yes, but you give me an idea. All clans have been modeled on the great and warlord clans, all for war fighting, but no support logistics. So Rocco, as of now there is new group. You lead run carrion with my blessing, how does that sound? Depends, what would be my duties if you don't mind me asking about it? Same as now, only you get to control schedule raids with Skaven of other clans with access to clan tech for it. Also, you control food distribution to stop all the dead dying from drowning us in their corpses. I take it Paraskaven still get more food as per usual then. And you too of course, but be best not to have clan rats drop dead every other day. Alright, but only on the condition I get control over the farmin' we do too. That sickly corn and black rice stuff may be disgustin' but at least it's reliable food that we can grow harvest. Everyone eats it immediately though. You can probably see the issue. Consider it done your homelessness. Rocco barked out a laugh at that before tipping his hat in Taylor's direction. I might have the others address me that way. I kinda like it. Go for it, said Taylor as she finished mixing the sauce. Since I have you here, wanna help aid make lasagna? Rocco just shrugged. Not like I have anything better to do. Sit tight, I'll grab the cheeses. Plus. Taylor bolted as fast as her legs would carry her, her hands burned with the intensity of 1,000 suns as she screamed unintelligibly. Each footfall nearly cracked the ground with her magic-infused steps until she saw her destination. With supernatural ease Taylor ran up to the barrel of water, and dipped her burning hands into the cool liquid, before sighing in contentment. That was without a doubt, not a good idea. It all started when the lasagna finished. This was when Taylor discovered that despite being a kitchen, they had no gloves or mittens needed to retrieve the layered pasta creation. This wasn't all that surprising really, after all, Skaven didn't do things the same way. Rocco wasn't help either as he usually just got a slave to do it under penalty of no food ever again. Seeing as Taylor was on a strict time limit, that just wasn't an option. So, she did the next best thing. Working under the mistaken belief that as a daemon prince, she didn't feel pain like other people would, Taylor just reached on in and grabbed it. This was when she learned that even though she was a daemon prince, shit could still hurt. Taking her hands out of the water, Taylor vigorously shook it, as Rocco just grabbed an old ratty shirt to take out the meal and place it on the table. Seeing this, Taylor couldn't help but glare at the bastard. Why you no do that before? Rocco tossed the shirt over his shoulder before he started stroking his beard in thought. To be completely honest. I wanted to see what you'd do, and you didn't disappoint. Bastard. Nah, parents were wed married, said Rocco dismissively. Taylor just glared at the Skaven hobo as she searched her mind for the correct string of words to respond to such disrespect. In the end, she came up with nothing. Already the pain was beginning to subside, and somehow there were no burns in her hands, which was good. She just spat on the ground. Not funny. Agree to disagree? Asked Rocco. No. Agree to disagree, said Rocco again with a nod as he crossed his arms. Taylor just ground her teeth, before her jaw loosened and she just sighed. Why do my slaves do this to me? Rocco just sniffed, whiskers twitching before he answered. That word there, slaves, yeah that might have something to do with it. Taylor just glared back. It's true though. Never said it wasn't, but don't expect others to go out of their way to make your life easy. Quite the opposite in fact, but if it's any consolation, there was no malice on my part. Just bored. If nothing else, Taylor could at least understand the desire to stave off boredom. Not that she had to like it. Whatever, next time I will punish such behavior in the future. Rocco just nodded at that, before immediately forgetting about it. Quite the timing too, as the whole issue immediately ended when Lisa suddenly opened the door, peeking her head into the room with an inquisitive sniff and twitching whiskers. She looked from Taylor to Rocco, before raising a brow, and then smiling as her powers immediately put the pieces together like the insufferable know-it-all that they were. Damn, always miss the best things, said Lisa as she entered. Taylor just sighed as she felt the coming headache fall over her. Why are you here, Tattletale? Rather than answering, Lisa just stepped aside while crossing her arms, allowing the unmistakable form of a towering undead-like to enter, who looked about the room with curiosity, before Annette followed immediately behind. Taylor froze, not unlike a deer in the headlights as her mind just kinda gave up and shat its pants. Why are you here? Yelled Taylor, just a touch too loud. Danny turned to face her, his stance somewhat relaxed as he held the silence following Taylor's outburst for just a bit longer than necessary. I believe I was invited. Taylor blinked. Oh, right, sorry, I forgot about that. Taylor didn't really have time to say anything as Annette made her way into the room, moving quickly as she rushed to grab Taylor into a borderline bone-crushing hug. Taylor had to admit, for as embarrassing as it was, it felt good. Danny lightly chuckled, before turning his head over to Rocco, who was just watching the events around him with mild interest. Upon seeing exactly what Rocco was wearing, he paused, before asking. And, you are? Asked Danny. Rocco glanced at Danny, before audibly sniffing. They call me Rocco, though you can address me as your homelessness. Danny quirked his skull at that, rather odd request before Taylor pushed her way out of Annette's hug to face Rocco. Damn it Rocco, not now, that's for slave servants, not guests. Titles are important. Why, back in the day, Mimi and the guys would always address each other by their title or nickname. You had Boxcar Joe, Barbecue Bob, Tall Tale Sam, Rocket Rump Francis, Don T ask about that last one, ya hear. The story ain't as funny as you'd think. Tragic really, farts are a lot more flammable than you'd imagine. Taylor paused as she let that information set into her mind. She immediately did want to ask what the nickname was for, before deciding that the tale could only disappoint compared to whatever she could imagine. I'll take your word for it, said Danny suddenly, before his haze shifted to the lasagna on the kitchen island. Is that what I think it is? He asked somewhat amused. Taylor followed his gaze, before clearing her throat. Yes, made it myself. Well. Rocco helped a bit here and there. Oh and no worries, nothing bad in it. No warpstone or Skaven meat. Annette reached out to rub Taylor on the top of her head before taking a step back. Well, at least you are just as considerate as I remember. Taylor had no idea what that word meant, it was vaguely familiar, but her life as a Skaven had long ago eroded certain concepts out of her mind, but she figured it was best not to ask. Indeed, Taylor is most considerate Skaven ever, none others come close. That, I can believe, said Danny as he made his way over to Taylor to give her a hug of his own. It's good to see you like this kiddo, he said in her ear with a raspy voice. Taylor didn't even mind the scent of death about him, she smelled worse living in the Undercity. It was one of the reasons she still took baths in fact. Ah, so adorable, said Tattletale somewhat condescending. Taylor opted to ignore the know-it-all queen bitch of all bitchdom. Okay, enough with the hugging. Let us eat, I know you're both like, but I figure you can clean out your ribcades later or something. Oh, can I eat? Asked Lisa. No. Fuck off. Yelled Taylor. Lisa just snorted a laugh upon hearing Annette sharply say the word language before leaving the way she came, with Rocco tipping his hat at Taylor and company as he also left, but not before getting himself a piece of lasagna under the age-old rules of I helped, which Taylor found she couldn't really argue against without sounding petulant in front of her undead parents. They sat, each taking a portion of the meal as they spoke in a way that felt hauntingly familiar. Even the winds of time did very little to erode the feelings of nostalgia Taylor felt as they ate and exchanged pleasantries. Of course, eventually, the pleasantries ended as the talks became much more serious. So, Damon Prince? Asked Danny. Taylor paused in her next bite, before lowering her fork. She started picking at her food with it as she summoned the courage to say something. Back when I attacked the rig, there was a stowaway. Part mouse protector and part Ravanger. Said Taylor before Danny perked up. Ah, you must mean murder rat. Taylor's thoughts immediately ceased as she looked up at Danny, quite shocked. What? How do you know this? I found her body, she's actually outside with the others guarding us as we eat. Taylor opened her mouth, trying to think of something to say. She knew for a face she commanded Regent to grab her dead body, though in hindsight, she never followed up what happened after that. Where did you find her? She was being carried by a small group of Skaven clan rats after you summoned Scarbrand. They were easy enough to take out and grab her for resurrection. It took a while to put her back well enough, but we managed. Having said that, you're dodging the question Taylor. Damon Prince Hood. Oh, right, so after I killed murder rat, I passed out, and woke up in the realm of ruin. It was, oddly empty, no vermin lord seen, only a feeling. I trekked deep within, no destination in mind really, but the Horned One guided me to something. Sounds frightening, said Annette idly. Not really, the Horned One favors me after all. Regardless, once inside the Vermin Hall, I found the Black Pillar of Commandments. Horned One whisper squeaked in my ear, told me to place my hand upon it, said I was to be his ever-chosen. I did, and I woke up as a Damon Prince. Though I not know this at first, I just thought I was blessed by Horned One. Then Bonesaw cut me open and revealed my insides were weird. No one said anything for a moment, until... I'm sorry said Annette, what did you say Bonesaw did? Cut me open. Dissection and enhancements. Made me stronger, but my meat organs were bigger than they should be, with more of them, some had teeth. That was when I learned what I was, said Taylor with a shrug. A sudden snapping was heard, as Taylor turned to see Danny grabbing his fork tightly enough to snap it in two pieces, where they fell and clinked onto his plate. It seems as if the Slaughterhouse 9 could use a visit. Taylor shivered at his voice, but even more when her mother nodded. Unleash your horrors upon them dear, it is only right after all, said Annette with an incredibly cold tone. Taylor just looked from one parent to the next, before going back to pick at her lasagna. She wasn't going to say a goddamn thing, instead, she changed the subject. What of you? How did you become a necromancer? Asked Taylor. Danny froze for a moment, before lifting his left hand. Taylor caught sight of his wedding ring, a simple gold band, but, tied to it with metal twine, was a small orb of warpstone. Taylor just stared at it for a moment, before looking her father in the eyes. Where did you get that? From you I imagine. You remember when I caught you not going back to school? Taylor nodded, that seemed to be so long ago, but she remembered it well. This stone, it was on the floor after we spoke. I found it, it caught my attention. I was unsure why at first, but it gave me visions. Dreams and images. I saw pages from the books of Nagish. I even copied them. Over time I grew to discover the powers this stone held, and the rest, as they say, is history. And how did you become alike? Last I saw you, you were alive. You can thank Hook Wolf for that, it was a mutual kill, but I prepared beforehand. Taylor nodded at that, before she went back to eating. Well, if it makes you feel better, you look good for a corpse. Danny chuckled at that, before Taylor looked to Annette. You too, said Taylor. Without the mask, Annette looked less corpse-like than Danny, who was a full-on skeleton. Annette on the other hand looked mummified. It made some sense, after all bodies were embalmed and preserved prior to being buried. She still had skin after all. It's not ideal, but it is good to be back, said Annette with a nod. Taylor just nodded at that. Well, I can help aid there. There are no necromantic spells used by the Skaven, but I possess mutation magics of Clan Molder. I might be able to at least do something. I appreciate it, but I've been informed what Molder's creations look like. Taylor, I'm quite comfortable as I am. Taylor just shrugged. Suit yourself, self. Oh, and before I forget, Dad, said Taylor. Yes, little owl. I noticed you used things of the Vampire Coast. Do you plan on going into piracy? If so, I wouldn't mind recreating clan scurvy. Danny chuckled. You know, I just might. Excellent, we can sing sea shanties and raid ships. Might have to kill Leviathan before we do that. The shipping industry isn't what it used to be. So? Also means no Coast Guard. It'll be fun looting and plundering on the high seas. No, there will be no piracy on my watch, said Annette in jest. I do not want to even think about what I'd look like waterlogged. There actually are ways around that, said Danny, to which Annette just raised a decrepit brow. Really? Danny merely nodded. Count Noctilus had similar issues with his personal necrofex Colossus, it's not even difficult. Oh, well. Fortune favors the infamous then, said Annette with a shrug. You are fine with blatant prissy? Asked Taylor. Annette just nodded. I heard what happened to you. I am so sorry I wasn't here for it. This city could burn for all I care. Oh, that. I forgot about that. Well, if you insist. That does remind me, there is still the issue of moving forwards, said Danny as he laced his skeletal fingers. Taylor glanced his way as he took a breath. He didn't need to fill lungs that weren't there. At the end of the day, you are the leader of the Skaven. I am well aware of a lot of what it is they do, and I have seen what you have done since you were chosen by the Horned Rat. This city is a mess in need of forceful restructuring, and Skaven cannot get it back to any form of normalcy, and I doubt even if you could if you would be willing. Taylor hummed to herself, before drumming her fingers. Not entirely accurate. I have this thing, I don't know what it is, but I call it administration. Danny and Annette froze for a moment at the sheer wrongness of that singular word. Taylor just shrugged. I think it has something to do with where the powers of capes come from, but I have not had much time to dwell on it for obvious reasons. Regardless, it gives me near absolute control over my slaves. It's not perfect. They cannot hurt me, but they can bend rules. When I need to, I can take control them fully. So well in fact that they become mere extensions of me. Skaven hate all others by default, but perhaps we can go further than any other dared to go before to unite us in our hate. What exactly do you propose? Asked Danny. That can wait. Lisa suggests we all meet with clan heads after our meal, and I am inclined to agree. I have an idea, but I would prefer everyone be present for it. Just promise me you'll hear me out. I think I might have a way to keep Skaven focused for the foreseeable future. Danny looked somewhat hesitant, but nodded, to which Taylor smiled. Good, now that can wait. Let us finish our meal, yes. Unholy Union. The council meeting room was a relatively new addition to the Under Empire. Building it had been an ongoing process for quite some time, mainly the issue everyone had was where to put the damn thing. Everyone wanted it built closer to their districts as a symbol of prestige in the eternal dick measuring contest going on between the Skaven clans. If it were possible for Skaven to agree on something as important as a location for the location of their main political meeting grounds, it would have been finished long ago. Thankfully, with the annexation of Coil's base, a viable location was chosen that was not only far outside of all the territories of the other groups, but closest to the Seer Lord's main base of operations, giving Taylor the prestige. Walls had been knocked aside and expanded, with Coil's original office remaining mostly intact with his various servers being maintained by Chariot, Bakuda, and Squealer. His desk had been replaced with a massive table carved from solid rock and decorated with warpstone hammered into it. Around the table were 13 seats and around them were various chairs, benches, and old sofas. Above the table, however, was the single largest screaming bell Taylor had ever built. The room itself was significantly massive enough for the heads of the council not only to interact and speak with each other, but for an audience to amass as well if needed, and for the inaugural meeting, an audience would be needed. Danny stood next to Taylor, gazing at the sights with his undead para-human army behind him. Taylor idly eyed Murder Rat, who was much less twitchy than she remembered, and slightly rottener. Annette meanwhile just looked over the table and the 13 seats around it, one of which was at the head of the table and much larger than the rest. She ran her cold fingers across the stone surface of the table idly, feeling the subtle powers within the warpstone decorations. Annette looked back at the head of the table, before she froze and just stared at it, feeling as if something powerful was gazing back at her, something ancient possessing a foul malevolent spite for everything around it. For the briefest moment, she saw something in that spot, something horrible. That was when Taylor put a hand on her shoulder, breaking whatever spell held Annette's gaze as she looked to her daughter, who only shook her head. That is the Horned One seat, he watches us, be better not to dwell, yes yes. Annette nodded, somewhat fearfully. Dany had told her of the Skaven's Council of 13. She recalled that the seats were meant to be numbered like a clock, with the seat at the head of the table being left empty, used to symbolize the position held by the Skaven's deity. From there, the 2 seats closest to the Horned Rat held the most sway regarding council decisions. She wondered who sat where. Taylor meanwhile merely moved away, heading to her father, eyeing his undead posse for a moment, before speaking. Bad blood between Nagish and Skaven, will take much politicking to convince others of alliance. I'm not so sure it could be done, but I will reserve judgment until afterwards. If there is a chance, no matter how slim, then I would take it, said Dany. I get it, said Taylor more so to herself than her father. I have a plan idea, one that might work, you're just going to have to trust me. Dany merely nodded. Always. Taylor gave him a toothy smile, before nodding herself. From there, she took a breath, heading over to the servers, where Dany caught sight of some odd contraption Taylor moved to. She reached out and began fiddling with it, before speaking into a funnel-like device sticking out of it. Attention all slaves and servants, this is Warlock Engineer, said Taylor as her voice reverberated across the entire Under Empire. We will have meeting in council room now. All are invited. Heads of Seer Lords, Skrr, Ishan, Pestilence, Molder, Moors, and Carrion must be present. Hurry up, we haven't got all day. Taylor flipped a lever before stepping away from the machine, before glancing back at Dany. Your council is missing several heads, said Dany idly. Well aware, I plan on rectifying that. Current future goals is the inclusion of a naval commander-chief for Clan Scurvy, but that's not important until Brockton Bay is ours. Beyond that, a few specialist branches. Moors currently operates as Under Empire only real standing army, but I plan on including Clan Rictus as an equivalent to the Marines. Dany nodded as he hummed to himself. Have you considered Clan Mordkin? They are a very old clan, who fought against Nagish himself. They would dye their fur bone white and wear the bones of fallen Skaven to look more skeletal. Their endless fights against the undead had changed them, they utilized very old forms of psychological warfare. I'll think about it, said Taylor as she watched the room entrance as several Skaven began filling into the room. Taylor waited in quiet contemplation as more and more of her thralls all but flooded into the room, before the clan heads began to make their entrance. Turning to her father and mother, she gave them each a nod as she moved towards the council table. Taylor took her seat closest to the Horned Rat's own, with Dany and Annette standing at her side as they watched the rest of the seats fill in as Lisa took the other closest seat opposite Taylor. From there, Faultline sat next to Taylor as Gregor the Snail sat next to Tattletale, then Krieg and Bitch, while next to Faultline sat Skidmark. From there the other seats were left empty, except the final one. At the very end of the table, furthest from the Horned Rat's seat, sat the most surprising member, and one Annette and Dany recalled seeing earlier. Rocco of all people. The other Paraskaven and even a collection of Stormvermin and Clan Rats assembled in the audience section. Now that we are all here, perhaps it is time we introduce ourselves. First up, I am Warlock Engineer, greatest of the Skaven and ever chosen of the Horned One, said Taylor before gesturing to Lisa. Tattletale, Seer Lord of Strategy and Tactics. Gregor, High Priest of Pestilence. Faultline, Mistress Chief of Skrr. Krieg, Head Chief of Moors. Bitch, Pack Master of Molder. Skidmark, Death Master of Ishan, and one badass motherfucker. Rocco, newly appointed head of Carrion, head of supply logistics. You may address me as your homelessness. Who the fuck is this guy? Asked Skidmark as he pointed at Rocco, who just stared back with a bored expression. New clan head, Rocco is head of Carrion, newly appointed by me. Deals in food distribution and logistics, said Taylor with a dismissive wave before she looked around the table and motioned towards the empty seats. We have 4 seats yet to fill, said Taylor quickly. We will rectify that soon, but each seat must bring something to the table. Whether it is the biomechanical horrors of Molder, techno-sorcery of Skrr, or murder-killing skills of Ishan. Still missing several, but that is in the future. For now, welcome one and all to the inaugural meeting of the Council of 13. Hushed mutterings could be heard in the crowded room amongst the Skaven and Paraskaven onlookers, it silenced as Taylor raised her hand. Now, with me today is the one the PRT calls Reanimator, I know him as my father, and this is my mother. For now, both may take a seat at the table, but only for this meeting, and this meeting alone, as it does involve them. Taylor glared around the room, as if daring for anyone to refuse her request. She could see that several wanted to, especially those in the audience, but none dared speak up beneath her gaze. Staring for just a moment longer, she shifted her gaze to her father, and nodded. Dany returned her nod, as he and Annette moved cautiously beneath the hateful gaze of Taylor's peers, as they took a seat at the table, sitting next to each other besides Bitch. The tension grew for a moment longer, before Taylor's voice drew everyone's attention back to her. Now then, as of late we've been moving forwards with fairly basic goal in mind. To scheme and manipulate our way into eventual control over the Bay, with our end goal being ruination followed by domination over the Ashes. This has not changed. That said, the way we go about it has. Skaven have no love for necromancy, and I find it distasteful and downright heretical. Said Taylor as she took notice of both her father and mother looking very uncomfortable, even with their undead para-humans, they were still outnumbered after all. Taylor continued. However, Reanimator is not Skaven, and not subject to our rules. Having said that, an alliance is not off the table, if you would have one, said Taylor with a tone somewhat even, but Lisa could hear how her voice strained just a bit. Danny looked around the table for a moment, drumming his bony fingers on the stone, before he sighed. I have plans of my own for the city, while destruction of it down to the foundations is indeed a step, afterwards I do want to impose some measure of order. I am in doubt the Skaven are capable of such a thing, so I am hesitant, unless, you could convince me otherwise. Taylor nodded at that, as the maniac laughter of many rats filled the halls. Taylor just sat in silence as she waited for it to die down. When it did, Faultline was the one who spoke first. Talking is one of, if not the most focused and put together Skaven with some measure of foresight and planning that doesn't involve blatant backstabbing. I find the idea of order placed upon us to be a fool's endeavor at best. I have run many drills and scenarios with my soldiers and weapons teams. Keeping them focused is an uphill battle. Not impossible, said Lisa idly. Just difficult. Trick is to keep Skaven busy focused. Unification by hate spite of lesser races works wonders in this regard. Just a matter of stoking the flames. Ha! Barked Skidmark, catching everyone's attention. Good luck with that one tattle bitch. I have to murder kill uppity gutter runners at least twice a week. Lisa just glanced at Skidmark before smiling. That's just because you are too high half the time to remember the difference between practice training exercise and a combat scenario, Skiddy. Well, fuck you too, bitch. Enough, said Taylor with a raised hand, silencing the others before the conversation could devolve into constant bickering, before Taylor continued. Skaven goals forever same. Bring ruin to earth and rule over what remains. Our ability to concentrate on this goal is what allows us to function. Without it, we would devolve into infighting and civil war. We simply need enemies, and we have no shortage of that. My point exactly, interrupted Danny with crossed arms. Let's say, for the sake of the argument, you win. Defeat all your enemies, ruin this world and rule over the ashes. The next logical course of action for the Skaven after this would be to turn on your allies, of which in this scenario, would be me. Should you overwhelm my forces, then you will only turn on each other like a pack of rats. In the end, the result is only death and extinction. Nothing could get done, only destroyed. It is as inevitable as the steady march of time. This is why I am hesitant for any form of alliance. You're not wrong, said Taylor with a frown, before a strange smile spread across her face. But I have thought on this very much, yes. So everyone, after we steal this planet, who can tell me what happens afterwards? Pretty much exactly what the Bone Daddy here said Skidmark while pointing to Danny with his thumb and as tactlessly as always. Exactly, but I don't think anyone here sees big picture. Solution is simple easy. Skaven fight kill everything thing. So long as we have enemies, we can focus on taking out aggression on them. Eventually, Earthbet will belong to Skaven, a world of glorious ruination, yes, but what then? Everyone at the table exchanged a look at that, muttering in quiet whispers amongst each other. Taylor continued. Experience dictates that Skaven then fight and murder kill each other, but what if there was always new enemies? Can't always be new enemies, said Krieg with a dismissive wave. Eventually everyone dies, and only Skaven remain. Then we infight, is inevitable. Not entirely accurate, said Taylor with a wide grin. Lisa was the first to get it. You mean other Earths? She yelled, not as a question, but a statement. Taylor just continued to smile and nodded, snapping her fingers as she pointed at Lisa. Gold star Tattletale, very good. So long as we can unite in our hatred of the archetypal other, then we need not fall into self-destructive civil war, or at least not as much as we would when only Skaven remains. Said Taylor as her voice rose higher and higher until it was truly booming, like a ruinous thunderhead. Abruptly, Taylor stood, arms gesturing wildly as she stepped onto the table itself, much to everyone's shock as she paced around with expressive gestures with each word she spoke and spoke with conviction. Even Danny and Annette could only stare as Taylor continued her mad speech as it morphed into a demented sermon. Picture it my slaves and servants. Ruination without end, only new beginnings. There will always be new empires to topple burn, new enemies to murder kill, and new challenges to drown in a never-ending vermintide. We will become the reapers and the cullers of whole civilizations, we will topple kingdoms eternally, for fun and profit of course. Danny sat speechless at the utterly insane ramblings of his daughter as he shifted his gaze at the other Skaven present, who all looked, intrigued. We are the children of the horned rat, we are Skaven, and we do not think about the potential consequences of anything that we do, because we are a malignant horde swarm of self-centered sociopaths. We will tear-break reality asunder and expand our huge labyrinthine warrens across the totality of existence, as is the horned one's will. As she continued to speak, many of the Skaven clan rats in the audience began to rise to their feet and cheer in mad glee, until their celebrations continued forth into a cacophonous fervor that bordered on the fanatical. Then Taylor pointed at Danny, who just gazed back at her before crossing his arms, curious where she was going with this. And with my father's aid help, we will rise from the earth ground and murder kill our enemies by the billions. We will watch in glee as their own dead rise to fight alongside us. We will turn the power skills of Nagish himself into our fucking bitch. Let Reanimator have his semblance of order, we will just bring more ruin everywhere else. Expanding ever outwards like the fucking blight cancer we are. Thinking it over amongst the manic applause, Danny felt that it did make a strange sort of sense, albeit in a very insane manner. You can't control chaos, and Taylor was well aware of that, but you could direct it. We will bring more conflict to all worlds forevermore, with no resolution in sight, and with armies of batshit crazy mad scientists, ninja assassins, and bioterrorists, supplemented by undead, and together we will continue to fuck shit up at a scale never before witnessed by mortal eyes. Why? Because we can, and that is reason enough. The cheering was borderline deafening as Taylor gazed down at her subjects and slaves, only for all sound to immediately die down with a single, shrill clap. All sounds seemed to die down as Taylor slowly turned around, as she heard the sound again. Clap. Her eyes fell upon the only seat that was meant to be empty, and the shimmering thing that seemed to bleed from it. Clap. Two luminous green eyes and a broad, nasty grin of chisel teeth gazed back at her, as she saw the briefest flickers of two hands clapping together in applause. Clap, 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 clap. Then, on the 13th such clap, the sound ended, and the phantom seemed to lay its great claws on the table, before fading away. No sounds was heard in the halls of the Under Empire, not even the lowest of whispers as the Skaven allowed the silence to dwell for just a little while longer, before Taylor grinned and turned back around to the Skaven and undead surrounding her. And it seems as if the Horned One himself agrees with me. Hushed whispers followed her words as Danny continued to gaze at the head of the Horned Rat for just a moment longer, before he dared to so much as twitch. After a brief moment, Danny turned back to Taylor, and finally spoke. As intriguing as your proposal is, there is still one thing you seem to have forgotten. How exactly do you plan on getting past the dome? Taylor just chuckled before waving off Danny's words with a dismissive gesture. In theory dome is Skaven-proof, although in practice it most definitely is not. We have Strider, one of the best movers to ever live. Dome is not issue, it is protection. We won't let them take it down, because so long as it stands, they'll never ever be able to mount an offense against us. Danny merely nodded. So long as you can avoid your backstabbing urges, I can rebuild Brockton Bay from the ashes. You control the underground and I the surface. Anything outside of it is not my problem, nor focus. I think I can live with leaving one city alone, said Taylor simply as she walked off the table and retook her seat. Are there any objections to an alliance of Skaven and undead? Asked Taylor as she looked at the other clan heads around the table. No one said anything, and Taylor just smiled. Motion passes. Breaking point. The opening to their inaugural meeting really was the highlight of the whole damn thing. Afterwards, it was back to what you'd expect from a committee of Skaven, with about the same level of progress as a particularly lethargic snail. No. Yelled Krieg, Moors take the rig. No. Is mine. Yelled back Skidmark. Why are you two bicker fighting over a hunk of junk anyways? Obviously, it's going to be mine anyway, for tinkering, said Faultline. Is not. Yelled Skidmark. Taylor just watched the chaos unfold as she realized at some point of the bickering, her parents just checked out of the conversation as everyone yelled at each other. Based on what SJE could gather, everyone wanted the remnants of the rig, or rather the scrap within. Moors to smelt and make weapons, Skr for whatever tech Arms Master had left in there, and Ishan because Skidmark was a big baby. Why not just give Tinker Tech to Skr and rest to Moors? Asked Lisa. What about me? Screamed Skidmark. Lisa's answer was expected. What about you? It went on like that for far longer than Taylor really cared to admit, until she actually had to intervene. How about this? Interrupted Taylor. Since rig thing is now at bottom of the bay, whoever can take the shit stuff on it gets whatever they can grab. What if we die trying? Asked Krieg. Then you have my word lie that I will use my biggest brained rat gifts to ensure your bodies are used eaten by the survivors and not be used for Frankenstein-like experiments where you wake up dead and screaming in agony pain. None of those sounds like a good option. Also, that's strange oddly specific, said Krieg. No, it isn't, lied Taylor shamelessly. You sure? Asked Skidmark. That was when Taylor discovered her new favorite hobby, laughing evilly at inappropriate times to make everyone uncomfortable for shits and giggles. Everything devolved as one would expect. Taylor barely tuning into the conversations that followed while everyone else just make love to the sound of their own voice. Not literally of course, such a thing was relegated to the despicable followers of Slaanesh, but with the exception of Faultline, shutting up was a rare skill indeed amongst the Skaven Lords of Decay. Bitched to some degree, but she rarely spoke in the first place for anyone to notice. Taylor slumped in her chair with half-lidded eyes as she looked to her parents. Her father looked bored as all hell, head propped up on his closed fist as his free hand had their bony fingers drumming on the arm of said chair. Her mother meanwhile just sat straight with crossed arms and an expression on her rotten face that made it look like she was watching a soap opera. Can totally kill Scarbrand if I wanted to, I just don't want to, said Skidmark rather unexpectedly, so much so that it actually got Taylor to tune back into the conversation. What was that about Scarbrand? I tuned out for a minute there, interrupted Taylor immediately. It was, predictably, Lisa who answered. Krieg said Skidmark is a terrible brawl fighter. Skidmark disagrees. That's because I sneak slay, up front fighting is for fools. I kill slay before anyone knows I am there, so I could kill anyone. Even demons, yes. Said Skidmark with an obscene amount of arrogance bordering on the intellectual dysfunctional. Also. That, did not clear up anything as to how they got here, but Taylor found that she really didn't care. She just leaned back in her seat. Kill-slaying a daemon is basically impossible. It's possible even the Chaos Gods can't do it. They just decay fade back into the warp. You couldn't do shit against one skid mark. Allegedly. Are you really that dumb stupid? Asked Gregor in between sickly wheezes. Skid mark, predictably, flipped Gregor off. Fuck you sick thing. Taylor sighed, she wondered if the Horned One's Shadow Council devolved into stupidity like this. If so, considering it was composed of vermin lords, the backstabbing and bitching must truly be legendary, rivaled only by the followers of Tsiench, though that was to be expected. Since the Chaos God of Nerds was batshit crazy even compared to the standards set by the other Chaos Gods. Tsiench is after all, especially, inexplicably illogical. Do we actually have anything vital important to talk about, or can we all just leave go? Well, there is the PRT and slaughterhouse issue thing. Actually, I'm shocked surprised that it hasn't come up yet, said Faultline. I'm not, said Bitch idly. Praise the Horned One, she fucking speak talks. Yelled Skidmark. You speak talk enough for two Skidmark, said Lisa with one of her patented shit-eating grins. Bitch just nodded in solidarity as Skidmark waved them off, before Gregor interrupted. I'm of the mind we should go for the PRT, with the slaughterhouse in the Bay City, they will be split separated for conversion into Skaven. Taylor is a target nominee, I don't think that will work, and she is the only one who can turn them into Skaven, said Lisa. That is just because you all aren't practicing your magic. I have, said Gregor. Taylor just waved him off. You are trusted to carry the Book of Woe, it is expected you would be a great good caster. Magic is hard difficult, said Lisa. That was when the single most stupidest thing happened that day. Skidmark snapped his fingers, and was immediately surrounded by a shadowy miasma. Taylor just stared at Skidmark, who had just successfully casted Armor of Darkness with a snap of his fingers. Lisa's eyes practically bugged out of her skull as she looked at the grinning assassin. You were saying? Shenanigans. I call shenanigans. Yelled Lisa while motioning animatedly at Skidmark. No, Skidmark is good, said Taylor with a smile. What of the rest of you Because from where I am sitting, the fucking junkie is miles ahead of all but Gregor, and he has the fucking Book of Woe. Lisa looked around the table as Faultline held out her hand, as she casted Ghostly Flame, which hovered over her hand for a moment, before she wrapped her fingers around it, snuffing it out. I've managed to get the hang of the petty spells, said Faultline. Creek sniffed audibly, as he leaned back in his seat. Am leader of Moors, we fight brawl, spells unimportant, but can cast rat thrall, said Creek as he waved his hand over the table, conjuring what looked like an ordinary brown rat. I teach it to storm vermin, to not chew through ropes and binds. Useful if caught, or if a dum-dum ass stands below a chandelier. Hasn't happened yet, but I am waiting for the opportunity. Taylor's smile only grew wider, as she looked to Bitch, who just shrugged. Can cast Swift Scamper, but only on self, not wolf rats. Rocco cleared his throat, causing everyone to glance at him. He held out his hands, and immediately did the detached thumb trick while making spooky sounds with his mouth. That was when Annette lost it and fell on the floor laughing hysterically as Lisa just glanced around the table. Taylor just stared at Lisa, drawing a massive amount of amusement at her dawning realization that she, in fact, was the only Paraskaven who couldn't do magic. Rocco, as a normal Skaven, albeit one with a great deal of influence, didn't count. But, that's not fair. Taylor chuckled as she watched her mother, still laughing, holding herself up on the table as Danny watched her with a large amount of amusement visible on his ghoulish face, but otherwise said nothing. Taylor instead just clapped her hands in absolute joy at Lisa's suffering. Well, today is his now best day ever, of all time. Lisa opened her mouth, before shutting it immediately and began sulking. Okay, well with that done. Getting back on track. Gregor's idea plan still has merit. We don't need to go only for PRT. Skidmark, I need you to send spies. Keep eyes on all parahumans. PRT or otherwise. Find schedules and whatnot. We'll see who is weakest and go for them. Slaughterhouse makes good focus for distracting heroes. Can do that easy, said Skidmark. We'll send out spies when we finish here. Taylor nodded before turning to Gregor. Gregor, there is a pestilent plague spreading among the city. Emma got infected, and is probably spreading it, but so is Bonesaw. You can see the world in hues of decay, so you will monitor watch how plague spreads. If parahumans become infected, it is of most importance to let me know. Gregor merely nodded as Taylor looked to Bitch. Bitch, you and I will work together. Make more hell pit abominations. No minds to drive them, so we can't make one as smart as Mush, not that Mush is all that smart, but it will give us an edge, and wolf rat flesh will be used to see if your power gifts work on them. They will be our main force against Crawler alongside Menja and Fenja. Sure, said Bitch dismissively. Faultline, get Bakuda to stockpile doom rockets, we need to rush Stormfiend production. We'll devote more rat ogres to the project, you will train them. Sounds good. Excellent, now, most important part. All info is to go to Tattletale, the more info the better. Lisa just nodded, still sulking in her seat. Taylor nodded back before leaning back in her seat. We will move forwards based on what we learn. We have more advantages for us than against. Once city is taken, Dad gets the surface while we prepare for expansion into other cities worldwide. World is in chaos, whole nation countries are barely holding themselves together, and many have fallen already to warlords, a society where might makes right, and Skaven are strong mightiest there is. Broken nations will fall, and others will go after that. We will control whole entire world, expanding outwards. Nothing will stand in our way. Except the Endbringers, said Faultline, immediately taking the wind out of Taylor's sails. And Scion, said Gregor. That was when Taylor just smiled. Endbringers and Scion you say? You really think they will be a problem in our new world? No offense Warlock, said Gregor, rather diplomatically for a Skaven. But we have been trying for as long as they have existed, and done nothing. Eventually, when man-things are gone, they will be an issue. Taylor just snorted. Oh, they won't be a problem for long, said Taylor as she snapped her fingers. Immediately, a swarm of rats entered the hall, scurrying under the feet of the many Skaven in the audience. Taylor laced her fingers as hundreds of thousands, if not millions of rats all flooded into the room, as everyone watched. After several moments, Taylor motioned to the table, causing all the rats to amass upon it, swirling like a cyclone, before she waved her hand, causing all the rats to immediately disperse and scurry off, deeper within the Under Empire. Meanwhile, below her hand, was a long metal box. As soon as they caught sight of it, everyone glanced at the box as Taylor opened it. With this, Scion won't be a problem for very much longer, and who knows? Maybe not even the Endbringers. Danny, as soon as he saw what was in the box, froze. Is that what I think it is? Taylor just chuckled beneath her breath as she presented the fell blade to everyone, who all reflexively leaned back as soon as the vile malevolence exuding from it could be felt. Taylor, please tell me you don't plan on wielding the fell blade, of all things? Asked Danny. Taylor just snorted. Me? No, of course not. I am not dumb, never wield, but can still use in other ways, said Taylor before she forcibly closed the box, causing a few of the surrounding Skaven to jump at the sudden noise. I don't think that is a good idea, said Danny, with more than a little fear in his voice. Well, it's a good thing then that using it is my idea then, and I am biggest brain rat to ever live, therefore idea is good. Danny just stared at Taylor for a moment, before shaking his head. What kind of logic is that? Taylor just shrugged. No worries Dad, if all goes well, I will never ever have to so much as touch it. Still, just know that for all the things everyone fears, we have a counter, yes. Just need to find someone stupid enough to wield the damn thing, and I know just who to give it to, eventually, for now, is excellent insurance with 9 in town. Danny, still as uneasy as ever, shifted uncomfortably in his seat, staring at the blade as the others around the table slowly got their bearings from the sheer echoes of malevolence they felt bleeding from the fellbald. I don't said Danny, before Taylor interrupted. Dad, just please, trust me. Danny didn't say anything for the longest time, before giving Taylor a nod. Annette meanwhile felt a twinge of fear striking into her dead heart. She did not know what that blade was, but even she could feel that whatever it was not good news in any way. She felt the burning need to say something but couldn't think of what to even start with. Then Skidmark leaned his body to the die and let out a loud fart. The fucker didn't even have the decency to apologize for it. Still, it had all but shattered the tension in the room, and Annette finally knew what to say, when she turned to Skidmark, and just said 2 words. That's gross. Yep, and now air that was in my butt, is not in everyone's lungs, said Skidmark with a sadistic smile. Lisa raised her hand. Motion to finish end this meeting, all in agreement say aye. Aye. Came a chorus of voices. However, before anyone could actually get out of the room, Taylor froze when she felt one of her Skaven, one who was running very fast, enter her range. She froze, feeling the sheer terror this minion of hers felt as it barreled its way through the crowds. Wait. Said Taylor, raising her hand as everyone turned to look at her. Taylor breathed heavily, feeling just the faintest echo of true fear in her minion's chest as she grasped at the front of her shirt and had to steady herself on the table from the sheer weight of it. That was when she noticed the pain, and the fact that her minion was missing an arm, with a clean cut at the bicep. Taylor looked up, glancing at the door as the minion burst in, falling to his knees as he hacked and coughed, immediately grabbing everyone's attention as slowly, he tried to catch his breath. Taylor's eyes were glued to his arm, or rather the complete lack of an arm as his free hand held it tightly to put pressure on the wound. Several Skaven slaves all around shuffled away from the obviously manic Skaven as Taylor glanced at the minion before her, and administered him immediately. What happened? The fear melted away, replaced by a sublime indifference before Taylor released him, and allowed him to speak. Jack was in the Under Empire, he murder killed one of the brood horrors. Gave me message to tell you, he says, you are still playing game, before he left. Taylor rolled her eyes at that. As if that would change anything, is that all? The Skaven just shook his head vigorously, as Taylor raised a brow. No, you don't understand, the brood horror he killed, it was Ankle Biter. At that moment, something fundamental within Taylor paused for a single moment, before it snapped, and she croaked out only a single, haunting word. What? Taylor didn't hear anything after that, only faint echoes as her eyes unfocused. Plus. Taking a step back, Taylor nodded at her work. More can be added, but we need to experiment test first. See where the design shines and where it's weakest. Perhaps more guns with auto-targeting systems. Maybe armor to provide better protection. Still good though. Though to be expected when I am the one who built it. Ankle biter hissed. Taylor turned as she listened to his bestial tongue, before humming. Glass globes of liquid warpstone? That's not a bad idea, ankle biter. Ankle biter squeaked. If you ever do manage to do that with a loaded crossbow and an exploding donkey, I'll strongly consider it. Ankle biter thought about it for a second, before moving on to the next topic with a hearty snarl. Taylor just waved him off. Bah, my enemies can bring as many guns against me as they want. If I throw enough rat slaves at them, they'll eventually run out of bullets. Ankle biter hissed, and Taylor gasped at the accusation. I would never ever. You're a special slave creature, ankle biter. Bullets would be wasted on you. You go in when our enemies run out of ammo. Ankle biter chittered, before thumping his tail on the ground. You wouldn't go in unarmed, maybe some of those globes, I could eventually strap a catapult to you if you keep growing. Ankle biter just sniffed. I don't know where to get samples of the bubonic plague, but if I ever do, I'll fill the liquid warp globes with it just to give you an edge. Remember, keep that in mind, ankle biter, you're a good slave rat. Which makes you an excellent great investment. Satisfied, ankle biter sniffed loudly, before lazily laying back down. Plus. But Jack didn't, he couldn't know, right? Plus. Gru nodded scholarly before Taylor turned around to look at him, or more specifically the cheese wheel on his hand. Gru looked Taylor in the eyes, and Taylor looked Gru in the eyes. They stayed like that for a moment, as Gru slowly lifted the wheel to his mouth, narrowed eyes still glaring at her as he took a bite, before he slowly moved it behind his back. Mine. Taylor didn't say anything, instead she just watched as Gru, completely oblivious, did not catch sight of the elephant-sized ankle biter sneaking behind him, which was in and of itself an impressive feat of his complete lack of spatial awareness, as the brute horror devoured the wheel of cheese in one monstrous bite. Hey! That was mine. Ankle biter hissed territorially, before Gru immediately backed off. Fine, I didn't want it anyway, lied Gru shamelessly. Plus. Taylor blinked in rapid succession as her vision became blurry, and for a moment, she was reminded of when she used to need glasses, before her ascension, before a hand fell on her shoulder. Taylor! Called the worried voice of her father. That was when Taylor reached up and realized something when her fingertips made contact with her eyes, she was crying. Plus. Alright, let's try this again. So you are probably maybe wondering why I all gathered you here today. Skidmark, who was gnawing on a ketchup-covered cabbage, just shrugged. Squealer meanwhile was trying, and failing, to attack her own tail as it flailed around. Stay still stupid tail thing. She yelled as she grabbed it with both hands in a manner that made it look like she was trying to strangle the tail, a futile endeavor if there ever was one, as tails didn't require oxygen in that manner. The Skaven Dimush meanwhile, just sat quietly. Seemingly bored out of his mind. Which made him the most well-behaved one by default even though he was facing the wrong direction. Thankfully however, ankle biter squeaked, which was the first bit of confirmation Taylor gained that anyone at all was listening. Thank you ankle biter, at least someone is listening. Skidmark just hissed. Teacher's pet. He said with an accusatory finger. Ankle biter turned to Skidmark, and hissed back, snapping at the outstretched finger, though Skidmark quickly jerked his arm back. Mush turned around, watching the antics for a second, before leaning back in his chair, still looking bored. Plus. Taylor clenched her fist tightly. Plus. Stand down warlock, you've caused enough chaos to. Bah! Interrupted Taylor as she gave a dismissive wave of the hand. You interpret the fight battle. We have no fight quarrel with you yet. Give us Bakuda, and we can call it a day. Bakuda sank further into Miss Militia, wrapping her arms tightly around the woman's neck as Oni Lee prepared to fight, but held his ground for the moment. That is not going to happen, said Dauntless. Fenja and Menja laughed a chittering laugh as they grew in size, just enough to get the point across as ankle biter moved directly next to Taylor, who absent-mindedly scratched behind his ear. Plus. Taylor. Plus. With electricity back up, once Taylor was back in the Undercity, she prepared to shave her horns down and dye her hair again before her changes became even more noticeable. Of course, as with all things, actually setting out to accomplish her minor goals didn't exactly pan out. Because as soon as Taylor went into her workshop to groom herself, she saw ankle biter, chewing on her electric sander. Taylor's eyes immediately widened as she skitter-leapt next to the giant brute horror, tanking the device out of his jaws, and watching as it fell to the ground, some pieces so small they slipped through the cracks of her fingers, and what didn't was absolutely covered in saliva. Taylor immediately began roaring in impotent rage, punching ankle biter repeatedly, who only turned as she punched him again and again in a rhythmic, almost comfortable fashion. Like a massage. Taylor did not notice this as she continued to assault ankle biter. You fool. How could you betray me like this? I can finally fix my horns and you do this? I'll kill you, you hear me? I'll. Taylor didn't even finish her sentence as ankle biter fell to his side, curling in on himself and immediately going to sleep. She stared at the brute horror for a moment, wide-eyed, with her fists still raised and ready to strike, but held frozen as she just watched his back leg twitch in his sleep. Slowly, she brought her arms down to cover her face and groan, before looking into the mirror she used when shaving her horns. Already, she could see their tips peek out of her bangs, and her grey roots were starting to show. Her eyes flashed green as she sighed, looking down at ankle biter, all but snoring. You are lucky you are the second cutest rat thing in the Under Empire, ankle biter, otherwise I may have to actually kill you. Plus plus plus. Danny shook Taylor, fear rising in his chest as she just stood there vacantly, before he stopped when he heard a sound like snapping bone, before looking down at Taylor's hand, which he immediately realized was much larger than it was supposed to be. I promised him, liquid warp globes. I promised. Then, Taylor began to grow, and change, as her eyes suddenly shined a noxious, bright green. Danny, and everyone else immediately took a step back, as Taylor slowly grew much taller. I promised. The Vermin Queen. Taylor took off on all fours, deaf to the yells and screams from her minions and parents alike as her body melted like wax and morphed with each skittering step taken. Fur shot from her skin, fast enough to see and feel, sprouting like a fuzzy grey mold across her once pristine skin. Worst still was the sound of crunching bones and a sickening wetness as skin and flesh was stretched beyond its breaking point, yet held firm despite all logic indicating that it shouldn't have. She leaped, crashing boring through the tunnels as the Skaven below her scattered like panicked rats. Behind her, she heard yelling and pleading, but none of it registered, not as consumed by rage as she was. Her toes grew, inflating like pus-filled boils while others shriveled into little more than dysfunctional claws as bones sprouted from the bulbous weeping sores. Her cloak of gnaw, once invisible, slowly faded in and out of existence, covering her beneath a mass of fused rats all scurrying together. Their starved snapping jaws threatened to devour any who came near, and none of the Skaven unfortunate enough to be around her dared to move closer, quite the opposite in fact. Taylor screamed, not in pain but rage, and her scream only grew louder as her jaw dislocated and elongated. Her feet stretched out like taffy as she rose to stand on her toes, horns digging into the ceiling of the tunnel as her fingers grew and grew. Each movement shook the earth itself as she lashed out at anything within reach. Her hand fell across her face, pulling at the sloughing skin to reveal the bleached skull beneath as her eyes ignited in their sockets, and then started to burn. Dar flowed around her like a maelstrom as she rose, and leapt once more, penetrating the earth and dirt to the tunnel above, collapsing the one below her as she crawled up and up, until she tore into the sewers. An ungodly screech echoed throughout the Under-Empire and Taylor placed one seven-fingered hand across the ceiling, and started to push upwards. From the surface, the city was still for but a brief moment as the earth below bulged out. The tarmac and concrete tore apart with ease as the force below pushed and pushed, before it violently exploded outwards in a shrapnel storm of earth and rock, creating a billowing cloud of dust and debris. At the same time, a loud booming screech tore across the landscape, rattling the broken glass that still littered the streets from Shatterbird's scream. From this deep crevice, doom and destruction did rise. The beast was bedecked with 6 spiraling horns on either side of its head, and one sprouting from the middle of its forehead. Bolts of warp lightning arced from horn to horn with each passing moment, illuminating the bare, misshapen skull the 13 horns connected to. The skull itself was framed by a lion-like mane of grey fur and disturbingly human but was unmistakably somewhere between the hellish halfway point between Skaven and human, with a much shorter snout and face than most of the rat things. From the moss at yellowed chisel-like incisors dripping with plague and pox sitting beneath 6 bone-like whiskers. Spines of warpstone emerged from its back, traveling down its spine to its tails, of which there were 2, and both were covered in smaller spikes of warpstone resembling thorns, and terminating in side-like blades. Each tail moved independently, before both cracked like a whip as warp lightning shot from her horns like vast, arcing chains into the skies above, wreathing the dome in dancing sparks so bright, that from the outside the dome momentarily resembled a green sun. As the Daemon Prince emerged from the cloud of dust and pulverized stone that billowed around it, it glared balefully at the city with radiant eyes, flickering with luminous green warp fire. From the clouds of debris, a misshapen foot, resembling a cloven hoof surrounded by multiple dew claws, shot forwards and clawed into the earth, causing the cement to begin cracking as loud as a thunderbolt. It moved quickly, leaping from the hole in a manner evoking the fluid, yet twitchy, scuttling of rats as it soared through the air, a cloud of translucent rats, seemingly stuck into a single, cloak-like mass, trailing behind it as it crashed loudly into the ground, and rose to its full height. The leprous being of immense physical and sorceress might inhaled, causing the cloak of rat-like teeth around it to chitter and screech. With a single exhale, a cloud of pestilence poured from its maw, spreading all around it until it was surrounded by an aura of creeping sickness. It continued to roar, a primal roar of rage and anger and revenge soon to come. Outstretching its extremely long and gangly arms, it spread its scything claws, 13 in total, with 6 fingers on the right hand and 7 on the left, claws glowing with ruinous power as its primal roar rattled the city down to its very foundations. Rising to her full height, Taylor was bestial yet feminine and lithe, though painfully emaciated. Taylor took a step forwards, rotting the earth beneath her clawed and cloven hooves. Her gnashing, biting cloak of translucent rats billowed around her in a frenzy, chewing all that they fell upon into dust and splinters. Then, Taylor screamed. J-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A- scamper so powerful, that the sheer force of it generates its own howling warp gale purely as a byproduct of her enhanced speed, sending abandoned cars and loose debris flying in the same direction Taylor took off in, before they all came crashing down and plowing back into the earth loud enough to wake everyone within the city. Plus. Scarbrand brought his axe down onto Crawler's skull with all his might, boring into it and cleaving it in two, before sending a horizontal swing with his other hand, sending the mountain of muscle, chitin, and bone flying and sprawling onto the ground. Crawler gargled incoherently in a manner reminiscent of manic laughter as it stumbled to his feet, both halves of his head swinging limply, before they started to change. Scarbrand, whose axe was already raised for another swing, was taken off guard as Crawler tackled him, forcing them both to the ground as Crawler used his frontmost paws to attempt to viciously gore the daemon, who only roared, flames shooting from his mouth as he did. The flames did nothing to Crawler. The same couldn't be said of the subsequent headbutt that sent him flying once again. Scarbrand wasted no time getting back to his feet and grabbing his axes. As soon as they returned to their master's hand as he took off in a sprint, roaring and swinging before Crawler even had hit the ground. From there, Scarbrand began to viciously and constantly beat and chop into the beast with reckless abandon. Even still, Crawler laughed in absolute glee with each swing and chop. Pulling the blade from Crawler, Scarbrand tossed both blades, sinking them into the ground as he reached down, grabbing Crawler by the throat, and hoisting him up, before roaring in his still healing face, spewing flames as he did. Crawler just kept laughing. Then, something interesting happened. Scarbrand stopped and observed his opponent for what very well may have been the first time, specifically, his glee, before making a face of disgust. "You crave pain?" Scarbrand roared, before tossing Crawler back to the ground. Taking a breath, Scarbrand grabbed both of his blades by the handles and pulled them from the earth, as he began stalking forwards. "What are you? One of the chaos spawn of Slaanesh?" Scarbrand kicked Crawler, knocking several teeth out of his misshapen jaw. Tentacles twitched as Crawler just got to his feet, before turning around, and seeing Scarbrand still stalk forwards. "We do not fight for pain nor pleasure, beast," roared Scarbrand as he swung again, sending Crawler's head jerking to the side. "We do it for blood." Another swing in the opposite direction, and Crawler felt the blade of his axe sever his spine and skulls. Tossing his axe back into the ground, Scarbrand used his new free hand to grab Crawler's head, and began pulling. Squelching meat and snapping bone was heard as Crawler fought against the incredible strength of one of the mightiest bloodthirsters to ever live, all the while Scarbrand spoke. "I am born of destruction, ceaseless rage and insatiable bloodlust." Suddenly, the skin beneath Scarbrand's hand became loose, and Scarbrand felt as if he was holding a hound by the scruff of its neck. Crawler pulled against Scarbrand, who continued to hold tightly, preventing his prey from escaping. There are two kinds of warriors, those who act outwardly and those who act inwardly. Scarbrand pulled, dragging Crawler closer to him. Even as he healed and fought, it did precious little against Scarbrand's hardened warped flesh. Those who act outwardly merely seek death in others. With a mighty pull, Scarbrand yanked Crawler off his feet, before pulling the misshapen beast over his head, and slamming him back into the ground behind him, all the while Scarbrand still held onto the scruff of Crawler's neck. Those who act inwardly kill for their own pleasure. Scarbrand yanked again, pulling Crawler off the ground as he buried the head of his axe into Crawler's skull, before leaving the blade in, and grabbing Crawler's throat. "I murder and kill for no other reason than to murder and kill. Mindless savagery, no other reason is needed, nor do I demand another reason, for it is reason enough. You however, little thing." Scarbrand's hand tightened around Crawler's neck. "Why do you fight? Why do you laugh? There is no joy in it, merely bloodshed, you need no other reason. Yet I can feel it within you. The power to survive, the burning need to be the fittest. So near to perfect rage and yet you derive pleasure from it, this my enemy. Is why I hate you." Scarbrand finally tossed Crawler to the ground, before retrieving both of his blades. Slaughter and carnage, each holding the sword of the mightiest bloodthirsters to ever live, besides Scarbrand himself of course. Scarbrand then turned around, stalking to Crawler, who watched the daemon approach with a curious eye, until Scarbrand lifted his muscular leg, and stepped on Crawler's head, pinning him to the ground, before pointing his axe at Crawler. "No more I say. Cease your pursuit of pain, seek only slaughter and battle, and know only war. Until then," said Scarbrand as he took his hoof off Crawler and lifted both axes into the air. "Blood for the blood god." And brought them both down on Crawler's neck. "Skulls for the skull throne." The blades pierced the once unpierceable skin, cleanly slicing through bone and sinew, before sinking into the ground itself. Scarbrand then released the handles of slaughter and carnage, before grabbing Crawler's decapitated head with one hand, and lifting it into the air, before roaring in triumph. With one toss, Scarbrand threw the decapitated head into the ground hard enough to crater it, before he grabbed both of his blades, and pulled them free from the earth. Looking down, he could see that somehow Crawler was still breathing. In fact, it almost looked like he was regrowing his head, but the exiled one paid it no mind. His foe had lost this fight, and there were others whose skulls needed to be put before Kern. Turning around, Scarbrand saw the Kamen mage, surrounded by her quicksilver blades as she engaged a strange mechanical man alongside another, who smelled of unnatural fear, yet fought against it. Sniffing the air, the man's fear, it truly wasn't natural, it was forced upon him by this gaudily dressed girl who stank of the taint of Slaanesh. Scarbrand's eyes traveled from the armored man, to see a girl, grinning at him and avoiding his attacks as she filled his head with nightmares. Scarbrand held his blades tightly, as he dug his hoof into the ground, preparing to charge forwards, when suddenly Scarbrand heard a word thunder from past the walls. "J-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-OK." Scarbrand froze. In fact, so did the fighting between the others as the skies above were wreathed in sorcerous warp lightning. Scarbrand watched the dancing sparks above as he smelled the faint scent of the verminous rodents on the wind, and he listened to the roar of violence and rage, pure rage and the promise of violent slaughter embedded into that roar. Past the walls the tiny humans had erected to serve as the arena against the alchemist and her rotating cohort of allies. It was a fine offer, one Scarbrand was more than willing to use as it separated this anointed battlefield away from the weaklings beyond it, but now, it was only an obstruction to worthy blood. The alchemist was skilled in the ways of magic, distasteful as it was, she had proved her mettle, and unlike other sorcerers, she wasn't afraid to mix it up with martial prowess. Like all demons of Khurn, Skarbrand was highly resistant to magic. For this mage to be so skilled as to match Skarbrand using it was impressive, but it was time for the stalemate to end, for skulls to be taken and blood to be shed, and he would find none here, for the alchemist did not bleed, and the others were not worthy of his blades, but something new within this city was. Skarbrand grunted, before charging the wall, and with a single kick, plowed through it with the same ease of a child destroying a sandcastle, and the daemon didn't even stop charging as he exited the cloud of dust and debris like a charging bull. Everything loose was knocked aside as Skarbrand took off in a mad sprint, roaring with both slaughter and carnage at his side, ready to behead his next foe. There was worthy blood nearby, one whose skull needed to be taken, and Skarbrand was more than ready to separate its head from their body, and present it to the blood god, for there were only two reasons Skarbrand existed. To give blood to the blood god, and skulls for his throne. Interlude 12. Amy. Amy breathed heavily as she pressed her back to the wall. Emma peeked around the corner, her heart beating quickly as she glanced around the alleyway, waiting to see her. Emma held her breath, before looking back to Panacea. I think she's gone. Amy knew better than to assume that. After saying they were nominated, Bonesaw had the wonderful idea of a game of tag. The rules of which were as twisted as you'd expect from the Slaughterhouse 9. Looking to Emma, Amy reached out, grabbing her by the arm, causing the girl to wince in pain as Amy looked at the current damage. 2 missing fingers, both eaten by the Siberian. Concentrating, she attempted to regrow them as Emma bit her lip. Hold still. Whisper yelled Amy. Excuse me for freaking the fuck out at having my fingers eaten repeatedly. Whisper yelled Emma back. What the hell do you think I'm trying to do? Emma just watched as her fingers grew back before Amy released her hand. She flexed her new fingers, before nodding. Thanks. Amy said nothing as she observed their surroundings. As expected, everything was a fucking mess. No one was out, which wasn't all that unexpected considering everything happening in this fucking city. Trash littered the streets with rats all over the place, and most everything was either destroyed or on its last legs. It was hard to believe how fast this place turned into little more than ruins. That was when a tremendous boom hit the ground before them as the Siberian rose from the newly created crater. Amy screamed, Emma screamed, before the Siberian grabbed Emma obscenely quickly, grabbing her hand, and faster than either could react, moved her hand to her smiling mouth as her teeth parted. Emma shifted, arms elongating as she punched and kicked at the Siberian using her monstrous form, to no avail. She couldn't even slow her down as she put Emma's finger in her mouth, and bit down, hard. The sound of snapping bone and tearing flesh had long become old to either of their ears, but the pain always felt fresh to Emma, who screamed bloody murder as the Siberian pulled her head back, stretching the small stand of skin that still connected, stretching it out before it snapped like bubblegum. Releasing Emma, who fell onto the ground clutching her hand in pain, the Siberian smiled a bloody smile before looking back at Amy, who found her legs refusing to move despite how much she wanted to just run away, and then the striped cannibal winked at her. Then she held up 5 fingers, and brought one down, leaving only 4 remaining, before she took off without any further explanation. Amy shook, still as death as the Siberian disappeared, leaving only the sobbing and whimpering Emma on the ground, clutching at her bloody hand. God fucking damn it! Yelled Emma, impressively enough considering just how raw her throat was. Amy breathed, steeling herself as she grabbed Emma by her still whole hand, and pulled her to her feet, despite much protest, and the difficulty of it due to just how tall her monstrous visage was. I am sick and fucking tired of having my fingers eaten. Amy, despite trying otherwise, found she couldn't muster up the energy to be empathetic to her plight considering the events that led to Emma having her fingers eaten, repeatedly. You're the dumbass who tried eating the Siberian with your freaky monster mouth, and stop yelling. Whisper yelled Amy. It's how I steal powers, not my fault I forgot the bitch was bite-proof and fuck you, Whisper yelled Emma pointing at Amy, before realizing said pointing finger wasn't there. Emma just let her arm fall as she winced in pain. Her regeneration helped somewhat, but thus far, she didn't regrow fingers as fast as she could heal scars, which as far as she was concerned was bullshit. You're going to get us killed if you keep yelling. She keeps finding us, they're probably watching us anyway. Ugh. This is so stupid, said Emma as she wiped the blood off her stump of a finger, seeing as it had scarred over already due to her regeneration. Not that it helped with the echoes of pain. Amy grabbed Emma again, regrowing her finger back without really paying attention to anything but her own surroundings. Emma flexed her new digit again, before sighing. It really would help if we knew the rules here, preferably without me losing any more fingers. Amy nodded absently as she thought over that. Bonesaw really didn't explain much beyond a game of tag, leaving the duo themselves to try and figure out the exact rules beyond it. When the Siberian first came for them, Emma had the bright idea of trying to drink her blood and steal her powers. It did not work, actually that was an understatement, she just broke several teeth as the Siberian just watched with what could have been sadistic interest, before she started eating fingers. Each time they were caught, the Siberian ate some of Emma's fingers, before she held up 10 of her own fingers, then 9 after the next time they were caught, and so on until now with only 4 left. Amy really didn't want to know what happened when they ran out of fingers, literally in Emma's case. Racking her brain, Amy tried to think of how to win this demented game, but try as hard as she could, she couldn't think of what she was supposed to do. That said, she did have one idea, sorta. What about your rat form? Asked Amy. What about it? Maybe. I think I know what's going on. The Nine's usual MO is to corrupt their nominees, right? Emma just shrugged. How the fuck should I know? I'm new to this cape shit. Amy glared back at Emma, before shaking her head. Look, I think, maybe they're trying to have me go villain. One way we can get that point across is if I were to weaponize you or something, against your will. I'm just spitballing here, but, maybe we can trick them. If you go rat, they might think I turned you into it. That is the dumbest thing I have ever heard, said Emma. Everyone knows Taylor does the whole rat thing, I doubt they're that stupid. Who the hell is Taylor? Warlock. Oh, right, well, plan 2 is to turn you into a suit and wear you like shape-shifting armor, wouldn't do shit against the Siberian, but it might get Bonesaw to pass me I guess. You know, for a world-renowned healer, you can be a sadistic bitch, right? Amy just shrugged. It's been a long day. Emma felt the need to remind Amy of the absolute shit week she'd been having, before thinking better of it. Now was not the time for a my life is worse contest. She'd win anyway all things considered, she didn't need to prove that to Panacea. I'm not a fan of either option. Amy just sighed. That was when Amy noticed something. Out in the street, past the alley, the cement began to bulge up. Emma rose a brow, before following Amy's gaze as the street began to rip and tear, and that was when the ground started to shake. Emma nearly lost her balance as the street exploded outwards, and she watched as something massive rose from the ground. A roar followed, alongside a storm of black and green lightning. Both Amy and Emma had to cover their ears at the sheer magnitude of that roar. Amy fell over, gazing at the dust as something moved within, thin, lithe, and horned. Two tails covered in glowing green thorns and terminating in what looked like scythes waved around as lightning shot upwards, and her eyes widened as the thing leapt out of the cloud and rose to its full height. Emma's eyes widened at the single largest rat she had ever seen in her fucking life, one that looked oddly familiar, not necessarily in its appearance, but there was something about it that felt familiar, and she had a pretty good idea of why that was. J-A-A-A-A-A-OK. Then it took off, generating a massive windstorm around it as it did, nearly pulling Emma and Amy with it as it did so, only managing to avoid being moved by grabbing onto debris still anchored to the ground as their feet were pulled off the ground. Whole cars were tossed about, slamming into buildings and exploding as it took off. Eventually, the windstorm ended, and both managed to get their feet back onto the ground. Amy watched as the thing disappeared as it leapt across ruins and debris, until they couldn't see it anymore. Was that Warlock? Asked Amy. Emma just took a breath, and screamed, this time not in pain, but sheer unadulterated frustration. How is it my week just keeps getting fucking worse? +++. Piggott. Piggott watched the screens, displaying camera footage from her PRT troopers' helmets. One of the supply trucks carrying medicine and food was being raided by the Skaven, again. For all the fear those damn rats put into people, they could be incredibly stubborn and hilariously predictable. They would attempt to raid every single truck, without fail, they would at least try. It didn't matter how well guarded it was, or what route they took. 100% of the time, the Skaven tried to get their grubby paws on it. Para-human support was completely necessary to keep things running, and Piggott had to be there for authorization of damn near everything these days. In their attacks, Piggott had learned much about her enemy. First and foremost, Skaven were the biggest cowards to ever walk the earth, to the point where anything that would be seen as an even fight by most was seen as being unacceptable by the Skaven. If they didn't outnumber you, they didn't even try beyond the bare minimum. You would think that would make things easy, except the Skaven had the annoying habit of over-preparing for everything, devoting far more resources into it than necessary. You put out a 12-man squad of PRT troopers, you could expat at least 24 Skaven. You put out a single para-human, expect weapons to be fielded in obscene numbers. Replacing PRT troopers was impossible under these circumstances, seeing as the dome was still up. As such a new method was needed, one to even the playing field. The necessity of those resources arriving to their destination to be distributed to the masses was paramount to the continued survival of the Bay. So Piggott bit the bullet and did something she never thought she'd have to do. She asked for help from a non-PRT affiliated group of para-humans, specifically the Toy Box. It had cost a lot of her own personal savings, and even with Arms Master and Dragon helping, it was a pretty penny just to get what she needed to keep her agents alive. Damn if the price wasn't worth it. Piggott watched as her troopers flew in formation using the inbuilt jetpacks, raining laser fire upon the rattling guns and Jezzails as the clan rats scattered. There was a certain level of schadenfreude that appealed to her greatly at fielding well-trained agents wearing power armor. The XR-71 was heavily armed, based on fusion reactor maintenance suits designed originally by the Toy Box for deep-sea construction, before being completely refitted for combat. They were designed for speed and agility, high mobility without sacrificing protection. Each of them is individually crafted, boasting highly maneuverable jetpacks, micro-etched with fractal circuits with multiple redundancies to minimize time needed for tinker repair, armored with ceramic plates, and incorporated electromuscles so the user can even use the power armor in the first place. It even held shield generators. Its only real downside was the price, the fact that the armor could actually be penetrated by Jezzails when the shields failed, and when maintenance was actually needed, it took forever to repair. For now, however, it was the only reason the Skaven failed at their raids 90% of the time. Add to that the para-human support and Piggott had succeeded in preventing the city from starving to death. The only real issue was that she couldn't afford to use these suits for anything but protecting the supply convoy. That was when Piggott saw several slabs of cement on the screens flying towards her troops. They easily dodged it as their suits' automatic sensors did the grunt work. "We've got eyes on Geomancer," said one of the troopers. "I'm on it," said Dauntless. Pickett watched as Dauntless leapt off the convoy, hammer in hand as he rapidly hurled to the earth like a meteor, crashing to the ground, before charging the Skaven geomancer with his hammer raised. The para-Skaven immediately caught sight of the hammer-wielding para-human dressed like a Spartan warrior, and as Pickett expected, screamed as he redirected his stone slabs to fly towards him before scurrying off. Dauntless swung, smashing the slab of rock into rubble, and continuing forwards without breaking stride as he hit the next slab on the backswing, to the same effect. The armored PRT troopers continued distracting the Jezzails and rattling gunners as Dauntless charged forwards, before Miss Militia, who was still standing on top of the backmost truck, shifted her weapon into a rocket launcher and began firing upon the charging rat ogres. Pickett found this was much more professional than all previous Skaven raids, with actual tiers to the attack as opposed to a mass swarming. She wasn't sure what changed about everything, but it did not bode well for future raids if it continued to be a problem. Just before Dauntless would have hit Geomancer, he telekinetically ripped a slab of cement out of the ground, leaping on it as it shot off into the distance. Dauntless, without skipping a beat, leapt with all his might, shooting off like a bullet and slamming his warhammer into the slab, disintegrating it as Geomancer was sent flying back to the ground, screaming and flailing as he did so. Dauntless landed incredibly close to the downed Geomancer, who turned over, raising his arm in a protective gesture as he shuffled backwards. Dauntless prepared to go in to neutralize Geomancer one way or the other, when something unexpected happened. The sky lit up with a massive field of black and green lightning that covered the interior of the dome, bathing everything below in baleful light, as a roar was heard powerful enough to shake the foundations. J-A-A-A-A-A-OK. Even from her seat, Pickett could feel her teeth rattle and the ground shake as Dauntless froze and heard something very large moving very fast through the city. Then, one of the PRT intelligence officers down on console called out to her. "Ma'am, Scarbrown just left the fight. He's heading into the city. Get me eyes on him and the unknown element ASAP." Screamed Pickett. One of the armored troopers, who was firing upon several rattling guns, looked to the left, and between the buildings, caught sight of something very large, but incredibly thin moving between the buildings fast enough to send cars flying. It crashed through walls, like they weren't even there, boring into buildings with ease, before emerging on the other side. Pickett's eyes widened as it landed on the street, screeching like a banshee. It was a massive humanoid rat, with two spike-covered tails, with a crown of horns on its skull-like head. "What in God's name is that fucking thing?" yelled one of her armored troopers. "I'm coming for you, Jack," roared the monster loud enough to cause feedback on the mic that had everyone around Pickett covering their ears. The fighting had all but stopped as Skaven and PRT trooper alike all turned to see the massive beast sniffing the air, lightning arcing between its horns as it turned its head to the left. It stared that direction for a brief moment, before it opened its mouth to roar again, and take off on all fours in the same direction it was facing. "Contact Arms Master and Dragon, I think I know what Scarbrown is going for," said Pickett as she watched the thing disappear from her feeds. "Ma'am, the Skaven are cheering." Pickett turned back to another screen, watching as the Skaven howled and cheered while chanting out a single name. "Warlock! Warlock! Warlock! Warlock!" Pickett grit her teeth. It was looking to be the beginning of a very bad day. +++. Jack slash. Jack used his knife to clean the dirt under his fingernails as he leaned back in his seat, with his legs kicked up on the table. Shatterbird and Burnscar looking out the window as he whistled a tune to himself. "You know Joey, may I call you Joey?" asked Jack as he looked to the bound and gagged man at his side, screaming beneath his binds as tears flowed from his eyes. "Thanks, anyway Joey, getting back to Warlock. She is something, isn't she? You know how many villains have the balls to break an Endbringer truce? None as far as I know." Joey continued to silently sob. "She's got it, you know, there's this quality in certain people, psychopathy, sociopathy, insanity, undiagnosed bitch syndrome, call it what you want, thing is, she's too much, you know, it's why I nominated her. She sees what she wants, and just goes for it, a useful trait in a minion if I do say so myself, isn't that right, Shatterbird?" Shatterbird looked away from the window towards Jack, before just nodding. "I think she'd do great things with us, Joey, we just have to rein her in. I mean world domination? Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the classics, but that's old school, these days it's all about sending a message. Doesn't even have to be a good message, so long as you have one. Me, it's not the best message, I'll admit that much, but it is one near and dear to my heart," said Jack as he examined his nails with a smile and flipped the knife in his hand. He closed one eye, holding his blade like a maestro holds his baton to direct a band, and bringing it down slowly, just enough to sever Joey's jugular without much effort. His screaming intensified as he struggled, blood pooling on the ground below him as Jack then pocketed the knife. "I just want to be a sick fuck, and for everyone else to know it, not a complicated message I admit, but seriously, have you met people? You need your message to be simple for the dumbasses of the world, I'm sure even you'd get it, Joey." As Joey bled out, Jack put his hands in his pocket as he walked over to the window. "You really like hearing yourself talk, don't you?" asked Burnscar as she waved her flaming fingers in front of her eyes. Jack chuckled a bit at that but didn't disagree. It was true after all. Everyone has their own vices, you have your pyromania, Bonesaw has her projects, Crawler has his masochism. Mine is getting drunk to the sound of my own voice. It's a simple pleasure. Before anyone could say anything, the sky lit up like a Christmas tree. They all stared out the window as lightning seemed to dance across the inside of the dome, before Jack rose a brow. "What the F? J-A-A-A-A-A-OK. Jack, Shatterbird, and Burnscar froze as the glass window before them rattled and the ground shook, and shook quite a lot, enough that Burnscar lost her footing and was sent falling. Then, the crashing was heard, and a lot of it, as if something very, very large was moving through the city far faster than something that big should. No one said anything as Jack looked out the window, watching with narrowed eyes as he tried to focus on anything out there, and that was when he saw it. It was still obscured behind one of the few still standing buildings. I'm coming for you, Jack. Jack suddenly felt ice flowing into his veins as the thing started sniffing. It smelled at the air, before it stopped, and slowly turned its skull-like head in his direction. Jack slowly took a step back. There was no way in hell, that this thing was looking at him. Then it screamed and charged. Not waiting to see what the hell that thing even was, Jack turned around, and bolted. Ready to rumble. Taylor's roaring vocalizations, akin to shrill, high-pitched wailing, and grating screams practically tore throughout the city with an underlying scratching quality to them that rattled teeth and shattered glass. Shatterbird and Burnscar fell over from the earth-shaking bellow, landing flat on their asses as both quickly started shuffling backwards as fast as humanly possible. Shatterbird lifted her arm, and the Vermin Queen froze. The flames of her eyes flickered as her ears twitched as she heard a sound, almost like someone was running their finger along the rim of a wine glass. The massive 26-foot-tall rat thing rose to her feet, covering her ears as she shook her head side to side. The sound was painful to hear, and it kept getting sharper and higher pitched until, with a tremendous crash, all the glass not destroyed by Taylor's roar exploded, sending a storm of razor-sharp glass shrapnel towards Taylor, and harmlessly bounced off her skull and fur. The sound ended, as Taylor growled. That sound was the last thing Shatterbird heard as Taylor opened mouth, and vomited a corrosive cloud of green, luminescent fog. Burnscar, who was already against the wall, watched through the green fog, and Shatterbird as she screamed. Her eyes widened as she saw Shatterbird become thin, and thinner, and emaciated. And gaunt, and stick-thin, before her own muscles couldn't even hold her up anymore and she fell onto the ground in a crippled heap. Taylor closed her maw, letting the last tendrils of smoke dissipate in the air as Burnscar watched the green fog obscuring Shatterbird fade, to reveal the shriveled thing Shatterbird had become, a sickly, grotesque, deformed thing with protruding bones, jaundice, brittle hair, and desiccated skin, but worst of all, she was still breathing. Shatterbird looked to Burnscar, pathetic and twitching as she coughed up black fluid, her eyes wide in fear, right as a giant six-fingered hand reached into the window, and snatched her up. Frozen in the suddenness of it all, Burnscar just watched as the Vermin Queen held the limp body of Shatterbird in between her index finger and thumb, dangling and doing what she could to scream, only for a gurgling echo to come out of her throat. Then, without much warning, the Vermin Queen opened its mouth, and tossed Shatterbird into its cavernous gullet with a loud crash of teeth on teeth, swallowing her whole, and still alive. The green flames burning from Taylor's eyes glowed brighter, before her gaze shifted to Burnscar. Before Burnscar could do anything, thousands of translucent rats, clinging to the Vermin Queen like a cloak, all rushed her, jaws snapping and squeaking as they ate everything before them. Burnscar lifted both hands, and shot twin flamethrower-like streams of fire from her hands. Taylor didn't even react as she reached back in, only for the flames to bend around her, and Burnscar to suddenly vanish. She watched as a strange swelling in the flames seemed to travel from where Burnscar once stood, moving up the flames before Burnscar appeared on the other side of Taylor, falling to the ground. Taylor reached to grab her, only for Burnscar to conjure an incredibly bright wall of flames. Her hand passed through them as Burnscar reappeared on the ground, breathing heavily as her eyes glowed a bright, brilliant orange. Swirling vortices of fire sprung into being around Burnscar, growing higher until they all but dwarfed the Vermin Queen, and fell upon her. The flames washed over her, and Taylor took a single step forwards, walking out of the other side of the flames completely unharmed. She gazed at the fire, watching the strange and sudden movements of it, before sniffing the air. Taylor turned her head, ignoring the flames as they harmlessly passed over her again and again, as she heard the sound of shuffling feet. She moved, peeking around an alleyway just in time to see Jack burst out of a sideways entrance, leaning with his hands on his knees as he breathed heavily, only to stop as he looked to see the Vermin Queen staring back at him. You. Jack turned around and ran as Taylor squeezed into the alley, barely able to fit her massive horns into it, but slipping through by turning her head sideways and dragged the rest of her through, pushing the walls aside causing them to collapse as she reached out to grab Jack, only for her to feel something hit her back, causing her claws to come crashing down only mere inches away from Jack, but otherwise missing. She roared in rage as she forced herself out of the alleyway, letting the dust and debris fall off of her as she looked to see what fucking idiot dared to ruin her revenge. That was when several beams hit her in the face, all of them coordinated and going for the eyes, but as her eyes were now only empty flame-filled sockets, they did nothing but prove to be an annoyance as she caught sight of several armored figures flying in the air, firing laser beams at her. Taylor sniffed the air, locking onto Jack's scent as she growled, and opened her mouth. They were already moving, ready for the pestilent cloud about to explode from her throat, but that is not what happened. A bolt of black-green lightning moved at high speeds, striking one of the men in the skies, before he exploded, and arcing bolts tore through the skies, each and every one striking the flying PRT troopers, and destroying close to $200 million in Tinker Tech equipment in a single breath. Her jaw snapped shut, before she turned back around, and crawled over the building, sniffing the air as she sought out her one and true prey. I'm coming for you, Jack. One of the only remaining PRT troopers, who was much too slow to arrive before his comrades fell, stopped midair as he gazed wide-eyed at the massive rat thing as it leapt over the building, screeching like a banshee as it moved quickly from rooftop to rooftop. Seeing how easily it just destroyed his unit, people he knew and considered friends, he froze up as his mic came on. Johnson, get your head in the game. You are not to engage the entity, understood, keep eyes on it at all times. Johnson croaked out an affirmative as he looked back to the streets, specifically towards a retreating firestorm flying down the street in the opposite direction. As much as he wanted to follow her lead, Johnson nodded and barked back in the affirmative. Taylor meanwhile leapt back down into the street, watching as Jack had already managed to get inside of a vehicle, either lucking out by finding one with keys, or hot-wiring it in record time, it didn't matter. Taylor stood tall, before lifting her left leg, and bringing it down to the ground in a massive crash. Instantly the action casted Crack's call. Taylor watched as the crack immediately started moving, widened and shooting forth in the form of a gaping crevasse that moved incredibly fast, tearing the street in two as it just kept going, until it reached Jack and stopped, just enough to send the front of his vehicle into the newly formed canyon. Working quickly however, Jack leapt from the car, rolling painfully onto the street and rolling until he slammed into a store wall, and slammed hard. He coughed profusely as blood leaked from his lips, only to stop when he heard another tremendous boom, and watched as the Vermin Queen started stalking towards him. He immediately raised his hands. Wait. Wait a minute, just let me explain. Taylor roared, dropping to all fours as she charged like a rampaging bull. Jack tried to get up, only to fall back down, even with Bonesaw's myriad of enhancements, that hit into the wall hurt, and hurt a lot. He shuffled, arms flailing forwards as he tried to drag himself away, only to scream as he was scooped up, along with a significant portion of the tarmac, before the grip tightened, and Jack found he couldn't breathe as he found himself face to face with the Vermin Queen. Taylor growled as Jack tried to say something, only for Taylor to squeeze tighter, and shuddering in delight when she heard one of his reinforced ribs pop. She released her grip, just enough to let Jack wheeze out something that could have been a scream, but was far from it. Taylor opened her mouth, ready to devour the murder hobo as he continued yelling. We can talk about this. Look, I'm sure this is just a miss. Before Jack sold say anything else, he heard another boom, and watched as the Vermin Queen's head violently turned to the side as he saw a black and white blur. The next thing he knew, a stiff figure was in front of him, grabbing at Taylor's fingers as she tried to pry them open. While she was successful at moving one, the others were much too large, and far away to pry them all off at the same time. Siberian. I have never in my life been more glad to see you, yelled Jack as he looked to see the Vermin Queen turning back towards him, as her flaming eyes fell upon the Siberian. Taylor jerked her hand with Jack in it back, causing the Siberian to flip as the other hand tried to smack her out of the air like a gnat. Contrary to popular belief, the Siberian was not capable of flight. She could fake it by ignoring air resistance and minimizing her own inertia. She could even glide, but flight, not so much, and without leverage. As soon as Taylor's massive paw struck, she was sent hurtling back to the ground. The Siberian was sent crashing down, before Taylor lifted her hand up, and watched as the Siberian glared up at her, before flipping onto her feet. Taylor chuckled as she reared her arm back to knock the Siberian aside, only for her hand to abruptly stop as soon as it made contact. Taylor tilted her head in confusion, before sniffing as the Siberian grabbed Taylor's finger, and pulled. Taylor's claw-like hooves dug into the ground, enough that she was merely dragged towards the Siberian rather than picked up, before she pulled back, ripping the flesh off her hand the Siberian held. The Siberian looked in confusion as the warped flesh in her hand rapidly dissipated into raw dar, before it flowed back to Taylor's hand and reformed. The Siberian grimaced as she prepared to fight back, only to be taken aback when the giant rat thing spoke, and for once it was soft-spoken, still loud by sheer virtue of her size, but comparatively low, so much so that the Siberian was taken aback just long enough for Taylor to finish her sentence. I can smell falsehood lies, you know. The Siberian rose a brow, as Taylor's eyes glowed brighter as she took a long, deliberate sniff, before exhaling with a sigh, and speaking a single word. Puppet. Barked Taylor unexpectedly. The Siberian continued to look at Taylor confused, before her eyes widened considerably. Taylor chuckled as the Siberian took off towards her, only to pass through smoke as the Vermin Queen skitter leapt away. Taylor turned to the Siberian, watching as she looked around in a panic, before she looked back to the subject of her ire in her hand, who was remaining silent, as if it was going to make her forget he was even there. That thought was dashed as Taylor's flaming eyes fall upon him. Listen. Taylor, I know we. Taylor lifted her free hand, putting a claw up to Jack's face as she smiled. For ankle biter. Just as Taylor's claw was about to make contact with the fucker's face, she was hit by gunfire, and a lot of gunfire. Taylor growled as she looked to see Miss Militia holding a. Taylor didn't know, nor care, she roared and Miss Militia immediately stopped firing once she saw who it was Taylor held in her hand. She lowered her weaponry, but kept her eyes on Taylor as she backed away. Taylor continued growling as her ears picked up yet another fucking voice. For gallant! Screamed Dauntless as he slammed his hammer right into Taylor's skull, much to her continued annoyance. That was quite enough. Taylor roared in rage, spewing and vomiting warp flames from her maw to the ground. As soon as the flames hit the ground they immediately began spreading out in a near-perfect circle around her, igniting everything beneath the baleful napalm-like flames. Adhering to every surface around Taylor as the fire flowed around buildings like a sea of flames. Anything that could possibly ignite did, and everything else was just covered in tar-like liquid fire. Dauntless, who received most of the attack, raised his shield, pulling his charge out of everything but his armor as he funneled all of it into his shield. A projected wall appeared in front of him, causing the flames to part, creating two rivers of fire to either side of him as Taylor vomited the last of the flames. Dauntless them leapt, leaping over buildings and landing on the rooftops, before turning around to gaze at the sea of green fire below, and the rat thing that stood in the center of it, unharmed. Dauntless looked to Jack Slash, held in the thing's hand, as he evenly distributed his charges once more, causing his warhammer to grow back to massive proportions as he ripped it tightly. Taylor glared at Dauntless, before she sniffed the air, and found, something was not quite right. There was a static hum in the air, one barely perceptible to even her enhanced senses beyond mere sight and hearing. She could gaze into the unfathomable warp, and viewed the world as infinite hues of decay and rot. She smelled lies and tasted fear, and yet, there was something just beyond her senses, something subtle. Taylor turned around, right as Miss Militia fired yet another barrage of explosives towards her, though they had little effect. Something wasn't right. She ignored the attacks, just for a moment, as her senses delved deeper into the esoteric might of the winds of magic. That wasn't it. But what could it be? All of these thoughts took only a mere 2 seconds before Taylor lifted her arm, roaring in rage ready to throw the slab of concrete in her hand, before she froze, keeping her grip using the shifting weight to lift her leg, and slam it into the ground, creating another traveling crevice as she charged forwards, still clutching Jack in her paw. Why would she do that? She almost tossed Jack Slash, who beyond anything else, was the single solitary thing she hated most in the world at this exact moment. A fall like that wouldn't kill him, not with what Bonesaw did to him that kept him alive. That was when Taylor heard it, a muttering deep within her skull, the telltale signs of administration, and it was, speaking? No, not speaking, but something like speaking at Taylor. It was all very overwhelming as Taylor bounded across the buildings, before landing on the street next to the one that was still covered in flames. She reached up to her head, shaking it as if her mind was suddenly filled with interference. She felt confused, very much so, as if something was telling her to put Jack down, deal with the others so she could kill Jack, and kill him slowly. Why the hell would she think that? He'd suffer no matter what. She planned on sending his soul straight to the realm of ruin. She didn't need to take her time, if anything she needed to rush to get his ass to the Horned One ASAP. If only her fucking head shut the fuck up. Make him hurt, mail him suffer. Get rid of the others first, and take your time with him. Why would she do that? All it did was delay her, allegedly, swift and, hopefully, inevitable revenge. No 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 no. Taylor's eyes flared with flames once more, as she glared down at Jack, snarling. What are you doing to me? To all of us. Stay the fuck out of my head. Jack, still scared out of his damn mind, said nothing as he looked up at the very angry, and possibly insane, Kaiju rat and just struggled in her grip. Taylor had had enough, clenching her fist tight to crush the bastard, only to jerk forwards as something crashed into her shoulder, and while she stumbled, she did not fall as she glared at the damnable striped Siberian, already turning around to go for another attack. I just want to murder kill Jack fucking Slash. No one even likes him. Is murder slaying just too much to ask for? Screamed Taylor as she shot warp lighting from her maw, only for it to diffuse as soon as it hit the Siberian, sending spears of electricity every direction around her as she continued forwards, before barreling into Taylor. This time, Taylor fell to take a single knee as the Siberian punched through Taylor to emerge from her back, and land on the ground, leaving a gaping hole in her chest, bleeding foulness and putrid gore as she rose back to her feet as the gore dissipated to return to her body. Taylor turned around, howling in rage as she charged the Siberian, fully aware that something was making her do this. She wanted to kill Jack, so very fucking much, yet something kept stopping her, and while she could fight against it, she found that in the heat of the moment, she didn't want to, and that made no fucking sense. Taylor sent her cloak of gnaw forwards, and even though the teeth of the rats broke against her impenetrable hide, it was clear the Siberian didn't expect this as Taylor sidestepped at Tay last moment, letting the Siberian pass her by, before quickly darting her head sideways with an open mouth, and closing it around the Siberian, where she remained as she planted her feet on Taylor's tongue, and palms on the roof of her mouth. Despite her best efforts, the Siberian was stronger than her own bite force, prying Taylor's mouth open, before rather unexpectedly diving down her throat. Taylor's maw closed with a loud crash of teeth on teeth as she moved her free hand to her throat, feeling the Siberian falling down the dimensionally transcendent innards of her guts, and just start wrecking shit. Diseased blood poured from Taylor's maw, spilling onto the ground where it dried, festered, and rotted rapidly before transforming into dar and flowing back up her mouth, not that it did any good as more came spilling out almost as fast as it returned to Taylor. Rather than focus on that, Taylor stumbled, sniffing the air as blood sprayed from her nostrils with each exhale, trying to find the puppeteer and end this bitch in her gullet. While the Siberian couldn't kill Taylor like this, she served as one hell of a distraction as that brain fog filled her mind. Put him down, you could chase him like a demented game of cat and mouse. Have him running forever. Shut up spooky knot voice. Hey Taylor, listen. Maybe we can just talk about this. I think we just got off on the wrong said Jack before Taylor moved him 2 feet away from her flaming eyes, taking some measure of delight at seeing him lean away from the flames. Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to murder kill you, this is not your concern. That's the opposite of true. Yelled Jack pathetically as Taylor swiftly ignored him. Fuck. Stop ignoring the murder hobo. And stop doing that. Doing what? I swear I'm not doing anything. Lies. Screamed Taylor, as she poked Jack in the chest with a massive finger, though, strangely enough, she didn't smell any falsehoods in that statement. It was as if there were 2 voices in her head, one telling her to kill Jack, another to save him for last, to make his death tortuous and slow, and both were fighting within her own psyche as the proverbial battleground. It shouldn't be this hard, all she had to do was squeeze, and she could be done with it. She needed to be done with it. It didn't matter how, if she sacrificed him to the great horned rat, then he would suffer 1,000-fold what he did to her, what he did to Ankle Biter, yet. She just found she kept putting it off as she looked for whoever the fuck it was puppeting the Siberian. She could smell him amongst the coppery scent of her own fermented blood. He was right there, right fucking there, helpless in her goddamn hand. Just squeeze your hand and pop him like a zit, it's not that hard. You've done way worse to better. Before Taylor could do it, there was a sound, like screeching tires, which was frankly ridiculous as no one drove inside the bay anymore. Gas was one of the last things that anyone was worried about, and as far as Taylor knew, fuel supplies sent into the city were limited to obey me you fucking fingers. Squeeze the bastard, generator fuel as opposed to anything needed for cars. Yet it had the profound effect of distracting her from Jack. God fucking damn it, as Taylor sniffed around, looking for the culprit as her own internal war raged on. There was something wrong with Jack, and not just in the "we need to talk about Kevin" way most people meant it when they said there was something wrong with him. There was this thing bullshit that just niggled at you, like a song stuck in your head, or tinnitus without the sound, just the vibe, if that made any sense. It was subtle, dangerously subtle, C-inch level fucking subtle, and in any other circumstance, Taylor knew it would be so easy to just wait long enough to make the fucker hurt, but there was something about it that wormed into her skull, making her second guess herself. Had Taylor been human, she probably wouldn't even question it, but now, as the avatar of the horned rat, she smelled clues and tasted hints of a nefarious something trying to tell her what to do, and it just pissed her off to no end as it droned on in the background noise of the city. What was 5 more minutes of waiting? He deserves to die in tortuous agony. Make it personal, make it hurt, save him for last. These ideas appealed to her Skaven sensibilities, but not her dare to do whatever the fuck she wanted, and what she wanted was to satisfy her burning need to send the fucker to the horned one. Taylor spewed out another torrent of rotten blood as the Siberian presumably played jump rope with her entrails, until she caught sight of a van barreling down the empty roads. She smiled a bloody smile. Found you, puppet master. Taylor charged, full force on 3 legs, holding the one hand gripping tightly against Jack's lash against her chest as she screeched, spewing bolts of warp lightning and blood towards the speeding van as it drove from one side to the next. The Siberian chose this moment to burst out of Taylor like an alien, landing on the ground with a loud crash as Taylor continued onwards, before immediately stopping as the Siberian grabbed her tail, and held firm. One did not often get the opportunity to appreciate the definition of a movable object, and just how all or nothing the sheer concept was. In the end, Taylor growled as she just ripped her own tail off, continuing after the van as the bit the Siberian held dissipated and reformed back in place. Taylor leapt, putting all of her power into her legs as she did so. AMD flew through the air as she shot off like a bullet, before landing in front of the van, where the driver immediately swerved to the side, and into a light pole. Taylor wasted no fucking time as she lifted her foot and moved to step in it, keeping her eyes on the Siberian as her foot came down with a loud crash, and in an instant the Siberian vanished as the van exploded beneath her claws. Taylor breathed heavily, growling as she moved her Jack back to her line of sight. All the while the whispering continued. Save him for last. Taylor glared at the struggling Jack slash in her hand, before a thought came to mind, and she grinned. I just did. Jack's eyes widened, as he lifted his hand to stall. Wait just. Without much fanfare, Taylor squeezed for that brief moment of a very poor choice of, not words from the subtle voice within her mind. She took the opportunity, and like she promised. Dauntless came out of fucking nowhere, slamming his warmer into Taylor's hand in the mother of all coincidences, loosening her grip as his hammer snapped the bones within. For Taylor, everything moved in slow motion as Jack slipped from her grip. No 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 no. She was so close to popping Jack's slash like as it for that brief moment of control she had, and she watched as he fell to the ground as the fog in her mind returned, but beyond that, that not voice made a critical mistake. Evidently, while Jack wasn't an idiot by any means, he also was not as smart as he liked to think he was. That was not quite mind control, nor was it precognition, but it didn't need to be, because it was so much worse, and only now did Taylor see it. Whatever his power was, it was so much more than what everyone assumed. Knife projection, my rat ass. Taylor said as took a breath, and snarled as she balled her 6-fingered hand, and punched Dauntless just as he landed. However, she kept her eyes on Jack as he slowly got to his feet, coughing, gazing at Taylor, before limping away. Taylor prepared to go after him, only to find herself suddenly fixated on the fact that Dauntless managed to shield himself from her punch, and raised his hammer to strike. Taylor kept her eyes on Jack though, and did the only thing she could think of. She whispered a prayer to the Horned One. I call upon the Horned One as your ever chosen, as the Vermin Queen of Ruin. Taylor spewed forth a bolt of lightning as Dauntless knocked at Azode with his hammer, and slamming it into her skull on the backswing. She kept praying. I present to you this sacrifice of Jack slash, worthy only of eternal pain. Give me strength to clear this mental fog, so I may send you his pathetic soul to devour. She rose back up, roaring in rage as the cloak of Gnaw shot forwards towards Dauntless, who leapt backwards to avoid it. Taylor finished her prayer. And shit it out for your children to fight over his still living scraps for all of eternity. Taylor stood tall, a grin on her face as she watched Jack retreat, ignorant of the mark she placed upon him, before she turned back to see the Dauntless, who was already coming for her full speed. Taylor chuckled as she prepared to end this one as well, only to freeze at the sound of very familiar, and fucking terrifying words. Words that for many people, would be the last words they ever heard. Blood for the blood god. For a brief moment, she wondered if this was how the Horned One planned on answering her prayers, and concluded that yes, he was absolutely enough of a dick to do something like this. Both Dauntless and Taylor turned just in time to see something big, red, and even bigger than she was sprinting towards them. Skulls for the Skull Throne. Fuck. They cursed in unison. Jack / in the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. Taylor had seen Scarbrand before, shortly after her ascension when she summoned him to the mortal world, and what Taylor saw at the time was basically what the mind's eye conjured when one thought of what a demon would look like. Huge, red, horned, winged, and hooved. Now however, through her newly acquired otherworldly senses, Taylor saw so much more. Scarbrand was, by every metric that mattered, rage made manifest, and its endless permutations. Everything from cold silent rage to all-consuming unstoppable rage, all at once. Like an eternal flame, Scarbrand was the personification of that point when enough became too much. Wrath incarnate, a restless fury that cannot be stopped, and this was just an exiled fragment of Kern. Taylor leapt back, right as the axe crashed into the ground where she once stood, as Scarbrand roared as he swung his other blade. He was close enough that Taylor felt the axe part several hairs of her fur, but ultimately, he missed, and thank fuck for that because he was already moving on her with blades raised. Taylor had to lean back so far, she was damn near parallel to the ground as both axes passed close enough to her nose to feel the wind from the swing, only for Scarbrand to spin, and kick her legs out from under her, sending her to the ground with a loud thud. When she opened her eyes, she saw two axes falling upon her, and reflexively Skitter leapt just before they would have crashed into the ground. Taylor reappeared, hand on her chest as she breathed quickly, just in time to feel something very small run into her foot. Looking down, she watched as Jack / ran face first into her ankle, and was now flat on his back, clutching at his nose as he moaned in pain. Taylor blinked for a split second, before lifting her foot to stomp the bastard, and was immediately tackled by Scarbrand, who, and Tyler had no idea how, managed to flip her around before she landed and immediately straddled her and lifted slaughter and carnage into the air, ready to bring it down on her head. Reacting quickly, Taylor opened her mouth, spewing forth warp fire directly into Scarbrand's face, causing the rage monster to roar in surprise as Taylor quickly grabbed each of Scarbrand's wrists with her hands, slowing them down, but hardly stopping them. Tilting her head aside, she watched as both blades slammed into the cement next to her head, between two of her horns, and with a quick jerk of her head, forced Scarbrand to release it as the horns knocked into his wrist. Taylor kept spinning, with Scarbrand's position with his hand stuck between two horns causing him to be forced along the roll, until he was face first on the ground. Taylor quickly skittered backwards, angling her head to release Scarbrand and stand over him. The greater daemon was already starting to get up, right as a golden figure slammed into his face, knocking Scarbrand back down. Taylor watched as Dauntless landed, spinning his hammer and body as he quickly turned around, and threw it with all his might, sending it hurtling as Scarbrand rose, and the hammer slammed into his face. Scarbrand staggered, but did not fall again, as he quickly used both arms to push himself off the ground and onto his feet, before furiously charging Dauntless. Seeing her moment, Taylor motioned with her hand, sending her cloak of gnaw towards the daemon, who barely had time to react as the chewing spectral rats started to bite and gnaw into him. Dauntless was already moving at this point, before doing what could only be described as a baseball slide to quickly retrieve his hammer, before using his forward momentum to quickly get back to his feet. It was so insanely cool that Taylor was quite jealous at just how effortless Dauntless made it look. "Show off!" yelled Taylor as she focused back on Scarbrand, letting the translucent swarm of her cloak continue to attack as she channeled her dar. She lifted both arms, causing the swirling magics to begin flowing around her like a vortex to gather between each hand. The flames of her eyes glowed brighter and brighter, before she forced the magic into submission. Flensing Ruin. Immediately the spell was cast, causing the dar to transform into green ribbons of solid warp energy, forcing them forwards. They sliced into Scarbrand, though his inane magic resistance made the effect little more than superficial, still, it was something. Taylor charged forwards, speed enhanced as Scarbrand turned her way, just as Taylor casted Scamperscurry exploding forwards as she lowered her horns, and charged them right into Scarbrand's chest. The greater daemon roared as she reached up, grabbing at the horns within him, and Taylor realized at that precise moment, she had just made a terrible mistake. With one mighty pull, Scarbrand pulled the horns free, and slammed Taylor's head into the ground, before he released them, roaring in rage as he lifted a hoofed foot, and brought it down on her neck. The sickening crunch was, disheartening to say the least, and impressive considering Bonesaw's enhancements carried over to her daemon prince form. Scarbrand dug his hoof into her, before he refocused his attention onto Dauntless, who slammed his hammer into his shield, creating a shockwave strong enough to nearly push Scarbrand backwards, but as expected, wasn't enough to do much else. Scarbrand roared as he charged Dauntless, as Taylor stood up, head hanging limply against her chest as she stumbled around. After a moment, she grabbed her head with both hands, and twisted it back into place, her splintered bone reforming as a loud crack echo over the city. As soon as she was able to get her bearings, she glanced back to Scarbrand and Dauntless, and decided that they could have fun with each other. She had a much more important task to do. Sniffing the air, Taylor caught the scent of Jack, and wasted absolutely no time as she fell onto all fours and took off. Following her nose, she rounded a street corner just as she saw Jack in her peripheral vision, in the front seat of another car as he was lobbying with the wires beneath, in a vain attempt to hotwire it. She stank of fear, which was nice. She roared, charging on all fours as she quickly rounded the corner, catching Jack's attention, who looked up, and immediately screamed, scrambling from the driver's seat to the passengers, where due to the lack of a passenger's side door, he fell back onto the street and started scurrying away as he attempted to right himself. Get back here, Jack. Rudely, Jack did the opposite as he took off in a sprint. That's strange, brain fog seemed to return as Taylor chased him, much to her chagrin, and that was when a slab of stone came out of nowhere, and knocked into Jack hard as can be, sending him flying mere moments before Taylor would have had Jack in her grasp. She watched as Jack and the slab flew off into the third story of a building with a loud boom, before turning to see where said slab came from, and looked down to see Geomancer smiling up at her. I got him for you. He said proudly. Taylor stared at Geomancer for a brief moment as she quirked her head, before shaking it. Go retrieve others, get Fenja and Menja on Scarbrand. Leave Jack to me, understand? Geomancer smiled as he nodded vigorously, before running off. Taylor watched him go, before turning back around as she made her way into the building, reaching into the hole Jack and the concrete slab had made, feeling around for a moment, before her ears caught the sound of even more screaming. She grinned as her hand wrapped around Jack once more, and pulled him out of the building, and immediately threw him on the ground as hard as she could, leaving a sizable crater in the ground. She looked down at Jack's look of sheer disbelief as he laid on his back, staring up at Taylor and groaning. Taylor immediately leaned down, putting both paws on either side of the hole he made as she gazed down upon him. This feels familiar. First time we met, it was me in the hole, and you stand looming over me. Oh, how the turntables. Glancing upwards, Jack wheezed a breath, before speaking. I think, the expression is how the tables turn. Taylor growled as she poked at Jack's broken body. Don't you dare tell me what to do with my tables. Jack found he didn't have the energy necessary to respond back at that, so he just didn't, and groaned in pain instead. Music to Taylor's ears really as she looked up to ensure there was going to be no surprises, only to look back down and start talking. You killed my favorite slave creature. She said simply. Jack continued groaning in pain. Taylor continued to feel that fucking brain fog wash over her as her mouth started moving, and as much as she wanted to fight against it, she instead found herself monologuing. His name was Ankle Biter, the first best brood horror I made. He had simple dream ambitions. Wanted a catapult strapped to him filled with the Black Death Plague. Jack painfully moved his head to look at Taylor's massive rat face as her words slowly caused a dawning comprehension in his mind. Are you talking about that big, rat thing? I literally couldn't tell the difference between it and any of the other 6 I killed. Taylor growled. I just want you to know, nothing you can do will make up for it. Not even your death is enough, which is why I have pledged your eternal soul to the great horned rat. You will suffer 1,000-fold for what you have done to Ankle Biter. Just know, this could have been avoided if you just stayed the fuck out of my city. You would have fallen eventually, joined me whether you wanted to or not. Now, all you have to look forward to is suffering. I want to go back to my bunker, said Jack weakly. Well, too bad. You're dying instead. Taylor quickly snatched Jack in her hand, standing up as she gazed into his eyes. He hung limply, beaten and broken. She gazed at him as her mind just kept on filling with distractions, words to say and taunt him with. It was beyond aggravating. She growled, before a thought came to mind, that thought being that damnable brain fog. Chase him. Stalk him. Make him suffer. Thinking it over. Taylor agreed. Rack. Said Taylor, and immediately, Jack was filled head to toe with magical transcendent pain. The brain fog didn't seem to like that, but there was that old saying about being careful what you wished for. Still, the general fuzzy feeling in her head was proving to be quite annoying. Once the spell was cast, Jack's already wide eyes widened further as Taylor just listened to the screams of his pain. They were music to her ears, and really took the edge off the annoyance of that fucking brain fog that kept her too out of it to just squeeze the life out of the fucker. Her thoughts were immediately stopped when something small leapt out of nowhere, as Mannequin sank a blade coming from his palm into Taylor's own hand in an attempt to get her to release him. It didn't work. In fact, Taylor didn't even feel the blade. Taylor just watched as Mannequin leapt off her hand before she could use her free one to grab him. As soon as he landed, Taylor stepped on him without him even being able to stand to full height before he was crushed. Taylor began twisting her foot into the ground as hard as she could, rotating it side to side to ensure Mannequin was dead. She exhaled green flames from her nostrils, before looking back to Jack. Europeans are suicidally devoted to you. Jack gave a weak, mirthless laugh. Well, what can I say, people just seem to develop a suicidal tolerance for casualties around me, themselves included. Actually, I think we have that in common. Let's talk about it. I bet your rat people could use that kind of attitude. I could help. No. Said Taylor simply. Jack didn't say anything, just breathed heavily for a moment as Taylor squeezed him a bit, as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Taylor however found herself focusing on Mannequin. Still under the influence of that not voice that kept whispering in her ears. Try as she might, she found that she just kept talking. Can't say I see the appeal for such loyalty. You're incredibly unlikable, and this is me saying that, which while hypocritical, doesn't make it less true. You know. I get it. I shouldn't have just killed your pet, but I think if you'll just think for a second. Taylor squeezed just a bit harder, causing the distraction from the mental interference to rumble in her skull, loosening her grip just enough to only harm, but not kill. No Jack, no words. None exist to save rescue you. The only reason you're not dead is because of that damnable not voice. Jack perked up at that. Not voice. Taylor didn't have time to say anything, mostly because she caught sight of a grey cloud thing in her peripheral vision. She turned to it quickly, watching Arms Master swinging his halberd, before Taylor took a step back to avoid it, before the grey cloud fell upon her, causing her arm to abruptly be severed just above the wrist. Her detached hand, still clutching to Jack, fell to the ground, as Taylor's senses overwhelmed her, and she screeched as her attention focused on Arms Master. The Tinker was already on the move, and Taylor bent low as her hand dissipated, the warp stuff flowing back to her bleeding stump to reform as she leapt out of the way, watching as the building that stood behind her was suddenly split in half vertically by the same cloud. Taylor took off, running sideways as she kept her eyes on Arms Master, circling him while leaping from building to building in a spiraling pattern, getting closer and closer with each revolution around him. Jack, who at this point was only barely able to move, staggered to his feet as Taylor closed the distance on Arms Master, ready to strike, before she felt something grab one of her tails, and pull. She caught a brief sight of Scarbrand, roaring as he ignored the warp stone thorns on her tail, and swung Taylor around like a flail, before releasing her, sending Taylor flying into Dragon, who she only just now realized had also joined the steadily growing clusterfuck of a battle. Both were knocked to the ground as Arms Master refocused his attention on the key ornate daemon as Taylor scurried to her feet. Warlock. Before Taylor could react, she turned to Dragon, glaring at her new appearance. She was still robotic, with knight-like armor made of brass and iron with a dragon aesthetic, a flowing cape of molten gold, and orbited by blades made of liquid quicksilver. It was, admittedly, quite an impressive look. What do you want? I'm busy. No time for talk speak. I know. Listen, we need to take out Scarbrand, he's too dangerous to be said Dragon before Taylor roared. Scarbrand is not my problem. Need must kill Jack slash. You take care of the fucking daemon. Dragon just looked at Taylor for a second longer, before shaking her head and going after the daemon. Taylor snorted, right as Dauntless landed next to her, giving her a sideways glance. Taylor looked down at the tiny human as he spoke. You're the reason that thing is even here. Least you could do is help get rid of it, said Dauntless as he slammed his hammer into his shield and leapt away. Taylor debated flipping Dauntless off, but decided against it seeing as she wasn't quite sure which finger was supposed to be the middle anymore, what with 6 fingers on one hand and 7 on the other, so instead she just turned around, sniffing at the air. Immediately, she locked onto Jack's scent, and saw him limping away. The brain fog returned, and that was when Taylor saw something interesting. Maybe it was fate, maybe it was the horned rat answering her prayer, whatever the case, when Taylor looked in the skies, she saw the last clues needed to beat the brain fog. High above the battlefield, flew a lone man in one of those armor things. Taylor vaguely recalled seeing them when she first emerged, evidently, she had missed one. Whoever it was, he was looking between Scarbrand and Jack, before putting a hand to his ear. Johnson here, I have eyes on Jack slash, repeat eyes on Jack slash, he's weak. Permission to take him out. Taylor quirked her head at that, and while she couldn't hear the other side of Johnson's conversation, the next words from his lips proved to be enlightening. Piggott. Piggott, are you? What, who is this? Oh. Sorry Chief Director, what was that? Are you sure? He's right there, we could finally. Yes ma'am. After that, Johnson went back to being a glorified camera as he kept tabs on the battlefield, however it was his words. He seemed to be immune to the brain fog, otherwise he wouldn't even have looked twice in Jack's direction. Yet, he did, and it was only the words of Chief Director Costa Brown that stayed his hand. Ignoring that, why did he focus on Jack? It seemed strange, unless he was some kind of cape immune to. Taylor stopped, and in her ear, she heard the horned rat laugh. As soon as she heard it, Taylor grinned. Without wasting a beat, she took off towards Jack on all fours, who only had time to turn around and see a massive paw come down to snatch him up. He screamed, and immediately the brain fog returned, but Taylor did not care. She had a theory, damn it, and she was going to test it. Everyone was so focused in Scarbrand, but for weeks on end, he was kept at bay in a colossal fight. Jack, meanwhile, was a danger so long as he lived, yet they still ignored him, except for Johnson, who while wearing a Tinker Tech suit, that didn't necessarily make him a new cape Taylor had never heard of. In fact, he probably wasn't a cape, so maybe, just maybe the brain fog was limited to capes, or more specifically para-humans. Once Taylor arrived back at the battlefield with Jack in tow, she saw Dauntless and Scarbrand were back at it, only this time Miss Militia was firing upon the daemon when the opportunity presented itself, while Dragon's quicksilver swords rising and slicing at the greater daemon of Gurn were followed by Armsmaster's grey cloud thing. Taylor growled as she caught sight of Dragon, before she sighed. Taylor motioned to Dragon, an overcast howling warp gale on the Tinker. The results were interesting to say the least. Taylor felt a particularly powerful gust leak from her outstretched hand, for lack of a better word, and kept on growing in intensity as it began to spin and twist. So powerful was the windstorm that she needed to anchor herself to the ground as a goddamn tornado burst, and yes, burst was the correct word, out of her hands, causing her to slide backwards despite her claws sinking into the ground. Taylor held firm as the nature of the fighting immediately seemed to change, and for one brief moment, the entire city was pummeled by hurricane force winds that not only made it all but impossible for Dragon to fly, but with the dome in place, created whipping windstorms that seemed to encompass the whole city, tossing everything not bolted down about. Scarbrand, being fucking Scarbrand, was mostly unaffected as he refocused his attention on Taylor, growling as the heroes nearly lost their footing as the windstorm picked up, causing the buildings around her to quake and rumble. Taylor then closed her palm into a fist, ending the spell as she looked to the daemon. Hey Skarbrand! Immediately, the daemon growled at Taylor as the heroes started to stir, but before they could get to their feet, Taylor just lifted her arm to present Jack slash to the daemon. Jack here called you a pussy. Said you'd never spill as much blood as him. What? Yelled Jack, aghast. Said he murder-killed millions more than you. I don't like you Skarbrand, but even I know when someone's talking shit they don't understand, so. Have fun. Taylor then just dropped Jack, like trash, before she immediately cheesed it. Running away as fast as she could, but not so far that she couldn't see the fireworks. From behind a building, Taylor watched as Skarbrand turned to the pathetic human on the ground, slowly getting to his feet. Despite still being attacked by the White Hats, Skarbrand suddenly wasn't even being staggered by them, instead, his skin began to smoke as he took a long, drawn-out, inhale. So much blood on you. I can smell it. An ocean of it clings to you. Jack, utterly broken, limped backwards. Wait, why a damn second, I didn't say, said Jack, before stopping mid-sentence as Skarbrand spontaneously immolated. If blood is what you want, then blood you shall have. Skarbrand charged, leaping over Dauntless and Arms Master as his next attack nearly struck, as Jack turned around, bolted, and this served only to make Skarbrand far angrier. You who stink of blood dare run form a challenge. Skarbrand passed carnage and slaughter and grabbed both of his axes as Taylor just stood by and watched. If she was right. Skarbrand wasn't a cape either, and maybe, just maybe that brain fog didn't apply to him. Speaking of that brain fog, it came back, giving her the strange desire to take the opportunity of Skarbrand's distraction and take the daemon out, but decided the best thing to do, was absolutely nothing. Whatever it was Jack was doing, Skarbrand wasn't being affected by it, which suited her just fine, no matter what, his soul belonged to the Horned One either way. Skarbrand is far more dangerous than Jack. Look, he's focused on Jack. Use this opportunity to take the daemon out. True, but Taylor hated Jack far more than Skarbrand at this moment. It's only logical to take out the greater threat first. Taylor grinned. Whoever said Skaven were logical? It was there, like an itch you just couldn't scratch. A compulsion that just wouldn't go away. Taylor watched as Dragon righted herself right as the spell ended and looked around in what Taylor assumed to be confusion, but Taylor's focus was on Dauntless, doing everything in her power to just not look at Jack at all. She lifted a foot as she saw Dauntless and Arms Master charge, and brought it crashing down, casting Crack's call to send a crevice plowing through the earth. Immediately, Arms Master skidded to a halt, as Dauntless leaped across it, he would never make it. Taylor then saw Miss Militia, aiming at Skarbrand. She inhaled, before spewing a torrent of warp fire, all but blinding Miss Militia as she stumbled back, and watched as the flames passed over her head. At that moment, the itch became too much, and Taylor turned back to Skarbrand and Jack, and while she had that same urge to charge forwards, when she saw the axe raised over Skarbrand's head, she knew it was too late to stop it. Jack, meanwhile, just ran, and that was when something incredibly random and phenomenally beautiful happened. It was a singular moment, a memory that Taylor would treasure until the end of her days. 10 seconds prior. As the winds from Taylor overcast howling warp gale tore all throughout the city, cars and debris was tossed aside, as the whipping winds barreled their way down the streets, until they made their way throughout the residential districts, causing windows to rattle and shingles to be blown off their roofs. Meanwhile, at one very specific tree, one very specific lawn ornament moved side to side from the sheer force of the windstorm, before it was pulled free by the gale, and was blown into the skies. Jack turned around, watching as Skarbrand raised his axe, before he was impaled, through the torso, by a projectile lawn flamingo. Jack immediately fell to his knees, hands twitching as blood leaked from his lips. Slowly, he looked down at the pink plastic flamingo sticking out of his chest, right as the axe came down, and Jack's slash was bisected with one swing, cut into two pieces, vertically. Skarbrand then lifted a hoof, and brought it down onto both pieces, his hoof covered with licking flames as he ground Jack into little more than charred paste. Incidentally, the lawn flamingo was launched by the force, skittering across the street, and landing at Taylor's feet. Who stared at it and could not help but laugh and laugh and laugh. She laughed so hard, tears were forming in her eyes as she looked down at the small pink bird, covered in blood, sat still. As soon as her laughter died down, Taylor just grinned. And thus did end the tale of Jack the Ripoff. May he sleep rest in shit. As soon as the brain fog cleared, Taylor felt the rush of adrenaline at the death of Jack fucking Slash. She felt strangle invigorated and ready to kick ass. The pit and the sudden but inevitable betrayal. Taylor's laughter and merriment over the death of Jack Slash was, tragically cut short when she was herself, nearly cut short. By the time she noticed the 30-foot-tall daemon coming for her, he was already mere moments away from relieving her head from her body. The only reason Taylor managed to actually keep her head was that the sudden appearance of Skarbrand in her peripheral vision startled her so much, she jumped and stumbled over with all the grace of a rat ogre in a china shop, saving her own life through the power of cowardly induced clumsiness. The subsequent avoidance of being curb-stomped by a giant flaming hoof however was pure skill, and anyone who says otherwise is a goddamn liar. Skitter leaping just before the hoof made contact with her, Taylor shuffled back to her feet as she watched Skarbrand slam both of his axes together, creating a rain of sparks as he prepared to charge her, only to be halted by the timely intervention of the not-so-local mecha alchemists, who kicked Skarbrand in the teeth. All things considered, even after that near brush with death, Taylor had never felt better as she quickly got to her feet and charged Skarbrand. Granted, she wasn't quite sure why she did that, nor did she intend to beforehand. Instead, her original plan was to start legging it as soon as Jack was dead, while letting the heroes deal with Big, Red, and Ugly. Maybe it was the sheer emotional roller coaster today had been. From Anklebiter's death, to the rage of her rampage, to fear when Skarbrand showed up, frustration from the fucking brain fog, and finally elation at Jack's absurd and highly entertaining death. Whatever the case may be, Taylor charged Skarbrand before she was even aware she was doing it. As Taylor neared the daemon, she took a single step past him as she reared back, and elbowed him in the face, a particularly difficult task considering he was somewhat larger than she was by at least 4 or so feet, but Taylor managed. Dragon leaned back from the sudden vermin queen appearing between her and the daemon as Taylor spun on her hoof-like claws, landing a solid punch into Skarbrand, which while impressive and done with a good technique, did not even manage to stagger the beast. Taylor unfortunately didn't seem to notice this. So drunk off the death of Jack Slash, she felt unstoppable, taking a massive inhale as she spewed a torrent of warp flames into the greater demon's face. Her jaw seemed to unhinge, like a snake's as the green flames pulsed and clawed at Skarbrand as pareidolik faces seemed to laugh within the flickering flames. Skarbrand roared as he lifted one blade, and sliced the warp fire hard enough to dissipate it all into raw dar that seemed to be repelled by his presence as he took the initiative. That was when Taylor remembered key innate demons had a natural resistance to magic, not outright immunity, but the sheer toughness of them tended to make that irrelevant anyway. Skarbrand stepped forwards, swinging each blade as Taylor ducked and weaved from each subsequent chop and slice, still laughing from the sheer overwhelming emotions from the absurd death of her worst enemy. Come now Skarbrand. What is the point of all that strength if you lack the speed to use it? Taylor taunted. Skarbrand crashed both of his axes together as he roared, and Taylor's eyes widened as the force of the crashing blades sent her sliding across the ground, somehow. Demons didn't play by the rules of physics, so she chose not to question it, but that didn't mean she couldn't complain about it to herself. She nearly fell onto her back until she hit a building behind her keeping her upright. She grunted in pain and nearly doubled over as she saw the massive daemon sprinting towards her. Just before she would have had to leap, a gold and silver figure came out of nowhere, slamming into Skarbrand bringing a hailstorm of sizzling silver slivers with her. Dragon's outstretched palm then summoned even more as Taylor smelled the common magics as Dragon overcast searing doom sending even more shards of metal at the daemon, who stumbled into a sideways gallop, before quickly turning around, ready to bisect Dragon with his axe. Who caught it with her fucking outstretched hand? Taylor just watched as Skarbrand's axe came to a dead stop as Dragon it made contact with her palm, truly an absurd show of force that was so unexpected everyone, even the daemon himself had to pause just to confirm and digest that shit really did just fucking happen. Then, Dragon shot off like a bullet, striking Skarbrand in the chest and sending the daemon tumbling as Dragon then, just because she could, performed a textbook 3-point superhero landing, her molten gold cloak flowing around her as the ground shook with her impact, and Taylor heard the sound of a sharp, golden whistler, followed quickly by the howling of wolves. The next thing Taylor knew, hounds made of solid gold clockwork leapt from the street, bursting through the concrete as Dragon cast Gehenna's golden hounds howling and barking as they bit and tackled the downed Skarbrand. It was so incredibly amazing that Taylor just was struck dumb at how unbelievably cool that was, primarily due to her Skaven ADHD reacting to the gold sparkles. The warp flames in her eyes flickered as she looked at the golden dogs as they were oh shit. Taylor immediately ducked as one of Skarbrand's axes was forcibly thrown at her. It landed, blade first, embedding itself in the building behind her. Taylor looked at the axe for a moment, before looking back to Skarbrand, who was already back on his feet. The greater daemon was crushing the clockwork hound's underhoof, exhaling a gout of flames from his nostrils as he did so, before his burning gaze fell upon Taylor. Dragon stood up, hovering back to the skies as she watched the daemon, who clutched his remaining axe tightly as his gaze shifted from one to the other. Not even really thinking about it, Taylor charged forwards, ready to punch Skarbrand in the face again, figuring that it worked well enough the first time, only for him to easily catch her fist in his free hand, without moving anything but that arm. Hell, he wasn't even looking at Taylor's arm as it neared him, he was looking at Dragon and caught her fist with the same amount of effort it took most people to scratch an itch. Taylor paused as Skarbrand looked away from Dragon, and glared down at her. Taylor immediately regretted that, and was no longer drunk off of Jack's death. Looking at the huge meaty fist gripped around her comparatively smaller hand, Taylor couldn't help but comment. Are you really that awesome or do I just suck fail that much? Skarbrand, predictably, just grunted. Yes. He said as he raised his axe. That was probably fair. Thankfully, greater demons make excellent the enemy of my enemy is my friend bait as a grey cloud fell between the two, and severed Taylor's hand from the rest of her arm. She did not question it, just leapt backwards as the axe crashed into the ground. Skarbrand pried the axe free, as he looked at the arm in his hand as it dissipated like smoke, before flowing back to Taylor's stump. That was when Taylor saw Arms Master on the ground, swinging his halberd as the cloud seemed to follow. Skarbrand wasted no time as he ducked and rolled under the cloud, before charging Taylor, who yelled as she skittered out of the way on all fours. Behind her however, Skarbrand ignored Taylor as he quickly grabbed his axe, pulled it free from the building, and held it tight as he spun around, charging Arms Master, who leapt aside, revealing a flying dauntless behind him who crashed hammer first into Skarbrand's face. Taylor watched as Arms Master landed next to her, before she glared at him. That was my hand you asshole. It grew back, said Arms Master, without even looking at Taylor, which was impressive considering she was a 26-foot tall Daemon Prince, but before Taylor could say anything, Arms Master charged as Dauntless landed. Arms Master swung his halberd as Skarbrand righted himself from the sudden hammer to the face as he looked down at Arms Master, raising his axe into the air as he roared, causing fire to fly from his open maw as he prepared to bring it down. Before it struck, Dragon flew from the side, kicking the broadside of the axe, sending it slightly off course as it slammed into the ground, missing Arms Master by a good few feet. Arms Master then leapt up, swinging his halberd as the grey cloud followed, slicing where Skarbrand's throat was. Even as what could only be described as a waterfall of blood fell from the wound. Skarbrand didn't seem to notice as he, swatted Arms Master aside with the broadside of his other axe, sending the tinker flying, though miraculously, he managed to land on his feet, albeit there was a sizable dent in his armor. Taylor felt vindicated at that, before she rose to her full height. This was stupid, and it wasn't even getting them anywhere. With her otherworldly senses, Taylor could see the truth of the matter. Skarbrand wasn't getting weaker as the fight went on, if anything, each passing moment just fueled him, and he'd been at this for weeks on end, granted so had Dragon, but she wasn't a greater daemon of war and bloodshed. To beat him in a fight, you actually had to, beat him. You couldn't make it a war of attrition, because attrition probably didn't work like that for key ornate demons, even exiled ones. Taylor heard a loud boom as she saw Miss Militia, standing atop one of the ruined skyscrapers that had become fairly common inside of the bay. She was firing upon Skarbrand with heavy ordnance. The explosions engulfed the daemon, but didn't seem to be doing much more than pissing him off. Taylor took a breath as her twin tails swung behind her, and that was when Taylor noticed something. Each of her tails ended in curved sickles. She stared at them for a moment, wondering how it was she missed that little detail, before remembering being unfathomably angry, followed by frustrated, and decided it probably had something to do with that. Taylor waved her tails around, coiling them and swinging them as the blades audibly sliced at the air. Her tails, apparently, were fully prehensile, that could come in handy. Taylor looked back to Skarbrand as she opened both hands, repositioning her tails until she held the ends of both in each hand, examining the sickles with an inquisitive sniff, before nodding to herself. Taking a breath, Taylor charged forwards. Skarbrand was focusing on Dragon and Dauntless as her footsteps broke the concrete beneath her sprint with each step taken, before she bent her legs, and leapt. Rising both sickles into the air, Taylor soared as she neared the greater daemon, who turned to see Taylor rapidly approaching. Right as Taylor sunk both sickles into his shoulders, she then flipped over Skarbrand, causing the blades to hook into his flesh as flames spewed from his maw as he roared. Taylor then landed on fours, and immediately charged forwards. As soon as her tail straightened out, Skarbrand was pulled off his feet, slamming with his back to the ground, and Taylor quickly cast Scamperscurry, increasing her speed as she kept on going, dragging Skarbrand behind her. The daemon roared as he was pulled, swinging from side to side as Taylor ran in a serpentine pattern, sending the daemon crashing into buildings and ruins anytime he tried to free himself. Well, that was done. She successfully hooked a greater daemon and was pulling him like a sled. Now she just needed to figure out step 2 and she'd get right on that. She continued running on all fours, watching her surroundings as she pulled Skarbrand along. He was a lot heavier than she expected, but her enhanced speed allowed her to keep on going, until she saw something. When Taylor fought against Leviathan, one of the spells that she attempted to use on the giant lizard was Pit of the Underworld, and while Leviathan didn't fall for it, the hole was still there, and she immediately saw it, and quickly changed directions, doubling in speed as she continued dragging Skarbrand behind her. She moved quickly, leaping over buildings and plowing Skarbrand through them as she kept at it. She caught sight of Dragon flying alongside her in her peripherals, and glanced at the Tinker for only a moment, before she refocused on her chosen path. "Bring Arms Master. Tell him to slice cut tail tips," yelled Taylor, completely aware she was basically forced to fight alongside the heroes, and she really didn't like it. She didn't look to see if Dragon was paying attention as Taylor just kept running, until she saw the pit only a few hundred feet in front of her. She ceased her serpentine pattern, instead moving in a straight line, and overcast Scamperscurry. The effects drained her of nearly the last remaining dar, but if it wasn't effective. Taylor had no idea how fast she was running, but everything seemed to blur around her as the hundreds of feet quickly became less than a few, and Taylor almost missed her K, almost. She leapt over the hole, pulling the daemon behind her as she soared high, and cleared the hole, grabbing onto the other side and doing everything in her power to not slide forwards. The attempt just sent her sprawling, as Skarbrand fell into the pit. Taylor's eyes went wide as she immediately felt her tail tighten up, as she was dragged down. She sank her claws into the ground as she was dragged backwards, until she started to fall into the hole. She grabbed the edge as she went over, and held firm. Looking down, she saw Skarbrand looking up at her with rage as he dangled from her tails, still stuck as he reached up with his axe, and Taylor kicked him in the face, repeatedly. "Off! Off! 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 Off!" she yelled with each kick. Skarbrand roared, spewing flames that illuminated the hole, revealing only a dark chasm deep below. Taylor just kept kicking, until Skarbrand lifted his Ave, using the broadside to form a makeshift shield, at which point all Taylor kicked was metal. Seeing as this wasn't fucking working, Taylor looked away from the daemon, and dug her claw-like hooves into the side of the pit and tried climbing up while trying to shake Skarbrand free. "You dare dispatch me like this? Letting a fall do the dirty work for you. Come down and fight me at the bottom, you coward. Fuck your fight battle idea. Better a coward than dead." Taylor pulled up as best as she could, ignorant of Skarbrand rearing his arm back to toss his axe. Right as Taylor saw a grey cloud pass over her, she laughed as she felt the bite of Arms Master's blade as it severed her tails, and Scarbrand was sent hurtling into the abyss as Taylor pulled herself up and over the hole. She breathed heavily as shimmering tendrils of magic moved from the hole, and back to her as her tail started to reform. She immediately fell onto her back, limbs sprawled as she started to just laugh, and she really didn't even know why. She then looked at the heroes, most of whom were looking over the pit as Scarbrand fell, presumably watching the daemon fall. They deserved it. It was a hard-fought battle, against one of the greatest of Kearney's champions who ever lived. And Scarbrand, unlike most bloodthirsters, couldn't fly due to his tattered wings. They were safe, and the battle had finally ended. Oh, who was she kidding? Taylor didn't even hesitate as she kicked at the ground, sending a chunk of the earth flying along with Dauntless into the pit as Arms Master threw himself to the side in shock and Dragon leaned back midair to avoid Taylor's kick and rocketed down the pit after the falling hero. Taylor then gazed at Arms Master, who was glaring back at her. That was when Taylor noticed something. The dent in his armor from being hit by Scarbrand was gone, an interesting little tidbit she took note of before the Tinker screamed at her. Why? I saved you. I know, right? You think you'd learn by now? Oh well, your mistake is my tactical advantage. Yelled Taylor as she shuffled to her feet, reaching to snatch up Arms Master, only for him to leapt back while swinging his halberd. Taylor didn't even give him a chance as she took in a deep breath and exhaled a noxious cloud of filth and pox. That was when something really weird happened. The grey cloud somehow disintegrated. Dissipated. Did something weird to her noxious cloud that made it disappear. Then, the grey cloud fell upon Taylor. Chunks of Taylor fell off to the ground, crashing as Taylor immediately fell face first, bereft of limbs and other pieces she was fairly certain were important. Immediately, the pieces began to dissipate as Taylor looked up to see Arms Master charging her. She took a breath, and exhaled a bolt of warp lightning hitting Arms Master dead center, but curiously, he didn't explode. Rather his powered armor started to whir loudly, and then, glow. Taylor's eyes widened as Arms Master fell upon her, sinking the tip of his halberd into her chest, and Taylor howled in pain as her limbs slowly started to reform. She looked at him, really looked at Arms Master, paying special attention to his armor, to his runes. Right there, runes so small they were practically invisible, but there they were. They looked like dwarfen runes etched into his armor. Arms Master pushed the halberd deeper into Taylor's chest, as she saw Dragon flying back out of the pit, holding onto Dauntless, before dropping him to the ground. Dragon landed as Dauntless walked forwards, before Taylor's hand fully reformed and she reached up to grab Arms Master, only for Dragon to fly into Taylor's hand, sending it to the ground and pinning it with a giant metal spear that came from nowhere. Taylor roared as she finished reforming, and violently shook from side to side, sending Arms Master off her as she tore off her own arm to escape the spear. She shuffled to her feet, arms already starting to reform as she took off to get some distance. Turning around, Taylor wasn't that surprised to see Dragon nearly on her, sending her quicksilver blades ahead of her. Taylor didn't dodge so much as she just danced around them, using far more agility than even she was aware she possessed, before rising to smack Dragon out of the sky into the ground. She looked back to Arms Master, glaring as her eyes burned brighter, before she was assaulted by various explosions from Miss Fucking Militia. Taylor roared as the flames surrounded her, blinding her as she could smell Dauntless and Arms Master approach, but they didn't get that far. It took Taylor a moment to realize why. Shaking herself, not unlike a dog, Taylor felt a tremble in the earth beneath her feet, before the ground began to shake, and Taylor was confused for only a moment, before she started to laugh. Taylor laughed as multiple holes started to form all around her as the ground crumbled, and her minions started crawling out. Dauntless and Arms Master stopped, watching their surroundings as the streets were flooded by cackling vermin. Taylor glanced back at Arms Master, specifically keeping her eyes on the glowing runes as they started to dim. That was probably bad, and begged quite a lot of questions as to what the Tinker had been up to, but for now, she had an army, the greater daemon was gone, the heroes were weakened, and the city was primed for the fall. Taylor cackled loudly as she stretched out both hands to her side like a ringleader, her laughter threatened to overtake every sound within the city, before a foul chittering thundered from the earth below loud enough that her mirth was all but drowned out by the fury as thousands upon thousands of rats, Skaven, Paraskaven, rat ogres, brood horrors, wolf rats, and giant rats skittered from the earth below, as Fenja and Menja leapt onto the street, and immediately started to grow with each step taken as they took their place at Taylor's side, rivaling her size. Taylor balled her fists, still laughing as mush, in his hell pit armor, wriggled from the earth, sickeningly dragging himself to the surface as his many heads roared. A creeping black mass leaped from the earth as Gru surrounded the heroes with his all-encompassing dark and finally, and most unexpectedly, moaning undead rose to the streets. Taylor continued laughing as she saw the Siberian land on the ground, confused for only a moment, before smelling the scent of undead through her to whatever puppeteer controlled her. Swirling blades from Hook Wolf formed into a massive hound formed of blades and hooks, and Taylor watched as her father and mother stood below her. Looking around, Taylor saw everyone, or close to it. She would have to remember to reward Geomancer greatly for his foresight. Looking round, Taylor couldn't help but feel drunk on her own power, and for a brief moment, she didn't think it could get any better, until something nudged at her ankles, and then bit them. Looking down, Taylor stared at the massive milky white eyes of an undead brood horror, a very specific undead brood horror. Kneeling down, she reached out to delicately scratch the rotting ankle biter with a single finger on the top of his head. He protested, but Taylor didn't care. "Welcome back, ankle biter. I've a catapult to make for you when this is all over. Yes, yes." Ankle biter moaned and hissed, before Taylor shifted her gaze back to the heroes. Raising both hands, the Vermin Queen spoke. Come to me, my servant slaves and undead allies. The time has come to take this city. Bring me more to fall to the Vermintide and the decayed hordes. For the Under Empire. For ruination. For the Horned One. For your Vermin Queen. Flood the streets. Capture who you can and slay the rest. Let the world know that Brockton Bay belongs to the Skaven. Now my minions, murder death kill. Murder death kill. Murder death kill. Delegating from on high. Taylor had fashioned a throne of debris formed from ruined buildings, still in her Vermin Queen form as she did her best Conan impression by just sitting amongst the ruins she was destined to rule over. As Taylor watched from above the chaos, she started sniffing the air around as the bitter cold winds started to form, and flakes of snow and ice gathered above. That would be snowflake, meaning the rest of the Protectorate reinforcements were on their way. Not that it mattered. Throughout the city, chaos did reign, and hell was let loose. Taylor adjusted herself in her seat as small stalagmites of warpstone started sprouting around her throne, flickering with noxious dar as she gathered their energies. Magic, truly was a wonderful thing. While the Skaven did not need help when told to fuck shit up, Taylor saw no harm in stacking the deck in her favor. So, she started gathering all of her dar, channeling it to cast Death Frenzy upon her numerous minions, gifting them a rabid and frothing urge to close upon and strike any nearby foe, though primarily, the spell was meant galvanize her minions with far more fervor than they otherwise might have possessed, and with an additional casting of Scamper Scurry, Taylor gifted the hordes the ability to move preternaturally fast and spread throughout Brockton Bay for the final takeover. At her side, her parents stood, watching over the city as the undead ankle-biter laid in her lap as she idly scratched behind his ears. If nothing else, Taylor felt content, a state of being she had long forgot what it felt like. Granted, there were troubles ahead, and would be for the foreseeable future, but now, the Bay would fall, one way or the other. General Mayhem was the name of the game. Truth be told, Taylor found that just letting Skaven be Skaven was the best way to accomplish her goals. So, with her armies out and about, Taylor proceeded to be the coldest bitch who ever bitched by just letting the Skaven do what they did beat. Are you really just going to sit there? Asked Annette idly. Yes. I am. You look like Conan. Taylor just smiled as she continued to scratch Ankle-biter behind his ears. Watching as her larger minions were doing their best Godzilla impression. Mush, Fenja and Menja were destroying buildings and stomping vehicles under their feet amongst the panicked masses. It proved to be quite the therapeutic exercise just to sit back and watch, and as Skaven, bringing ruin to anything and everything around them was practically a religious exercise. So, atop her throne, Taylor did what any religious leader in her situation would do, she organized a grand crusade, and the Horned One smiled a malicious smile upon his children as they spread across the city like a ravenous cancer. All the while, Taylor used administration to delegate, so to speak, but primarily, it was to watch the chaos unfold. Fenja and Menja. With the chaos jihad in full swing, Fenja and Menja, aka the twin giant wonder rats, split from their Vermin Queen to venture forth on their own, heading deeper and deeper into the city with many a scurrying rat thing underfoot as they plowed through any tower and building that dared to still stand, of which there were precious few, but for the Skaven it was entirely too many. What was not crushed was burned and what was not burned was probably not standing anyway. Menja watched as the Skaven beneath her, cowardly, sneaky little backstabbing bastards that they were, would snatch up the very few people who ran out of the falling buildings, bind them with cloth and rope and force them back to the subterranean warrens, where they would be transformed into Skaven themselves, assuming they lived that long. Skaven were, after all, always hungry, and a defenseless human was more often than not little more than a convenient snack. Menja laughed as she drove her spear into another building, roughly yanking it to the side to send dust and debris flying and bring it toppling to the ground. Lifting a foot, she would kick into still standing walls, plowing through them like tissue paper before she and her sister moved on to the next. Fenja spun her blade in her hand, before slicing madly at a nearby building, sending chunks of it flying much further than one might expect, pelting other structures with massive chunks of rock and stone. Together, the sisters kicked up a powerful dust storm of pulverized concrete and minuscule stands of fiberglass and plaster, covering everything around them, while even the furthest portions of the bay were coated in a thin layer of dust. If nothing else, the twins found it all quite fun, and their queen, watching through their eyes, couldn't help but agree. Below, the humans unlucky enough to be out and about, or who were hiding, were being dragged to the sewers, where they would befall the same fate as so many others who lived in her city. Either they lived long enough to become a Skaven, or they died only to resurrect as a zombie. To Taylor, it didn't matter which. More bodies were always a good thing. As they were collecting the future rank and file, Taylor went to looking elsewhere in the battlefield. Glory Girl. Through her minion's eyes, Taylor watched as Glory Girl flew out of one of the myriad of emergence holes holding onto Gallant as she rose higher and higher, before dropping him down below, where the empathy easily landed on his feet before Glory Girl landed next to him to take his side. Gallant chuckled as Glory Girl started smiling at the sight of the undead manpower, wreathed in electricity. Hey hi Uncle Neil, said Glory Girl with a mock salute. Her undead uncle merely nodded, before charging forwards into the fray, fist reared back to deliver a strike to Dauntless. Glory Girl chuckled as she elbowed Gallant in the side. Ow. What was, oh, right, said Gallant before he stared blasting emotional bombs at the heroes as they retreated. Gallant watched Vicky as, with a crack of her knuckles, she was off, sending her aura of fear every which way as she flew into the closest adversary, passing weapons teams and assassins as she moved to deliver her strongest punch into Dauntless, who was currently engaged in a beatdown with manpower. Tag in. cried Glory Girl as she slammed into Dauntless full force, sending the armored hero plowing into the ground before flipping over him, and brushing off both hands in a self-satisfied manner. Next! Cried Glory Girl. You really who'd take this more seriously, Victoria, said the undead manpower as he charged Dauntless, who was already rising. Vicky just shrugged, before Gallant leapt to her side, firing multi-hued bands of the exact opposite of emotional support at Dauntless as the hero kept moving back, presumably to regroup or some other such nonsense. Serious? Why do that, Uncle Neil? Not only are we murder-fucking the city up, but we're win-winning. Seconded. Yelled Gallant as he fired blasts of concentrated despair into a panicked mob of civilians. Taylor third, serious was for losers. Winners could act however they damn well pleased. Manpower just sighed as best a corpse could before exploding back into action. Glory Girl smirked, before looking to Gallant. Want to find my parents? The ex-ward did smile. Fuck yeah, always wanted to smack your bitch of a mother. Wow, we really do have so much in common. First dibs. Gallant bowed as he motioned forwards. Ladies first. Glory Girl chuckled, before scratching Gallant behind the ear. And still so polite. Come, let's roll, said Glory Girl as she presented her arm to Gallant. Chuckling, Gallant hooked his own arm around hers as they went out on the town for a bit of that good old-fashioned ultra-violence. Plus. Fault Line. To Taylor, Fault Line was one of her most trusted minions. Strong, intelligent, capable. So, seeing her hiding as she gathered info and delegated tasks wasn't too surprising. In fact, she was Taylor's favorite minion to scry through due to her observational powers alone, which while lacking compared to Tattletale, were superb for a non-thinker. Fault Line watched as the heroes fell back to begin heading towards the PRT HQ. Miss Militia looked through the scope of what Fault Line recognized as a Ruger Precision 6.5 sniper rifle, aiming specifically at the Jezzails who were getting into place on the rooftops across from her. By the time she downed 3, Fault Line looked to her side, before using hand signals to send a message to the undead ally next to her, who chuckled before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Looking back, Fault Line watched as Miss Militia was drawn from her task by a raspy voice in her ear. Riri, remember me Hannah. Fault Line filed that name away for later as Miss Militia barely had time to dodge as the scything claws of Murder Rat nearly split her in half. Her eyes widened upon seeing the undead thing Mouse Protector had become. Oh god, what happened to? Miss Militia was forced to dodge again as the undead thing charged her, swinging her machete-like claws and cackling like a mad woman. Slice NDD dice, cut ND sev vivre, swinging blades, now ND forever. Miss Militia spun on her heel, letting the undead rat thing pass her by as her claws sank into the ground. Murder Rat pulled, trying to free herself from the cement, before stopping as she heard a click next to her face. Turning, Murder Rat could only chuckle as she stared down the barrel of a Walter P99. Oh. Ferrari James B.B. Bond. Both Taylor and Fault Line had to agree. Bang. Murder Rat's head was sent flying back as she leaned until her torso was almost parallel to the ground, only to stop halfway down, and slowly rise. Miss Militia then saw, she didn't miss. Between her eyes, was a still smoking bullet hole, but no blood came out, and Murder Rat chuckled. Sorry Han and Nat, wrong K kind of zombie B, said Murder Rat, before shooting to her feet, poised to strike. That was when Fault Line sprung into being, keeping an eye on Miss Militia's path, while looking through the scope of her own modified Jezzail. Before she could even react, Fault Line fired, hitting the green gun in Miss Militia's hand. While she could just summon it back, the fraction of a second it took to accomplish said task was all that was needed for Murder Rat to slice 4 deep cuts into Miss Militia's arm. She winced, and fell back as Murder Rat leapt atop her, snapping her rotting jaws in Hannah's face as Militia shot her, again and again, to little effect. Fault Line, seeing the opportunity, motioned to her personal storm vermin, composed of Coil's old mercs, who went in to collect the weapons mistress. Trusting them to get the job done, or at least not fuck up too much, Fault Line put her Jezzail on her back before taking off on all fours to the next fight. She had a list of people to collect, and thus far, it looked to be going rather well. Plus. Gallant. Gallant watched as an orange-yellow orb landed amongst a horde of rampaging Skaven, ricocheting off one and the next in sequence, before Brandish reformed, quickly assessed her surroundings, and formed 2 hard light swords, one for each hand, slicing through the panicked rat men, emotions Gallant felt all too well as he carefully manipulated the feelings of others around him. While Gallant was no mind reader, what he was good at was using emotions to guess what people might be thinking. For Brandish, it was clear to the empathy that the relative disorganization of the Skaven, combined with the haphazard nature of the clan rat soldiers had put Brandish into something of a dance, for lack of a better word. It was hardly a conscious effort, rather a strange dissociative action created from years of active work as a hero. A swing here, duck, parry a clan rat's sharpened stick, crouch low, sweep the legs, move on to the next enemy. It freed her mind to wander as the fight continued on, as her mind ran, Gallant felt the turmoil of her emotions. What is she doing? Asked Glory Girl. SHHH, am concentrating. Don't you go shushing me. Glory Girl whisper yelled. Taylor administered Glory Girl quiet, lest she exposes their position. Gallant meanwhile waved her off as he continued to watch. Getting a feel of Brandish. No doubt, it had been far too long since they heard any news on Victoria, and not long after Amy herself disappeared. Though unlike Victoria, there were sightings of Amy, searching the city, foregoing her usual hospital trips in favor of searching and whatnot. Since then, however, everything went to hell in a handbasket for the heroes in record time. Gallant blinked as a wave of anger washed over Brandish, who was momentarily distracted by a storm vermin swinging a spear at her arm. Brandish, without even thinking, drew a high outside parry. Brandish then followed the parry with a feint, and the Skaven fell for it, cowardly blocking the perceived attack, allowing Brandish to capitalize and, moving much too fast for the Skaven to react, strikes her hard light blade just where his heart should be, before pulling out, letting the vermin fall. Dead as she moves on to the next target. She's pretty much feeling what you'd expect. Probably because of an all-out war fight against both the Skaven and the undead being worst bad case scenario, said Gallant. Glory Girl nodded. Makes sense. Since both us and dead things can change para-humans to their side, fuck, and one of them didn't even need you alive to do it. Probably pissed scared. Gallant nodded as he saw Brandish replace the twin swords with a large maul, already hoisted over her head, before she brought it down in the skull of an animated corpse and using the length of the weapon to keep her foes at a distance. They were starting to get much too close. Taking a breath, Brandish pressed forwards. Idly Gallant noted the rest of New Wave around her. The sheer number of Skaven and undead made it where the optimal strategy was to stay out of each other's way and take out as many of the rats and corpses as humanly possible. Synergy wasn't really a concern when the worst thing they've dealt with were storm vermin, none of the weapons teams, monsters, or assassins, and most thankfully no para-human Skaven, at least, not yet. Gallant made sure of that. He would prefer this to be a very memorable experience, and through his eyes, Taylor watched with rapt attention. It was really just a numbers game for them, as both Warlock and the Reanimator had numbers to spare, so it let New Wave split up, quite a bit more than they probably should have, and that was when Gallant saw an opening. Now, said Gallant. Go strike. Glory Girl smiled, before she took off. Brandish swung aside, sending several clan rats flying, before swinging her war maul over to. Gallant chuckled as Glory Girl grabbed Brandish by her hair, before forcibly yanking her back and down at the same time. So fast and unexpected the move was that Brandish couldn't even get her bearings until after the back of her head slammed into the concrete. Gallant began sending orbs of emotional bipolarness into the heroes when he thought he could get away with it. Brandish looked up, for only a moment, catching a glance of blonde hair, before whatever still held her by the hair took off, dragging her across the street. Carol! Screamed Sarah, as Brandish was swiftly spun and thrown into a wall. Wincing as her back cracked the brickwork, but didn't break through, Brandish had just enough time to see the figure again, before it slammed into her. Rather than go through it, Brandish had the side of someone's forearm pressed to her neck, and up against the wall, sliding her up just enough that her feet weren't touching the ground. Just as she prepared to do something, she heard the voice of who exactly had her at their mercy, and if she wasn't actively being choked, she still probably wouldn't be able to breathe. Hey hi mom, how you been? Did you miss me? Asked the unmistakable voice of Victoria Dallin. Glory Girl, coming from the snout of a blonde yellow rat girl. Brandish stared at her daughter, at the thing her daughter had become, before Glory Girl chuckled and turned around, where the rest of New Wave was struck dumb, especially when the reanimated corpse of Manpower made his presence known. Vicky, please do stop this nonsense and take them seriously. Whatever you say Uncle Neil. Oh God! Exclaimed Sarah, her voice tinged with shock and fear as the Skaven around them started laughing. Vicky just waved at her aunt, who could only stare back at Vicky in horror, especially as Gallant's emotional beam struck her, filling her with fear. Hello Auntie Sarah. So what sounds better to you Being a rat thing or corpse thing? Just curious is all. Vicky. That was about all Brandish could say as Glory Girl drove her arm harder into her neck. Quiet shush now Mom, was asking Auntie a question, yes. A scream was heard, as Glory Girl unexpectedly dropped Brandish as Shielder flew towards her. Glory Girl laughed as she took off upwards in the sky, dodging Eric's attacks as Brandish coughed and choked, trying to get air back in her lungs, all the while her mind was awash with pure terror at what had just happened. The Skaven, roused back to fighting now that the drama was over, redoubled their attacks, but all Brandish could see was Glory Girl, taunting and fighting against Eric and Crystal. Her eyes wide as she finally got air into her lungs. Tears in her eyes. Vicky. She said, weakly as her world came crashing down around her. Plus. Bitch. Bitch rode atop Brutus as Mush slid around next to her, dragging his misshapen bulk against the ground with his maw open wide, and a warp grinder drill emerging from his cavernous gullet, spinning and destroying everything in front of him as hordes of mutated wolf rats charged behind him. Arms Master retreated, moving back exceptionally fast using his strange grey cloud halberd weapon to keep anything from getting too close to him. Bitch and Taylor, through her eyes, watched where Arms Master was heading. A distant snowstorm that was rapidly approaching, alongside the side of twisted architecture stretching and bending the nearer they got. Taylor growled at that. Snowflake, Vista, and Labyrinth together made for one hell of a shaker combo. She still remembered the assault on the rig, and how effective the heroes were at working in a battlefield where reality was stupidly fluid, the buildings grew like bamboo, and it constantly was snowing a fucking blizzard. Bitch herself seemed to realize getting too close was going to eventually be a massive issue. Back at her throne, Taylor glanced at her father. The White Hats are coming, think you can pull out that locust swarm thing? Fight Shaker with Shaker, yes. Taylor saw her father nod, before she looked back through Bitch's eyes. Through them, Taylor began calling rats, completely ordinary rats, hundreds or thousands of millions of rats, all swarming from alleys and sewers and holes in the ground until their numbers created something of a carpet of scurrying vermin as Mush rose to close the distance against Arms Master, before a shower of golden sparks and razor-sharp iron needles fell from above onto him. Bitch pulled back, forcing Brutus, and the pack of wolf rats behind her to change course, climbing and running up walls before taking to the rooftops, leaping from one to the next, over and over again. Dragon fought back, sending blades of quicksilver swords at them, but her attention was quickly occupied by a very angry, and more importantly very large Mush, who opened his mouth, warp drill spinning wildly as sparks of warp lighting danced across the surface, before Taylor used the drill as a locus to cast warp lighting in masse towards the hero-turned-alchemist, Hero. Dragon dodged, but not as well as she probably should have as she was wreathed in baleful lighting. Interestingly, Taylor noticed a few very interesting things. Namely how Dragon didn't seem to be harmed by the lighting, at least, not the way one would define as harm. Rather she behaved erratically, moving in ways that didn't make sense, as if she had her wires crossed, and flew right into a building. Thinking it over, it made a bit of sense, seeing as that wasn't really Dragon, so much as it was a drone-like suit she just piloted. Which probably explained a bit as to how she was able to go for fighting so long against Scarbrand before this mess started. Still, the lighting did take her out for at least a moment as Mush roared and went back towards Arms Master as Bitch and her pack neared, before the spaces between them rapidly expanded, and not in a way that was normal. Even the myriad of rats Taylor had summoned didn't resemble a carpet of fur anymore, just a swarm of rats not so tightly pressed together. Still was a lot of them though. Bitch, and Taylor, cursed as Vista shrank the distance the Tinker had to travel as new buildings began sprouting and growing from the ground and a blizzard of razor-sharp icy hail fell upon them. Bitch winced, before pulling on Brutus's collar to the side, forcing her mount to turn around and retreat. It didn't really help as Bitch felt something land on her back, and turned around to see, fucking neuter, smiling at her, before smacking her in the face, and Taylor immediately felt what colors tasted like, and immediately ignored whatever the hell Bitch was experiencing. Plus. Taylor. Taylor growled as she turned to see the icy blizzard in the distance, and one of the Council of 13 heads who was just Bitch slapped, pun intended, with a heaping helping of drugs, before she heard a familiar droning, and looked to see her father holding his staff up, before a loud, very loud buzzing roared around her, and a shadow of bugs and insects passed around her. Smiling, Taylor motioned with her armies, administering them towards the blizzard. Keeping an eye through their eyes. She released her minions as she let them do their own thing, a thing which they did very well as they neared. Skaven were, by their very nature, defined by two basic things, a lack of anything resembling redeeming qualities and holding on to their entire shtick of being the most nightmarish motherfuckers in existence with both hands. The former was a product of the latter, and generally demonstrated through the most inhumane methods possible, usually by ripping people apart with rattling guns, artillery, and chemical weapons, because the horrors of WWI-style mud and blood-style conflict seemed like a fun way to traumatize your enemies alongside wacky mad science machines of death, flesh-crafted kaiju, and more immoral assassins than sense. Plus, there was a lot of fun one could have by achieving a glorious victory while drowning the enemy with your minions' corpses. If the heroes wanted to bring a reality-warping super blizzard into battle, then they would have to face the horrors of WW1 in retaliation. A flourish of her hand, and Taylor used Crack's call to form trenches her Skaven used as the earth was ripped apart, heading towards the blizzard, before the Crack rapidly changed directions, creating a long trench across a street as the rattling gunners peeked over, alongside Jezzail's, forming a perimeter as they saw Bitch and her pack rapidly approach. Taylor was only mildly annoyed to see she was still loopy and hanging off Brutus by his collar while softly giggling to herself. The Skaven weapons teams ducked down as Taylor leaned forwards as the wolf rats leapt over the trench, and as soon as they did, the gunners opened fire, until everything across the trench was absolutely riddled with bullets. The storm of reality warping and snow slowed to a crawl as the city on the other side of the trench was rapidly leveled as poison wind mortar fire rocketed through the air, and with one foul move, Taylor created a no-man's land, reminiscent of the old WW1 days, and couldn't help but laugh as she saw a wall, not unlike the Great Wall of China actually, only much smaller sprout up right where the storm had slowed down it, and like that, Taylor successfully created an impasse. Drumming her claws on her throne as she let her gunners continue firing at the wall, riddling it with holes as Geomancer created a wall of his own outside of the trench, just to deny their enemy the high ground. Taylor looked through her minions' eyes. New Wave, Dauntless, and Miss Militia were stuck on this side of no man's land, in her territory, and to get to safety, they would need to pass through it, meaning they were all but hers. Especially with New Wave being fractured as it was. Then, just to keep them on their side, the undead insects swarmed over towards the heroes, forming a cloud of chittering exoskeletons plunged into the icy cloud, alongside enough rats for Taylor to keep tabs on her enemy. It really was fun seeing how easy it was to just stop the Protectorate's main tactic against them using the same shit that made the Great War such a fucking hell. Still, while it would stop them for now, Taylor knew they would actively be fighting against getting past her impromptu fortifications. Rising to her feet off her throne, Taylor took a breath. She needed to get the heroes stuck in her territory on her side ASAP, then, once that was done, she would press the Protectorate. Until then, she had a brief reprieve. Taylor's priorities were, interesting, to say the least. Turning back to her parents, Taylor nodded before pointing at her father. You are in charge, I'm going to get Steel New Wave and the other Protectorates stuck here before the White Hats push through. Very well, just make haste. Trench warfare is not my forte, undead prefer horde tactics with a general helping of shock and awe. Taylor nodded, before taking off on all fours. It was time to expand the roster. Gotta catch 'em all. It had been only just over 5 months since Taylor triggered, and in that ridiculously short amount of time, shit went off the rails faster than a Skaven can backstab an ally in the middle of parley negotiations, which was only slightly faster than a typical Skaven did the most blitheringly stupid, disastrous thing possible in a poorly thought out attempt to come out on top, and fail spectacularly. However, in those 5 very short yet surprisingly productive-ish months, Taylor's mere presence had had a fairly interesting effect on reality that was still snowballing out of control. For the Vermin Queen was a spiritual blight upon the land, and an insidious one at that, who exuded forces far beyond the understanding of even the greatest thinkers of their age. Each passing day, wherever her feet may thread, disaster followed in the form of that glowing insidious warp stone that grew in and around Brockton Bay, forming veins of crystalline chaos within the earth everywhere that she went. Like the heart of an endless fire, chaos bled from the warp stone, and as fast as it formed, it decayed, and as the ultimate physical manifestation of pure magic, its effects were numerous. Everything in the bay had been touched by its baleful essence. The sheer amount of warp stone beneath the bay had irrevocably changed it, and like the worst evils of the world, its touch was as subtle as it was insidious. Before, Taylor needed to trick or force Warpstone's baleful light onto those who befell her curse of the Horned One. Yet with each passing day, everyone, everywhere was touched by chaos, whether they knew it or not. Chaos, that malign spiritual force of supernatural disorder, was in many ways akin to the ocean. A constant, roiling force of emotion-fueled change, the very opposite of the rigid physical laws that govern the natural world humanity were at the mercy of. Like the ocean, its power is one that waxes and wanes over time, but this tide constantly batters and seeks to invade the mortal plane of existence. As it decayed into the 8 winds of magic, new powers were unlocked for those clever enough to use it. Yet at the end of the day, a furious storm of dark magic raged unseen across the city, feeding and being fed by the chaos that followed the Skaven as closely as their own shadow. Dar drew upon all 8 winds of magic, and did so in a corrupt and unbalanced way that could twist the physical environment, yet those who used dark magic had access to spells far more potent than any other mage was capable of, and Taylor drew upon this borderline omnipresent magic, restoring her stores in something akin to a feedback loop, feeding upon the very chaos she herself created as a simple byproduct of her existing. Transitioning from running on all fours to 2 legs, Taylor watched over the ruins from a higher vantage point, until she caught sight of Miss Militia, being dragged kicking and screaming by Coil's mercs turned storm vermin towards the nearest hole leading to the Undercity. Taylor didn't even waste time. In her weakened state, she waved her hand in their direction, feeling the chaotic swirling of Dar within and around her, before tossing the magic and forcing it into shape as the dreaded 13th spell. Taylor watched as the mercs backed away in fear as Militia screamed as her body twisted unnaturally, screaming in pain and agony as she was morphed into a Skaven. Immediately upon casting her spell, however, Taylor felt strange, almost drained. Gazing at the dorsal side of her hand, Taylor watched as the grey fur started to thin out across her gnarled knuckles as 2 of her fingers on her 6-fingered hand started to fuse back together, before Taylor clenched her fist, pulling more Dar from her surroundings as the fur thickened and her fingers split back to 6. That was entirely unexpected, though Taylor supposed it made sense. Out of all the spells in her repertoire, the dreaded 13th was definitely her most powerful, or at least energy-intensive, or it could just be chaos being its normal chaotic self. There was a bit of irony in casting a spell that was designed to turn people into Skaven, somehow interrupting her transformation into a form most resembling a Skaven. Chaos was dumb like that sometimes, plus her god was also kind of a dick like that. Regardless, using that spell on Militia was a fairly good baseline to draw from, and casting that one spell still spent more Dar than Taylor was comfortable with. She made a mental note not to waste it, as while she could pull on more magic from her surroundings, it probably wouldn't be fast enough to keep her form after turning all the trapped heroes, preferably before the other heroes inevitably found a way to bypass the trenches. Evidently, she couldn't keep her Vermin Queen form up when throwing around that much power, but for now, that wouldn't be an issue. There was Dar to spare, she just had to be smart about it, a tall order for sure, but she could manage. Taylor turned away as Miss Militia rose to her clawed feet, looking at her new form in mild confusion. Sniffing the air, Taylor smelled the scent of the heroes, and felt Glory Girl's presence through administration. She took off, rushing as fast as she could as she glanced at the reality-warping blizzard, barely seeing the heroes moving in the icy gloom. She wondered what they were up to, but that could wait. She was beginning to hear New Wave's little family reunion. Rearing back, Taylor pushed with her feet with all her strength, launching herself in the air, before landing in the middle of New Wave, an entrance so distracting since, well, she was a giant kaiju rat, that everyone stopped what they were doing to gawk at her. Smiling down as she rose to her full height, the flames flickering from her empty sockets grew higher as she looked from one hero to the next, before grinning widely. Well now, if it isn't the local group of sanctimonious independents with the maskless principal message. I see you've met the new and improved Glory Girl, what do you think of my new slave thing? You! Yelled Brandish as Taylor's gaze shifted to the hard ass. Taylor just kept smiling. Me? She said, gleefully as Brandish charged forwards. Rolling in on herself, Brandish became a sphere of light, bouncing off the ground, before rocketing towards Taylor, who watched the rapidly approaching sphere with interest, before she reached out and caught it with one hand. Dar danced as Brandish unfurled, finding herself held upside down in Taylor's hand as she used her free hand to send out several bolts of warp lightning at the rest of New Wave, save for Laser Dream and Shielder, who were themselves busy with Glory Girl and Gallant. Glancing to her hand, Tyler watched as Brandish shoved a hard light blade into her hand, to little effect, not even pain. All Taylor felt was a tingle as the sword bit deep into her palm. Tossing Brandish up into the air, Taylor flipped the hero around, before grabbing her right side up, and smelling her. To her nose, Taylor sniffed falsehoods clinging to her like tar, and chuckled, before sidestepping several of Flashbang and Lady Photon's attacks by skitter leaping. All the while, Taylor spoke between each teleport, as she smelled the lies upon each and every one of New Wave. You know, I can smell falsehoods and lies. So many things kept secret. Bamf, regret is a hell of a thing, isn't it? Bamf, you did everything right, yes, and they made you suffer for it. Bamf, Marquis was a monster, and I should know, speaking as a monster myself. Bamf, he killed several heroes and disappeared henchmen who failed him. Wouldn't kill children and women himself, but wouldn't lose sleep ordering it, would he? Bamf, he had no protection from the unwritten rules by the time the brigade went after him. Taylor reappeared, waving her free hand as she cast Howling Warp Gale, just to prevent the flyers from flying as she continued on. But, you did not leave that place empty-handed, did you? You took a child, she doesn't know where she came from, does she? With a final skitter leap, Taylor teleported behind Lady Photon, who was fighting against the Howling Warp Gale with limited success, until Taylor knocked her out of the sky with the same effort one would have when swatting a fly. Glory Girl, who was also listening to Taylor's spiel while avoiding Shielder and Laser Dream, raised a brow at her words, which was also news to her. Taylor then looked to her hand, smiling at Brandish with a feral grin. And you got to keep her. The child, who just so happens to not only be the progeny of your most hated foe, but possess an uncanny likeness to the one who caused your trigger. Brandish just stared wide-eyed up at Taylor, who chuckled before looking at Lady Photon, stomping next to her as she tried to get to her feet after being swatted out of the air. Manpower meanwhile kept Flashbang busy as Taylor leaned down. You gave your sister, your blood, the responsibility to raise a child of the enemy foe, who also looks like the one who gave her powers. In fact, Sarah, you insisted. Kind of fucked up on your part to push that responsibility onto another oh so wise leader of the fucking group. The hell does this have to do with anything? Yelled Lady Photon. Just funny is all, how much you despise your sister. I don't. And I don't care, yelled Taylor as she reached back, just as Lady Photon moved to stand, and threw Brandish at her. The two sisters collided, landing hard on the ground as Taylor waved a hand over both of them, and casted the No! Screamed Shielder as she charged after Taylor, only to be stopped as Manpower literally kicked him out of the sky. Still, it gave the sisters enough time to get to their feet. Taylor chuckled as Glory Girl went back to fighting with Laser Dream, and Taylor skitter leapt before Flashbang, just before the two sisters would have caught up with her. Taylor's foot raised up as she reappeared to stomp Flashbang into the ground, only for him to send several lethally explosive orbs at her, which did their job as Taylor's leg all but disintegrated in a shower of gore, causing her to fall onto the stump in an almost kneeling position, but remained upright as she clawed forwards at Flashbang. As her leg began to reform, Taylor smelled Mark. You smell out of it, Mark. Want to replace depression with megalomania? I can help aid there, yes. Warp lightning shot from Taylor's fingers, as she guided Flashbang further away until her leg fully reformed. Getting back to her feet, she stalked forwards. Once upon a midnight stroll, I found a man who was dead and cold. Breathing still, but filled with grief, incapable of joy or relief. Empty within a hollowed shell, until the tolling of a bell. Taylor's impromptu rhyme was erupted as Brandish's orb form, thing slammed into her, sending her sprawling, only managing to prevent falling over as she grabbed onto the rubble of what once was a skyscraper. Yet at the same time, a bell started ringing all around them as Taylor started to chuckle. Upon the first din, Taylor raised a fist, wreathed in warp lightning and slammed it into the ground, causing the ground to begin to collapse in on itself as she revealed a long tunnel that was there, just beneath her feet, a tunnel filled with warp stone. Raising a hand upon the second ring, Taylor motioned at the warp stone to gather the dar as it leaked and poured from the stone. A process much slower than she would have liked, but with her nose, and New Wave's many issues, she could stall. Say Sarah, did Carol ever talk about her naughty night with Mark? Asked Taylor. Manpower, who was still fighting against Shielder, stopped for a moment as he caught sight of his wife taking flight, only to stop as the words registered in her mind. What? Brandish charged forwards, launching herself at Taylor as she bounced across several surfaces towards her, each bounce making her fly faster as she rocketed towards Taylor, who ducked as the ball passed over her. Infidelity, yes. Can smell lies, remember, your sins stink of rot to me, revealing your secrets. You know, your family is kind of fucked up. It's true, said the undead Manpower, looking down at his son who was breathing heavily. Another ring of the bell, and Taylor finished gathering her dar. Well, enough of this family intervention bullshit, time to end this, yes. Raising her hand high as the warp stone below her glowed brighter and brighter still, shrinking as Taylor pulled upon their power, until finally she brought her hand down, and with one move cast the dreaded 13th. A pulsing wave of noxious magics exploded where her hand slammed into the ground, like a shockwave, as it passed over everyone. Taylor listened as they started to scream, before she clutched at her chest, feeling her snout shorten and horns start to fade. She even could feel herself starting to shrink fast. Pulling on the last of the power within the warp stone beneath her, her transformation slowed to a crawl, before it began to reverse itself. Once she was fully returned to her Vermin Queen form, she couldn't help but feel so damn weak at the moment from just how much magic she was throwing around. To the point that she worried she was beginning to worry she was using up the energies that made up her very soul. A deluge of fermented blood spilled from her open maw, before Taylor wiped the blood away, and getting back to her feet, only to see a figure floating next to her with her arms crossed. Was that shit true? Asked Glory Girl. More or less, yes. Glory Girl's whiskers twitched, before she shook her head. Stupid family drama. Just you wait now that they're Skaven. It'll probably be even more bad worse now that they're all a bunch of evil rats. Glory Girl frowned before shaking her head. Whatever, where do you want me? Taylor glanced back at the reality warping blizzard in the distance, and could see the undead locusts within, while still of a very high number, were noticeably lacking. Depleted warpstone bullets was still being fired into the storm with reckless abandon, but even still, the storm was getting closer to the trenches as new walls and obstacles sprung up into existence the closer it got. The trench, and get your family to, and find Miss Militia. She is a Skaven now. It's almost time for the last battle fight for ownership of the bay. Need must win, and win now. Anything else? Yes, capture who you can and murder kill the rest. Doesn't matter. Once Protectorate is gone, all that will remain is the Travelers, and they're splintered and broken. That said, don't kill Trickster if you happen to see him. I made a promise to Echidna. Now go. Glory Girl nodded, before flying back down. Taylor meanwhile fell onto all fours, smelling at the ground as she skittered deeper into the city, still feeling incredibly weak, but there was only one hero left on her side, and out of all of them, she wanted this one most of all. He escaped her once before, and it was time to. Dauntless then slammed his hammer upside Taylor's massive head, sending the Vermin Queen flying until she slammed into rubble. Moaning in pain, Taylor gazed up, only to see Dauntless heading towards her like a fucking meteor. Moving quickly, Taylor threw herself to the side, as Dauntless landed in the pile of rubble where she just was. She lashed out with her claws as Dauntless lifted his hammer and swung it at her approaching hand. Impressively, he broke every single bone within her palm with a single swing, not that it mattered when not only could she heal, but she had two hands. With her not damaged hand, she moved to crush Dauntless beneath her outstretched palm, before he leapt backwards, and back onto the street. As soon as Taylor's hand slammed into the rubble he once stood in, she used the momentum to scurry to her feet, while rapidly closing the distance towards Dauntless, exhaling gouts of warp fire as she did so. Impressively, the hero was backflipping and sidestepping her attacks, moving stupid quickly. Any flames that did strike him were blocked by his stupid super shield. Lifting a foot, Taylor prepared to stomp on the small figure, and nearly succeeded, only for Dauntless to move out of the way, but strangely, not too far. As Taylor's foot slammed into the ground, Dauntless, who was still fairly close, already had his hammer up over his head, and brought it down onto Taylor's hoof-like foot. Taylor winced at the force being imparted as it partially exploded in a shower of gore, as she swung her head, letting the warp lightning arcing between her horns shoot to the ground in a storm of spears. As Dantes kept fucking dodging, Taylor growled in frustration. She was a 26-foot-tall Daemon Prince, and he was a hammer and shield-wielding guy cosplaying as a Spartan. Why was he so fucking good at this? Unfortunately, in her rage, she failed to notice Dauntless was kneeling, and used the position to launch himself skywards at fairly high speeds, and bring his hammer down once more upon Taylor's skull. A loud crack echoed all over the bay, and that was the last straw. Slowly turning to the hero as he landed, Taylor snapped. New plan. Spite fucking Dauntless. Fine. If you want to fucking die, then you shall fucking die. Lifting both arms, Taylor roared as black-gray clouds started to form above her, rumbling with thunder, before the single most massive bolt of warp lightning she ever cast rocketed down to the earth, straight towards Dauntless' stupid head. Painfully. And Dauntless fucking knocked the bolt aside with his fucking hammer. Taylor stood there, watching the bolt as it was flung into the distance, whereupon it striking in the distance. A loud boom was heard, followed by the sight of a mushroom cloud as small sparks passed all around her as they spread out in a shockwave. Though hardly enough to do all that much damage. Taylor's massive jaw dropped, before she looked back to Dauntless. Bull motherfucking shit. You know I get stronger every day, right? Said Dauntless as he casually swung his hammer in his hand, preparing for the next attack. Taylor glared at him. Hands on her hips as she growled. Then, she realized she was 100% done with his shit, and pointed at Dauntless. No, fuck you bitch. I'm done, you've officially upgraded from pain in my ass, to being more trouble than you are worth, and I do not want to fucking deal with you. I'm calling in my favor. Door this motherfucker to the fucking moon. What are you? And that was as far as Dauntless got before a portal appeared below him, and he was vacuumed out of it from the pressure differential of outer fucking space and was forcibly, and surprisingly, sucked into it, before it closed behind him. That might have been a bit of an overreaction, but damn if it didn't feel good. Taylor took a breath. While that probably was a very stupid way to cash in her favor with Cauldron, she felt that it was 100% totally worth it just to get rid of that level of stupid from her vicinity. Nodding to herself, Taylor turned around, watching the icy storm approaching the trenches. It was time for a last stand, and hopefully without any bullshit powers from anyone else, except her. She was allowed to do stuff like that, but only because she was objectively the greatest living thing to ever exist in the history of life. Also fuck Dauntless. Naked expectations. Standing behind the stone walls erected by Geomancer, and peering over them at the reality warping storm as it inched ever closer, Taylor couldn't help but glare as her limited armies formed crude, but effective formations, ready for the heroes to come. Depleted warpstone bullets whizzed past Taylor, fired continuously by rattling gunners and entails in equal measure as poison wind mortars fired in sequence after brief delays to reload. We are going to run out of ammo at this rate," yelled Geomancer. Taylor hummed. "Don't be so sure. The onboard waste compactors crafted into each rattling gun would see to it that they at least wouldn't run out of ammo anytime soon. The Jezzails were a different story, but so long as menial Skaven slaves continued to fetch replenishments and ammo boxes, they wouldn't be found wanting. No, the real issue was that at this rate, the heroes would arrive before all of Taylor's forces did, even with the trench. But the rainbows are gonna puke frog stew," yelled Bitch, still high off her ass on Neuter's toxins. She was, obviously, ignored. Still, the inching storm was disconcerting since it started sprouting fucking fortresses and more defensive positions than you could shake a stick at, but Taylor wasn't worried, not yet at least. She was, after all, the single greatest Skaven in all of Skavendom by a wide margin. She just had to pull off something genius, which according to Taylor, was as simple as breathing, emphasis on according to Taylor. Still, looking ahead, as the landscape was shelled under noxious artillery fire, most of the cement was pulverized, leaving little more than an expansive field of mud and rubble. The air itself was also filled with bullets, with undead locusts buzzing and droning on endlessly as they harassed the heroes. It didn't seem to do much, as more fortifications sprouted from nothing, inching ever forwards. Taylor knew she would have to tread carefully. It wouldn't do to underestimate her opponents. Snowflake, Vista, and Labyrinth were, without a doubt, the main threats to deal with. So long as the heroes had them, they controlled the battlefield in a way that defied reason. No doubt those three would be greatly protected. "There's no fun in a bloodless victory anyways," said Taylor, mostly to herself. What was that?" asked Geomancer. Nothing at all." Looking to her own forces, Taylor realized she had the numerical advantage, and possessed far more firepower than her foes, by a wide margin. A shooty army of doom, practically a wall of guns. Even against superhuman foes, all it took was one lucky shot, and her standing orders were, "Don't stop shooting until you get lucky," but more firepower never hurt. Go to fault line. Tell her to grab the warp lightning cannons," yelled Taylor towards one of the nearby Skaven clan rats, who saluted, before running off. Nodding to herself, Taylor looked back to her forces. Weapons teams galore were good, but the Paraskavans were still gathering. As she watched, a chill crept up her spine as the scent of shyish wines blew. Turning, Taylor looked as her father and mother quickly arrived with hordes of undead. Crusaders sent out several of his spectral minions as Alfather and Iron Rain used their powers over metal to fortify the stone wall Geomancer created on the other side of the trench. "The heroes are approaching. I hope you have a better plan than this." "It will stall them, but not stop them," said Danny in his raspy voice. Something like a plan," said Taylor, in a semi-sorta lie. It was kind of the truth if you squinted. It just was that her plan wasn't exactly a plan yet, emphasis on yet. That said. It did not escape Taylor that her father didn't look convinced. "Trust in me." Danny sighed, but otherwise nodded. Crusaders' ghosts charged forwards into the blizzard. From there Taylor couldn't tell what was happening. Space itself stretched and bent like taffy, in ways that just made her head hurt. Rubbing her temples as she turned away to look towards her own forces, when Taylor noticed something, there was a lot more mud than there should have been in no man's land. Narrowing her eyes, the flames flickered in her sockets, before she saw the waters flowing and churning against the wines. Scanning the area, past the whizzing bullets, Taylor caught sight of something exiting the blizzard. It rolled and spun on the surface of the churning mud, and as it came into view, Taylor rose a brow at what looked to be an orb of water. Crusaders sent more ghosts, all of whom had depleted warpstone bullets passing through them harmlessly as they turned to the watery orb. It skidded on top of the mud, spinning and sliding on TS surface as the churning mud rose higher. That was when Taylor glanced over to Geomancer's wall and saw exactly what was happening as the waters started to rise unnaturally, creeping over the walls in stark defiance of gravity as it seemed to be creeping over Geomancer's wall, running on top, and spilling onto the other side, moving almost like it was a living thing as the waters started heading towards the trenches. "Hydrofoil is flooding the trenches. Reposition now," yelled Taylor as she looked back to the orb of water. She found that if she looked at it just right, she could see the vague silhouette of a human inside. In the trenches, her clan rats began to scramble, all of them clawing their way out of the trenches as the waters started to flow and spin around them. Back in no man's land, Taylor saw the orb of water spin faster and faster, creating a fast-moving tidal wave that hit Geomancer's wall so hard, the waters shot into the skies, filling the air all around with a wall of water, before it came creasing back down. Taylor raised her arms as the tidal wave fell upon her, cursing as it took many of her weapons teams off their feet, and flooded the trench. The bullets that once filled the air ceased as the weapons teams were washed aside. Danny and Annette lifted their respective staffs casting, Wind of Death. Immediately, spectral winds blew the waters away from them as Taylor weaved her own spells, using Howling Warp Gale in conjunction with the deathly winds. Much of the waters was pushed back, allowing the Skaven within the trenches to crawl out, but it wasn't quite enough, as many more were carried by the crashing waves, but eventually the waters stilled as the winds fought against the wave. Taylor cursed beneath her breath as she saw the blizzard was much closer now, with only 20 meters away from the wall. Hydrofoil was nowhere to be seen, and Crusaders' ghosts were getting their bearings back to form a defensive line. The weapons teams didn't have time to get back in place, and the blizzard was moving fast, until Taylor heard the sound of screaming lightning. Grinning, Taylor turned to see several warp lightning cannons behind her, headed by fault line as they fired into the blizzard. It once more began to slow to a crawl, but the distance was much too close for Taylor's comfort, and now the trenches were flooded, all but useless now. Weapons teams. Man the walls. The rattling gunners and Jezzails who were not carried away by the sudden flood moved quickly, Geomancer lifting his arms as the ground rose, forming stairs and platforms for the weapons teams to man, before they aimed over the wall, and started firing. Fault line quickly took Taylor's side, with Bakuda holding an RPG launcher over her shoulder, giggling to herself. Mimi go boom boom! Yelled Bakuda as she raised her grenade launcher, and fired, rapid fired. Dozens of grenades were fired, one after another as Bakuda laughed and laughed, Bitch also joined in the laughter, though Taylor couldn't tell if that was because of the resulting explosions, or being high off her ass, could be both now that she thought about it. Looking over to the blizzard, Taylor watched as they exploded. Spires of glass rose from the earth, before detonating in a storm of razor-sharp shrapnel. Other grenades created strange electrical phenomena that seemed to arc from place to place, illuminating deep into the storm. While the explosion did kill, or rather re-killed many of the undead locusts, but the added chaos of whatever the myriad of grenades was doing caused the blizzard to not only slow down but out stop. It would at least give Taylor more time to get her Skaven assembled. Good job Bakuda, said Taylor. Bakuda just chuckled as Faultline raised her Jezzail, looking through the scope into the blizzard. More bolts of warp lighting flew over Taylor's head as Bakuda started reloading. Hat. Boom boom. Said Bakuda. Indeed. Boom boom. Boom. Yelled Bakuda as she started firing, again. Taylor nodded, before turning to Faultline. Where are my Skaven? Coming, big ones like Mush, Fenja and Menja are getting clan rats out of the muddy trenches, Squealer is getting doom flares. Skidmark, Shadow Stalker and other Ishan are hiding for now. We'll attack when heroes arrive. Others are coming, but we need more time. Still spread out from Scarbrown fight. Taylor nodded as the last of her weapons teams manned the walls, firing haphazardly into the blizzard as a damn cement wall covered in barbed wire started to rise from the ground. Cursing, Taylor looked back to her father. Send as many of Crusader's ghosts into the storm. We need more time. Danny nodded, before he raised his hands outstretched towards Crusader, whose own eyes glowed brighter, before he seemed to take a breath, and summoned dozens upon dozens of his ethereal specters. They flew into the fray, immune to the bullets as they passed harmlessly through them, for the most part. Warpstone bullets were weird. Still, they at least could safely slow down the heroes. Taylor then heard a bark of surprise, before turning to see one of her rattling gunners fall off the wall with an arrow in his head. Fucking Fletchette, she actually forgot about her. Glaring at the dead rattling gunner, Taylor spat a bolt of warp lightning at the corpse, just because it made her feel better. Many of the gunners ducked below the wall, just in time to see what Taylor had done, before she pointed at them. None of you are allowed die until I say so. Now fucking shoot. The gunners exchanged a look, before blind firing over the wall, which, not ideal, but at least they were shooting. Still, with Fletchette out there, it made her gunners much more vulnerable. With the loss of the trench, they couldn't even safely fall back. At that exact moment, a fucking arrow passed through Taylor's head. For a brief moment, Taylor knew nothing, until she opened her eyes on the ground, looking up to see her parents looking down upon her. Taylor blinked as she rose, only to realize as she got to her feet was that her father was taller than her. Taylor blinked in confusion, before looking down, and saw she stood on 5-toed feet, bereft of fur, and only had 10 fingers. What the fuck happened? I believe, said Danny with a strained tone. That Fletchette killed you. Temporarily at least. Putting it mildly, said Lisa, also sounding strained. Also where the hell did Lisa come from? When did you get here? While you were dead, said Lisa, still looking skywards. Taylor hummed before looking at her hairless 5-fingered hands. I'm human again. Lisa cleared her throat. Mostly, you still have tail and horns. Also, I don't know if you realize this Taylor, but you are kinda naked. Taylor looked back down, confirming that she was indeed naked, though that was second in her mind as the gears in her head started turning. She balled her hands into fists, and looked back to no man's land, seeing the blizzard was way to fucking close. Moment to moment, Taylor felt her anger grow, until her knuckles popped. Immediately, Taylor skitter leapt to the wall, raising her fist in furious anger. Fuck you Fletchette. I will rip tear out your fucking ovaries and feed them to. Thwick. Taylor slowly came to, hand on her head as she got back to her feet. Her head pawned as she looked up at Lisa, who was still looking down at her. You died. Again. Taylor shot to her feet, noticing the air was much colder. She gazed at the wall, and the flakes of snow landing all around her. She slammed her fist into the ground. Fuck. So, do you need clothes? Taylor ignored Lisa, naked as the day she was born as she walked over to her father, who was doing his best to look anywhere than at Taylor. Send in the fucking zombies. Can you put some? No time. Send in the zombies. Danny, still looking up at the sky, as if it was the most interesting thing in the world, waved his staff as the undead, both mundane and para-human climbed the wall, leaping onto the other side as Taylor shivered from the cold. That was when a hand fell on her shoulder. Taylor turned, seeing Lisa holding a jacket, no idea where she got it from, before she all but threw it at Taylor. Stop being naked. yelled Lisa. Taylor threw the jacket on the ground, petulantly. Make me. I'm really uncomfortable right now, said Danny. Agreed, perhaps we should enter the fray? Fight alongside your undead? Could be fun. Danny, if he had lips, would have smiled, instead he held out his arm as he looked at Annette. Shall we? Annette slow knitted as she wrapped her arm around his. We shall, she said happily as Danny raised his staff, still gazing into her eyes as he brought it back down and the two vanished in a dark purple miasma of Shyish presumably reappearing within the storm. Lisa's nose twitched. That was special. Lisa was drawn from her thoughts as Taylor started smacking herself in the face, repeatedly. Smack. Make body form into rat thing. Smack. While that was happening, smack, Lisa just ignored Taylor's smack, as she looked to the Skaven who arrived while Taylor was busy smack, being dead. Smack, bitch was still, somewhat dazed, smack, but had sobered up just enough to start powering up the wolf rats. Smack, Bakuda had joined the poison wimp mortars and gunners on the wall as Smack, Squealer and her fleet of doom flayers were standing back, smack, waiting for the heroes to cross the wall. Smack, Skidmark was spinning his blades in his hands and tail, waiting as a shadowy miasma as he cast armor of darkness. Smack, Mush, Menja and Fenja were kneeling, mostly to prevent the same fate Taylor had befell. Twice. Smack, and smack. Stop hitting yourself. It's not helping. Fuck you. Trying to be rat. Yeah well, you're failing at it. Taylor glared at Lisa, who still was forcibly ignoring Taylor for being naked, AMD apparently not caring about it. Taylor just flipped Lisa off, before. Smack. Lisa sighed as she looked back to the wall as Geomancer started rising the wall higher. Smack, Lisa however noticed that the blizzard was rising faster than Geomancer's wall. Smack, Faultline made several hand gestures as the gunners and Jezzails fell back towards better cover. More of the undead all but threw themselves over the wall, and Liza could vaguely see the shadow of Hookwolf Smack, in the blizzard and feel the wind slightly change direction, presumably from Storm Tiger. Smack. Why am I not Vermin Queen Rat thing? Smack. We're all gonna die, said Lisa blankly, right as the blizzard spilled over the wall. Immediately as soon as it did, the earth began to quake as the uppermost portion of a castle started to rise from the ground. Smack. Taylor stopped smacking herself as she looked at the spire sprouting below her, and immediately leapt back as it continued rising, then she shivered. Why is it cold? It's snowing and Yuri naked. Then Vista gave reality a seizure, then Iron Maiden and Arms Master landed in between Lisa and Taylor. Taylor froze as she saw a halberd heading right towards her, before Arms Master, who immediately missed as it registered in his mind, his opponent was very naked. Taylor leapt aside as she landed on the ground, hard as she looked up at Arms Master, wasting no time as she raised her hand to send a bolt of warp lightning forwards, only for Assault to land in between them, and the bolt seemed to slide off him, arcing away like water off oil. Then, with a burst of speed, Assault closed the distance, knocking Taylor aside. Skidding to a stop, Taylor glared at Assault, whose eyes were wide, before he immediately covered them with both hands. Oh you! Why are you naked? Taylor ignored that as she inhaled, and spewed a cloud of luminous green fog, and her eyes started to ignite. Oh thank the Horned One! Yelled Lisa, dodging Iron Maiden as Taylor started growing. Reality warp! Assault held his breath as he scrambled out of the cloud as Taylor continued growing, fingers splitting as she rose to her feet and horns sprouting from her head, not one to waste getting back into her rat form, she started thrashing her head side to side, creating a pestilent fog around her, primarily to break like of sight from any potential bullshit arrows Flechette might have sent her way. With a loud crash, her teeth met as the cloud stopped growing, and Taylor fell onto all fours, snapping her jaws past Assault, and towards Arms Master the second Taylor saw his halberd turn fuzzy from that strange grey haze that stuck to his blade. Taylor snarled as she leapt at him, not giving him a moment to react, even as she was still in the process of growing. By some unholy miracle, her jaw snapped around his arm, and with little time to think, Taylor whipped her head back, and tossed him over her shoulder, spinning as she did so. As she spun, she dragged both of her thorn tails across the ground, sending mud and stone flying as she spun a full 360, and dove forwards the instant she completed her rotation. Assault and Iron Maiden both covered themselves as the mud and stone pelted them as Taylor quickly reached out, grabbing Lisa in her 7-fingered hand, before taking off in a 3-limbed sprint as Tattletale screamed in her grip. Stay quiet! Yelled Taylor as she leapt over her charging storm vermin as they charged towards the heroes with spears in hand. Ah! I don't want to die. Shut up! With only a few bounds, Taylor landed behind some rubble, and unceremoniously dropped Lisa onto the ground, before pointing at her. You coordinate forces. Stay out of fights. Too valuable to die, so stay alive. If not I swear on the Horned One if you die. I will murder kill you. And don't believe I can't. I'll march into the realm of ruin and eat your soul. Understand? Lisa gulped as she vigorously nodded, looking to see various gunners, mostly Jezzail snipers firing into the blizzard. I said understand. Yelled Taylor. Yes mistress. I will do what I can. That was as far as Lisa got when the dead body of a Skaven Jezzail landed next to her with an arrow in its head. The two stared at the body for a moment, before looking back to each other. The clan rats are dying, a lot. Taylor nodded. Yeah. They do that sometimes. Just make sure we win succeed. You are the seer lord of strategy and tactics. So use that brain thing and do your job. Taylor then took off, not even giving Lisa the chance to say anything as she leapt over the rubble and back into battle. The telltale sounds of revving doom flares was magic to her ears as Squealer and her battalions rode alongside her, keeping up as Taylor's cloak of nosblade and covered them. Occasionally Taylor caught the sight of arrows fired at her, before they were chewed into splinters before they could hit anything. From behind, bullets, poison wind globes, and warp lightning fire shot forth into the blizzard as undead locusts harassed the heroes. As Taylor reached her top speed, she dug her claws into the ground and pulled with all her might, tearing a chunk of cement out of the ground as the doom flares drove forwards. Gazing into the blizzard, Taylor caught sight of a rising castle, and threw the slab into it, destroying the structure before it fully rose and raining rock and stone onto the ground below, before roaring as she charged into the blizzard. Icy winds nipped at her fur and skin as she gazed all around her. Imagine for a moment, if you will, the impossibilities Taylor witnessed within that flurry of snow and ice. The stretching of the very fabric of reality hidden within the frost. Space became mutable, and the landscape itself was subject to the whims of Labyrinth, a girl who was barely lucid on the best of days, alongside the warping powers of Vista, to whom reality may as well have been like clay or rubber. This blizzard, blinding and cold, obscured some of it, but not nearly enough, for this place was the domain of the heroes. Taylor could smell it, smell the training all of them did, all to fight as a unit in this impossible place. Though all of this was forgotten, shoved aside in Taylor's mind when she caught first sight of Assault combating against Bakuda, who was forced to use her grenade launcher as a makeshift bludgeon, with the hero moving far too fast to give her time to reload. A few undead were around her, harassing the hero, but Assault knew better than to give Bakuda even a moment's peace. Taylor reacted far faster than something her size should have. With a burst of supernatural speed, Taylor darted towards them, kicking at the icy ground and sending a significant chunk of it flying, along with Assault himself, who didn't even see it coming until it was too late. Bakuda laughed maniacally as she watched the hero fly off, before giving Taylor a mock salute. She then quickly dove for cover and now free of harassment, started reloading. Taylor didn't wait however, she moved fast and erratically. She couldn't see where Flechette was in this damnable storm, not yet anyway, but at the very least she could do all she could to make it nigh impossible for the girl to aim for her vital bits. With blazing eyes, Taylor surveyed the battle, catching a brief glance of fault line behind what remained of a wall for some building no longer standing, firing from her Jezzail towards yet another hero, specifically Iron Maiden, who was busy dealing with an undead hook wolf while also dodging her shots. Iron Maiden's outfit, somewhat reminiscent of plaid email armor, made her a beacon in the blizzard as lights reflected off her polished outfit. The Diet Alexandria didn't even have time to react as Taylor closed the distance in the blink of an eye through the quick spell work of Scamper Scurry, and sent a lashing tail that sent Iron Maiden flying deeper into the storm. Hook Wolf momentarily stopped fighting, but it lasted only a single breath as he just moved to the next target. Taylor rose to her feet, snarling and roaring as she was constantly moving, looking for any enemy that stood in her way. She ignored the sounds of Bakuda firing borderline blindly into the storm, creating bizarre and strange explosions that bent reality and twisted physics in a manner not unlike Vista. Speaking of Vista, it was obvious the girl was near after Taylor caught sight of Battery in the distance. Taylor began to move towards her as soon as she could, before the distance between Taylor and the heroine spontaneously grew insanely fast. Skidding to a halt, Taylor watched as a large concrete structure, courtesy of Labyrinth, sprouted between her and Battery. Taylor however was moving much too quickly, and couldn't stop in time as she tore through the structure, landing on the other side in a daze that passed quickly. She looked at her surroundings, only to find its internal dimensions of this place had turned into an MC. Escher fever dream. Based on context, it looked like the building was a rather high-end hotel of some sort, but what Taylor saw was multiple staircases that looped in on themselves in Fibonacci spirals that were moving and tightening in on themselves like whirlpools. And heralded by the creaking of splintering wood and scream of buckling metal as if the structure of this building was itself alive, and in pain. A newfound fear and respect grew in Taylor's heart for the sheer chaos of just what Vista was fully capable of, but it was brief. Taylor took a step back in mild confusion as she turned to run, but stopped herself when she saw only a series of hallways before her that twisted and bent repeatedly, even splitting into fractal mosaics as they seemed to creep near her with each moment that passed. Each hall even seemed to all but tumble onto one another with no rhyme or reason. As Taylor took a step back, towers, walls, and other edifices began to radiate outwards from a central point that at one time may have been this hotel's front desk. Ice and snow then began to creep towards her, forming jutting icicle spires pointed directly at her. All of the strange sleights were overwhelming, disorienting even as Taylor took another step back, expecting to step through the hole she entered this place through, only to turn and see it was slowly moving away from her. Taylor shook her head, like a dog as she watched the reality seizure around her. It was as if the place was a dream being forced into reality, unnatural by every definition of the word. However, Taylor was used to sights such as this. She had trekked throughout the realm of ruin, she had seen the impossible geometries of the warp, a place without physical or temporal boundaries, a vast formless limbo that exists only because of the dreams of mortals, and the hypnotic disorientation paled in comparison to that place where there be chaos and there be demons. This MC. Escher nightmare was easily fought against as Taylor regained her bearings and oriented herself, before she leapt backwards, flying through the air as she threw herself out of the building through the very same hole she had entered, which wasn't quite far enough away from her yet to stop her from simply leaving. As she passed through the threshold, she noticed the hole she made to enter was shrinking, threatening to trap her within the eternal maze, though it wasn't shrinking fast enough. As soon as she landed back onto the battlefield, she looked back as the hole shrank into nothing, and the entire structure was sucked into the earth. She would have to caution to avoid going inside any of these buildings, where the combination of Vista and Labyrinth's powers were at their peak, but for now, she paid it no mind. She couldn't afford to, not for very long at least. She was on the move again as soon as she was able, never stopping for even a moment, lest Flechette manage a particularly good shot that temporarily killed her. An act that would return her back to her human form once more. A liability in this war. Even still, Snowflake's blizzard made it all but impossible to know where one was going. The whiteout conditions blinded most, even to her with eyes literally made of warp fire. She could barely see where she was going. Add to that the bending space and structures bleeding into reality, and it was clear that the initial success Taylor had against the heroes when she first entered the blizzard might have been something of a fluke. Every side caught of heroes was acted upon rapidly. A loud sonic roar from Trump shook the earth, ringing in her sensitive ears as Taylor caught sight of him, only for space to shift as Taylor found herself nearly attacking Hook Wolf instead, though she managed to halt her attack before she was skewered by his many blades and hooks. It was distressingly common in fact that Taylor found herself moving towards a foe, only to find herself heading for an ally or a minion. It happened several more times, far more than Taylor would like to admit even. While her forces and those of her father were holding their own very well given the circumstances, it was clear that the heroes knew how to fight in this chaos, and fight effectively. No doubt a result of extensive training. It was interesting to Taylor just how effective multiple shakers were at leveling the playing field when you had an inherent numerological inferiority issue. Even with her otherworldly senses, and inane ability to sniff out lies and deception, Taylor for that it did very little to aid her against the ripping and tearing of physics itself. It was all very annoying. Taylor rose quickly as her ear twitched from the thwick sound of a crossbow being fired, and watched as an arrow passed where her head once was, before plowing into the ground at her feet with enough force to create a significant crater where it hit. Turning to where the arrow came from, Taylor smiled when she heard a voice curse, and wasted no time as she shot off towards it, and hopefully, towards Flechette. Taylor laughed, lashing put like a wild animal as she clawed at everything in front of her. Still ignorant of Flechette's location, she opted to just attack indiscriminately, and not just with her claws. Every exhaled breath sent out blasts of warp fire in front of her as warp lightning arced from her horns, firing off all around her like she was a breathing rat-shaped Tesla coil. She heard screams at times, and as expected structures seemed to move away from her as she charged forwards, but all that did was confirm that Taylor was merely on the right track. With each swipe of her claws, Taylor yelled a continuous chant of die. 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 Over and over again, listening to the screaming as Vista's powers continued pulling her further away. Her gaze was laser-focused, and unfortunately for her, Taylor was experiencing rather severe tunnel vision. So much so that she didn't see the figure within the blizzard standing directly to her left, close enough that he could make her out, but not so close that Taylor could see him. Halfway between a swing of her claws, Taylor paused when she heard the single loudest sound she ever did hear. Immediately her hands went to her ears at that shout of raw power, booming like thunder, louder than a jackhammer next to the ear. A roar so loud that it became a force that knocked her head to the right. She hissed in pain, as blood poured from her ears before turning around, catching the brief glance of triumph in the snow as space stretched out, until Taylor couldn't see him anymore. She growled as the blood leaking from her ears turned into crimson smoke, and started to flow back towards her head. The moment Taylor's hearing returned, her eyes widened at the sound of a bowstring being drawn tight, and ducked quickly as it was followed by the expected thwick. The arrow passed over her head, though Taylor couldn't tell from which direction, as only one ear had fully healed. Still, she wasn't going to make it easy. Raising both arms into the air, she brought them down, casting Crack's Call as soon as they made an impact. Immediately, the ground began to shake, and crumble, even as space was twisted. It did very little to stop the quake, causing Labyrinth's towers and buildings to collapse in themselves into rubble. Taylor chuckled as she rose back up. Even blind as she was from the whiteout conditions, the yells and screaming might as well have made her enemies as beacons in the blizzard. Still, Vista was pulling them away, and fast. Taylor charged forwards towards the voice that sounded to be nearer than the others, only for a building to sprout before her. Taylor stopped, pushing against the building as she gazed up at it as it started to bend and grow. She clenched her fists as she took a careful step back as it suddenly was pulled away, only to be replaced by a snaking wall. The flames in her eyes grew as she leapt back, hearing the heroes in the storm moving, only it seemed to come from everywhere, and that was when Taylor noticed it. She was being played. It started when she saw a silhouette that was unmistakably Triumph, only for his voice to come from behind her, sending her sprawling onto the ground, and only now did she realize what was happening. Vista wasn't bending space to just keep the heroes out of her grasp, she was bending space to mess with where the sounds they made were coming from. She couldn't even trust her ears, and with the blizzard, her eyes were useless. She had been played, and Taylor did not like that at all. Rising back to her feet as her ears once more healed from Triumph's scream, Taylor heard footsteps, but did not react. Instead she shook with a burning rage worthy of Kern, but she did not drown in it. Instead, she let it fuel her next move. Fine, if you wanted to play with the fabric stuff of reality, then let us fucking play. Taylor rose both arms as she pulled at all the warp stone growing under the streets. She felt her body fight against it as she forced the winds of magic to bend to her will, gathering it all within her. As she did, she could feel her own body, composed of the very stuff of the warp itself, seize. It was, in a word, painful, but she didn't stop. Instead she gathered all of the winds leaking from every single warp stone vein and deposits growing under the bay. Wait. I'm worried what you just read is Taylor gathered a lot of the wines leaking from every single warpstone vein and deposit under the bay. What I said was Taylor gathered all the wines leaking from every single warpstone vein and deposit under the bay. Do you understand? Perhaps to some degree, but in truth, what my ever-chosen did was not so paltry. No, this was a most unexpected, yet most welcome. All around Taylor, the storm stilled, not fully, but the once pristine white of the cold winter air was tinted green as warp lightning arced in the black and purple clouds that were slowly billowing above. The heroes were momentarily distracted, especially as a loud chitter echoed over them. Loud and continuous, like 1,000 rats laughing all at once, and above them, 2 blazing green eyes, far larger than most skyscrapers gazed down. In gathering so much dar within her, Taylor achieved something very few demons would be capable of. She tore a hole in reality you see, and through her own hands created something most odd. A literal tear into a highly mutable reality, a tear that some of you may know as a warp storm, not a large one mind you, no, that was far beyond my favored mortal in this realm of shards and superhumans. However, it was large enough to allow some of my realm to leak through, into the cold blizzard. Oh, but allow me to introduce myself to you man-things. I am the 13th god, father to the Skaven, but most may know me as the Great Horned Rat, the usurper of Slaanesh, and 4th god of Chaos. I can see you, Brockton Bay. I can see all of you. Oh, worry not, I cannot leave my realm, nor would I wish to, but you have been so cruel to my ever-chosen. I have enjoyed her exploits thus far, and you are so cruel to turn reality itself against her in a vain attempt to destroy my property. There is little I can do, but that is of course completely relative. Little to me is so much to you tiny man-things. I would applaud you for it, but unfortunately for you all, she has called upon me, and I have answered. So, from my throne, I cackle, and gesture, and allow a tiny portion of my realm to leak out into yours. Your shardlings can play rather well at sculpting reality itself to do you bidding, but it's all smoke and mirrors, a mere show of it. You do not break physics, you bend them, twist them, even beat them, but never break. The warp however, well, you'll soon find out. Have fun man-things, I know I will. The light of chaos. As Taylor gathered every scrap of dar throughout the bay, bent every gust of the winds of magic to her will, the rats, hiding in their warrens and crevices to escape the cold, were suddenly gifted a brief form of bravery. Normal rodents peeking out of their dens as they felt a power their animal minds could not fully understand, but to whom they felt a strange sort of kinship with. One of these rats, by pure happenstance, happened to be nearest Vista. Standing outside of a PRT van surrounded by well-armed agents. The small rat glanced at Vista, and Taylor's will immediately take it over as she gathered her magic. From what Taylor could see, Vista was looking through a pair of high-tech goggles, presumably built by Arms Master or Dragon. Based on what Taylor could see through the rat's notoriously shitty vision, these goggles allowed her to see through Snowflake's blizzard. Vista continued bending space to throw off every sound made by her allies, after Triumph hit her again. Fine, if you want to play with the fabric stuff of reality, then let's fucking play. Taylor felt it odd to hear her own voice through her rat's ears, and the strange echo-like effect that seemed to accompany every spoken word. Vista scowled at her voice as she pulled at the spaces between Warlock and a building, one Taylor couldn't see through the rat's eyes, but she presumed it was the one that Flechette stood on. Then, the blizzard just froze. Vista stopped as she looked at each individual snowflake around her, all of them frozen, as if Clock Blocker himself had used his powers on them. The rat Taylor now controlled scurried out a bit more as it watched Vista reach out, poking at a nearby snowflake and watching as it started moving in the direction she had pushed it, and kept on going. Like they were stuck in zero gravity. Every other snowflake it touched along its path was also sent slowly flying away. Taylor watched through her rat as Vista furrowed her brow at the selective unexpected negation gravity, before she had to cover her eyes from the noxious green luminescence coming from Taylor herself. Taylor watched as the strange ribbons and strands of light swirled around her, pulled from every warpstone deposit within the ground itself. Then, the frozen snow all turned a sickly green as black lightning arced in the black and purple clouds that were slowly billowing above, spinning and swirling in equal measure, before forming a hurricane-like eye. What the hell? Said Vista as she watched as Taylor roared, and threw all the energy into the skies, right into the eye of the storm. Rather than the skies above, or the shimmering of the dome that trapped them, looking into the storm's eye revealed only a yawning abyss, dark and malevolent, bathing the world directly below it in an ethereal light. A pulse of that same light expanded in all directions away from the eye of the strange and violent storm that had manifested out of nowhere. Taylor saw Vista move her hand away from her face, gazing up at the strange clouds above, and her eyes widened when she saw 2 massive glowing eyes hidden in the chaotic gloom. Vista screamed as the cold, hateful, and sadistic eyes of the great horned rat glared down at her. Then, all the snow just abruptly dropped to the ground, falling as fast as raindrops. Vista once more covered her eyes for only a moment, before looking back up into the luminescent hole in reality itself. Taylor herself felt her body start to shrink as she expelled more magic than she ever had before. Though oddly enough she didn't feel weak. Instead, Taylor began gazing up into the sky, into the realm of ruin, and laughed when she saw the realm there, hanging above Brockton Bay. High above the bay, was Blight City, where billions of tightly packed spires were filled with hundreds of burrows and warrens each, as billions upon billions of Skaven chuckled and cackled as they watched the realms of man with manic glee, and there, beyond the warpstone throne, far down the gullet of the yawning crack, that is, in truth, a knot-hole riddled with warding curses no mortal creature could endure, lies a horrifying sub-realm. In this awful place, known to its denizens as the Deep and Gnaw. Taylor caught sight of the Shadow Council of 13, who watched with rapt attention as Vista fell down. Watching this manic audience of countless Skaven. Taylor doubted they would interfere. No, the Skaven and Vermin Lords were just there to watch the proceedings, to see the project their god had been working on throughout the end times. Taylor ensured that if nothing else, she would do her best not to disappoint. As Taylor returned back to her normal humanish form, streaming ribbons of raw magic fell from the vortex that nibbled at reality above the city, enveloping her in its luminous embrace as it swirled around her human form. She raised a hand and gazed at it, watching idly as her armor, the very armor she created, manifested around her. Her exoskeletal harness and gas mask followed soon after, now crafted from the finest steel and decorated with warpstone etchings, before she found her warp spear in her hand. Chuckling, Taylor looked back over the battlefield, where the spaces were still bent and twisted courtesy of Vista, with many a strange building and constructs conjured by labyrinth sticking up all over the place, but the blizzard was now gone. Snowflake did appear to attempt to once more summon the flurry, as icy winds continued billowing from nowhere, but now the snow itself wasn't white, rather it was as transparent as fresh water, and did nothing to obscure their view. Taylor gazed through each of the bravest of rats as they crawled out of the woodwork, finally capable of seeing their surroundings as they continued pouring out into the light of the Horned One. The cement below her feet began flowing like water as she raised her warp spear up and pointed forwards with it. Try fucking with the reality of a conceptual metaphysical dimension man things. With that, Taylor brought her spear down, and all hell broke loose. Taylor grinned as she watched through her minion's eyes as Triumph ran ahead of the other heroes towards her now charging army of storm vermin. The hero nearly slipped in the now liquid-like cement, but kept his footing as he took point, until he stood directly under the eye of the warp storm, inhaled, and screamed as he was bathed in its light. His voice tore forwards like a cacophony, sending liquid cement flying, and slowly his sonic scream morphed into the roar of a lion mixed with the braying of a mule. Taylor laughed as Triumph covered his own mouth in horror as his fingers turned into claws and his teeth spontaneously fell from his mouth, slipping from his grasp only to be replaced with the many sharpened teeth and fangs of a lion. His voice did send several storm vermin flying before he stopped, but they caught themselves on nothing, and started to run on the very wind itself, managing to fly forwards by running on air. Triumph fell flat on his ass as his lion-like mask fused to his skin as his feet lengthened into hooves. Before the transformation was complete, the storm vermin were on top of him, chuckling as they pulled him back by his lion-like mane of hair. Taylor scratched her chin at the strange mutations. Reminds me of Clan Crooktail, she said, mostly to herself. Clan Crooktail, as Taylor recalled, was one of the lesser clans that was situated under the unforgiving northern wastes, where the warpstone around the area had gained a particularly potent mutagenic tendency. Because of this, Skaven from this clan was known for mutations that were actually quite commonplace and were seen as gifts. Tossing that thought aside, Taylor hummed as she stepped forwards, stepping on the surface of the liquid stone beneath her feet as the buildings around her melted like ice on a hot summer's day. Her many Skaven quite literally running on air. She hummed as she leaned forwards, watching the Paraskaven and undead simply watching the chaos unfold as the bends in space-time created by Vista smoothed out, creating tunnels and passageways throughout this field of battle, many of which her Skaven were more than happy to use to close the distance. Vista, meanwhile, was ignorant of this as she gasped in horror as one of the PRT troopers ran forwards, guns raised, before he fell into the cement as soon as he stepped beneath the eye of the storm of chaos. Vista took a step back as the trooper started ripping off his mask to reveal a horrific bestial face beneath, elongated and stretched out like a rat's with the horns of a ram sprouting from his head. He brayed rather than screamed, and Vista joined him in his distressed yells, as the many colors of the winds of magic swirling beneath the eye of the storm, covering a portion Brockton Bay in its haze of chaos as the many denizens of the blighted city above laughed at her misfortune. Taylor merely continued to walk forwards, where she looked down to see Triumph struggling in her storm vermin's grasp. She tilted her head at his odd mutations, somewhere between a lion and donkey. Never ever a good idea for you frail man-things to stand in the middle of a warp storm. Who even knows what could happen, said Taylor with a grin as Triumph brayed and roared at her. With a wave of her hand, Taylor watched as the mutations began to shift towards a more rodent aesthetic as a rat-like tail sprouted behind him, and his body continued morphing beneath the light of the eye of the warp storm. The end result still resembled a Skaven, though with the addition of a lion-like mane and hooves like a beast. Then again, I can't speak say I'm dissatisfied with the results. Taylor raised her arms as the liquid rock continued to flow like water. All who stood beneath the eye of the warp storm mutated from the raw powers of chaos. However, not all of the heroes were standing beneath the eye. The area just below it was tinted various colors, highly visible to anyone with working eyes, and stepping into the light resulted in instant mutation, as both Triumph and the unlucky PRT trooper discovered the hard way, not that reality outside of this light behaved with any sense of normality. Buildings continued to melt, and Snowflake's blizzard was cold, but did nothing to obscure the battlefield. Taylor watched as they stood by helplessly as Triumph stood up, a Skaven beast, standing on clopping hooves with fingers twice as long as they should be. His incisors sliced against each other as he turned to Taylor and bowed. Vista gasped as the PRT agent also stood, resembling a black-furred horned Skaven, fingers like tendrils as he turned back around chuckling madly. Taylor then just snapped her fingers, and he scurried towards her as her Stormvermin stood behind her in formation. Her father and mother walked calmly, taking their place next to her as the roar of Doomflayer engines echoed behind her. Several of the Skaven, especially the Eshan assassins, were floating around in the air, like maniacal flying monkeys sans wings. They were surprisingly graceful as they landed amongst the armies to join Taylor. Taylor turned to her father, giving him a nod as his undead also joined the growing armies, led by Alfather, Iron Rain, Fleur, Hook Wolf, Storm Tiger, Cricket, and Murder Rat, with the rest of his armies shuffling towards them, including the likes of Velocity, Manpower, Erudite, Quark, Resolute, and Smackdown, which was pretty much his entire repertoire of the undead para-humans. Taylor took stock of her own armies. Fenja, Menja, Mush, Geomancer, Faultline, Bitch, and Bakuda were still around, now joined by Glory Girl, Laser Dream, Shielder, Lady Photon, Flashbang, Brandish, Squealer, Skidmark, Gru, and Shadow Stalker. Taylor didn't see Lisa, hopefully she was gathering the rest of her army, hopefully. Even if she wasn't, it was a sizable showing. It was with that thought that Taylor heard a loud bamf, and watched as Strider fell to the ground, alongside everyone else. Gregor, Spitfire, Krieg, Miss Militia, Regent, Bambina, Alabaster, Victor, Uthala, Sundancer, Gallant, Jotun, Olimug, Chariot, Kaiser, Fog, and Knight. Pretty much everyone but Coil, Echidna, and Tattletale herself. Gregor gave Taylor a nod as he approached. Tattletale said you required assistance, yes yes. Taylor grinned at that, truly. Tattletale was a great investment. Indeed, ready to take steal this city. Gregor only chuckled as he lifted his hand, causing the Book of Woe to float in front of him, and open up to a random page. Give the word command mistress, and I will be done, in the name of the Horned One. In the name of the Horned One. Roared her armies simultaneously. Looking back to the heroes, they stood frozen as the world around her continued to melt and morph in equal measure, before spires of warpstone sprouted from the liquid rock. Glancing at her foes, Taylor took stock of each and every hero present. Currently, all who was around was Assault, Battery, Snowflake, Iron Maiden, Hydrofoil, Aegis, Clock Blocker, Browbeat, Vista, Neuter, Labyrinth, Flechette, Kidwin, and Weld, plus one other figure who, wait, was that? Rune. Yelled Uthala, confirming Taylor's suspicions. The cloaked girl, unmistakably dressed as Rune, clenched her hand into a fist as Uthala chuckled. You joined the heroes? Ha! To have sunk fallen so low. Fuck you. Yelled Rune. Uthala just continued to laugh, as Taylor noted too, very interesting absences amongst the heroes. Dragon was nowhere to be seen, neither was Arms Master. In fact, Taylor's last sight of Arms Master was when she tossed him over her shoulder by her teeth. Had he died perhaps? Oh well, not like it really mattered. Death wasn't quite what it used to be. Warlock. Yelled Assault as he took a hesitant step forward, keeping his hand up as he calmed the others. He exchanged a glance with Battery, who nodded as he stepped forwards. This was most interesting. Taylor rose a brow at that, even as Assault nearly slipped in the liquid cement. Yes. Battery glared at Taylor, an action that gave her a large amount of glee, but otherwise, the heroine remained calm as Assault spoke. I know you outnumber us, but you have to know this won't end well. Look around you, said Battery before Taylor interrupted. All I see is reality having a seizure. Battery made a fist, but Assault ignored it as he continued where he left off. Doesn't matter. You're stuck under this dome, even if you win, what would you have to show for it? You'd just be another Nilbogue, ruling over your own little dying kingdom. Is that really what you want? What makes you think this dome will stop me at all? Unless you've gone blind, perhaps you have neglected to notice that I have Strider. I have no plans on stopping here. If anything, you heroes did me a favor by building fortifications for what will become the capital of a new world order. This world will be mine, and when nothing remains but bones, rats, and ruins, well, I have my own plan schemes for that, not that it concerns you. You know you really are a stereotypical villain. What would you even do with the world? Asked Assault. Taylor shrugged. Whatever I want. It's mine. If I break shatter it, what business is that of yours? Well, I mean, I live here, so I'd say it's my business. And you will continue to do so, either as a Skaven or a zombie. It makes no difference to me. Danny nodded. This world is in desperate need of restructuring, and no one is doing anything to fix it. Untied, even under the malign powers of chaos, ensures that the empire that forms afterwards will be better, even if we must force it to, said Danny. Taylor chuckled. And while he does that shit stuff, my Skaven will be a pestilent plague on everyone else. Slaughter killing all who stand in our way. Live a Skaven, or die a human only to be revived resurrected as a slave. There will be no flea escape from us, even in death. You're really fucking insane, you know that. Yelled Rune. Assault raised a hand, silencing the girl as he looked back, but before he could say anything, Taylor leaned against her spear, as if it was a walking stick as the rumble of thunder echoes through the city from the storm of chaos above. Why are we talking anyway? Do you really think you could stop me after how far I have come? The Triumvirate has abandoned you, you stand alone. You heroes, the travelers, and the scant few independents is all who remain in my way. I have toppled the Empire, slain the dragon. That totally was us who took care of Lung. Yelled Clock Blocker. Taylor, as per usual, flipped Clock Blocker off and ignored him. Subsumed the merchants, most of Faultline's crew, and undersiders. Time and time again, you have fallen. Even when I fail, I succeed in some way, either by making you weaker, or capitalizing on my failures while you clean them up for me. The truth is this game was rigged from the start. Has been the moment I turned the merchants to my side. Now look around you, see watch as stone flows like water, as this city looks more and more Skaven, see my slave minions running on the very air itself. Even your blizzard does nothing anymore to blind us. You can even hear it, the ringing of my screaming bells. You've lost this day, and this city will be mine. We will construct engines of destruction and take the rest of this world. Nothing you can do can stop it, clearly the only choice you have is obvious. Taylor then raised her arm as her armies assembled around her, before she put a welcoming hand forward towards those heroes that still stood outside Blight City, still hanging in the sky and the mutating light it produced. Your time era is at an end, man things, come, step into the mutating lights beneath the storm's eye and join us in my conquest. Life is but an arms race of evolutionary barbarism, and the Skaven has no lines we will not skip cross, no depths we will not sink fall to, all to ensure we come out on top. You cannot win against an enemy foe who will do whatever it takes to succeed. The age of men is over, time of the undead and the dawn of the Skaven is now. Why fight against the inevitable when all you have to do is step into the light of chaos, or, be dragged into it, kicking and screaming. As she expected, no one took her up on the offer as they all fell back. Vista, in her fright, stretched space away to allow her allies to regroup, and Taylor only teased in response. She glanced at the melting buildings, as they bent and twisted, vaguely resembling haphazard Skaven architecture with each moment that passed. No. Perhaps not then. Oh well, the hard way it is, said Taylor as she snapped her fingers, getting her army's attention as she pointed towards the heroes. Pull them into the light. Her armies charged. Interlude 13, the end. Armsmaster. When Armsmaster awoke, his first act was to spring to his feet, only to find he was trapped under rubble, cast in darkness. Struggling, he slowly managed to pull himself free, and drag himself out onto the empty streets, before being stuck. Wincing in pain, he stopped, as the shock slowly wore off, and he reached up to his arm, or rather the stump where his arm should have been. Where Warlock's teeth grabbed him was a large, serrated cut across his bicep, only stopped from bleeding by the bent metal that sealed the wound while he was unconscious. Armsmaster breathed heavily, as he looked all around. The streets were empty, desolate, but the buildings. They were twisted and bent into large towers of barely held together scrap and debris. He tried to pull himself out more, only to find he couldn't. He roared in pain and rage as he banged his fist on the large pole he was trapped beneath, before stopping at a sudden voice. Hello? Is someone there? Armister balled his fist, angling his head to look behind him, only to groan at what he saw, as if his luck couldn't get any worse. Making their way towards him were two figures, both easily recognizable, even silhouetted. Bernscar leaned down before Armsmaster, carefully making her way over him as she looked at the damage to his arm. She turned back to her companion. The equally horrid presence of Bonesaw, especially in his current state, did not bode well for his future. The younger girl moved past Bernscar, before examining the stump of his arm quietly, uncharacteristically quietly as she scanned it over and over with her eyes. Eventually, she looked to Armsmaster. Hi. Just kill me. Bonesaw rose a brow, before she sighed. Taking a seat next to Armsmaster as she looked over the city. You've been out for, maybe 2 days I'd say. It's been, a very strange 2 days. Things are slightly, different now, and I don't really know what to do. Mr. Jack was always the one who made plans, but he's gone, and without Mannequin, we're just as stuck in this dome as anyone else. There's, not a whole lot of normal people left. Armsmaster glanced down, trying to see if he could find his halberd or spear, but for all he knew, Warlock could have eaten it, which wouldn't be all that surprising actually. I swear, if you... I don't have to be the one to fix you. We're, what's it called, Bernscar? Bernscar rolled her eyes. Let's call it a truce, cause that's basically what it is. A resistance. You're not the only one we found still, well, not a rat. Bonesaw reached down, towards a satchel that usually contained her medical equipment, before pulling out a very, odd device, roughly sphere-shaped with burns all across it, and glistening with gold. Hello Master. Armsmaster blinked. Dragon. Sorry, I can't be TT there. That lightning fried DD my body, this is all that's left. We found her, she was all, melted and stuff, said Bonesaw. I don't really like this situation Armsmaster, but I don't really have a choice. Armsmaster grunted, as Bernscar stood up, glancing across the street, looking either way for any signs of activity. When she didn't see any, she took a breath, and leaned down. Grabbing a metal pipe and some scrap with each hand, Bernscar slowly heated up her palms as they started to glow, until eventually, she bent the semi-molten metal with ease, tossing it aside as she reached down, and pulled Armsmaster out the rest of the way. The hero winced in pain as Bernscar slowly pulled him to his feet, and let him go as soon as he got his balance. Armsmaster leaned against the scrap, still in pain as he looked at the two criminals before him. Oh how he wished he was in any other situation right now, but beggars couldn't be choosers. Is it just you three? No, there are 4 more. Hubert and Leet. Armsmaster sighed, wonderful, of course they'd make it out alive. I see, and the other 2. Panacea and a relatively new trig GER who LLS herself survivor. What a strange name. Yes she's, a weird one, said Bonesaw, as if somehow she was supposed to be an excellent judge of character. It's about as much fun as you'd expect when everyone hates everyone else, but at least they're not, rats, said Bernscar. Please tell me we have something resembling a plan other than avoid being killed or turned. Well, maybe, me and Panacea have been working on something. Arms Master already hated how this day was turning out, but it's not like he had much of a choice. Just take me to Panacea, I don't trust you, at all. Bonesaw nodded, that was fair. Plus. Panacea. The last few days had been probably as close to a living breathing hell as anything could be, at least that was Amy's reckoning. When Bonesaw first showed up for her stupid test it went about as well as one could hope, for about 10 seconds before giant fuck of rat as tall as a giraffe dropped a fucking demon into a pit and decided to go evil overlord all over the place. There was only so much tragedy one could fully process before it all just blended together into a soup of general stress and personal loss. After Jack's death, Bonesaw gave up the chase to fuck off to who gives a shit where. After that, Amy and Emma took to hiding, because that was pretty much all they could do as all hell broke loose around them. People all across the city dragged into that damn light. If they weren't para-humans, Panacea had little doubt about how well they would fare. Even still, most of their time was spent hiding. Emma stood around the current project that they were working on with Bonesaw, and wasn't that a kick in the ass? The exact events that lead to that shit show was primarily done via self-preservation, because a walking-talking flamethrower tended to work fairly well against enemies covered in very flammable fur, not that Panacea nor Emma exactly liked it, but Amy had a JB to do. If she was going to have a shot of curing Emma, and thus having a proof of concept to eventually curing Vicky, she'd just have to bite the bullet. The radio crackled to life next to Amy, who sighed as she flipped the switch. What do you want, Leet? Wow, someone is in a bad mood, wanna talk about it? I hear it's good to get things off your chest. I wouldn't know, I just bottle up my emotions inside. God, you're a fucking dick. Yeah, like I haven't heard that before. Listen, I know you guys are working on Frankenstein's monster over there, and I think I have some stuff from the Quake Forstrug thing. Might have some cybernetics lying around if you're interested, we'll trade for food. Am I supposed to know what that means? They're a hostile cybernetic alien race from Quake 2 and 4 and, look, it doesn't matter, they weren't cyborgs anyway, just made to look like them, but I have some leftover bits if you are interested. I'll talk with Shirt, Scary, and Murdery. She's better at using inorganic shit than I am, is that all? Yeah, you don't have to be such a bitch, you know. Amy immediately hung up, ignoring the insensitive bastard who she seriously was contemplating giving cancer at this point. Not that she wouldn't do it, but it's always nice to have revenge fantasies after a mini-apocalyptic event. Emma sighed as she pulled off her gloves and tossed them on the ground. Fuck. Bonesaw's blood just ran out, I can't finish this thing, said Emma. Bonesaw looked back at Emma, specifically at their project as it breathed deeply, still completely unconscious. Honestly, if it were up to Panacea, she would much rather just keep up with the whole curing Skaven idea, but a massive beatstick against Warlock wouldn't hurt. Thing was a nightmarish amalgamation made by Bonesaw with Panacea and Uber contributing in its creation. It was without a doubt the most nightmarish mess of a monster Amy ever did see, but well, Scar Brown seemed to do well before he was thrown in a fucking hole, maybe this would work as well. Just wait for her to get back, I'm sure she'll be happy to give you more blood, said Amy. Not that she was happy about that either, as with Emma, Bonesaw was also infected with one of Warlock's ghost plagues or whatever the fuck they were, and while Panacea could get rid of the symptoms, she couldn't actually cure the disease, and already Emma was starting to grow more pustules. Sighing, Panacea stood up, before grabbing Emma by the wrist, healing the damage before quickly releasing it, just in case. Amy still wasn't sure how that plague spread, but she tried to limit her contact with it whenever possible. Emma rubbed her wrist before sighing. Thanks, said Emma simply. Amy just nodded as she looked at the damn nightmare Bonesaw was making. It used to be Crawler, though, only now it was significantly more humanoid, and partially mechanical. A hulking beast with proportions similar to Behemoth, and weaponry fused to its very flesh. He was more like an automation at this point. Filled with knives and blades, though. Amy did not know why the ranged weapons seemed to turn into more blades, or where those horns had come from. Plus. Alexandria. As the door opened, Alexandria stepped through, glancing at the smiling form of Warlock sitting at a large circular table. As the portal closed behind her, Alexandria watched as Warlock's smile widened, revealing a mouth filled with teeth more befitting a shark or piranha than a rodent, with an alternating red and green eyes high in the dim lights, depending on the exact angle one looked at her. She said nothing, instead reaching out to the side, placing a clawed hand on a metallic box, and sliding it forwards. Alexandria looked at the box, it was long and thin. Carefully taking a step towards it, she pulled it close, before undoing the latch on the side, and opening it. Inside was a sword, a very odd sword. Alexandria couldn't make heads or tails of what kind of metal was used. It was black, oddly smooth, with a glowing green stone on the pommel. It was also irregularly serrated, and most oddly, just looking at it felt wrong. Still, Alexandria just glanced back at Warlock. Is this it? I expected something more impressive. The already impossibly wide smile on Warlock's face grew into an even wider, blood-chilling grin, as she motioned to the blade. Looks can be deceiving, go ahead, prick your finger on it, see what happens. Alexandria looked unamused as she ran a finger along the edge. I doubt it's that. She paused, before she quickly retracted her hand, and gazed at her fingertip, and the droplet of crimson slowly leaking out. You were saying? Alexandria could still remember the last time she drew blood, and it took the power of the Siberian to do it, and Alexandria did not make it easy for her. For something so basic, so simple as a sword to draw blood with so little effort, spoke well that this deal was not done in vain. However, there was something that still bothered the heroine. What exactly are you, warlock? Taylor quirked her head inquisitively as she stayed silent, waiting for Alexandria to elaborate. She closed the box holding the fell blade, before looking into Warlock's eyes as they shifted from glowing green, to bright red. Para-humans are, predictable to a degree. Their powers tend to be set, they don't get stronger over time, even a case like Dauntless, he couldn't pump out any more charges than he could the first day he triggered. Nothing changes, only how the user uses their powers change, you break that mold. So, I ask again, what exactly are you? Warlock hummed, thinking over her answer as she tapped a claw on her chin, before the smile returned. Did you bear witness to the end of the bay? Alexandria nodded, how could she forget? In the end, there was precious little the heroes could do to fight the inevitable. Taylor didn't even get involved, not directly anyway. Instead she sat on top of Anklebiter's back, riding him not unlike a horse as she simply used her spells to buff her forces. Death Frenzy granted her forces a rabid and frothing urge to slaughter the enemy, while Blessed with Filth made their weapons toxic. She did stick around to watch however how they struggled. They were certainly tenacious, and managed to last longer than most, but they were outnumbered 100 to 1 by Skaven alone. That wasn't even counting her Paraskaven or her father's armies. Scratching behind Anklebiter's ear as her undead brood horror laid down, Taylor stood next to her father and mother, casting Veil of Flies to summon a cloud of gnats and biting flies that swarmed about the heroes, biting and stinging them as they were dragged into the light of chaos. Danny, standing still as a corpse, merely hummed at the display of sorceress might Taylor wielded. They didn't really have a chance, said Danny. Taylor just smiled and shrugged. My will be done, and my will supersedes reality. Little owl, there's no need to be quite so full of yourself, said Annette. Just state speaking facts. Can't help it if it's true or not. The universe will recognize my greatness, yes, even if I must force it to. Danny chuckled as he put a hand on Annette's shoulder. I wouldn't bother, dear. Skaven will as Skaven do. All of them are blind to their own idiosyncrasies. You'll never convince her otherwise of her place as the most important being to ever live. Someone has to keep her ego in check. You can try. Annette smirked behind her mask, and rose to the challenge. I'd rather try and fail, than never try at all. Challenge accepted then. We'll see, little owl. We will see. Taylor hummed at that as she watched as the city continued to morph and change around them. Each passing moment the rock and rubble turned into a near-exact copy of Skavenblight, complete with haphazard architecture and tall towers with screamed bells at their peaks. Stone warped and cracked and melted back into place as warpstone sprouted under overhangs and walkways like stalactites. Bells rang a cacophonous din that ushered in a laughter from Taylor's audience of Skaven and vermin lords above, though the horned rat, wherever he was, merely watched the proceedings with an uncharacteristic quietness as the horrors played out. It was a mess. We're still analyzing the data from that portal you opened up in the middle of the city, said Alexandria. You'll be studying that for a long time. There are things such as yourself were never meant to know. Things that would make you scream and beg for a return to that wonderful blissful ignorance. I suppose you could call it coalesced chaos, and there are things there. What does that have to do with what happened? Or how does that answer my question? You saw what the light did, right? Alexandria again nodded. Aegis was the first to fall, pulled into the light by Krieg, as the ward turned into a four-armed Skaven who moved in a manner not unlike an insect with a prehensile tail twice as long as average that cracked like a whip as he swung it. I'm gonna snort warpstone dust, said Taylor shamelessly in front of her parents. Danny immediately blinked, or at least he would have if he had eyelids as he turned to see Taylor taking out a small bag of green dust. Before he could say anything, Taylor stuck her nose in it, and breathed it all in on a single breath. Annette's jaw nearly dropped at the shameless display as Taylor tossed the now empty bag over her shoulder. Did you just, said Danny before Taylor immediately interrupted with queekish nonsense. Vrikaranka. Shrieky, Drekorki. Kikorin. Never mind. Rikarak. Should I be worried? Asked Annette. Danny dear, your silence doesn't fill me with confidence. We'll talk to her after she sobers up, said Danny as Taylor randomly started throwing warp lightning. Zap. Zap. Ha ha ha. From there, the rest of the heroes fell like dominoes. Next to succumb was pulled by that slab o' sweaty meat par excellence named Mush, who dragged Vista, Browbeat, and Snowflake, all at the same time in his various arms, cackling madly as he threw them into the light of the great horned rat. As soon as they landed, they stared to change. Vista surprisingly enough grew grey fur and horns, marking her as a grey seer, though one with a mane of blonde hair going from the top of her head, and down her spine. Odd to say the least. Another peculiarity Taylor noted as she shared her vision with Vista as the girl was turned into a Skaven was the mutation of a third eye directly in the center of her forehead, one capable of which sight, or the ability to see the very winds of magic. However, this turned out to be too much too soon for the young girl, who passed put as soon as she gazed up into the realm of ruin and beheld the duplicitous magnificence of the Horned One. Taylor herself even gained something of a headache by proxy, though otherwise was unaffected save spontaneously sobering up, much to her chagrin. Browbeat was perhaps the most unusual of the mutant Skaven. His piebald fur changed colors constantly, shifting from black to grey to blonde to red to brown to white and so on and so forth. His physiology was also unusually amorphous, pairing well with his self-biokinetic abilities. Finally Snowflake turned into a pure white Skaven that could give Alabaster a run for his money with saber-like fangs on either side of her incisors. Plus, she was so damn fluffy that she might just take Regent's spot as the cutest rat in the Under Empire. Assault and Battery fought valiantly, working well in tandem despite insurmountable odds. The frenzied Skaven, armed with plague and pox, slowly whittled them down, though they had yet to break. It was only a matter of time. Is that it perhaps? Did that light fall on you first, when you triggered perhaps? Taylor just grinned. Something like that, though it was more directed and personal. Guided by a greater will than my own. You're not making a lot of sense, Warlock. Of course not, you lack need context. Context I won't be giving you, but it's fun to see you squirming, and if I were to get said context, then so what? You can't kill me, no one can. Alexandria said nothing as she looked back to the box holding the fell blade. Taylor sniffed as she called Strider towards her using administration and watched the hero suddenly appeared next to her with a loud bamf. Taylor watched as Strider saluted, while she tried to get the random twitching of her facial muscles under control. Strider blinked as the prolonged silence and rubbing of her own face became awkward, before Taylor shook her head like a dog, and sniffed, and kept on staring. Are you all right? Asked Strider. She just did warpstone dust, give it a minute, dayed Danny dismissively. Then, Taylor suddenly blinked. Oh, was I thinking that instead of speaking it? I guess. Taylor nodded. Right, now go Power Ranger. No. What I meant to say was, you go to Traveler's Territory. Need ignore Geneva Convention, redefine friendly shooty fire with bang things, guns. That's what they're called, guns. Take many rat. I'm sorry, can you elaborate? Shut up Spider, Cider. Zack Snyder. Oh right, shut up Strider. You're an elaborate bitch. What? Make them eat bullets. Our enemies can't tear through our front line if we tear through our own front line. Strider looked at the still twitching Taylor, before he turned to Danny. What does she want? If I had to guess, capture the travelers, said Danny. Taylor snapped her fingers whilst pointing to her father and nodding vigorously. Yes. Have promise vow to keep with Echidna. Wants annoying switcheroo motherfucker. Trixie the trickster. Pull them into the light glow, or murder kill them to come back as zombies. Doesn't matter which. Just get snatch them up. Okay, cool, much clearer that is, said Strider, before he teleported away. Taylor then sniffed the air before nodding. And be swift fast with it. Taylor, said Danny exacerbated, he's gone. Wow, that was fast. Annette sighed as she pinched the bridge of her nose. When she sobers up, we're going to have a nice, long talk with her about her addictions. Taylor did not hear that, and just looked back to the hordes as they pulled more and more heroes into the baleful light of chaos. We can consider our business concluded then. You have your city, as agreed. You know, I always feel it's better to make deal bargains from a position of power. Before, you held me up above the bay, prepared to drop me for betrayal during the Leviathan attack, but I think I could say I'd prefer to keep expanding. No, said Alexandria. You remember my favor? Yes. I do, and you used it to send Dauntless to the moon. Really now? You know, I seem to recall a dome there. You wouldn't happen to have saved that little pest, would you? We fulfilled our end. Taylor grinned, before taking a deep, long, inhale through her nose. Then, went back to grinning. You did save him. Should have expected. Before Alexandria could continue, Taylor slammed her fist into the table. Alexandria said nothing as she looked back at those glowing eyes. I can smell falsehoods, even half-truths and the like. You saved him. Against my wishes at that. Your request was, and I quote, door this fucker to the moon. We did so, you never asked for him to die. He's more useful to us alive. True, but a counter-proposal. Taylor snapped her fingers, and immediately the fell blade and the box containing it disappeared from beneath Alexandria's grasp, before reappearing before Taylor, underneath her clawed palm as she crumbed each claw on the box with a tap, stretching it out as Alexandria stared at it for a moment, before looking back to Warlock. I said I'd deliver you the fell blade, never said anything about you keeping it. See, I can play semantics too. Alexandria stared at Taylor for a moment, before glancing back to her still bleeding finger. She then glanced back at Warlock with a raised brow. So what is this? You want me to take down the dome? That's easier said than Taylor snorted, before shaking her head. Oh, no, hardly my intentions, in fact, I would very much like the dome kept up. No, I'm just asking that should you happen to spot a Skaven outside of my little entombed kingdom, you simply, ignore them. Yes. You being all of Cauldron. I like to think I've been helpful obliging to your organizations, yes. Giving you the fell blade, not to mention little Dinah, maybe we can form a more permanent partnership? I have many Paraskaven and now even undead. All of them are bound to my will one way or another. Complete obedience should I require it. When the time comes to murder kill the Golden God, an army of peons who have no choice but to be loyal could go far. Look, see what I've done already. The local PRT, Empire, ABB, Merchants, Fault Lines crew, Travelers, and Undersiders and the Slaughterhouse 9, several of which were revived resurrected by Reanimator. You remember Siberian? Alexandria's first tightened, so much so that Taylor could hear the fabric stretching, but otherwise said nothing, until eventually, Alexandria sighed and relaxed. What exactly do you want? Taylor smiled that same impossibly wide grin, practically stretching her face to its limits in the process. Well, you've already given me an inch, what's a mile to you and yours for the sake of preservation salvation, of course. Alexandria looked back at the blade, before nodding. Taylor smiled. +++. A/N, and that ends the Earth bet Vermintide, for now at least. Taylor now has complete control over the bay, with only a few holdouts who are stuck inside. Any sequel would do with a slow infestation encompassing the rest of the world, with a few other plot threads I could follow, but for now, this is pretty much the end. Hope you enjoyed it, and I know it feels abrupt, but better to finish it now than not at all.